Gu Chen had shockingly failed the career awakening ceremony. As the eldest son of the Northern Frontier's Battle King, he couldn't even qualify as the most basic kind of professional. In that oppressive hall, the moment memories surged into his mind, Gu Chen realized he had transmigrated. This was a world invaded by the abyss, where humans could awaken as professionals upon reaching adulthood. As the firstborn of the Northern Frontier royal family, he was supposed to have access to the resources of the Seven Cities and was expected to become a god-ear professional, inheriting the title of duke. But reality was far harsher than he'd imagined. Since he could remember, Gu Chen had been living in Linqing, a remote border town. The farming couple who adopted him worked themselves into exhaustion to support his education. Even on their deathbeds, they handed him their life savings, hoping he could get into Linqing's top high school and become a professional. Just last month, a well-dressed couple came to find him. The man was his father, Gu Qingfeng, and the woman was his stepmother, Qin Yun. Only then did he learn the truth. After his birth mother's death and during an abyss invasion, his father, bound by military orders, had no choice but to leave him with the farming family. What was supposed to be a temporary arrangement of 3 to 5 years had stretched into 18 long years. What made things even more bitter was that he had a younger brother who had grown up by their parents' side. That brother was now a celebrated prodigy, having awakened the rare profession of Dragon Knight and been admitted to Shangjing Academy. In contrast, Gu Chen, the eldest son, had failed the career awakening ceremony in his senior year of high school. As Gu Chen was lost in thought, a sudden system notification appeared before him. 3 choices were presented: admit his faults and beg for forgiveness to obtain the hidden profession Mortal Sword Immortal, endure humiliation and gain the rare profession Ninja Turtle, or sever ties with his family, earning only a common profession but unlocking a god-ear talent. Without hesitation, Gu Chen chose the third option. For 18 years, he had received nothing from the Gu family. Now, to be met with their scorn and humiliation, such a father was not worth acknowledging. The moment the system confirmed his career change, Gu Qingfeng's furious voice rang out again. "You ungrateful brat. Do you think staying silent means I can't punish you? You'll kneel in the courtyard for a full day and night. You are not to get up without my permission." Hearing the voice, Gu Chen abruptly raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade slicing toward the tall figure. A layer of icy frost clouded his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled into a faint, cold smirk. "Kneel for a day and a night? Do you even deserve that?" Gu Chen spat out each word with disdain and anger lacing his tone. Locking eyes with his father, he continued without a hint of retreat. "You've never fulfilled a single day of responsibility as a father to me, so don't act like you have the authority to lecture me." Gu Chen's words were like a dagger, stabbing straight into Gu Qingfeng's heart. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by fury. Yet before he could respond, Gu Chen pressed on. "And you dare talk about being forced?" Gu Chen sneered coldly. "Your younger son is kept by your side, nurtured with care, living a life of luxury, while your eldest is left to fend for himself, ignored for 18 years. You call that doing it for my good? For my sake? Ridiculous." Gu Qingfeng's face darkened instantly, his fists clenching involuntarily. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Never had he imagined that this long-estranged son of his would confront him so sharply, even revealing a hint of jealousy toward his younger half-brother. Short-sighted and petty, Gu Qingfeng cursed inwardly. How could someone like me, Gu Qingfeng, a man of honor and integrity, have such a disgraceful son? His anger surged, breaking through the barriers of reason. "Disgraceful!" Gu Qingfeng roared. "Even so, that's no excuse for your degradation. Look at yourself, lazy at school, mingling with those lowlifes, not even qualified as a professional yet. And you dare compare yourself to your brother? In what way are you even remotely his equal?" Hearing this, Gu Chen let out a mocking laugh. Slowly, he spoke, each word dripping with venom. "Oh, of course. He's your precious son, isn't he? The one born into privilege, never lacking in anything, surrounded by guards, elevated to a rare profession, and now enrolled in the prestigious Imperial Academy. Since your son is so outstanding, why bother coming to find me?" Gu Chen's voice grew colder, his tone laced with scorn. "As you see, I'm nothing but a country bumpkin, covered in mud, a so-called disgrace who spends his days with riffraff. Since you've already built a new family, why bother with me at all?" His words were like a piercing blade, cutting straight into Gu Qingfeng's heart. His face turned ashen, his chest heaving, and his breaths grew labored. The flames of fury burned in his eyes, threatening to erupt at any moment. Just as the tension between father and son reached a boiling point, Qin Yun, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Her voice was calm and unwavering, carrying an undeniable authority. "Gu Chen, how dare you speak to your father like this? Do you have any idea how much hope he's placed in you? Apologize to your father and kneel immediately." Her gaze locked firmly onto Gu Chen, and a fleeting trace of amusement flashed in her eyes. In that moment, a surge of hatred rose within Gu Chen. He remembered vividly it was this woman, this so-called stepmother, who had turned him, the rightful heir of the royal Gu family, into an outcast. For 18 years, he couldn't return home, enduring poverty and humiliation in a rural town, reduced to a petty thug. All of it was her doing. After all, the Gu family was the ruling clan of the Northern Territory, and as long as the legitimate eldest son existed, her own son would never have a chance to rise. So she had to ruin Gu Chen, turning the rightful heir into a pariah in the eyes of the nobility. Qin Yun's schemes were nothing short of meticulous. She ensured that Gu Chen was raised in the countryside, mingling with unsavory individuals, devoid of proper education or manners, and steeped in bad habits. Meanwhile, she whispered sweet lies into Gu Qingfeng's ears, claiming it was all to temper the eldest son's character in preparation for his future inheritance. The key was that Gu Qingfeng, preoccupied with military campaigns, had no idea what kind of life Gu Chen was really living. He actually believed her nonsense. Over the years, under Qin Yun's manipulations, all of Gu Qingfeng's care and resources went to his younger son. The boy was nurtured with utmost attention, given everything he wanted. His daily needs were catered to by personal attendants, and he was equipped with top-tier gear and tools. Even his monster hunting and leveling were accompanied by royal commanders. Wherever he went, he was celebrated. Now, not only had he advanced to a rare profession, but he had also been admitted to the top-tier Imperial Academy. The contrast between the eldest and the younger son was as stark as heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Gu Chen let out a cold laugh, his face full of contempt. Great expectations for me? Huh. Let's be honest, the one you truly have high hopes for is your younger son. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in fury. What kind of attitude is that? He barked. Disrespectful, defiant. How are you any different from a common thug? With talent as poor as yours, failing to advance, what right do you have to compare yourself to your brother? What do you have that's better than him? Exactly. He's the golden child. How could I possibly compare? Gu Chen shot back without hesitation, his tone dripping with sarcasm. From the moment you first looked at me, you've despised me. All you've ever done is criticize and berate me. You've never cared about me, let alone asked how I'm doing. In your eyes, a son should be like Hema genius adored by everyone, not a failure like me. Gu Chen's voice grew colder. I'm just a lowly commoner, raised in the countryside with no manners to speak of. Am not worthy of your noble title as the warlord of the North. So why don't you just pretend I don't exist? Wouldn't that make things easier? The words hung in the air, and the tension in the room thickened. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in rage, his fury threatening to explode. Qin Yun's gaze flickered with satisfaction for a brief moment before she quickly adopted a stern expression. With a harsh tone, she reprimanded, Gu Chen. Who gave you the right to speak to your father this way? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Gu Chen caught the fleeting trace of amusement in Qin Yun's eyes and sneered inwardly. Kneel? This was clearly her attempt to crush him further, to consolidate her position as the matriarch. If he knelt now, it would signify his submission to her, and even the servants would look down on him from then on. With that thought, Gu Chen's face hardened into an icy expression, his eyes gleaming with unyielding determination. He knew that the choice he made next would shape his position and future in this family. Huh? Kneel before you? Who do you think you are? Gu Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with disdain. He straightened his back and fixed his gaze on Qin Yun in front of him. Even if I am nothing in your eyes, I am still the legitimate eldest son of the Northern Territory's royal family. And you, a mere concubine remarried into this house. What right do you have to boss me around? His words were like a hammer, striking Qin Yun's heart with brutal force. Her face darkened instantly, her expression as cold as ink, and a flash of hurt and fury crossed her eyes. The term concubine was a thorn that had long been lodged in her heart. For years, no one had dared to address her this way. Yet now, Gu Chen had humiliated her openly, stripping her of the dignity she held as the princess consort. Qin Yun's almond-shaped eyes widened, and a murderous glint flickered in her gaze. Her fingers clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. However, with Gu Qingfeng standing nearby, she had no choice but to suppress the fiery rage surging within her. Chunner, no matter what, I am still your stepmother. How can you? Qin Yun attempted to calm the situation, her tone carrying a forced trace of concern. Enough. Gu Chen interrupted her coldly, his voice cutting like a blade. Spare me your fake kindness. You've never looked at me properly since the beginning, and now you want to act all concerned? Who are you putting on this show for? Insolent. Gu Qingfeng bellowed furiously, ready to reprimand him. You're the insolent one. Gu Chen shot back without a trace of fear, his eyes unwavering. If you can't stand me, then kill me. After all, my life is worthless. But let me make one thing clear: over these 18 years, you've shown me not an ounce of care or love. No matter how unworthy I may be, you have no right to insult me. If you think I've disgraced your name, then from this day forward, I sever all ties with the Gu family. From now on, we are nothing to each other. Let's live and die as strangers." Hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, quickly replaced by a surge of joy. Her expression shifted subtly, as though she had made a pivotal decision in her heart. "Chun'er, you mustn't." Qin Yun suddenly stepped forward and dropped to her knees with a thud. "Chun'er, your aunt is kneeling before you. You are the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family and the heir to the Northern Territory's royal lineage. How can you break ties with the family?" This act of kneeling was akin to a mother kneeling to her son, a grave violation of decorum that would cast Gu Chun as the immoral party. If word of this spread, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Gu Chen's gaze remained cold as he watched the scene unfold. Memories of whispers he had heard upon first arriving at the Gu family surfaced in his mind. Everyone in Gubei City says that Lady Qin is the perfect stepmother. He understood all too well what this kneeling meant. It signified that there would no longer be a place for him in the Northern Territory's royal family. The position of heir would undoubtedly be handed over to someone else, and he would be left utterly alone. A serpent devouring a dragon, Gu Chan thought to himself with a bitter laugh. This is what they mean by a serpent devouring a dragon. The stepmother is the serpent, and the dragon is Meth's so-called genius younger brother, is merely the sparrow benefiting from it all. Gu Qingfeng's fury erupted like a storm as he witnessed the scene. "Outrageous! This is outrageous! Such blatant disrespect!" he roared. "You ungrateful brat! I am your father, and you think I have no right to rebuke you? You humiliate your stepmother in public? Sever ties with the Gu family? Do you even know your place? Without my protection, what are you? Your protection?" Gu Chen sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Rest assured, with your illustrious title as the Battle King of the Northern Territory, I wouldn't dare tarnish your reputation." With that, Gu Chun let out a derisive laugh, turned on his heel, and walked away without a backward glance. "Let him go. Let him leave." Gu Qingfeng roared in rage. "From this day forward, I will consider him as good as dead. That unfilial son is no longer my child." As Gu Qian disappeared from sight, Qin Yun slowly rose to her feet, a faint glint of triumph flashing in her eyes. Forcing Gu Qian to leave the family today meant that her son could now ascend to the position of heir to the Northern Territory's royal lineage without any obstacles. The fury of Gu Qingfeng loomed over the entire Gu family residence like a storm cloud. Servants cowered in fear, trembling as they went about their duties. The Battle King of the Northern Territory was a figure of terrifying renown, so much so that even the abyssal races would retreat at the mere mention of his name. Eventually, after venting his anger, Gu Qingfeng regained a semblance of composure. His expression turned complicated as he quietly reflected. How did my eldest son, Gu Qian, end up like this? Was it wrong for me to favor his younger brother a little more? Is this all because his brother is more gifted? Does that justify defying his father, shaming his stepmother, and abandoning the family? That ungrateful brat doesn't understand the meaning of filial piety, Gu Qingfeng muttered angrily. I should never have acknowledged him as my son in the first place. Turning to a servant in the hall, he barked, "Steward." "Your Majesty, I await your orders," the steward replied respectfully. "From this day forward, erase Gu Chen's name from the family records," Gu Qingfeng commanded coldly. The steward's expression shifted slightly, a trace of hesitation flickering across his face. "What? Are you pleading for that ungrateful son?" Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with warning. The steward trembled and quickly shook his head. "No, Your Majesty. It's just that." "Just what?" "It's just that young Master Gu Chen's name was never recorded in the family records to begin with. Why isn't Gu Chen's name in the family genealogy?" Gu Qingfeng frowned, his expression complicated. After years of warfare, he had completely forgotten to inscribe his son's name into the family records. He thought to himself that he would address this matter only after that rebellious son admitted his mistakes and apologized. At this moment, Gu Chan was already aboard a train departing from Gubei City, heading toward Lincheng. As a senior in Lincheng No. 1 High School, he had to make it back to campus before 7 a.m. the next morning. The Empire's vocational transition ceremony was coming to an end, and the beginner dungeons in various cities were about to open. For someone like Gu Chun, born into a lower-class background, becoming a professional was merely the first step. The assessment for higher academies would be the true turning point of his destiny. Gu Chun gazed at the blood-red sunset outside the window, calculating his next moves. The beginner dungeons would only remain open for 10 days, and missing even a single day would be a significant loss. Although the distance from Gubei City to Lincheng was substantial, the energy crystal-powered trains of this world were astonishingly fast, giving him confidence that he could arrive by the early hours of the morning. In the empty train car, Gu Chun whispered to himself, "System, I want to choose a profession. From the options presented, He selected the random assignment of an ordinary profession. You have been assigned the summoner profession. Gu Chen's brows furrowed deeply. The summoner profession was notoriously expensive to sustain. Without support from the Gu family, this path seemed like a dead end. Even the cheapest summoning skill book cost at least 20,000, yet he had barely over 200 coins to his name. Fortunately, he possessed a god-ear talent, Darkborn First Blood. With this, every level up granted him a black summer bloodline, allowing him to transform ordinary creatures into dark entities. The potential of this talent far surpassed even the known highest-tier SSS talents. By the time Gu Chen arrived in Linqing, it was already late at night. He headed straight to the teacher's quarters at Linqing No. 1 High School. When his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua, opened the door, his face was filled with surprise. Gu Chen, where have you been for the past month? Without hesitation, Gu Chen got straight to the point. Teacher, I've chosen the summoner profession. I'm here to participate in the beginner dungeon. Summoner? Jiang Songhua raised an eyebrow at first, then a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. He stared at Gu Chen, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. Why would you choose a summoner? Have you forgotten the knowledge the school repeatedly emphasized? Gu Chen lowered his head, avoiding the teacher's gaze, and replied softly, it was my only option. Jiang Songhua sighed and explained, under normal circumstances, students have at least 2 or 3 professions to choose from during the career transition ceremony. But as you know, Gu Chen failed to awaken in Gubei City and didn't qualify for any profession. That's one of the reasons Gu Qingfeng was so furious. Pausing for a moment, he continued. It's true that a powerful summoner can rival an entire combat squad, but that kind of strength requires enormous amounts of money and resources to achieve. Without sufficient backing, a summoner is left with only the lowest level summoned creatures, struggling to even clear a beginner dungeon. Shaking his head, Jiang Songhua's tone grew more resigned. The growth of a summoner is like a bottomless pit. Except for those with major support or resources, ordinary people would never choose this profession. Seeing Gu Chen's silence, Jiang Songhua sighed again. All right, they'll report your career transition choice. Remember, the beginner dungeon starts tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen nodded politely and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Songhua called out suddenly. He pulled a book from his personal storage space and handed it to Gu Chen. Take this. It's a fine-grade summoning book. It's been sitting around unsold because of its low quality, so I might as well give it to you. Gu Chen accepted the book, startled. A fine-grade summoning book was worth at least 50,000 on the market. How could it possibly remain unsold? Feeling grateful, he glanced at Jiang Songhua and guessed the teacher had said that only to spare his pride. Teacher, they'll repay your kindness someday, Gu Chen said sincerely. Jiang Songhua waved his hand dismissively, his tone turning stern. Forget about repaying me. Just focus on your studies if you're lucky enough to get into an advanced academy. He paused for a moment before adding. I've mentioned this for summoners are typically chosen by nobles. To them, a fine-grade summoned creature is considered worthless. So yes, this book really wouldn't sell. I'm not lying to you. He emphasized the last 2 words deliberately. When Gu Chen returned to his dorm, it was already past midnight. He pushed open the door to his room and found the entire dormitory building eerily silent. Only the sound of his footsteps echoed down the empty hallway. Tomorrow marked the opening of the novice dungeon, and most of his classmates had already gone home after completing their job transitions. Even the dormitory supervisor was nowhere to be seen. It felt as if he were the only one left in the entire building. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Gu Chen tightly held onto the summoning skill book in his hands, his heart brimming with anticipation. He carefully examined the information written on the book. Skill book, Bloodthirsty Bat Summoning. Level 1. Grade. Excellent. Effect. Establish a contract with a bloodthirsty bat. Although it was merely an excellent grade summoned creature, far inferior to the rare or higher grade creatures favored by nobles, for Gu Chen, this was already the best option he could hope for. At the very least, it allowed him to take his first step toward becoming a summoner. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen made up his mind. Learn. As his words fell, the skill book radiated a dazzling white light. Gu Chen felt a mysterious space connect with his mind. This was the summoning space. Within this space, a jet black, grotesque-looking bat suddenly appeared. A system notification echoed in his mind. You have successfully established a contract with Bloodthirsty Bat. Summoned creature, Bloodthirsty Bat. Grade. Excellent. Level 1. HP 150. Attributes: Strength 5, Agility 4, Constitution 4, Spirit 5. Talent: Bloodsucking. Skill: Sonic Attack LV.1. Gu Chen quickly scanned through the creature's stats and couldn't help but frown. This level 1 Bloodthirsty Bat had a health pool even lower than that of a level 1 mage, and its attack power was barely passable. No wonder excellent grade summoned creatures were completely disregarded by nobles. Jiang Songhua's mocking words echoed in his ears. With a summoned creature like that, you'd be lucky to survive the novice dungeon. Without the ability to contract high-grade summon creatures, the path of a summoner seemed like a dead end. But then, Gu Chen's eyes lit up as he remembered his trump card. In his mind, he quickly accessed his talent interface. Divine Talent, Dark Progenitor's Blood. Activate. As soon as he spoke, a pitch-black light exploded before him. Countless crimson veins of light intertwined and wove together, forming a complex network in front of him. The system notification sounded again. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Progenitor. Dark Bloodline Progenitor. A supremely pure dark bloodline capable of transforming ordinary creatures into progenitor dark beings, granting them unparalleled talents and abilities. Gu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Progenitor bloodline? Interesting. Without hesitation, he infused the dark bloodline into the bloodthirsty bat within his summoning space. Instantly, the crimson light surged violently, so blinding it was impossible to keep his eyes open. Dark Bloodline Progenitor successfully fused. Summon creature upgraded. Bloodthirsty bat excellent Dracula epic. Gu Chen's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Dracula? The progenitor vampire? And its epic grade? Is this even real? A single dark bloodline had caused an excellent grade bloodthirsty bat to leap 3 tiers, transforming it directly into an epic grade Dracula. Was this the power of a divine talent? It was like rewriting destiny itself. Gu Chen's mind raced. If he could gain a dark bloodline with every level up, what would the nobles even amount to? Even a commoner summoner could rise to godhood. And this was just the effect on an excellent grade creature. What if he used it to upgrade a legendary grade summon creature? What unimaginable results would that yield? Could there be an even higher existence beyond the progenitor dark bloodline? Filled with excitement and anticipation, Gu Chen hurriedly looked toward his summoning space. Inside, a figure in a dark red suit stood proudly. It was a young man with a gaunt face and sharp, chiseled features. Beneath his high-bridged nose, a pair of deep, piercing eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light. In each hand, he held a heavy pistol, one black, one silver, their massive barrels exuding an aura of terrifying power. So this is Dracula? Gu Chen carefully observed the figure, nodding to himself. It matched his mental image of a vampire almost perfectly. He immediately opened the summoning creature's detailed stats. Summon creature, Dracula. Grade, Epic. Level, LV.1. HP, 1800. Attributes, Strength 28, Agility 32, Constitution 30, Spirit 29. Talent, Bloodline Instinct Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV.10 Epic. Skill 2, Crimson Feast LV.10 Epic. An epic grade talent. Max level epic grade skills. As expected of an epic grade summoned creature, its strength was nothing short of terrifying. The system notification rang once more. Summoned creature's grade upgraded from excellent to epic. Attribute feedback activated. Summoner's attributes 10 across the board. A wave of energy coursed through Gu Chen's body, making him feel an indescribable sense of vitality, as though every cell in his body was cheering. He eagerly opened his character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Class, Summoner. Level, LV.10100. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 19. Summon creature, Dracula LV.1 Epic. Seeing the string of updated stats, Gu Chen's face broke into an exhilarated smile, his heart brimming with satisfaction. For all newly transitioned level 1 professionals, the highest average for their 4 primary attributes typically doesn't exceed 10. However, Gu Chen, a level 1 summoner, already has an average nearing 20. If this astonishing statistic were made public, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar and leave other professionals feeling utterly inadequate. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he considered the unique nature of the summoner class. Unlike other professions, summoners rarely engage in direct combat themselves. Instead, they rely on commanding their summoned creatures to fight on their behalf. He glanced at the summoning mark on his wrist, where a legendary grade summoned beast resided. With such a powerful companion, entering the beginner's dungeon felt almost like having a cheat code. Tomorrow's dungeon run is going to be quite exciting, Gu Chen murmured to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The next morning, as sunlight began to illuminate the campus of Lynching High School No. 1, Gu Chen was already standing at the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. This artificial dungeon was specially designed by the Xinxia Empire for elite high schools, opening only 10 days each year and exclusively catering to students below level 10 who had recently transitioned into their professions. Although man-made, the beasts within the dungeon were no less formidable than those from the abyss. Defeating them not only granted experience points, but also offered the chance to obtain equipment and items. However, the danger was very real. If a student were killed by a beast in the dungeon, it would mean actual death. To protect the students, the school provided each of them with a teleportation scroll, which allowed for an immediate escape in life-threatening situations. This safety measure brought some relief to the students, though many still clutched their scrolls nervously, fearful of making a fatal mistake. At the dungeon's entrance, a dense crowd of transitioning students had already gathered. Although this was a dungeon exclusive to Lynching High School No. 1, due to limited resources, students from nearby Nunlight high schools were also assigned to participate here. The air buzzed with various voices calling out, looking for a team. Level 1 warrior, fully equipped with beginner gear. Extra teleportation scrolls for sale. Low prices, come get them. Urgently need an archer or gunner. Priority for those with gear and skills. Chen quietly observed the scene around him. Without using any concealment items, professionals could sense each other's levels and classes through mental perception. As he scanned the crowd, he noticed that most were common professions, busy forming teams. This was the approach most encouraged by the school after all. Individual strength was limited. In later stages, nearly all dungeons required teamwork to clear. Solo dungeon completions were exceedingly rare. Just then, Chen's presence began to attract attention. Look, it's a summoner, someone exclaimed in surprise. Are you serious? Another voice questioned skeptically. Must be some rich kid, someone commented sourly. No kidding. Who would dare to become a summoner without a family fortune worth millions? Hey, big guy, can I join your team? Please carry me, someone eagerly called out, approaching Chen. Chen stood calmly, watching the reactions around him, feeling a tinge of amusement. He knew that this dungeon run was bound to be far more interesting than he initially anticipated. In most people's minds, individuals who transition to the summoner profession are usually from noble families with significant power and resources. So when Chen appeared, almost everyone turned their fiery gazes toward him. However, that enthusiasm quickly fizzled out. A few students from Lynching No. 1 high school recognized Chen and began whispering in astonishment, "Isn't that Chen? How did he become a summoner? A commoner daring to become a summoner? He must have summoned some trash deer beasts. TCH, what business does a commoner have playing summoner? Ugh, what bad luck. What a waste of excitement." As Chen's humble background became known, the fiery admiration in everyone's eyes quickly turned into disdain and scorn. No one wanted to team up with him anymore. They thought to themselves, a commoner summoner has almost no damage output and would only leech experience. Teaming up with him would be a deadweight move. No one was here for charity. Chen hadn't planned on teaming up with anyone to begin with. He was just about to head toward the dungeon entrance alone when a familiar voice suddenly called out from the crowd, "Chen?" Turning his head, Chen saw a tall, broad-shouldered boy walking quickly toward him. It was Lin Yuan. Slapping Chen on the shoulder in surprise, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Hey, it really is you. Where have you been this past month?" "Nowhere special, just had some personal matters to handle," Chen replied nonchalantly. Lin Yuan gave him a once-over, frowning with curiosity. "I mean, why'd you suddenly switch to summoner? You can barely take care of yourself, and now you want to take care of summoned beasts too?" Chen chuckled lightly and said, "It was my only option." Lin Yuan sighed, his worry evident. Chen quickly changed the subject. "What about you? Why aren't you heading into the dungeon? Your class shouldn't have trouble finding a team, right?" Lin Yuan shrugged with a bitter smile. "Teaming up isn't the hard part. The problem is I don't have good equipment." Lowering his voice, he added, "The class leader from the honors section, Li Wenhui, went into the dungeon today decked out in a full rare grade knight set. With gear like that, he'll dominate the whole run." Lin Yuan carefully wiped the excellent grade greatsword he had just acquired, sighing, "I traded my teleportation scroll for this weapon. Whether I end up in an academy or a factory, it all depends on this." Without a teleportation scroll, entering the dungeon meant there was no way out. It was a life or death gamble. But for people like them, who came from humble beginnings, risking everything was the only way to turn their lives around. Strapping the greatsword to his back, Lin Yuan suddenly suggested, "How about I take you along?" Chen looked at Lin Yuan with a strange expression, thinking to himself that with his own strength, he hardly needed anyone to carry him through a beginner dungeon. But on second thought, beginner dungeons allowed up to 5 people per team. The more people in the party, the tougher the dungeon, but the experience gained also increased. Compared to soloing, teaming up might actually yield better rewards. "You already have a team?" Chen asked, surprised. Lin Yuan nodded. "Yeah, Li Wenwei is the team leader. I paid him 50,000 yuan and agreed to hand over all the loot and gear we get in the dungeon. Only then did he agree to let me join. I'll ask him to add you to the team too." Lin Yuan immediately messaged Li Wenhui, requesting to add Chen to the group. However, the reply he received made his face fall instantly. "Damn it, he kicked me out. All because I asked to add one more person." Lin Yuan cursed angrily. Chen sighed. This outcome was hardly unexpected. A swordsman with nothing but a greatsword, Paired with a commoner summoner, it was already a stretch for any team to accept one of them, let alone both. Let's recruit our own team, Chen suggested. Just advertise that a summoner is leading 4 teammates to achieve an SSS rating. Lin Yuan stared at him in disbelief. Are you kidding me? An SSS rating can earn bonus points in academy assessments. Those points could make someone stand out among thousands of competitors. If a transfer student's team manages to achieve an SSS rating, their chances of getting into a top academy would skyrocket, maybe even securing a guaranteed spot. Linching number 1 high school only has one guaranteed spot for Jing University. Faced with Lin Yuan's skepticism, Gu Chen simply responded with a faint smile. Do you believe me or not? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan ultimately chose to trust him. He shouted loudly to the crowd. Summoner Pro leading 4 teammates to achieve an SSS rating. If you want a guaranteed spot, join us now. The crowd immediately erupted. A Summoner Pro? Who is it? SSS rating? Since when did lynching produce such a genius? Is this for real? Someone quickly dug up the details and sneered. It's a transfer student from lynching number 1 high school. A commoner summoner. What a joke. Pfft. And here I thought it was serious. If he manages to pass, I'll eat my hat. Does this guy have a screw loose? Does he even have the strength to aim for an SSS rating? He's probably just too weak to find a team, so he's pulling this stunt to grab attention. Mocking voices filled the air, and not a single person showed interest in joining their team. Some even jokingly dubbed the two of them, Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix, mocking that any team unlucky enough to have either one of them would struggle to graduate, and if they had both, they might as well skip the academy exams and head straight to a factory job. This is too much. Lin Yuan fumed, his face turning red with anger as the taunts grew nastier. He shot a glare at the crowd, but eventually sighed in frustration. Forget it. There's no point wasting time on these idiots. This is a job for professionals, after all. Professionals? Gu Chen asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh and said helplessly, looks like I'll have to pay for a sparring partner. Hopefully they won't charge too much. As he spoke, he quickly began operating his phone. Gu Chen was momentarily stunned by Lin Yuan's words, his face full of disbelief. Pay for a sparring partner? He muttered under his breath, thinking to himself, is it really that easy to make money as a professional? He's paying someone to help him level up? That's ridiculous. Gu Chen glanced around discreetly and noticed that the other students were deliberately keeping their distance from them. It was clear that they had been socially isolated. Under the current circumstances, it seemed there was no other option but to hire a sparring partner. Lin Yuan worked swiftly, posting a message on the forum in no time. Before long, his inbox was flooded with messages from people asking for details and quoting prices. However, as soon as these potential sparring partners learned that the team leader was a civilian summoner, they all lost interest and stopped responding. Just then, someone with the username actor privately messaged Gu Chen. In gaming terms, an actor refers to someone who joins a team primarily for banter and avoids participating in battles. They're essentially players with insufficient skills who pay to leech experience points. In simple terms, they're the opposite of sparring partners. After a dungeon run, the team leader gets the lion's share of the experience points, while actors only receive a small portion. Even so, it's still far more profitable than solo grinding. This is why hiring a sparring partner costs money, whereas hosting actors earns money. Gu Chen turned to Lin Yuan and asked, how much do actors usually pay for a beginner dungeon? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow in thought before replying, I'm not too sure about the rates for beginner dungeons. Probably around 4,000 or 5,000 per person. Gu Chen nodded, then quoted the actor 8,000 and waited for a counteroffer. To his surprise, the actor agreed immediately but requested to bring along another person. Gu Chen readily agreed, thinking, 8,000 per person, 2 people make 16,000 more than my entire year's living expenses. Wow, being a professional really is lucrative. After finalizing the deal, Gu Chen brought a female warrior named Lin Qingqing into the team. Lin Qingqing then invited another player, a female assassin named Su Ran. The warrior class was notoriously unfriendly to civilian players. Without decent equipment, leveling up in the early stages was excruciatingly slow. Additionally, warriors typically needed to be 2 levels higher than other classes to be considered for formal dungeon teams. As for the assassin class, it was even worse for civilians. Low defense and fragile health, coupled with subpar early-stage damage output compared to mages or marksmen, made their leveling speed even slower than warriors. It was no wonder Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were willing to pay just to join Gu Chen's team. Truthfully, any of the 4 members in the current team could stand in the dungeon plaza all day without receiving a single team invite unless they were offering to pay others. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, paying 8,000 each was steep, but it was their only shot at clearing the beginner dungeon. Still, Su Ran felt uneasy and whispered to Lin Qingqing, Qingqing, are you sure about this team? I just heard that the leader is a civilian summoner, and he's talking about going for an SSS rating? What if we end up wasting a teleport scroll? Lin Qingqing wasn't entirely confident either, but she had no better options. "We're broke," she said resignedly. "Other teams are charging at least 15,000. This is the cheapest option. And since the leader claims to be aiming for an SSS rating, he must have some skills. Let's give it a try, otherwise we really won't have a chance." They had already sent out dozens of team applications, all of which had been ignored. Nobody was willing to team up with them unless they paid for a sparring partner, and they couldn't afford the market rates. Su Ran sighed in frustration. "Fine, let's take the gamble. Even if we lose, at least we have teleport scrolls to save ourselves." Although it was a beginner dungeon, the death rate was still significant. Professionals could only leave a dungeon by disengaging from combat, which required either putting a significant distance between themselves and the beasts or defeating them outright. A single mistake could lead to being pinned down and whittled away to death. Actors, however, didn't participate in combat, so they could exit the dungeon as soon as things went south. This convenience made the 8,000 fee well worth it for a single run. At that moment, another familiar face joined the team, a tall, handsome young man clad in a well-worn set of excellent-grade martial artist gear. Lin Yuan was stunned. "Class president, you're joining our team?" Gu Chen was equally surprised to see the familiar figure. The tall, handsome martial artist was none other than Wu Zi, their class president. Wu Zi was known for his pride. Although he was a civilian, he looked down on other civilians at heart. His family's financial situation was decent, though not quite at the level of nobility. While his excellent-grade martial artist gear looked impressive, the visible battle scars on the equipment made it clear that it had been purchased secondhand. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Wu Zi replied indifferently, "That's right. I'm joining your team as an actor. But let me make one thing clear: if you encounter something you can't handle and I have to step in, they'll take 2/3 of the team's experience points." Hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. No wonder someone as aloof as Wu Zi would suddenly join Gu Chen's team as an actor. It turns out he was here to seize an opportunity. Dressed in an eye-catching outfit, he was well aware that it wasn't enough to carry him through a dungeon solo and claim all the rewards. Thus, his gaze settled on Gu Chen. The true purpose behind Wu Zi joining the team was clear: was betting that Gu Chen lacked the ability to lead the team through the dungeon. Yet, he chose to remain silent, quietly observing how things would unfold. Gu Chen readily agreed to Wu Zi's conditions and quickly negotiated the terms before adding him to the team. With that, the 5-member team was finally complete. A warrior, a swordsman, a martial artist, an assassin, and Gu Chen as the summoner. All of them were level 1 beginners with no ranged damage dealers and no healers or support roles, an undeniably questionable setup. Wu Zi was fully aware of the team's glaring deficiencies, but he didn't care. His gamble was based on the belief that Gu Chen, an unremarkable summoner, couldn't possibly handle the responsibility of leading the group. He calculated that if Gu Chen faltered in the dungeon, he would only need to step in slightly to secure 2/3 of the team's total experience for himself. This strategy was far more profitable than splitting experience evenly in other 5-player teams. Even if his judgment was wrong and Gu Chen somehow managed to lead the team through the beginner dungeon, the worst-case scenario would be an 8,000 yuan loss. No, calling it a loss wouldn't be accurate. It would be more like investing 8,000 yuan to gain solo dungeon experience. Either way, it was worth it. "Check your status. Once everyone is ready, we'll enter the dungeon," Gu Chen instructed through the team channel. Lin Yuan, swordsman, LV.1. Ready. Lin Qingqing, warrior, LV.1. Ready. Su Ran, assassin, LV.1. Ready. Wu Zi, martial artist, LV.1. Ready. Standing before the swirling vortex marking the dungeon's entrance, Gu Chen opened the options menu and decisively selected hard mode. In an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted from the vortex, enveloping the 5 teammates. As the light faded, their figures vanished from the spot. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the scene, erupted into a frenzy. No way. That civilian summoner actually dared to lead a team into a dungeon? Isn't that just asking for trouble? And he picked hard mode? They're doomed for sure. Trying for an SS grade rating? Ha, they should focus on just surviving first. Mark my words, they won't last 2 hours. Let's just hope they don't come out as minced meat. I've seen reckless people before, but this is on another level. They're just digging their own graves and dragging others down with them. The crowd was filled with skeptical voices, and the consensus was overwhelmingly pessimistic about the team's chances of success. Gu Chen stood amidst the ruins of the ancient temple, his feet resting on moss-covered rubble intertwined with creeping vines. Around him were crumbling walls and towering stone pillars, remnants of a bygone era. The air was thick with a sense of antiquity and mystery, as if whispering tales of the temple's former glory. His mind wandered to the historical records of the place. This was the origin site where adventurers sought to unravel the secrets of career advancements, rumored to hold the path to higher-tier professions. However, the temple had long since fallen to the abyss, overrun by alien forces, leaving behind only this desolate wreckage. Lin Yuan slung the heavy greatsword off his back, gripping it with both hands as he curiously surveyed the surroundings. So this is the legendary temple? It looks just like the descriptions in the history books, he murmured in awe. Behind him stood two female companions, Lin Qingqing, a towering and muscular warrior, and Su Ran, a petite and nimble assassin. Despite Lin Qingqing's sweet and innocent face, her well-defined muscles and nearly 6'3" stature gave her an imposing presence, like a human fortress. In stark contrast, Su Ran appeared delicate and dainty, her small frame accentuating the striking difference between the two. Gu Chen turned to face the group, his expression serious. From this point on, I'll handle the monsters. Stay behind me, don't wander off, and don't snatch drops or the kills. These are the basic rules of teamwork. Got it. Got it. The others replied in unison. Su Ran tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. But you're just a summoner. Are you seriously aiming for an SS level evaluation? Gu Chen smiled faintly. He raised his hand, and a complex summoning sigil materialized in midair. A moment later, a tall figure clad in a dark crimson robe emerged, exuding an aura of cold malice that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The figure bowed slightly to Gu Chen in a gesture of noble decorum, then cast a shadowy gaze across the group, as if assessing potential threats. After determining there were none, he gave a subtle nod of approval. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Whoa, hold Oni's that a summoned creature, and it's humanoid? Lin Qingqing and Su Ran instinctively stepped back half a pace, unnerved by the figure's sinister demeanor. Wu Zi, however, zeroed in on the critical detail, his voice trembling with shock. Epic deer. That's an epic deer summoned creature. He quickly compared his own stats. Even with all his equipment bonuses, his average attribute barely exceeded 15 points. Meanwhile, this summon being identified as Dracula boasted an average stat close to 30, nearly double his own. In other words, this creature could effortlessly overpower him. Lin Yuan finally snapped out of his daze and scrutinized the creature's stats. Silently, he slung his greatsword back onto his shoulder, his expression turning complicated. In a small town like Linsheng, an epic deer summon creature was already considered top tier. Wait, you're seriously going for an SS level evaluation? Lin Yuan asked, still incredulous. Gu Chen turned to him, raising an eyebrow. What do you think? Lin Yuan gave an awkward chuckle. I thought you were just messing with us. Same here. Lin Qingqing chimed in. Me too, Su Ran added with a nod. Gu Chen sighed and shook his head. Just then, the heavy creak of footsteps echoed from beyond the dilapidated temple gates. A group of armored corpses, wielding rusted longswords, emerged from the ruins. Enemy, Fallen Guardians. Level, 1. HP, 500. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 7, Constitution 9, Spirit 7. Skill, Heavy Strike. Gu Chen explained. These were once warriors who guarded the temple before the abyssal invasion. After their deaths, they were corrupted by the abyss and turned into what you see now. Although these were just the first wave of monsters with low stats, their sheer numbers were daunting. 7 or 8 fallen guardians appeared at once, blocking their path. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and the others wisely stepped back, giving Gu Chen room to act. They assumed a spectator stance, letting him take the lead. Gu Chen's face remained calm as he gave a simple command. Kill. At his word, Dracula sprang into action, his twin pistols clicking as they loaded. The oversized black barrels aimed forward, and without hesitation, he pulled the triggers. Skill, Deadly Shot. Dracula's dual pistols fire high-caliber explosive rounds, dealing critical damage when hitting vital points. Bang! A silver-glinting explosive round struck the lead guardian squarely. Splat! The fallen guardian's head burst like a shattered watermelon, spraying thick, black blood across the ground. System notification. Killed fallen guardian LV.1. Gained 8 XP. Holy crap! Wu Zi, usually composed and aloof, couldn't help but blurt out. Sure, the fallen guardians were only level 1 monsters, but they weren't the kind of enemies a novice could one-shot. An epic tier summoned creature truly lived up to its name. The damage was insane. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged wide-eyed glances, then broke into knowing smiles. They had clearly hit the jackpot with this team-up. Hiring Gu Chen for just 8,000 credits? Absolute bargain. With a summoned creature capable of effortlessly obliterating fallen guardians, they might actually snag and rank evaluation from this dungeon. Only by achieving and rank in a hard mode dungeon could they unlock Hell mode, and clearing Hell mode was the prerequisite for an SS level evaluation. Unreal. We're gonna crush this dungeon. Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves, clearly eager to join the fray. To their astonishment, Dracula caused such devastating damage with just a single shot. In reality, this was the power of his deadly shooting skill, capable of instantly killing a fallen guardian in one strike, something ordinary players could never achieve. As undead creatures, fallen guardians naturally possess an exceptionally high resistance to physical attacks. Combined with 500 health points and the protection of full body armor, they are nearly impossible for novice players to kill easily. The first wave consists of 13 fallen guardians, and the standard strategy suggests employing a kiting tactic, drawing out 1 or 2 monsters at a time, retreating while attacking. It typically takes around 40 minutes to clear them all. Yet at this very moment, in less than a minute, Dracula had fired 3 consecutive shots, each one a precise headshot, instantly killing 3 fallen guardians. If it weren't for the cooldown time on his skill, the entire wave of monsters might have already been wiped out. This jaw-dropping damage was utterly shocking, completely overturning people's perception of the summoner class. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but cry out in surprise, her worldview shattered. Was this really a summoner? How could they be this powerful? Wu Zi scoffed and commented indifferently, "It's normal, it's all thanks to the power of the epic deer summoned creature. Give me a set of epic deer equipment, and I could solo the dungeon myself." The implication was clear. Gu Chen's success was entirely due to his summoned creature. Lin Yuan, wearing a teasing smile, leaned forward and retorted, "Well then, the real question is, where's your epic deer equipment?" Wu Zi was left speechless and fell silent. He knew perfectly well that if he truly had epic deer equipment, he wouldn't be standing here watching. His gaze shifted to Gu Chen's back, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Epic deer summoned creatures were worth a fortune. Even Li Wenhui, the class leader of the elite group, couldn't afford one. How had Gu Chen, an ordinary player, managed to obtain one? Meanwhile, Dracula's movements were as fluid and ghostly as a phantom, fearlessly charging into the enemy horde. His innate vampiric instincts not only granted him extraordinary physical strength and regenerative abilities, but also endowed him with razor-sharp senses. To him, the fallen guardians moved as sluggishly as snails. Even when surrounded, none of them could lay a finger on him. At such close range, every one of Dracula's shots hit its mark with deadly precision, resulting in critical hits without exception. With each gunshot, another guardian's head was obliterated. System notifications flashed repeatedly. Killed fallen guardian LV.1, EXP9. Killed fallen guardian LV.1, EXP7. Killed fallen guardian LV.1, EXP8. Even the guardians in the rear, still attempting to close the distance, had their heads blown apart by high-explosive bullets. After the final gunshot echoed, the ground was littered with thick, dark blood, and the entrance to the ruins was piled with the twisted remains of fallen guardian corpses. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Gu Chen. Level up. Level. LV.26200. Strength. 27. Agility. 26. Constitution. 28. Spirit. 29. Summon creature. Dracula LV.2 Epic. He leveled up. Gu Chen's heart leaped with joy, but before he could celebrate, another notification popped up. Talent A Dark Bloodline is now available. A familiar pitch-black glow erupted before Gu Chen's eyes, followed by crimson light intertwining like veins. A system notification echoed in his mind. You have acquired the Dark Bloodline, Descendant. You can transform ordinary creatures into dark beings or grant a first-generation dark creature a bloodline awakening. Gu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Although the Descendant bloodline wasn't as powerful as the first-generation bloodline, it was still a valuable gain. Without hesitation, he integrated the bloodline into Dracula. A faint shimmer passed, and Dracula's attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Summon creature, Dracula. Level. Epic. LV.2 scales with summoner's level. Health. 3200. Attributes. Strength 38, Agility 42, Constitution 40, Spirit 39. Talents. Bloodline Instinct Epic. Blood Shadow Fury Epic. Skill I. Deadly Shot LV.10 Epic. Skill 2. Crimson Feast LV.10 Epic. This bloodline awakening nearly doubled Dracula's health, boosted all attributes by 10 points, and granted him a new talent. Blood Shadow Fury. Each time Dracula eliminates a target with a skill, the cooldown of that skill is reset. Gu Chen couldn't hide his delight. This was practically a divine ability. Especially against lower-level fallen guards, it was like having unlimited firepower. Under Gu Chen's command, Dracula continued clearing the path ahead, with Lin Yuan and the others following closely behind. The temple ruins, though not expansive, had a maze-like layout. A single misstep could lead them into a dead end. After passing several crumbling statues, the group arrived at an open plaza. The area was desolate, with shattered flower beds barely recognizable, and blackened soil overgrown with weeds. At the center stood a dry fountain, now reduced to little more than a weathered stone figure. At the far end of the plaza loomed a headless humanoid statue, its gray surface riddled with cracks. Wu Zi scanned the surroundings carefully before speaking up. The guide mentioned that behind this statue lies a level 4 guard. It's best not to engage it, as doing so will attract more guards. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Although he found Wu Zi's aloof demeanor irritating, he couldn't deny the logic of his suggestion. Avoiding the level 4 guard was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, Gu Chun had a different idea. The moment he heard "attract more guards," a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. With Dracula's newfound skill reset ability, this was a perfect opportunity for some power leveling. Without hesitation, Dracula dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick to the humanoid statue. With nearly 40 points of strength, the statue shattered into countless fragments. As debris scattered, a deep, guttural growl echoed through the air. From the rubble, a massive shadow slowly rose. Entity: Fallen Guard. Level: LV.4. Health: 2400. Attributes: Strength 38, Agility 20, Constitution 40, Spirit 30. Skill I: Oathbound Blade. Skill 2: Final Judgment. Thud thud, the heavy footsteps reverberated as the level 4 Fallen Guard emerged. A towering corpse clad in pitch-black armor, its murky eyes glinting faintly with lifelessness, stepped into view. Standing before the shattered statue, it unsheathed a long sword from its side. The blade, dark as ink, pointed skyward as a black ripple emanated from its tip, spreading outward. Oathbound Blade summons nearby fallen guards to attack intruders. As the skill activated, sounds of movement arose from all directions. Dozens of guards emerged from the surrounding walls and shadows, encircling the group. Lin Qingqing surveyed their surroundings, her face turning pale. Su Ran exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. That level 4 guard is activating its skill." Lin Yuan instinctively gripped the greatsword on his back, as if the action alone could provide a sense of security. Wu Zi, on the other hand, immediately retreated to the open space behind them, distancing himself from the battlefield. As a level 1 fighter, even equipped with a set of superior-grade combat gear, he knew he was no match for this situation. A beginner dungeon is already this tough. What horrors await in the abyss? Lin Yuan muttered, his gaze fixed on the level 4 Fallen Guard, its body encased in chilling armor. With 2400 health, 38 strength, and the ability to summon reinforcements, this was far beyond what a level 1 adventurer could handle. Even his strongest attack would likely feel like nothing more than a tickle to such a formidable foe. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. "If I had known the level 4 Guardian was this terrifying, I would never have joined your team." Lin Yuan chuckled and added, "Yeah, if it weren't for old Gu, would all probably have met our end here today." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Qingqing's lips as a wave of relief washed over her. Su Ran remained silent, though the light in her bright eyes revealed her sense of reassurance. Despite the formidable strength of the level 4 Fallen Guardian, it was still a notch below Dracula. The dark red figure darted through the group of guardians like a phantom, wielding his black and silver heavy pistols, which spat flames with each pull of the trigger. Every gunshot resulted in a guardian falling lifeless to the ground. Coupled with the reset effect granted by Blood Shadow's wrath, Dracula had no need to wait for skill cooldowns. In just a few breaths, he had wiped out a large number of low-level guardians. Lin Qingqing stared intently at the level 4 guardian's attribute panel and marveled. "It's a good thing we have a summoner. If it were an ordinary team of level 1 players, they'd probably be wiped out by that level 4 Fallen Guardian." "Not necessarily," Gu Chen's voice suddenly sounded beside her. "As long as there's a warrior, a paladin, and a cleric in the team, taking down a level 4 Fallen Guardian is totally doable. It would just take a bit more time." Lin Qingqing ignored his explanation and instead asked with a hint of suspicion, "Why are you here?" Gu Chen smiled. "The battle over there is too chaotic. It's easy to get caught in the crossfire." Su Ran chimed in. "Aren't you supposed to be responsible for killing the monsters?" Gu Chen gestured toward Dracula, who was still engaged in combat with a group of fallen guardians, and replied casually, "I am." Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged a peculiar look. As the non-combatants of the team, it was entirely normal for them to stay away from the fight. But seeing their team leader, Gu Chun, joining them on the sidelines was unexpected. Feigning innocence, Su Ran asked, "So, you're just commanding your summon to fight while you sit this one out?" Gu Chen shrugged. "Isn't that what summoners do?" Su Ran nodded in agreement, though she couldn't help but feel slightly disoriented. How could a dungeon on hard mode feel this effortless? It was almost too good to be true. Gu Chun, unfazed, sat on the edge of a flower bed, observing the battle unfolding in the square. He watched his experience point skyrocket. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV.1, EXP 8. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV.1, EXP 9. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV.1, EXP 9. With his recent level up, the damage from deadly shot had increased significantly. Even without landing a headshot, a single bullet could shatter a guardian's body and eliminate it instantly. Thanks to the skill reset effect, in just a few dozen seconds, all the summoned guardians had fallen. Finally, as the battlefield was littered with the bodies of the defeated guardians, the level 4 Fallen Guardian decided to act. It let out a low growl, and the pitch-black long sword in its hand suddenly emitted a blinding dark light. Skill. Ultimate Judgment. Activated. A massive black sword slash descended from the sky like a bolt of dark lightning, aiming straight for Dracula's head. Whoosh! Dracula's figure appeared like a phantom, dodging the descending black blade in an instant. In the next moment, it reappeared like a ghost in front of the level 4 guard. The cold barrel of the gun was pointed directly at the guard's face. The trigger was pulled, and the deafening sound of a gunshot echoed. The bullet struck the guard's head with precision. Though it wasn't a fatal blow, it shaved off nearly a third of the guard's health. The deadly shot didn't trigger a skill reset, but the high damage caused an immediate stun effect. The level 4 guard staggered, barely holding itself up with its black sword pressed against the ground. Its eyes were unfocused, and it had completely lost the ability to counterattack. Dracula wasn't one to miss such an opportunity. Its body suddenly radiated a crimson glow, and a vortex of blood-red energy surged toward the guard. The Crimson Feast skill activated, causing the blood within the guard to explode instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, thick blood mist erupted from the guard's body, dropping its health to a quarter. Then, another crimson flash burst from the guard's body. The additional damage calculation was triggered, unleashing yet another wave of devastating impact. With a loud boom, the level 4 guard exploded on the spot, its blackened flesh scattering in all directions. Defeated Fallen Guard LV.4, EXP 75. Level. LV.2193200. The surge of experience points brought a wave of excitement to Chen. Just one more level 1 guard, and he could level up. He had anticipated rapid leveling in the early stages of the dungeon, but this speed exceeded his expectations. At this rate, he could likely reach level 5 by the end of the dungeon, allowing him to contract a second summon creature. 2 skills to take down a level 4 guard. That's insane. Lin Qingqing exclaimed, wide-eyed, as if she were in a dream. This is what an epic summon beast is like, absolutely overpowered. Sitting by the flower bed, Lin Yuan suddenly shot to his feet, slapping his thigh in astonishment. Nearly 3,000 damage with just 2 skills. If that's not overpowered, I don't know what is. Even Li Wenhui from the advanced class couldn't pull off something like this. Wu Zi, with a complicated expression, remarked, be more confident. Get rid of the couldn't part. Didn't you see that Gu's last skill already caused damage overflow? Lin Qingqing shook her head. Li Wenhui is a retribution paladin, focused on burst damage and sustained output. Even at level 4, there's no way he could deal nearly 3,000 damage with just 2 skills, let alone at level 2. Chen remained indifferent to their discussion. In terms of pure damage, the combination of Deadly Shot and Crimson Feast could at most take out 3/4 of a level 4 guard's health. The reason for the instant kill was Dracula's evolved health pool, now reaching a staggering 3,200. This gave it an edge to dominate opponents of the same level. Currently, 30 of Dracula's max health, nearly 1,000 points, was enough to deal massive additional damage, leading to the level 4 guard's demise. A regular summon beast of the same level would have a health pool of about 700, and its additional damage would only severely wound the guard, not deliver a killing blow. After checking the battlefield and confirming no gear or items had dropped, Chen led the group deeper into the temple ruins. Crossing the plaza, they entered the inner courtyard. Dracula, leading the way, raised its gun and swiftly took out a wandering guard in a flash. Defeated Fallen Guard LV.1, EXP 8. Level up. Level. LV.3 Strength, 37. Agility, 36. Constitution, 38. Spirit, 39. Summon Beast. Dracula LV.3. Epic talent. You can now obtain a Dark Bloodline. Seeing the notification, Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Standing between the plaza and the inner courtyard, with no immediate threats nearby, he activated his talent without hesitation. A familiar crimson shadow flickered into his vision. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Progenitor. Dark Bloodline Progenitor allows the transformation of ordinary creatures into dark creatures. Also enables the fusion of the progenitor's bloodline for a star upgrade. A star upgrade for a summon beast was equivalent to a minor evolution. Without hesitation, Chen chose to initiate the fusion. The bloodline fusion was a success, and Dracula, the epic summon beast, instantly gained a star upgrade. Chen watched the transformation unfold before his eyes. Dracula Epic. Dracula Epic. Its level remained at LV.3, but all attributes saw a significant boost. Health skyrocketed to 4,200, Strength reached 58, Agility 62, Constitution 60, and Spirit 59. What stood out the most was the enhancement of the innate ability Vampiric Instinct. Chen carefully examined this newly upgraded power. With every kill, Dracula would gain 10 points of permanent health. This upgrade ignited a spark of excitement in Chen's eyes. He quickly calculated the potential outcomes for the future. At just level 3, He wondered what terrifying heights Dracula's health could reach at levels 10, 30, or even 50. Even more thrilling was the synergy with the skilled Crimson Feast, whose bonus damage was directly tied to Dracula's maximum health. This meant that as Dracula's health continued to grow, the power of this skill would scale infinitely. Chen even envisioned that once his health reached a certain threshold, one-shotting bosses might not just be a dream. With the star upgrade, Dracula's combat power had surged. His basic attacks could now instantly kill level 1 guards, and his deadly shot skill made quick work of level 2 guards. Against level 3 guards, Chen employed the Mozambique shooting technique, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, leaving no survivors. As for level 4 guards, apart from the one he had already defeated in the plaza, he hadn't encountered any others yet. Inside the inner courtyard, Chen led Dracula on a sweeping rampage. The speed of their kills was astonishing. Level 1 guards provided 8 experience points, level 2 gave 16, level 3 offered 35, and level 4 rewarded a hefty 72 points. While there was some minor fluctuation in these values, they were generally consistent. From the inner courtyard to the end of the corridor, the entire process took about an hour. Most of the time was consumed by the tedious exploration of the map and waiting for guards to respawn. Without these delays, Chen estimated it could have been done in half an hour. At last, the group arrived at the entrance to the main hall. A tense atmosphere began to permeate the air as they braced themselves for the upcoming boss fight. Chen's expression grew serious as he pushed open the heavy doors and stepped boldly into the grand hall. The main hall, once the core of the temple and a symbol of grandeur, now lay in ruins. Chen and his companions cautiously stepped inside, their hearts heavy at the sight before them. The once exquisite statues and divine effigies were shattered beyond recognition, leaving only fragments of their former glory. Suddenly, a faint black mist began to rise from all around, and heavy footsteps echoed from the rear of the hall. Thud, thud. The ground trembled slightly, the light dimmed further, and an overwhelming aura of power began to close in. Lin Yuan, ever alert, scrambled onto a broken statue, perching on its crumbled shoulders to distance himself from the impending confrontation. The others, taking his lead, hurriedly sought higher ground for safety. Though the main hall was spacious, none could predict where a guardian might emerge. Chen, wasting no time, effortlessly climbed to the top of a pillar using his enhanced abilities, surveying the scene from above. And then, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, burst forth from the rear of the hall. Abyssal Guardian. Level: LV.5. HP: 2,900. Attributes: Strength 48, Agility 29, Constitution 48, Spirit 37. Skill I: Oathblade. Skill 2: Final Judgment. The Level 5 Guardian, with close to 3,000 HP and wielding a menacing black longsword, charged straight at Dracula with an imposing presence. Without hesitation, Dracula raised his guns and opened fire. Even his basic attacks packed a significant punch. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of gunshots echoed as bullets struck the Guardian's head with precision. With an agility stat of 60, Dracula was faster than even a level 5 assassin. In the blink of an eye, 2 magazines were emptied, reducing the Guardian's HP by a fifth. Seizing the moment, Dracula unleashed his skill, Lethal Shot. A high explosive round shot out like a streak of silver lightning, embedding itself between the Guardian's brows. Though it wasn't a critical hit, the Guardian's HP plummeted to half. The immense damage triggered a stun effect, halting the Guardian's charge abruptly. Taking advantage of the opening, Dracula activated Crimson Feast. A swirl of blood-red energy emanated from his body, spiraling into the Guardian's chest. The first wave of damage hit hard, followed by a secondary burst. Boom! The Guardian's massive frame shuddered violently as its HP was drained entirely, leaving behind only a heap of blackened flesh and ichor. Abyssal Guardian LV.5 defeated. Experience 113. Impressive. Lin Yuan exclaimed from his perch on the statue's shoulder, his face full of admiration. This level 5 Guardian was notorious for being a challenging foe in strategy guides, typically requiring Hitandran tactics to defeat. With nearly 3,000 HP and a strength stat nearing 50, the Guardian could easily wipe out an entire team if engaged directly. Yet Dracula had vanquished it effortlessly with a combination of basic attacks and skills, not even giving it the chance to use its abilities. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how strategies like precise maneuvering and kiting seemed utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. The strength of an epic-grade summoned creature was truly terrifying. Not even Li Wenwei from the advanced class, or the most talented professional in Lin City, could likely match this level of dominance. As the level 5 Guardian fell, the expected wave of lower-tier Guardians finally emerged. From every corner and shadow, armored corpses began to shuffle into sight, their chilling presence filling the hall. Bang! The first Guardian to appear took a bullet to the head and collapsed instantly. Bang! 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 Dracula, dual-wielding his guns, stood at the center of dozens of advancing guardians, firing relentlessly. None managed to get within 3 meters of him. Every attempt ended with a precise headshot. The speed at which he dispatched them was nothing short of astonishing, a veritable blood-soaked spectacle. When all the guardians were finally eliminated, a notification appeared before Chen. Level up. Level. LV.41680. Strength. 47. Agility. 46. Constitution. 48. Spirit. 49. Summon creature. Dracula LV.4. Epic talent. You can now obtain a new Dark Bloodline. Excitement lit up Chen's face. With the first wave of enemies cleared, he didn't hesitate to activate his talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Royal Blood. Royal Blood allows the transformation of ordinary creatures into dark beings, or upgrades the bloodline of a first-generation dark creature. This can upgrade a first-generation bloodline? What a treasure! Chen thought, elated. It appeared that the royal blood corresponded to the legendary tier, the first-generation bloodline to the epic tier, and the descendant bloodline to the rare tier. Initially, Chen considered immediately promoting Dracula to a legendary summoned creature. However, he quickly realized this might not be the best course of action. After all, he was about to reach level 5 and contract a second summoned creature. If he used the royal blood now and ended up with only a descendant bloodline at level 5, the quality of his second summoned creature would significantly suffer. On the other hand, if he held onto the royal blood, he could ensure that even a descendant tier bloodline could be upgraded to legendary for his second summon. By then, Chen's first summoned beast would reach the epic level, while the second would ascend to the legendary level, causing an explosive increase in his combat power. That precious descendant's bloodline could also be used to awaken the bloodline of the summoned beasts, essentially functioning as a powerful upgrade and further enhancing their combat capabilities. After careful consideration, Chen decided to temporarily preserve this royal bloodline for future use. Even so, this upgrade brought Dracula significant improvements. His level increased to epic LV.4, and his health points soared to 5,620. Among those, 220 points were an additional bonus gained through defeating enemies. While it seemed insignificant at first glance, every little bit added up, and it would undoubtedly become a substantial asset over time. Dracula's stats saw an all-around boost: Strength 70, Agility 74, Constitution 72, and Spirit 71. This 12-point increase across all attributes was not merely a numerical enhancement, but a tangible leap in combat effectiveness. Now, Dracula could effortlessly one-shot a level 2 guard with a single shot, execute a deadly strike to finish off level 3 guards, and even deploy his Mozambique shot technique against level 4 guards. The seamless combination of these two skills allowed him to take down level 5 guards in the blink of an eye. In the current dungeon, Dracula had undoubtedly become the most feared powerhouse, setting the benchmark for combat strength. A glint of battle intent flashed in Chen's eyes as he prepared to press forward, only to realize that Dracula had already stopped. Surveying their surroundings, the main hall was in utter chaos, with the first wave of monsters completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and others leapt down from the broken statues and regrouped. Wu Zi stepped forward with a serious expression and said, "The first wave is over. In another 15 minutes, the second wave of guards will appear along with the boss. As long as we defeat the boss, we can clear the dungeon." Despite Wu Zi's seemingly arrogant demeanor, it was undeniable that he had put considerable effort into strategizing. Lin Yuan, in his usual carefree manner, asked, "So, all we have to do now is wait here?" Wu Zi ignored Lin Yuan and instead turned to Chen, asking, "Once we clear this dungeon, we'll unlock the difficulty levels. You're planning to go straight for hell level, aren't you?" He briefly explained the 4 difficulty levels of the beginner dungeon: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell, which corresponded to A, S, SS, and SSS ratings respectively. According to the rules, only players with an S rating or higher could challenge the SS and SSS difficulty levels. Chen nodded, his tone carrying a trace of confidence. "Yeah, no point wasting time. Next round, I'll go straight for the hell level dungeon and aim for an SSS rating." Wu Zi responded with a soft "got it," then cautiously asked, "So, will you bring me along next time?" Chen paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. A hint of disappointment flashed across Wu Zi's face. "Not bringing me?" Chen replied calmly, "Hard to say." "What do you mean by hard to say?" Wu Zi asked, his face full of confusion, his brows tightly furrowed. He turned to Chen, pressing further. "What's so hard to say?" Before Chen could respond, Lin Yuan's voice came from the side, carrying a tinge of helplessness. "What else? It's a hell-level dungeon. The difficulty is off the charts. No team of professionals has ever cleared it. One wrong move and everyone dies in there." "I'm not afraid," Wu Zi declared immediately, puffing out his chest. Lin Yuan shook his head. "It's not about being afraid or not. Then what is it about?" Wu Zi pressed. Money, Lin Yuan said bluntly. Wu Zi paused for a moment, considering the reasonableness of the demand. Although he and Gu Chen had been classmates for 3 years, they barely interacted. Before today, he wouldn't have even greeted Gu Chen proactively. In this team, only Lin Yuan had some connection with Gu Chen. Wu Zi quickly realized that if they succeeded in clearing this dungeon, Gu Chen's performance would undoubtedly set a new record for beginner dungeons. After that, countless people would be eager to team up with Gu Chen. It's likely Gu Chen would continue challenging hell-level dungeons with Lin Yuan, but whether Wu Zi would still be included was uncertain. From this perspective, asking for more money up front was, in fact, an opportunity to secure his place in the team. Waiting until after the dungeon was cleared might leave no room for negotiation. Just then, Lin Qingqing, standing nearby, spoke up, her tone urgent. How much are we talking? 10,000 per person for a hell-level beginner dungeon. Gu Chen replied without hesitation. Wu Zi's eyelids twitched at the number, almost doubting if he'd heard it right. From the initial 8,000 to 10,000 now, the price had skyrocketed. Not expensive, Lin Qingqing said after a moment of thought, quickly making her stance clear. Count me and Su ran in. Once we're out of the dungeon, I'll borrow the money. Su Ran covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide. 10,000? That's not expensive. Lin Qingqing explained, 10,000 is no small amount, but think about it SSS rating for a beginner dungeon, plus the first clear reward for a hell-level dungeon. Is it really expensive? Su Ran let out a soft oh, murmuring, but we don't have the money. Then borrow it. Lin Qingqing said without hesitation. There are so many loan platforms nowadays. Just say you need money, and they'll be falling over themselves to lend it to you. She continued to analyze. With an SSS rating, we'd get bonus points in the academy exams. Add the first clear reward for the hell-level dungeon, and getting into a top-tier academy would be practically guaranteed. For people like us, who can't even form a team after standing in the plaza all day, spending 10,000 now to secure a future is like a gift from heaven. Wu Zi made up his mind as well. Count me in. I'll transfer the money to you once we're out. Despite not being able to afford even basic professional gear, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran agreed without hesitation. Compared to them, Wu Zi's family situation was much better, leaving him no reason to refuse. Gu Chen gave a slight nod, signaling that the deal was settled. Still feeling a bit uneasy, Lin Qingqing reminded him, we have a deal. You can't back out after the dungeon. Gu Chen shook his head. Don't worry. Even if someone outside offers me $1 million, I won't take them. Su Ran looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, why not? Gu Chen didn't shy away. Back when I was trying to form a team in the plaza, they mocked me, ridiculed me, and even ganged up to ostracize me. I want them to regret it. I want them to realize that underestimating me was the biggest mistake they've ever made. Since they didn't think I was worth their time, well, I'm not interested in playing with them either. The SSS rating for the beginner dungeon? Gone. The first clear reward for the hell-level dungeon? Gone. For those who treated me with malice, I've never believed in repaying evil with kindness. If anything, I'm the kind of person who holds a grudge. Gu Chen's words might have sounded petty or narrow-minded on the surface, but his straightforward attitude carried a certain defiant charm. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran both nodded vigorously in agreement, clearly resonating with his sentiments. As the conversation unfolded, 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a low growl erupted from the altar above the main hall, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. The boss had finally appeared along with a horde of fallen guards. Entity, black-robed deacon boss. Level, 7. HP, 9,100. Attributes, Strength 86, Agility 79, Constitution 86, Spirit 81. Skill I, Gray Mist Curse. Skill 2, Dark Onslaught. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. Atop the altar stood a tall, cloaked figure with an ominous presence. Behind it were 2 level 5 guards, 3 level 4 guards, 4 level 3 guards, and 18 level 1 guards. The black-robed deacon's towering figure was humanoid but far from normal. Its entire body was shrouded in a dark cloak, obscuring its face and features. Suddenly, the deacon raised its hand, its wide sleeve billowing. With its motion, tendrils of gray mist spread through the air. In mere moments, the entire hall was enveloped in a dense, oppressive fog, turning everything into a lifeless gray. Even though Gu Chen and his team were on higher ground, they couldn't escape the mist. In an instant, their vision was impaired, their minds muddled, and their limbs felt as heavy as lead. Gray Mist Curse. The boss didn't waste any time using its skill. Gu Chen thought to himself. Without hesitation, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into partial clarity. Though the Black-Robe Deacon was only level 7, its boss traits boosted its attributes to near 90 in all categories, with over 9,000 HP. Its stats were even more monstrous than a 1-star epic boss like Dracula. It was utterly terrifying. Focus on the boss. No skills yet, Gu Chen commanded. With Dracula's speed, the guards wouldn't even touch its shadow, so he chose to ignore the lower-level guards for now and let Dracula test the boss with basic attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Even within the gray mist, Dracula was minimally affected. Almost immediately after receiving the command, its cold gun barrel spat fire, sending a barrage of bullets toward the cloaked figure. Suddenly, the black-robed deacon emitted a crystalline white glow. The bullet struck its body but dealt no damage. Its health bar remained untouched. Meanwhile, a nearby level 5 guard inexplicably took the damage, its health bar dropping by 1/5. Boss skill. Damage transfer. Chen quickly realized. As long as the fallen guards were present, the black-robed deacon could redirect any damage it took onto them. Not just Wu Zi, even Chen had delved deeply into strategies for completing the dungeon. The black-robed steward's infuriating skill transferring damage to the guards, who, even when their HP hit 0, would resurrect with full health after a minute was the main culprit behind the sudden spike in difficulty of the beginner-level dungeon. Coupled with the black-robed steward's massive 9,000 HP, beginner players could only hope to defeat it by constantly kiting and wearing it down while evading the guards' relentless pursuit. Even a well-equipped rookie team would require 3 to 4 hours of continuous effort to achieve victory, and that would be considered a speedrun. For most players, it could take 2 or 3 days just to clear this dungeon. Bang, bang, bang. Dracula shifted its position with agility, unleashing a series of precise basic attacks at the black-robed steward. However, the damage transfer skill activated, leaving the steward completely unharmed as its health bar remained untouched. Instead, the health bar of a nearby level 5 guard plummeted rapidly, draining to 0 in the blink of an eye. The guard collapsed, entering a feigned death state. Simultaneously, the shimmering white glow on the black-robed steward, signifying the active damage transfer, dissipated as the skill entered its cooldown period. Roar! The black-robed steward let out a low, furious growl, its skeletal, grayish-white arm extending as it pointed directly at Dracula with a commanding motion. As if responding to an unspoken order, the surrounding guards surged forward, launching a fierce assault on Dracula. Bang, bang, bang. Dracula remained unflustered, unleashing a relentless barrage of basic attacks and skills like a storm. The guards rushing toward it were taken down one after another before they could even land a blow. Amid the onslaught, Dracula's gaze was as cold as steel, but its movements were nimble, almost like a monkey's. It navigated the battlefield with precision, each strike resulting in a guard being instantly headshot. Defeated fallen guard LV.3, EXP 31. Defeated fallen guard LV.4, EXP 75. Defeated fallen guard LV.1, EXP 8. The combat notifications popped up continuously, bearing witness to Dracula's efficient slaughter. Is this Dracula a summoned beast or a player? Its ability to take down enemies rivals that of a gunner. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. This is even more overpowered than a gunner. Another person chimed in. Let me ask you, this, can a level 4 gunner one-shot a level 2 fallen guard? Indeed, Dracula's performance showcased not only incredible firepower but also jaw-dropping firearm handling skills. One-handed reloads, predictive shooting, moving shots, multi-target switching, every action was executed with fluidity, as if it was born for combat. Has its firearm mastery already reached max level? This is insane. Dracula should start selling lessons to gunners, rake in some cash, and it'd be a guaranteed win. While the crowd was busy discussing, Dracula's figure suddenly flickered, instantly appearing behind a level 3 guard. Fatal shot. Bang. The level 3 guard's head exploded in an instant, a clean one-hit kill. Defeated fallen guard LV.3, EXP 29. Without pausing, Dracula turned its firepower onto the black-robed steward, unleashing a rapid series of basic attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed steward's health plummeted like a kite with its string cut, dropping by a fifth in mere moments. This sudden onslaught clearly enraged the steward. It let out a piercing screech, its thin fingers curling as it made a subtle gesture in the air. Buzz. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the air. A crescent-shaped black shadow materialized out of nowhere. This was the black-robed steward's skill, Dark Invasion. The black crescent moved like a phantom, vanishing into the void before abruptly appearing right in front of Dracula. The attack was so swift, there was no chance to dodge. Yet Dracula seemed unfazed, as if it had no intention of evading. The black crescent pierced through its body in an instant, shaving off more than 1,600 HP. Fortunately, after several enhancements, Dracula's HP had reached nearly 6,000. While the hit caused significant pain, it was still within tolerable limits. At the same time, Dracula's counterattack was already prepared. It was ready to trade injury for injury. Fatal shot. Almost simultaneously, 2 crisp gunshots rang out, slicing through the air. 2 silver-glinting bullets tore through the black mist, precisely striking the head of a level 5 guard. Defeated fallen guard LV.5, EXP 121. Without the damage transfer skill in effect, the guards could be killed outright. Taking down a level 5 guard at this moment was equivalent to cutting off one of the black-robed steward's lifelines. The skill reset its cooldown upon a kill. Without hesitation, Dracula activated it again. Fatal shot. Once more, 2 bullets zipped through the air, instantly piercing the forehead of a level 4 guard. Defeated fallen guard LV.4, EXP 75. In less than a minute, all the level 4 guards were annihilated, leaving only one level 5 guard, the one that had been rendered feigned dead by the damage transfer skill. A guard in a feigned death state couldn't be attacked. Assessing the situation in an instant, Dracula's figure flickered and reappeared right next to the black-robed steward. Its eyes glowed with a crimson light. Crimson feast. Scarlet energy surged from Dracula's body, spiraling like a whirlwind as it engulfed the black-robed steward. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the black-robed steward staggered, its health plummeting significantly. Although it wasn't reduced to below half, which would have triggered bonus damage, the power of this strike was still astonishing. Dracula's figure flickered again, repositioning itself while unleashing another fatal shot without hesitation. Every movement was precise and efficient, like a finely tuned combat machine, leaving no room for its opponent to recover. The moment 2 gleaming silver bullets tore through the dark mist, the seemingly lifeless level 5 guard suddenly snapped his eyes open. A surge of dark red energy erupted from his body as he instantly returned to full health. At the same time, the black-robed deacon let out a piercing screech, swiftly activating his skill. In the next instant, a shimmering white light enveloped the black-robed deacon entirely. Dracula's lethal shot hit its mark, but was completely redirected to the newly revived level 5 guard. The poor guy, barely regaining consciousness, lost 2/3 of his health in an instant, his expression bewildered. With the lethal shot on cooldown and Scarlet Feast unavailable, Dracula didn't hesitate. He loaded a fresh magazine and unleashed a barrage of ordinary shots toward the black-robed deacon. Bang, bang, bang. 2 magazines emptied in seconds, the bullets raining down on the target, only to be entirely redirected again. The black-robed deacon remained completely unharmed. Not only that, but the deacon launched his dark corrosion ability once more, a sinister black crescent moon materializing above his head. Dracula, unfazed, kicked a nearby level 1 guard aside and quickly reloaded, continuing his relentless assault. The black crescent moon appeared instantly in front of Dracula, but as a vampire, his exceptional regenerative abilities had already restored nearly half of his lost health. As the dark crescent passed through him, Dracula's attacks continued to rain down on the black-robed deacon like a storm. A sharp crack echoed as the shimmering white light around the deacon shattered. Simultaneously, the level 5 guard collapsed once more, this time truly dead. The moment the damage transfer was broken, Dracula swiftly repositioned himself. Both guns locked onto the target, and 2 bright silver bullets streaked through the air. The lethal shots struck the black-robed deacon square in the forehead, dealing massive damage and leaving him stunned. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Dracula transformed into a shadowy blur and rushed forward, his body surrounded by a dense, blood-red aura. Scarlet Feast erupted in an instant. Spiraling crimson energy struck the black-robed deacon with immense force, driving his health below half in the blink of an eye. Additional waves of damage followed like a relentless tide, the intense crimson glow exploding across the deacon's body. Boom! A deafening blast echoed as the black-robed deacon's body violently shattered, scattering into a mess of blackened flesh and blood across the ground. Dracula's first wave of attacks only managed to reduce the black-robed deacon's health by 1/5. Following that, he unleashed a series of basic attacks in the Crimson Feast. However, since the bonus damage effect failed to trigger, he could only push his opponent's health slightly above the halfway mark. Once his skills had cooled down, Dracula launched another ferocious assault. Basic attacks, deadly shots, and another Crimson Feast in rapid succession. This time, the bonus damage successfully triggered. This relentless barrage of attacks dealt nearly 6,000 points of damage, instantly annihilating the black-robed deacon on the spot. As the deacon fell, an eerie silence filled the main hall. Lin Yuan and the others were left speechless, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Even though they knew Dracula was an epic deer-summoned beast, witnessing such terrifying damage output firsthand was beyond comprehension. Nearly 6,000 points of damage. Was this even possible for a level 4 summoner? Even dragon knights empowered by the might of dragons might struggle to achieve such figures. A strong sense of unreality swept over them. Such overwhelming damage could easily sweep through even the toughest hell-level dungeons. With this thought, smiles of satisfaction crept onto their faces. It seemed that achieving an SSS rating for this beginner dungeon was a certainty, and the first clear rewards for the hell-level dungeon were also within reach. This time, they had encountered a true legend. The system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Boss Black-Robed Deacon defeated. Experience 555. Loot acquired. Black Deacon Emblem X1. Loot acquired. Black Deacon Robe X1. Level up. LV.5. 505. 1080. Strength. 57. Agility. 56. Constitution. 58. Spirit. 59. Summoned Beast. Dracula LV.5. Epic talent. You can now unlock a Dark Bloodline. You have cleared the ruins of the temple on hard mode. Reward. Dungeon Chest X1. Hard mode. Professional experience 500. Clear successful. You will leave the dungeon in 60 seconds. 59. 58. 57. We cleared it. Lin Qingqing's gaze was still filled with a bit of daze. That was way too fast. From entering the dungeon until now, only a little over 2 hours had passed. They had been chatting and laughing the entire time, never once feeling any pressure or difficulty. Lin Yuan placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Hard mode? Trash. I'm going for hell mode. Lin Qingqing glanced at him, looking exasperated. People like Lin Yuan, who had yet to be humbled by a dungeon, were becoming increasingly rare. Gu Chun checked the time, and then turned to Lin Qingqing and the other three. Once we're out, take care of your own things quickly. Meet back at the dungeon entrance at 2 p.m. Got it? Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi all nodded in agreement. Normally, professionals tackling dungeons needed to stay highly focused the entire time, which took a toll on both their physical and mental stamina. After a dungeon run filled with exploration and combat, players were often left utterly exhausted. It was common to rest for an entire day before attempting another dungeon. But Gu Chun was different. He had spent the entire time commanding his summoned beast to fight, with minimal personal expenditure. The only discomfort he had felt was a slight dizziness and fatigue while under the gray mist curse, and even that vanished entirely once the black-robed deacon was defeated. For Gu Chun, this dungeon run required almost no effort. He could easily take on 10 more of these back-to-back. The reason he didn't immediately jump into a hell-level dungeon was twofold. First, he wanted to give Lin Qingqing and the others time to gather funds. Second, he needed to take some time to decide on his second summoned beast. After all, defeating the black-robed deacon had just pushed him to level 5. Soon enough, the 1-minute countdown ended, and Gu Chun and his team were transported back to the dungeon plaza. It was just past 11 a.m., and the plaza was packed with people, even more crowded than it had been in the morning. Most of them were players waiting to form teams. Look, a team just got teleported out. How did they finish so fast? The beginner dungeon has only been open for a little over 2 hours. There's no way anyone could clear it that quickly. Yeah, based on previous records, the fastest clear time is over 8 hours. 2 hours? They probably didn't even make it past the temple gates. Exactly. They must have gotten stuck and used a teleport scroll to escape. Wait, isn't that Gu Chen? Ha ha ha, that explains it. Of course, it's him, the so-called commoner summoner. No wonder they're out so quickly. Looks like choosing the summoner class as a commoner really is a dead end. What if they actually cleared it? Come on, first of all, he's a commoner summoner. Second, they're out in under 3 hours. How could anyone clear the dungeon under those circumstances? Everyone knows being a commoner summoner is a dead end. That's just a fact. As everyone laughed and mocked Gu Chun, convinced he had failed the dungeon and been forced to teleport out, an announcement from the beginner dungeon management office silenced the entire plaza. Congratulations to the novice adventurer team for breaking the historical record for clearing the temple ruins on hard mode. Completion time, 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 13 seconds. This system announcement struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly exploding across the minds of all novice adventurers. The announcement continued to scroll, listing the details of the team members. Team leader, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Warrior, Su Ran Assassin, Wu Zi Brawler. Rewards earned, Adventure Experience 500, Personal Achievement 1, Historical Record Gift Box 1. As the announcement faded away, the dungeon plaza fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was too stunned by this jaw-dropping achievement to utter a single word. Breaking records in novice dungeons wasn't unheard of, especially as the adventurer system became increasingly refined and newcomers grew stronger year by year. Typically, whenever a rare combat-oriented class emerged, dungeon records would be updated. But this time was different. Completing a novice dungeon in just 2.5 hours shattered the previous fastest time by over 5 hours. What was even more astonishing was the composition of this team, which could only be described as underwhelming. A seemingly ordinary summoner leading a swordsman, a warrior, an assassin, and a brawler. This lineup had no synergy and lacked any effective combat coordination. Suddenly, someone recalled a rumor about Gu Chun that he had been unable to find teammates and had resorted to recruiting actors to fill his party. If this were true, it meant he had essentially soloed a hard mode dungeon. This realization sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Soloing a hard mode dungeon and setting such an unbelievable record? This was no longer just talented, it was a feat bordering on the impossible. All eyes turned toward Gu Chun, filled with awe and curiosity. The students from Lynching Number 1 High School were the first to break the silence, rushing to congratulate and befriend him. Gu Chun, breaking the record solo? That's incredible. Gu Chun, you're my idol. Can I join you next time? Gu Chun, hey, race a card with 100,000 yuan, consider it a token of friendship. Gu Chun, you must be exhausted. Let me treat you to lunch. One brave individual even made a bold confession. Gu Chun, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Gu Chun ignored the crowd of flatterers and sycophants gathering around him. With unwavering steps and a steady gaze, he walked straight out of the plaza, as if the people around him didn't exist. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Didn't want to include me before? Well, guess what? Now I won't include you either. Gu Chun wasn't narrow-minded, but he was far from being the forgiving type. Repay evil with kindness? Then how do you repay kindness? This thought echoed in his mind. Just then, a young man clad in a deep blue mage's robe suddenly dashed in front of Gu Chun, blocking his path. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke eagerly. Yuga, you remember me, right? I've switched to mage. How about teaming up for the next dungeon run? Gu Chun cast him a cold glance, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint sneer. Mage? Useless. The young man froze for a moment, his face turning red with embarrassment. Raising his voice, he retorted. What do you mean? I'm a mage. A primary combat class. How dare you look down on me? Seeing Gu Chun's indifferent expression, the young man hurriedly added, mages are awesome. I've got a rare grade staff. I can take down a level 1 guard with just 3 fireballs. Pretty impressive, huh? Not impressed, Gu Chun replied without hesitation, sidestepping the young man and continuing on his way. Being ignored like that made the young man furious. His voice trembled with anger as he shouted, Gu Chun, what are you so arrogant about? You only cleared a hard-level dungeon. Do you really think you're that strong? I'm a mage. Tons of players fight to team up with me, and you dare to reject my invitation? You'll regret this when you can't handle higher-level dungeons anymore. Gu Chun didn't even glance back. His steps remained steady, but the faint smirk on his face deepened. Lin Yuan, walking closely behind Gu Chun, looked visibly annoyed. After they had walked some distance, he finally couldn't hold back. Seriously, what's wrong with that guy? Just because you didn't team up with him, he's throwing a fit? Gu Chun chuckled softly, his tone calm and deliberate. It's normal. In his mind, teaming up with him is a privilege for me. He thinks I've gotten a bit cocky after achieving something small. As for those others who tried to suck up to me earlier, don't be fooled by their lack of reaction when I ignored them. Deep down, they can't stand to see me succeed. The better I do, the more uncomfortable they feel. But they won't show it because they don't want anyone to know they regret it. Lin Yuan glanced at the onlookers, whispering and pointing at Gu Chun, nodding thoughtfully. So basically, they can't handle it. Is it really that hard to admit someone else is better? Gu Chun waved dismissively. They're just clowns. If I'm beneath them, they'll step on me. If I surpass them, they'll envy me. There's no point in paying attention to people like that. Once I lead us to an SS-ranked evaluation, they'll finally realize what they missed out on, especially that mage from earlier. He thought inviting me to his team was a favor to me? Huh. When we emerge from a hell-level dungeon next time, his regret will eat him alive. He'll wonder why he didn't treat me more respectfully, why he didn't team up with me right away. But once the moment's gone, it's gone. If he could maintain his earlier arrogance, I might respect him a little. But someone who grovels one moment and gets angry the next? I look down on people like that. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, throwing a glance at the figures behind them. Exactly. When they don't include us, it's whatever. But when we don't include them, we're the bad guys. Ridiculous. After leaving the dungeon plaza, Gu Chun headed straight back to the dormitory, while Lin Yuan went to a nearby restaurant to pick up dinner for the two of them. Not long after Wu Zi left, he transferred 100,000 yuan to Gu Chun's account and then took a cab to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran immediately went out to borrow money. With less than 3 hours left until 2 p.m., the pressure of coming up with 200,000 yuan was immense for them. Back at the dorm, Gu Chun claimed his experience reward for breaking the dungeon record. Experience 500. Level up. Level. LV.6. 531,880. Strength. 67. Agility. 66. Constitution. 68. Spirit. 69. Summon Beast. Dracula LV.6. Epic talent currently able to acquire 2 Dark Bloodlines. Upon reaching level 5, the second summoning slot had already been unlocked, meaning Gu Chun could now summon a second beast. To his surprise, breaking the dungeon record had also granted him an extra 500 experience points. Combined with the experience he had accumulated from defeating the Black Robe Deacon and the second wave of guards in the dungeon, it was just enough to level up again. Now, Gu Chun could use his talent to acquire 2 Dark Bloodlines. However, he didn't rush to activate his talent just yet, as the matter of obtaining a summoning book was still unresolved. Clearing the hard-level dungeon had earned him a hard-level dungeon chest and a historical record gift box. The chest could contain random equipment or items, while the gift box was more likely to yield items relevant to his class. If he could get a summoning book, it would save him a lot of trouble. Currently, Chen only had about 120,000 yuan. Even if Lin Qingqing and Su Ran managed to borrow some money, his total assets would only amount to a little over 300,000 yuan, which would only be enough for lower-tier summoning books. If he got good equipment from the chest, he might be able to trade it for a summoning book at the marketplace. With that thought, Chen took a deep breath and opened his inventory. Chen scanned the 2 reward chests and wasted no time opening them one by one. The hard mode dungeon chest slowly unfolded, revealing a hurricane warhammer shimmering with a silvery glow. Its quality was rated as excellent. Next, he opened the history record gift box, and a faintly glowing summoning book quietly appeared. Its quality, rated as fine, immediately caught Chen's attention. Whoa, a summoning book? Chen exclaimed in surprise, as if his wish had just come true. He carefully examined the attributes of the summoning book. Skill book. Succubus summoning. Level 5. Quality fine. Effect. Establish a contract with the succubus. Chen paused for a moment, weighing whether he should trade all his savings at the marketplace for an excellent grade summoning book. But he quickly realized that for him, a slightly lower grade summoned creature wasn't a major issue. Even a fine grade creature could be upgraded to epic grade through the fusion of dark bloodlines, potentially feeding back substantial attributes to him in the process. More importantly, the succubus, as a rare energy-based summoned creature, lacked a physical form and had exceptional immunity to physical attacks. If fused with dark bloodlines, its potential would undoubtedly be immense. You're the one, Chen decided decisively, picking up the summoning book and learning the skill immediately. In an instant, the book radiated a dazzling light, forming a complex summoning circle. Moments later, a shadowy, ethereal figure emerged within the summoning space. A system notification promptly appeared. You have successfully established a contract with the nightmare. Summoned creature. Nightmare. Quality. Fine. Level. 6 matches the summoner's level. Health. 2,980. Attributes. Strength 46, Agility 56, Constitution 43, Spirit 58. Innate ability. Dream entry. Skill. Mental bind LV.1. The system also noted that summoned creatures could equip gear, but there was a chance of losing equipment upon their death. If a summoned creature was defeated, it could not be summoned again for 24 hours. Chen carefully analyzed the nightmare's attributes. As an energy-based creature, its 4 core stats leaned heavily on spirit while its strength was relatively low. Aside from its innate immunity to physical attacks, it didn't seem particularly outstanding. At level 6, the nightmare was even weaker than the level 3 Dracula he had previously summoned. However, considering its fine-grade quality, this was to be expected. Unwilling to settle for mediocrity, Chen immediately opened the talent interface and activated his abilities. In an instant, he acquired 2 new Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Primordial. Combined with the Dark Bloodline Royal he had acquired at level 4, Chen now had 3 powerful Dark Bloodlines at his disposal. After careful consideration, he decided to use the Primordial Bloodline to upgrade the Nightmare's quality to Epic, and then awaken its bloodline with the Descendant Bloodline. As for the Royal Bloodline, he planned to reserve it for Dracula, ensuring its evolution into a legendary grade summon creature. The radiant glow of the Dark Bloodline. First fusion gradually faded, revealing a ghostly, eerie black silhouette before Chen's eyes. This shadowy, smoke-like entity drifted unpredictably, appearing and disappearing, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a pair of icy eyes emerged from the darkness, flashing with a cold, piercing light. The gaze, sharp as a blade, seemed to pierce directly into one's soul. Chen held his breath and focused intently, scrutinizing the new summoned beast that had evolved from a nightmare demon, the Nightmare Sovereign. Summoned beast. Nightmare Sovereign. Grade. Epic. Level. LV.6. HP. 4,560. Attributes. Strength 68, Agility 76, Constitution 62, Spirit 78. Innate ability. Unspeakable Epic. Epic Skill I. Phantom Annihilation Strike LV.10. Epic Skill 2. Nightmare Ensnarement LV.10. Seeing the epic level innate ability and max level epic skills, Chen was overcome with excitement. Without hesitation, he began the process of bloodline awakening, eager to unlock even greater power. As the Dark Bloodline Descendant fused further, the Nightmare Sovereign's attributes underwent a qualitative leap. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level. LV.6. HP. 6,580. Attributes. Strength 79, Agility 86, Constitution 85, Spirit 90. Innate ability, Unspeakable Epic. Epic skill I, Phantom Annihilation Strike LV.10. Epic skill 2, Nightmare Ensnarement LV.10. Epic skill 3, Deep Dream LV.10. Chen carefully analyzed the Nightmare Sovereign's capabilities. Its elusive form allowed it to freely traverse between dreams and reality, rendering it nearly immune to physical attacks. The Phantom Annihilation Strike enabled it to silently approach targets through dreams, delivering a lethal blow in an instant. Nightmare Ensnarement granted the ability to summon nightmare minions one for every 10 points of spirit. Any target possessed by these minions would suffer multiplied damage. Deep Dream, on the other hand, inflicted sustained high damage within a designated area. After some calculations, Chen realized the Nightmare Sovereign could now summon 9 nightmare minions. If all 9 were to attach themselves to a single target, that unfortunate soul would endure 9 times the damage. Chen couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, recognizing that with just 2 skill combinations, the Nightmare Sovereign could effortlessly annihilate a level 7 boss like the Black-Robed Deacon. Its terrifying burst damage was truly astonishing. As Chen marveled at the overwhelming power of the Nightmare Sovereign, a system notification chimed. Summon Beast grade has been upgraded from Excellent to Epic. Attribute feedback granted. Summoners all attributes 10. A wave of warmth surged through Chen, filling him with an indescribable sense of comfort. This attribute boost was equivalent to an instant level up, leaving him ecstatic. But the surprises weren't over yet. Taking a deep breath, Chen summoned the royal bloodline and merged it into Dracula. In an instant, the summoned beast space was enveloped in dazzling light. Dracula's body radiated a crimson glow interwoven with brilliant golden hues. The fusion of the Dark Bloodline, royal blood was a success, triggering an extraordinary transformation in Dracula. Summoned Beast, Vampire Overlord. Level, LV.6. Grade, Legendary. HP, 8,600. Attributes, Strength 114, Agility 118, Constitution 116, Spirit 115. Another system message followed. Summoned Beast grade has been upgraded from Epic to Legendary. Attribute feedback granted. Summoners all attributes 100. Chen meticulously examined the Vampire Overlord's abilities. Innate abilities, Vampiric Instinct Epic. Blood Shadow Fury Epic. Blood Frenzy Legendary. Skills, I Deadly Shot LV.10 Epic. 2. Crimson Feast LV.10 Epic. 3. Vampiric Legacy LV.10 Legendary. The newly acquired legendary innate ability, Blood Frenzy, activated a rage boost when the Vampire Overlord's HP fell below 30, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. The legendary skill Vampiric Legacy allowed the Vampire Overlord to sacrifice its own HP to convert deceased units into vampire progenies. Chen was in awe of the Vampire Overlord's staggering stats. This was no ordinary level 6 summoned beast. Its 4 primary attributes had all surpassed 100, far exceeding those of a level 7 boss like the Black-Robed Deacon. Although its HP was slightly lower due to the Deacon's boss level HP bonus, Chen was confident that once the Vampire Overlord reached level 7, it would utterly dominate in every aspect. With 2 consecutive attribute feedback boosts, Chen's own stats had seen a dramatic increase. Level, LV.65, 31880. Attributes, Strength 177, Agility 176, Constitution 178, Spirit 179. Summoned Beasts, Vampire Overlord LV.6 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.6 Epic. Feeling the surging power within him, Chen's confidence soared. With his attributes now nearing 178 across the board, he was filled with anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. A trace of surprise flashed across Chen's face. He hadn't expected that, with just his current stats, he could overpower the Black-Robed Deacon. He thought to himself that if he equipped a full set of gear, clearing a hard-level beginner dungeon solo would be a breeze. Thinking about equipment, Chen immediately opened his inventory. After defeating the Black-Robed Deacon, he had acquired 2 spoils of war, the Black Deacon Emblem and the Black Deacon Robe. Together with the Gale Warhammer he had previously obtained from the dungeon chest, he now had 2 pieces of equipment and 1 item in his possession. He carefully examined the attributes of the newly acquired items. Black Deacon Emblem Excellent Quality. Effect, blocks external detection, preventing others from accessing the wearer's character information. Note, the blocking effect fails when the level difference is too large. Black Deacon Robe Excellent Quality. Attributes, Spirit 5, Constitution 5. Effect, provides the wearer with a magical shield. Shield value equals the wearer's Spirit 10. Chen nodded in satisfaction. These 2 items were rare finds. The emblem could prevent others from probing into his stats, while the robe offered a significant shield that could scale with his spirit attribute. Without hesitation, he equipped the Black Deacon Robe and fastened the emblem to his collar. Then, he opened his phone, logged into the professional trading platform, enlisted the Gale Warhammer for sale. Although the weapon had decent stats and came with a defensive skill, it wasn't particularly useful for him. Considering it was an excellent grade weapon suitable for classes like warriors, paladins, and monks, Chen priced it at 100,000, hoping for a quick sale. As he was busy handling his gear, the dormitory door swung open. Lin Yuan walked in, carrying a stack of takeout boxes. He greeted enthusiastically, "Hey, Gu. Come on, man. Let's dig in 8 dishes and a soup for lunch. Give me a hand here." Before long, it was 1:45 in the afternoon, and Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the beginner dungeons plaza. The square was still bustling with students, most of whom were searching for teammates, looking for pros to run the dungeon. "I'm a monk with fine-grade gear, and I promise to follow orders. Recruiting an archer or gunner gear and skills preferred." "Whoa, a summoner. Wait, that's Chen. He cleared the hard-level dungeon this morning. What's he doing here again?" "What? He's the guy who solo carried 4 noobs through the dungeon?" As Chen appeared, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for him. A chorus of requests and greetings erupted from all directions. "Summoner Master, please take me with you. I have a full set of warrior gear." "Chen, you were looking for teammates earlier, right? Could you take me this time?" "Chen, we're old classmates, come on, let me join your party." Chen remained calm and indifferent, ignoring the voices around him as he walked straight toward the dungeon entrance. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Chen, I didn't think much of you before, but since you've proven yourself by clearing the hard-level dungeon, I suppose you're somewhat useful. My team has 1 spot left, get ready and join us for the dungeon run." A voice filled with arrogance and disdain rang out among the crowd, causing everyone to freeze for a moment before turning to see who had spoken. Striding confidently into view was a handsome young man clad in a rare-grade knight's armor. He stopped in front of Chen, his every step brimming with superiority. This was none other than Li Wenhui, the class president of Linqing First High School's elite class. With a privileged family background and the rare job class of Retribution Knight, he overshadowed Chen in every conceivable way, be it profession, status, or wealth. Li Wenhui stood tall, looking down at Chen with a condescending gaze. "I'll allow you to join my team," he said smugly, "but don't celebrate too soon. If you underperform and slow down our progress, don't think I won't kick you out and blacklist you immediately." Chen raised an eyebrow, not the least bit offended. Instead, a peculiar smile played on his lips. "This Li Wenhui, flaunting his superiority in front of me? He's practically delivering himself to me on a silver platter." A glint of calculation flashed in Chen's eyes as he silently plotted how to take advantage of the situation. Li Wenhui, noticing Chen's lack of response, grew impatient and tilted his head. "What are you standing there for? Follow me." Chen remained unfazed, his tone laced with disdain. "Seriously? Dude, I just soloed a hard-level dungeon this morning, and now you want me to be your backup? Are you crazy, or do you think I am?" Li Wenhui snorted coldly. "Hard level? That's nothing. I'm leading a team into a hell-level dungeon now. Hell level? Do you even understand the difference?" As the word hell level left his mouth, the crowd fell silent. All eyes were on Li Wenhui, their expressions shifting in an instant. Linqing's hell-level beginner dungeon had yet to see anyone successfully clear it. For Li Wenhui to make such a bold claim, he must have been supremely confident. Jealous and envious gazes turned toward Chen. A hell-level dungeon? Even though Chen had soloed a hard-level dungeon, that paled in comparison to the challenge of hell level. Being able to join Li Wenhui's team was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. But Chen remained nonchalant, his tone casual. "And? So what?" Li Wenhui sneered. "Teams capable of tackling hell-level dungeons in Linqing can be counted on one hand. If you don't join my team, you're the one losing out." "Got it. Funny." Chen chuckled, clearly unimpressed. "Turns out I'm also heading into a hell-level dungeon." "You?" Li Wenhui's disbelief was palpable. "Why not?" Chen shrugged indifferently. "If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet?" "A bet? What kind of bet?" Li Wenhui asked, his interest piqued. "Let's see whose team gets a higher dungeon clearance rating," Chen replied calmly. "Whoever scores higher wins." Li Wenhui laughed as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke. "Are you serious? You'll lose miserably." One of Li Wenhui's lackeys leaned in and whispered, "Young Master Li, if Chen is this confident, he might have something up his sleeve. Maybe don't take the bet." "Afraid of him? Me?" Li Wenhui's eyes narrowed in disdain. "He's just a nobody from the ordinary class. He got lucky soloing one dungeon and now thinks he's a big shot? Ridiculous." Chen grew impatient. "Stop wasting time. If you're too scared to bet, just admit it." Li Wenhui bristled at the provocation. "Scared? Me? Laughable. I just don't think you can afford the stakes." Chen smirked, his voice steady. 50 grand. Is that enough for you?" "What? 50,000? Li Wenhui's brows furrowed in suspicion. "You're just a student from the ordinary class. Where would you even get that kind of money?" He was caught off guard. Though his rare-grade knight's armor was worth over $1 million, that was thanks to his family's resources. His personal savings of a few $100,000 were earmarked for upgrading equipment and purchasing skill books. But then he thought about his advantages: a rare-class retribution knight and a top-tier armor set. How could he possibly lose? With renewed confidence, Li Wenhui scoffed. Fine, we'll take the bet. But we're doing this through the official trading platform. Without hesitation, Gu Chen pulled out his phone, logged into the platform, and created a wager. He transferred 50,000 into the pool, set the terms and criteria for the bet, and sent it to Li Wenhui. Li Wenhui double-checked the details, nodded in satisfaction, and transferred his 50,000 as well. The wager was officially locked in. Gu Chen, there's no backing out now, Li Wenhui said with a cocky grin. Easy money from a nobody. What a pleasant surprise. The crowd erupted in disbelief. No way. They're actually betting. A summoner going up against a retribution knight? How is he even thinking about this? Honestly, Gu Chen's gonna lose for sure. Don't forget, Li Wenhui's team is made up of top students from various schools. Who's on Gu Chen's team? Apparently actors. Actors? Seriously? The crowd was overwhelmingly skeptical, but Gu Chen's expression didn't waver. Instead, his smile mirrored Li Wenhui's. 50 grand from a single bet? What a delightful surprise. Just then, 3 figures appeared at the edge of the dungeon plaza. It was Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi. Lin Qingqing, with her imposing presence, carved a path through the crowd, with Su Ran and Wu Zi following closely behind. The moment she spotted Gu Chen standing near Li Wenhui, Lin Qingqing's face darkened. This isn't good. Why is Gu Chen with Li Wenhui? Are they teaming up? Su Ran's expression grew anxious. They had painstakingly scraped together 20 grand and entrusted it to Gu Chen. If he joined Li Wenhui's team, what would happen to their money? Wu Zi frowned as well. While the 10 grand head invested was significant, what he truly cared about was entering the hell-level dungeon with Gu Chen. Missing out on this opportunity would be far more devastating. Let's hurry over, Wu Zi urged, his tone serious. The 3 quickened their pace, pushing through the crowd. At the square, near the dungeon entrance, Li Wenhui's face was lit with a smug smile, his eyes gleaming with disdain. He looked down at Gu Chen with an air of superiority, his tone dripping with arrogance. Gu Chen, from the start, I knew you were a summoner, and I couldn't care less about you. After all, for a commoner to choose summoning is a dead end. But you proved yourself with your skills, so I decided to take you into a hell-level dungeon. Consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons. Li Wenhui continued, his words brimming with condescension. After all, having a hell-level dungeon record under your belt might help you out. Even if you fail to get into a top academy, you could always become a sparring partner. That's still better than working in a factory, isn't it? I'm doing you a favor here, but you're too ungrateful to see it. At that moment, Lin Qingqing and her 2 companions squeezed through the crowd to get closer. They had just overheard Li Wenhui's words, and the solemn expressions on their faces instantly disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable laughter. Phew, what a relief. Lin Yuan burst out laughing. Seriously? Li Wenhui wants to take Gu Chen into a dungeon? To broaden his horizons? Who's really ungrateful here? The 3 of them exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts finally at ease. Their futures were now firmly tied to Gu Chen's success. As long as Gu Chen was around, their prospects were bright. Standing beside Gu Chen, Lin Yuan couldn't hold back his laughter as he listened to Li Wenhui's patronizing remarks. Ha ha ha. Hey Gu, did you hear that? Li Wenhui says he's doing this for your own good. If you can't get into a top academy, you can always become a sparring partner. Li Wenhui's face darkened instantly. Did I give you permission to laugh? Unbothered, Lin Yuan laughed even harder. You didn't, but I just can't help it. Ha ha ha. With Gu Chen by his side, he didn't take Li Wenhui, the so-called genius of the elite class, seriously at all. Hands on his hips, Lin Yuan declared confidently, you arrogant fool. Who can touch us? As long as Gu Chen is here, everyone in this square is just trash in my eyes. Li Wenhui shot them a venomous glare before storming off, leaving behind a parting threat. Laugh all you want. Once I clear the hell-level dungeon, you'll be the ones crying. He needed to find one more suitable player for his team quickly to fill the last spot. Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing and the others approached Gu Chen. Lin Qingqing stepped forward and said, Master Gu, Su Ran and I have transferred the 200,000 to you. Together, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi had contributed a total of 300,000. Earlier that day, Gu Chen had listed the Hurricane Warhammer and the teleportation scroll on the trading platform, selling both for 200,000. Combined with the previous amount, it totaled exactly 500,000. The wager for the duel. Gu Chen led his team of 4 to the dungeon entrance and selected the Temple Ruins Hell difficulty on the interface. The system immediately issued a warning. Warning, you have selected Hell difficulty. Challengers will enter the temple's history. The difficulty is extreme, and the mortality rate is high. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Chen chose yes. The system issued another prompt. Your team's average level is too low. It is recommended to reorganize your team. Chen again chose no. Entering Hell-level dungeon. Temple ruins. Please wait. A swirl of dark red light erupted from the spatial vortex at the dungeon entrance. Moments later, Chen and his team vanished into thin air, leaving the crowd stunned in silence before erupting into a frenzy. No way. Chen actually entered a hell-level dungeon. Is he insane? This is suicide. He just cleared hard mode and now he's jumping straight into hell mode? That's a massive leap. Chen's lost his mind. Who gave him the courage to solo a hell-level dungeon? He's doomed. Not even a miracle can save him this time. If he comes out alive, I'll stream myself doing a handstand while, didn't you say the same thing last time? Elsewhere, Li Wenhui also heard the news of Chen entering the hell-level dungeon. Instead of being worried, he sneered coldly. A commoner summoner taking 4 amateurs into a hell-level dungeon? What a joke. Just then, one of his teammates rushed over to report. Wenhui, we found someone. He's a thunder mage, just like you were rare class. He's on his way now. Li Wenhui nodded approvingly. Good. Give him 3 minutes to prepare. After that, we're heading into the hell-level dungeon together. A smirk played on his lips as he thought. With 2 rare class players in my team and Chen stuck with 4 amateurs, how can he possibly compete? There's no comparison. He's as good as dead. Meanwhile, Chen and his team had already entered the temple ruins in hell mode. Huh, is it foggy here? Gray fog, Lin Yuan remarked, only to feel a wave of dizziness and weakness wash over him. Lin Qingqing immediately grew alert. This gray fog carries a curse. We're hit with a weakened state the moment we step in. So this is hell mode? Standing at the entrance of the temple ruins, the air was thick with gray fog. Lin Yuan and the others looked pale, their limbs heavy as if weighed down by lead. Lin Qingqing scanned the surroundings and analyzed. Hell-level dungeons replicate historical records. In other words, the environment we're in now is the real temple ruins. The hard mode version we cleared earlier was just a watered-down version. This gray fog resembles the skills of that black-robed deacon in the main hall. It must be connected to the abyssal creatures. The temple is likely under an abyssal invasion. Wu Ziyi chimed in, adding, it's not just likely the temple has already been invaded by the abyssal creatures. According to historical texts and dungeon guides, everyone in the temple has been corrupted by the abyss. The black-robed deacon we fought in hard mode was one of them. He elaborated further, even though this is hell mode, we'll still need to replay the previous storyline. After entering the main hall, we'll have to defeat the black-robed deacon and locate a sealed heart. Then we'll move on to the sanctuary, where we'll face the red-robed priest, the final boss of nightmare mode. Defeating the priest and finding the sealed blood will complete the nightmare phase. After that, we'll head to the altar. But what happens there, and who the final boss is remains a mystery. Rubbing his temples, Lin Yuan groaned. As expected of our class monitor, even as an actor, you've done your homework. Sounds like a tough challenge, especially with no guide for the final stage. Wu Zi nodded. No rookies ever attempt hell-level dungeons, and those who do never make it out. Su Ran looked uneasy and turned to Chen. Master Gu, do you think we can do this? Chen remained calm. We'll find out once we start. With that, he activated his summoning skill, and in a flash, a tall figure dressed in a dark red suit materialized. The moment the vampire lord appeared, an overwhelming pressure filled the air. The sinister aura radiating from him sent chills down everyone's spines, making their hair stand on end. Vampire lord? Old Gu, your summoned beast has evolved. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the figure in the dark red gown before him. His exclamation drew everyone's attention, and Lin Qingqing and the others turned to scrutinize Chen's summoned beast with disbelief. Upon closer inspection, it was clear this was no longer the familiar Dracula. The new vampire lord stood taller and more imposing, exuding an aura of chilling menace. A mere glance into its eyes sent waves of fear crashing down, leaving an oppressive weight that felt suffocating. Wu Zi narrowed his eyes and immediately tried to inspect the vampire lord's stats, but all he could see was a series of question marks. Chen had already set his summoned beast's information to private, leaving only its name, level, and health bar visible. No specific HP values could be discerned. Ignoring the probing gazes of the others, Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply commanded the vampire lord to advance toward the temple gates. At the same time, the first wave of fallen guards emerged slowly from behind the doors. The legendary vampire lord showcased its superior vampiric instincts. Almost as soon as it took its first step, it locked onto a shadowy figure deep within the gray mist. With a swift motion, it raised its hand and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air. Fallen guard LV.5 killed. Experience 113. The fallen guard in the mist barely had time to show itself before a single shot to the head brought it crashing to the ground. Lin Yuan was so stunned that his jaw nearly hit the floor. A level 5 guard, taken out in an instant? Before Lin Yuan could recover from his shock, a towering figure clad in black heavy armor and wielding a massive golden greatsword stepped forward. The guard stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, and the golden blade in its hand radiated a sharp, commanding aura. Surrounding it was a group of level 5 guards. A system prompt popped up. Species: Fallen Guard Elite. Level: LV.6. HP: 11,500. Attributes: Strength 80, Agility 73, Constitution 92, Spirit 75. Skills: I Grey Mist Curse. 2. Iron Guardian. 3. Oathbound Sword. 4. Ultimate Judgment. An elite guard? Lin Qingqing's face was filled with shock. Over 10,000 HFAO, is this just a guard? Su Ran covered her mouth in astonishment, utterly speechless. Wu Ziyi chimed in with an explanation. Hell-level dungeons replicate historical scenarios with high fidelity. So, this elite guard with over 10,000 HP is just a gatekeeper. At this, everyone's eyelids twitched. If even the gatekeeper was this formidable, what kind of challenges awaited them deeper inside? The elite guard let out a thunderous roar, brandishing its golden greatsword as it charged toward the vampire lord like a moving mountain. The vampire lord's eyes narrowed, its gaze filled with icy killing intent as it raised its hand and fired another shot. Bang! The silvery bullet struck the guard's black armor, which absorbed most of the impact. The guard only lost 300 HP, a mere 2% of its total health. A system prompt appeared. Iron Guardian. The heavy armor of the Fallen Guard Elite reduces incoming damage by 90. Total damage absorbed cannot exceed 50 of its maximum HP. This skill was undeniably powerful, but unfortunately for the elite guard, it was up against the vampire lord. With a maximum HP of 11,500, the guard's armor could absorb up to 5,750 damage, making it an almost unbreakable tank to ordinary challengers. Most would have to rely on dodging and waiting for the skill's cooldown to exploit any openings. But for the vampire lord, 2 precise shots were all it needed to shatter the armor. Without hesitation, the vampire lord fired again. Bang! The second bullet hit its mark, and the heavy armor cracked and shattered instantly. Stripped of its protective armor, the elite guard roared in fury, raising its golden greatsword high as golden light erupted from the blade. The ultimate judgment skill was unleashed. With a deafening crash, the golden blade descended from the heavens, aiming to cleave the vampire lord in two. However, the legendary summoned beast's heightened senses had already detected the impending strike. At the very last moment, the vampire lord darted 10 meters away like a phantom, evading the lethal blow with ease. Boom! The massive golden blade struck the ground with explosive force, sending debris flying everywhere. Simultaneously, the vampire lord launched its counterattack. Bang! With its armor gone, the next shot from the vampire lord dealt over 3,000 damage to the elite guard. Another bullet followed immediately, striking the guard squarely in the forehead. Bang! The high damage triggered a stun effect, leaving the elite guard incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, the vampire lord unleashed a relentless barrage, its fingers pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bullets rained down like a storm, riddling the elite guard with holes. Even non-critical hits inflicted significant damage due to the vampire lord's overwhelming strength. Bang! 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 The steady gunfire echoed as the elite guard's health plummeted. Within moments, the towering figure collapsed like a felled mountain, its HP completely depleted. With the greatest threat neutralized, the vampire lord blurred into motion, diving straight into the group of level 5 guards. Wielding a pair of black and white heavy pistols, it fired wildly. The rapid gunshots filled the air, and soon, the ground was littered with the bodies of the guards. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of enemies was completely annihilated. The system prompts followed one after another. Fallen Guard Elite LV.6 killed. Experience 468. Loot obtained. Steel Heavy Armor 1. Loot obtained. Healing Potion 3. Fallen Guard LV.5 killed. Experience 111. Fallen Guard LV.5 killed. Experience 118. Fallen Guard LV.5 killed. Experience 115. Fallen Guard LV.5 killed. Experience 109. A blue glow appeared on the elite guard's corpse, catching Gu Chen's attention. His eyes lit up. Not bad, getting a drop from the first wave of enemies. He picked up the steel heavy armor and examined it closely. Steel heavy armor. Quality: excellent. Level requirement: 6. Attributes: Constitution 30, Strength 5. Effect: reduces incoming damage by 15. A level 6 piece of gear, excellent quality, with 30 Constitution, 5 Strength, and 15 damage reduction. Not bad at all, Gu Chan thought to himself. Heavy armor is usually for warriors or knights. Once we clear the dungeon, I can list it on the trading platform. It should fetch a decent price. The money earned by professionals is truly enviable. This thought once again surfaced in Gu Chen's mind as his gaze swept over the spoils in his hands. From a young age, a life of hardship had followed him like a shadow. Even after being adopted by the Gu family, he could not escape the disdainful looks. In the month he had spent in Gu Bay City, though living in the Gu family estate, wealth and luxury remained out of reach. The only solace was not having to worry about his daily meals. Thinking of the Gu family, a trace of coldness flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. Just yesterday, Gu Qingfeng had publicly declared in front of Qin Yun and the household servants that Gu Chun had failed to transition into a profession, deeming him worthless and a disgrace. Yet today, he had become a summoner with a divine-level talent, his future boundless. Northern Warlord, Holy Sword Berserker, the Empire's strongest. What were they compared to divine-level talent? Gu Chen silently vowed that one day, he would become someone Gu Qingfeng could only look up to in awe, and that day would not be far off. Stowing the steel armor into his personal storage space, Gu Chun shifted his attention to another spoil, the healing potion. This high-quality potion could resist the gray mist curse for 10 minutes, making it an invaluable treasure for other professionals. For Gu Chun, however, its utility was limited. His Bloodlord's attributes had already surpassed 100 in all 4 categories, rendering him nearly immune to the gray mist curse. As for Gu Chun himself, his attributes far outstripped those of his peers, and since he didn't directly engage in combat, such protection was unnecessary. Nevertheless, Gu Chun was well aware of the potion's value. In a battle against a boss, a single potion could allow the user to ignore the gray mist curse for 10 minutes, dispel weakened states, and function like a portable purification spell. Listing it on the trading platform would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Without hesitation, he stored all 3 healing potions into his personal space. By this time, the Bloodlord had cleared all the guards at the temple entrance. Gu Chun sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, followed by the system notification. Level up. Level. LV.73222680. Strength. 187 Agility. 186 Constitution. 188 Spirit. 189. Summon Beasts. Bloodlord LV.7 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.7 Epic. Talent. You can now acquire a Dark Bloodline. Seeing his rapidly rising level, Gu Chen couldn't help but wonder how many people would be envious if news of his leveling speed spread. Thanks to the attribute feedback from his summons, his overall attributes were nearing 200 points, more than double those of other professionals at his level. This meant that even without relying on his summoned beasts, he could dominate opponents of the same level in the arena. Wasting no time, Gu Chen activated his talent to acquire a Dark Bloodline. As a dark crimson light flared before him, he silently hoped to obtain a royal bloodline. With that, both his summoned beasts could ascend to the legendary tier, ensuring success in this hell-level dungeon. However, the system notification dashed his hopes. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. Gu Chen sighed softly. It seemed royal bloodlines were not so easily obtained. After all, bloodlines capable of advancing an epic tier summon to the legendary tier numbered no more than a dozen across the entire Shunxia Empire. Their rarity was self-evident, especially considering how uncommon summoner professionals were to begin with. Examining the bloodline's attributes closely, Gu Chun quickly made a decision. For the Bloodlord, attribute enhancements held little significance, but awakening a bloodline could grant the Nightmare Sovereign new talents or skills. Without hesitation, he fused the Descendant bloodline into the Nightmare Sovereign. The system promptly confirmed the success of the fusion. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level. LV.7. Health. 7,950. Attributes. Strength 99. Agility 106. Constitution 105. Spirit 110. New talent. Dream Come True Epic. Dream Come True. The Nightmare Sovereign's skill cooldowns are reduced by 50, while skill costs, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 80. Gu Chun was thrilled. This talent was truly a dream come true. Have cooldowns, along with significantly reduced costs and negative effects, were benefits so extraordinary that even legendary tier summoned beasts rarely possessed such capabilities. This was largely due to the Nightmare Sovereign being an energy-based entity. Other summons might not have reaped such advantages. With growing anticipation for the challenges ahead, Gu Chun followed the Bloodlord into the temple. As they stepped into the temple square, a denser wave of gray mist surged toward them. The group's expressions changed dramatically as the effects of the gray mist curse intensified, flooding them with a debilitating sense of weakness. Even Gu Chun, whose attributes far exceeded 100 and whose resistance surpassed that of his peers, felt his overall attributes drop by 25 under the curse. As for Lin Yuan and the others, their faces turned deathly pale, their breaths shallow, as if they were clinging to life by a thread. At that moment, Su Ran, who was walking beside Lin Qingqing, suddenly showed signs of distress. Unable to endure the gray mist curse any longer, her eyes rolled back, and her slender figure collapsed backward. Saran! Lin Qingqing exclaimed, rushing forward to catch the collapsing Saran. Her hand brushed against Saran's icy skin, and her heart tightened with worry. Gu Chen approached swiftly, his sharp eyes scanning Saran's condition in an instant, his brows furrowing slightly. Too weak, Gu Chen muttered under his breath, a trace of surprise in his tone. He had always known that assassins had weaker constitutions, but he hadn't expected Saran to be this fragile. The sudden intensification of the gray mist curse had rendered her unconscious almost instantly. At that moment, the terrifying difficulty of the hell-level dungeon became painfully clear to everyone. The omnipresent gray mist curse was like an invisible assassin, silently eroding the strength of every challenger. Gu Chen thought to himself, no wonder no newcomers had managed to clear the hell-level beginner dungeon in all these years. This was far beyond what an ordinary novice adventurer could endure. Lin Qingqing stared at the unconscious Saran, anxiety gripping her heart. She knew that in other teams, someone in Saran's condition would simply be teleported out of the dungeon. But for them, that would be a disaster. They had borrowed 100,000 yuan just to enter this dungeon, a staggering amount for recently graduated students from humble backgrounds. Gu Chen, please, Lin Qingqing pleaded, her voice trembling and her eyes filled with desperation. I can carry Saran on my back. Can we let her stay with us? Gu Chen let out a sigh. What a hassle, he muttered. Lin Qingqing's face turned pale at his reaction. But in the next moment, Gu Chen suddenly raised his hand, and a shadowy figure, like a wraith cloaked in black mist, materialized out of thin air. The Nightmare Sovereign. The Nightmare Sovereign reached out and grasped Saran's wrist. The surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror. Before Lin Qingqing's astonished eyes, Saran's figure was pulled into the other side of a spatial rift. The dream. Lin Qingqing gasped in realization. The Nightmare Sovereign can freely traverse dreamscapes. By pulling Saran into a dream, she would no longer be affected by the gray mist curse. Lin Qingqing turned to look at Gu Chen, her eyes brimming with gratitude. This master always found unexpected solutions at the most critical moments. The dream realm is a unique space completely isolated from the real world. When Su Ran stepped into this strange domain, the weakness in her body instantly vanished. She looked around, her eyes filled with confusion. Where am I? Though she could clearly see the replica surroundings, the people in the real world could not perceive her presence. Lin Qingqing's voice suddenly echoed, laced with the same confusion. Su Ran? Where are you? Hearing the familiar call, Su Ran instinctively moved toward the sound. Yet, something eerie occurred every few steps she took. She found herself back where she started. Panic began to creep into her heart. She quickly activated her assassin's go step, speeding toward Lin Qingqing. However, the harder she tried, the farther the distance between them seemed to grow. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, through his connection with the Nightmare Sovereign, sensed the anomalies within the dream realm. He made a decisive call. Forget it. You all should go in as well. In the dream realm, the gray mist curse won't affect you. Once the mist clears, I'll bring you out. As soon as he finished speaking, a rift suddenly tore through the void before them. Jagged cracks, as dark as night, spread like a spiderweb, almost touching Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Wu Zi. From within the fissure, a grotesque hand formed of black mist emerged, splitting into 3 tendrils that instantly dragged the trio into the dream realm. The dream world was indistinguishable from the replica's setting, except for one crucial difference: they could not interact with Gu Chen, as if existing in entirely separate dimensions. The moment Lin Qingqing entered, she spotted Su Ran. Her face lit up with a mix of joy and curiosity. The weakened state. It's really gone? Lin Yuan stared in disbelief at the ghostly figure before him. Gu Chen said, this is the dream realm? How did we even get here? Wu Zi, ever observant, remarked. The Nightmare Sovereign's undoubtedly a summoned creature. I didn't expect Gu Chen to form a contract with a second summoner beast so quickly, and one that's a rare spatial energy entity at that. He instinctively tried to check its attributes, only to be met with a screen full of question marks. So, the dream realm is the Nightmare Sovereign's ability? We're inside its skill? What kind of ability can last this long? Wu Zi muttered to himself, lost in thought. Though the Nightmare Sovereign could traverse freely between the dream and reality, maintaining the dream realm for extended periods drained its energy significantly. Before its bloodline awakening, such a feat was impossible. However, its awakened talent, Dreams Come True, reduced its energy consumption by 80, dramatically increasing the duration of the ability. After settling Lin Yuan and the others, the Vampire Lord continued to lead the way, with Gu Chen and the Nightmare Sovereign following closely behind. As they ventured deeper, the effects of the gray mist curse grew increasingly severe. By the time they reached the plaza, Gu Chen felt his overall attributes had dropped by 30. His 4-dimensional stats, initially close to 100 points, had fallen to the mid-70s, and his movements noticeably slowed. The Vampire Lord was also affected, with its combat effectiveness significantly reduced. Where it once eliminated level 5 guards with a single strike, it now required 2. As Chen stepped into the plaza, hordes of fallen guards began swarming from all directions. Every few steps, a new wave appeared. Among them, an elite guard would emerge after several waves, with varying levels. They had already encountered level 7 and level 8 elites, but now, a level 9 elite guard was advancing toward Chen. This level 9 elite guard resembled a small giant, clad in pitch-black heavy armor that exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Its health points soared to 16,000, and all 4 of its attributes exceeded 100 points. Without a doubt, it was the strongest foe Chen had faced since entering the replica. As the level 9 elite guard approached, the surrounding gray mist thickened, obscuring even the guard's facial features. It wielded a massive blood-red battle axe, the weapon's handle connected to an inky black chain that coiled around its muscular arm. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the dense mist. Without warning, the blood-red axe was hurled through the air. Its blade tore through the atmosphere like a crimson lightning bolt, hurtling straight toward the Vampire Lord. The gray mist curse released by the level 9 elite guard had already reduced the Vampire Lord's overall attributes by 40. Its speed plummeted drastically, and before it could evade, the axe's razor-sharp blade struck. Slash. A gruesome wound appeared on the Vampire Lord's torso, blood gushing from the gash that nearly cleaved it in two. The elite guard's attack descended like thunder, the crimson battle axe slicing through the air and landing heavily on the Vampire Overlord. Despite the guard's strength being more focused on physical endurance than raw offensive power, a single strike still managed to shave off nearly half of the Overlord's health. The Vampire Overlord let out a roar of pain. Its menacing face twisted in shock. After reaching level 7 and boasting over 10,000 health points, it had just lost more than 4,000 in a single blow. Such was the terrifying might of a level 9 elite guard. Inside the Dream Realm, Wu Zi, Lin Qingqing, and their 2 companions gasped audibly at the scene. The power of this hell-level dungeon far exceeded their expectations. This was the first time their summoned creature had suffered such devastating damage. Lin Yuan instinctively glanced at the ghostly shadow nearby, wondering if it was time to call upon the Nightmare Sovereign to join the fray. However, Chen, standing calmly in the plaza, showed no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated everything. The Vampire Overlord grunted and, without hesitation, yanked the massive axe from its flesh. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. The blood flowing from the wound abruptly stopped, and the gruesome gash began to heal at a visible pace. In mere moments, the horrifying injury was completely gone, as though it had never existed. If not for the dark red stains left on its formal attire, one would find it hard to believe it had nearly been cleaved in two just moments before. This was no skill, it was the innate ability of the vampire race. As long as the wound wasn't fatal, they could regenerate rapidly. While the gash had healed, the Vampire Overlord's health still lingered around the halfway mark. Yet, thanks to its vampiric traits, its health was steadily climbing. Seeing this, Chen decided not to waste any more time. He retrieved a vial of healing potion from his personal inventory and handed it to the Vampire Overlord. The description read, "Upon absorption, grants resistance to the gray mist curse for 10 minutes. The Vampire Overlord didn't hesitate and swallowed the potion along with the glass vial. Instantly, a layer of white energy radiated from its body, dispelling its previous state of weakness. With a thunderous roar, its aura surged, completely reversing its earlier decline. Under the effect of the healing potion, the Vampire Overlord's stats and health skyrocketed, returning to peak condition in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! 2 bright silver bullets tore through the gray mist, striking the elite guard's head almost simultaneously. The guard staggered backward, losing over 7,000 health points in an instant, his health bar plummeting to nearly half. Bang! Bang! 2 more lethal shots followed. This skill, now enhanced after reaching legendary level, had evolved from firing a single skill-infused bullet to unleashing an entire clip of 6. Each bullet dealt over 3,000 damage, and after 5 shots, the elite guard was left with only a sliver of health. On the brink of death, the pitch-black heavy armor on the guard suddenly emitted a dark glow. The Iron Guardian skill activated, granting him immense damage reduction. Immediately after, the Whirling Bloodblade skill was triggered. The guard dragged a heavy chain, swinging a massive axe in preparation for a devastating final strike. But at his peak, the Vampire Duke was not one to sit idly by. Bang! 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 The Black Pistol fired 3 rapid normal attacks, instantly breaking through Iron Guardian's damage reduction. In a flash, the Vampire Duke vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind the guard. Just as the blood-red axe began its deadly arc, a bright silver bullet struck the back of the guard's head with pinpoint precision. Bang! Killed fallen guard elite LV.9, XP 795. Loot dropped. Death Whisper Orb 1. Death Whisper Orb attributes. Rarity. Rare. Effect. Grants 1 stack of Whisper of the Fallen for each kill or assist, with each stack providing a 5 boost to all attributes. Note: the effect must be manually activated, which resets the stacks. The all attribute boost lasts for 1 minute. Note: stacks reset upon the wearer's death. After careful consideration, Chen decided to equip the Death Whisper Orb on the Nightmare Sovereign. The reasoning was twofold. First, the Nightmare Sovereign could freely traverse between dreams and reality, making it more survivable and better at accumulating high stacks. Second, its deep dream abilities inflicted sustained area damage, maximizing the orb's effect within the 1-minute duration. With the orb equipped, the Vampire Duke pressed onward. After clearing a courtyard and dispatching another wave of guards, Chen arrived at the entrance to the main hall. He pushed open the heavy double doors to reveal a towering figure cloaked in black, standing beside a collapsed, massive statue at the center of the hall. Race: black-robed Deacon Elite. Level: LV.13. Health: 35,000. Attributes: Strength 125, Agility 127, Constitution 132, Spirit 135. Skills: I. Grey Mist Curse. 2. Darkest Assault. 3. Damage Transfer. The Black-Robe Deacon's skills remained unchanged, but his level had risen to 13, with an average attribute score of 130 and a health pool swollen to 35,000. His massive frame exuded an even more oppressive aura, and the Grey Mist Curse in the hall grew increasingly potent. Chen could feel his overall attributes suppressed by 40. Fighting in this state would have his combat effectiveness. Fortunately, the Vampire Duke had already consumed a healing potion, granting immunity to the Grey Mist Curse for 10 minutes. Without this protection, the odds of winning against such a foe would have been slim. In an instant, the vast corners of the main hall began to fill with newly spawned fallen guards. In the blink of an eye, over 50 armored figures surrounded Chen. In the dream realm, Lin Yuan and the others watched the endless wave of guards pouring in, their scalps tingling with dread. This many? The main hall wasn't like this last time. Lin Qingqing frowned. Too many to count. This is insane. Su Ran exclaimed in shock. This is serious trouble, Wu Zi said grimly. What now? There's no way we can handle this, even with the Nightmare Sovereign, Lin Yuan said, nearly panicking. In the previous difficulty level, the Black Robe Deacon was accompanied by just over 20 guards, with a max level of 5. Now, the number of guards had doubled, with their levels starting at 5, and including elites at level 7 and 8. To make matters worse, the Black Robe Deacon's damage transfer skill turned these 50-plus fallen guards into not just attackers, but also mobile health reserves. Level 5 guards had 2,900 health, while level 6 guards had 3,500, making them formidable obstacles. Lin Yuan's heart sank as he furrowed his brow and calculated, level 7 guards have 4,200 HP, level 8 guards have 5,000 HP, let's assume an average of 4,000 HP per guard. That's a total of 200,000 HP for all these guards. And on top of that, the Black Robe Deacon himself has 35,000 HP. This is basically a walking health reservoir. He asked worriedly, with over 200,000 HP, can our weapons handle this? They won't end up backfiring on us, will they? Just then, a familiar voice rang in Lin Yuan's ear. He turned to see Chen, who had somehow appeared in the dream as well. That won't happen, Chen said calmly. Surprised, Lin Yuan asked, Old Gu, how did you get in here? Chen explained, the upcoming battle is going to be chaotic. I'm here to avoid any accidental friendly fire. The upcoming battle is going to be chaotic? Upon hearing this, all 4 of them turned to look at the battlefield. They saw the Vampire Lord extend his 5 fingers as 5 crimson rays of blood light shot out from his palm and instantly entered the corpses of the guards outside the main hall. In the next moment, the guards' lifeless bodies opened their eyes, now glowing with an ominous red light, and slowly rose from the ground. A system notification sounded. Vampire Legacy. The Vampire Lord can sacrifice his own HP to transform deceased units into vampire progeny. The Vampire Lord sacrificed 5,000 HP to resurrect 5 corpses as vampire guards, instantly dropping his health bar to below half. Among these newly created vampire guards, 3 were level 7, and 2 were level 8, matching their levels in life. The vampire guards moved to stand behind the Vampire Lord, their scarlet eyes glaring menacingly at the surrounding fallen guards, exuding a bloodthirsty and ferocious aura. Attack, the Vampire Lord ordered softly. The vampire guards immediately picked up their long swords or heavy axes and charged ferociously into the group of fallen guards ahead. Though their formidable physiques and regenerative abilities should have given them the upper hand, the Grey Mist Curse forced them to target the lowest level guards first, those at level 5. Meanwhile, the Vampire Lord wasn't idle either. His gaze locked onto an approaching level 8 fallen guard attempting to attack one of the vampire guards. Bang! 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 A rapid series of silver bullets tore through the air, striking the level 8 guard in an instant. Defeated fallen guard LV.8, EXP 616. The battle grew increasingly intense as the 5 vampire guards fought fiercely, taking on multiple opponents at once. Before long, one fallen guard after another fell to the ground. Defeated fallen guard LV.5, EXP 113. Defeated fallen guard LV.5, EXP 113. Defeated fallen guard LV.6, EXP 234. Defeated fallen guard LV.6, EXP 234. The fight raged on, with experience points stacking up rapidly. It seemed as though the vampire lord's strength was steadily growing with every kill. What? I leveled up? Lin Yuan suddenly woke up from the spectator mode of his dream realm, his face lighting up with joy. Looking around, he realized it wasn't just him. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi had all reached level 5 as well. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was on the verge of breaking through to level 8. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran could barely contain their excitement. They had only made it halfway through the dungeon, yet they had effortlessly reached level 5, a feat that would have been unimaginable in the past. Suddenly, Lin Qingqing remembered Gu Chen's wager and couldn't help but worry about Li Wenwei's situation. Lin Yuan spoke up. Li Wenwei only cleared the hard-level dungeon this morning. He's still at level 4, even with a rare tier knight set. Does he really think he can handle a hell-level dungeon with that setup? I doubt it. Wu Zi had a different opinion. Don't underestimate Li Wenwei. Not only does he have a rare tier set, but he's also an A-grade talent holder. Plus, his team's class composition is far better than ours. He has an A-grade talent? Why didn't I know about that? Lin Yuan asked, surprised. Wu Zi tilted his head slightly, explaining, that's normal. For commoners, many information channels are closed off. Then how do you know? Aren't you a commoner too? Lin Yuan pressed on. Wu Zi sneered. Me? Even among commoners, there are differences. As they chatted, Gu Chen quickly used a health restoration potion, fully replenishing the Bloodlord's HP. He then activated Bloodline Legacy once more, transforming 5 corpses into Bloodline minions. 1 level 6 Guardian, 2 level 7 Guardians, and 2 level 8 Guardians. Gu Chen intentionally avoided transforming too many minions at once because the Bloodlord still had to face the level 13 Black Robe Deacon. Keeping its HP above 50 was critical for handling any unexpected situations. These newly transformed Bloodline Guardians retained the baseline attributes of the Fallen Guardians while gaining vampiric instincts, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. With enhanced senses, speed, and remarkable regenerative abilities, each Bloodline Guardian could hold its own against 1 or even 2 Fallen Guardians, despite the oppressive effects of the Grey Mist Curse. As the battle progressed, the number of Bloodline Guardians steadily increased, while the Fallen Guardians fell into a disadvantage. Eventually, only a dozen remained, struggling to hold their ground. Simultaneously, the Bloodlord's attacks grew fiercer, and within just a few exchanges, the Black Robe Deacon's HP dropped below 50. In the main hall, only 6 Fallen Guardians were left standing. With 25 Bloodline Guardians against 6 Fallen Guardians, the tide had clearly turned. Swords and axes clashed relentlessly as the Fallen Guardian's health steadily declined. Before long, one of them collapsed. A system notification popped up. Fallen Guardian LV.9 defeated. EXP 521. Level up. Level. LV.8, 134850. Strength, 197. Agility, 196. Constitution, 198. Spirit, 199. Summons, Bloodlord LV.8 Legend, Nightmare Sovereign LV.8 Epic. Talent unlocked. Dark Bloodline available. Nice. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon leveling up, the Bloodlord's HP was instantly restored to full. He activated Bloodline Legacy again, sacrificing some of the Bloodlord's HP to resurrect 5 more Guardian corpses. They rose to their feet, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty crimson light. The odds were now 35-5 as the number of Bloodline Guardians surged. Gu Chen then activated his talent to acquire the Dark Bloodline. Another system notification appeared. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Progenitor, Dark Bloodline. Progenitor grants 1-star upgrade to a Progenitor tier Dark Creature, or a Bloodline Awakening star upgrade to a Royal Blood Dark Creature. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to infuse this Dark Bloodline into the Nightmare Sovereign. Summon upgrade successful. Nightmare Sovereign. Epic Nightmare Sovereign. Epic. Level. LV.8. HP. 11,150. Attributes. Strength 119. Agility 126. Constitution 125. Spirit 130. Talents. Unnameable. Dream come true. Skills. I Oblivion/Epic. 2. Nightmare Binding Epic. 3. Deep Dreamscape Epic. Nightmare Binding has been enhanced. Nightmare Binding. Summons 1 nightmare minion per 10 spirit points. Minions immobilize targets briefly. Targets bound by multiple minions take multiplied damage. The skill enhancement added a control effect, allowing the nightmare minions to temporarily immobilize targets. Additionally, the damage multiplier increased with the number of minions. 2 minions dealt double damage, 5 dealt 5 times the damage, and so on. However, this multiplier only applied to attacks from the Nightmare Sovereign. That's pretty powerful. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Previously, the skill merely allowed the minions to attach to targets. With the new immobilization effect, it was a game-changer. With a thought, Gu Chen commanded the Nightmare Sovereign. Black mist swirled around it as 3 shadowy figures shot out like lightning, binding themselves to the remaining 3 fallen guardians. The control effect activated instantly, binding the 3 abyssal guards as if by invisible chains, leaving them immobilized. Terror flashed across their faces, but they were powerless to escape the blades of the vampire guards nearby. The glint of steel cut through the air, followed by a spray of blood, and the 3 lifeless bodies collapsed heavily to the ground. Moments later, 3 shadowy figures drifted out from the corpses, like loyal servants returning to the Nightmare Sovereign's side. System notifications appeared in quick succession. Defeated Abyssal Guard LV.8, EXP 235. Defeated Abyssal Guard LV.9, EXP 518. Defeated Abyssal Guard LV.8, EXP 230. Kill assist trigger activated. You have accumulated 3 stacks of Whisper of the Fallen. Lin Yuan felt a surge of delight. This was exactly the outcome he had anticipated. Summoning the nightmare minions required minimal resources, yet it not only allowed him to open the dreamscape, but also helped build stacks for the Whisper Orba win-win strategy. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of shock washed over him. The main hall was littered with dozens of guard corpses, their blood pooling into rivers across the marble floor. These guards, with a combined health pool equivalent to 200,000, had been so effortlessly taken down. Lin Yuan couldn't help but muse silently. If these guards were so weak, defeating the black-robed deacon should be a piece of cake. But he quickly realized his optimism might be misplaced. After all, the deacon was a level 13 elite monster, with an average stat of 130 and a staggering health pool of 35,000. If it were up to him, even wielding a greatsword all day, victory would remain far out of reach. By now, all the abyssal guards had been eliminated, leaving the black-robed deacon without any means to redirect damage. On the other side of the hall, the vampire lord was visibly struggling. The effects of its healing potion had long since worn off, and it was locked in a stalemate with the deacon, weakened and vulnerable. Suddenly, the vampire lord shifted tactics, pulling back swiftly. Meanwhile, the vampire guards, as if driven into a frenzy, surged forward to confront the black-robed deacon. The first to reach the deacon was a level 9 vampire guard, who wasted no time and detonated himself without hesitation. A deafening boom echoed through the hall, instantly shaving 2,000 health off the deacon. One after another, the second, third, and fourth vampire guards followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion after explosion reverberated, shaking the main hall violently. The deacon's health bar plummeted like a landslide, draining to 0 in the blink of an eye. Beneath the blood-soaked black robe, a towering figure collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless and lifeless. After defeating the black-robed steward, Elite LV.13, a stream of loot information flashed before Gu Chen's eyes. Experience points 1573, a summoner skill book, a substitute doll, healing potions, and life recovery potions were all acquired in quick succession. A smile of satisfaction appeared on his face as he swiftly opened his inventory to inspect his rewards. The first thing that caught his attention was the precious summoner skill book. Gu Chen carefully examined its attributes: quality 5, rare effects, and the name Universal Link. This skill allowed summoners to share buffs with their summoned units while also distributing debuffs. Although no equipment had dropped, this rare class skill book alone was enough to leave Gu Chen feeling content. Without hesitation, he chose to learn the skill. The skill book emitted a layer of purple light before dissipating. The system notified him. You have learned a new skill, Universal Link. As a summoner, this was his first class-specific skill beyond the basic summoning abilities, prompting him to silently gripe about the rarity of such skills. Next, Gu Chen turned his attention to another item from the loot, the substitute doll. This rare quality item could absorb up to 3,000 points of damage for its user. While this amount only equated to a little over twice Gu Chen's maximum health, it was still a decent extra shield. He immediately activated the substitute doll, equipping it on himself, and stored the remaining loot in his inventory. At that moment, the vampire duke seemed to have discovered something and handed Gu Chen a stained glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a heart, still faintly pulsating, suspended in a murky gray-black liquid. The eerie sight sent a wave of unease through Gu Chen. The system identified it as a quest item called Sealed Heart. According to the description, it was the heart of a witch, originally intended as a sacrificial offering to the gods in exchange for power to resist the abyss. Suppressing his discomfort, Gu Qian temporarily stored the unsettling item in his inventory. With the death of the black-robed steward, the gray fog curse within the main hall noticeably thinned, and the debuff effect significantly weakened. Gu Qian found a relatively clean spot and released Lin Yuan and the others from their dream state, preparing for a brief rest. This downtime was mainly to allow the Vampire Duke to recover its health and convert more vampire progeny to compensate for the 8 that had self-destructed during the battle with the black-robed steward. After about an hour, the Vampire Duke was fully restored. Behind it stood 30 figures shrouded in dense blood energy, the maximum number of vampire progeny it could currently convert. Among them were a level 13 vampire steward and 29 vampire guards of varying levels. Once preparations were complete, Gu Chun summoned the Nightmare Sovereign again, sending Lin Yuan's group back into the dream state. With the vampire progeny leading the way, Gu Chun quickly reached the end of the main hall, arriving before 2 heavy iron doors. Beyond these doors lay the sanctum, the final stage of this nightmare-level dungeon. Defeating the boss inside and retrieving a sealed vial of blood would complete the dungeon. However, this was a hell-level dungeon, and the sanctum was merely the appetizer. The true challenge awaited at the altar beyond. A level 6 vampire guard pushed open the doors, and with the protection of the vampires, Gu Chun stepped into the sanctum. The moment he entered, the gray fog thickened drastically, and the effects of the debuff surged, reducing his overall attributes by 35. The terrifying curse of the fog made it clear why no rookie adventurer had ever cleared a hell-level dungeon. Gu Chen's face visibly paled. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others were still in the dream state, sparing them from potentially losing half their health. At the center of the sanctum stood a hunched figure cloaked in dark red robes, gaunt and skeletal. According to the guide, this was the sanctum's boss, the Crimson Priest. Its face was obscured by shadows, with only a pair of eyes gleaming with fanaticism and cruelty visible. Its pallid skin was etched with black markings, resembling sinister curses crawling across its body. As Gu Qian and his group approached the center of the sanctum, the crystal orb in the Crimson Priest's hand suddenly radiated a deep purple glow, signaling the imminent start of a fierce battle. A swirling purple energy, dense like smoke, coiled around the red-robed priest, forming ghostly skeletal apparitions that writhed and howled in fury. This elite priest of the foreign race exuded an aura of sheer intimidation, and his status panel displayed the following. Level 15. HP 72,000. Strength 140. Agility 147. Constitution 162. Spirit 150. The priest's skill set was equally terrifying. I Grey Mist Curse. 2. Wraith Impact. 3. Life Sacrifice. 4. Death Echo. Gu Chen's heart sank as he realized this battle had escalated to a hellish level of difficulty. Against such a formidable opponent, most ordinary professionals wouldn't even dare to look directly at him. In his current state, the vampire overlord was clearly unfit to handle this overwhelming threat. Without hesitation, Gu Chun quickly retrieved a healing potion from his personal inventory and injected himself. The effect was immediate. His weakened condition vanished in an instant. He wasted no time and activated a critical skill. Total Synchronization. In a flash, Gu Chun established a full-spectrum status link with his summoned units. Buffs were shared, and debuffs were diluted and distributed. The previously struggling vampire overlord and the bloodline guards suddenly regained their vigor, their states rapidly returning to peak condition. Gu Chen's gaze shifted to the ghostly figure beside him. It's your turn. Go. The Nightmare Sovereign obeyed, instantly dissolving into a cloud of black mist and slipping silently into the void, heading straight for the red-robed priest. In the heart of the sanctuary, the battle had reached its climax. With a sweeping motion of his wide sleeves, the priest summoned 3 skeletal wraiths out of thin air to intercept the bullets fired by the vampire overlord. Seizing the opportunity, several bloodline guards charged forward, their swords and axes swinging down with lethal force. However, the wraiths swirling around the priest suddenly surged, reducing the foremost guard to a heap of brittle bones in an instant. As more skeletal wraiths prepared to strike, the void abruptly tore open, revealing vast, dark, and unfathomable cracks that devoured several wraiths in a blink. The Nightmare Sovereign emerged, surrounded by misty, phantom-like nightmare minions. Nightmare Bind. With a low command, 10 shadowy figures shot forth like arrows, encircling the red-robed priest in an instant. The black mist around the Nightmare Sovereign surged, and in a blink, he vanished into the dreamscape. The next moment, he reappeared like a specter behind the priest. Phantom Annihilation. The skill erupted with devastating force, unleashing a tidal wave of damage. Simultaneously, the 10 shadowy bonds wrapped around the priest trembled violently, triggering a chain reaction of nightmare-induced damage at tenfold intensity. Boom! The red-robed priest jerked as if struck by lightning. His hunched figure froze before collapsing heavily to the ground. 28,000 points of damage. The Nightmare Sovereign's relentless assault had wiped out over 40 of the priest's health in one devastating combo, leaving the crimson health bar teetering on the brink. Holy crap! 28,000 damage! Lin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at the battle scene. The Nightmare Overlord's recent attack had just wiped out nearly half of the red-robed priest's health bar in one blow. The sight left the four in the dream utterly stunned. They exchanged glances, their expressions as if they'd just seen a ghost. Gu Chun, a newly transitioned summoner's summoned creature, had just dealt such terrifying damage. It completely shattered their understanding of the summoner class. The red-robed priest, grievously wounded, let out an earth-shaking roar. A horrifying aura erupted from its body as a dozen skeletal wraiths circled it, emitting hair-raising shrieks as they charged toward the Nightmare Overlord. At that moment, the Vampire Duke seized the opportunity and launched an attack. A volley of bullets whizzed through the air, striking the red-robed priest squarely in the head. Bang! 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 In a series of explosive sounds, massive damage burst forth from the priest's forehead, stunning it instantly. The now uncontrolled skeletal wraiths scattered chaotically, crashing into the surrounding walls and sculptures like headless flies. Although the red-robed priest, being an elite monster, was only stunned for a mere second, it was enough time for the Nightmare Overlord to activate its ultimate skill-deep dream. Centered on the red-robed priest, a sinister domain rapidly formed. Trapped within, the priest let out agonized screams as its body began twisting and contorting, like a piece of clay being kneaded by invisible hands stretching, compressing, distorting, and breaking apart. Each passing second inflicted massive sustained damage, with its health plummeting at an alarming rate. Awakening from its stun, the red-robed priest thrashed wildly, desperately trying to escape the deep dream. But the Vampire Duke wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity slip by. It blinked to the optimal firing position and unleashed a deadly barrage. A stream of silver bullets tore through the air like a streak of lightning, instantly shaving off another 24,000 of the priest's health. Lin Yuan and the others were left utterly dumbfounded, falling into a stunned silence. The scene before them had rendered them speechless and completely overturned their understanding of the world. 28,000 from the Nightmare Overlord, 24,000 from the Vampire Duke. Were these really just summon creatures? Could summoners actually be the strongest class? They couldn't help but question if the world had been deceiving them all along. The four exchanged conflicted looks. Wu Zi finally broke the silence, trying to rationalize the unbelievable phenomenon. Not necessarily. Dungeon monsters have aggro mechanics, so they'll keep targeting summoned creatures. But in a normal fight, how would the summoner be dealt with? Take out the summoner first. Lin Qingqing immediately replied. Exactly. Wu Zi nodded. In a real assessment, as long as we focus our attacks on Gu Chun, the fight would be over in no time. At the end of the day, he's just an 8th level rookie. Lin Yuan scoffed and laughed dismissively. Then tell me, how do you plan to get past the Vampire Duke and the Nightmare Overlord? Get close to Gu Chun and take him out? Just have a tank teammate draw the summoned creatures away, Wu Zi said confidently. And here's the problem, Lin Yuan countered. What kind of tank can withstand 24,000 damage per second? Even with a full set of epic tier defense gear, do you think you'd survive? Wu Zi was left speechless, turning his face away in silence. Lin Yuan smirked smugly, but chose not to say more. He thought to himself, some people always think they'd do better if it were them out there. This kind of arrogance is a disease, and it needs curing. The battle was nearing its end, with the red-robed priest's health down to less than 10. Just as the Vampire Duke was about to order its blood guards to self-destruct, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly rippled through the area, forcing it to retreat. Roar! The red-robed priest let out a deafening roar as a malevolent aura surged around it. Its crimson robes billowed wildly, their color deepening to a vivid blood red. In an instant, its presence skyrocketed, breaking free from the confines of the deep dream through sheer force. The red-clad priest suddenly leapt into the air, his 5 fingers curling into an empty grasp as he extended his hand toward the Vampire Lord. In an instant, countless dark purple wraiths surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling the Vampire Lord. These wraiths, like ravenous beasts, frenziedly devoured the Vampire Lord's body. A harrowing scream tore from the Vampire Lord as his entire body was corroded by an intense, blinding light. His form began to dissolve at a visible rate, like snow under the blazing sun. His health bar plummeted, losing over 3,000 points in mere moments. Gu Chen's eyes sharpened, and he immediately ordered the Vampire Lord to retreat from the center of the battlefield. At this point, the Vampire Lord had just over 10,000 health remaining. If the red-clad priest attacked twice more, it would surely mean his demise. Following orders, the vampire guard surged forward, attempting to draw the priest's attention. However, before they could even reach the halfway point, An invisible force froze them in place, rendering them immobile. The red-clad priest let out a piercing shriek, and his crimson robes began to flare like flames. The immobilized vampire guards ignited as well, disintegrating into ash under the blinding light. The light, as if summoned, streamed toward the red-clad priest, who absorbed it into his body. Amidst the crackling sounds, the priest stood bathed in a dazzling radiance, resembling a deity reborn. His once hunched and frail figure grew tall and imposing, his skeletal limbs becoming muscular and powerful. His health, which had dropped to a mere 10, surged to an astonishing 60 in an instant. This was the red-clad priest's skill life sacrifice. Not only did it restore him, but it also made him exponentially stronger. Gu Chen's expression darkened as he quickly commanded the remaining vampire guards to retreat. He was well aware that when the red-clad priest's health dropped below 10, it would sacrifice itself and everything around it, not only restoring its state but also exponentially increasing its damage output. Even more terrifying was the Death Echo, a domain-like skill that the priest would continually unleash in this state. Any enemy within the range of Death Echo would suffer devastating critical damage, their health plummeting catastrophically. The red-clad priest let out an earth-shattering roar and, in a flash, charged into the midst of the retreating vampire guards. In the next moment, countless wraiths erupted from the priest, targeting the surrounding vampire guards. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated one after another. The vampire guards struck by the wraiths disintegrated into piles of bones before they could even scream. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 or so vampire guards were completely annihilated. The vampire lineage obliterated. As soon as the vampire overlord retreated, Gu Chen swiftly administered a life recovery potion to it. The recent battle had been nothing short of terrifying. The power unleashed by the redrobed priest after its sacrificial ritual was astonishing. Over 20 vampire guards had barely stepped into the range of its death echo before they were instantly obliterated. Such devastating damage was likely unbearable even for the vampire overlord. Gu Chen remained on high alert, determined not to let his summoned creatures step into the redrobed priest's skill radius. The top priority now was to buy time for the Nightmare Sovereign. Skill cooldowns were closely tied to its energy levels. If the Nightmare Sovereign could recover enough energy, there might be a chance to trap the redrobed priest in a deep nightmare. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed throughout the sanctuary. The enraged cry of the redrobed priest seemed to trigger something, as waves upon waves of temple guards surged forth like a relentless tide. This time, it wasn't just a few dozen guards, it was a massive army, countless in number. The guards charged toward Gu Chen's position like madmen, their deafening roars resounding from all directions, creating a scene of utter dread. Retreat. Gu Chen made a decisive call, turning and fleeing with his two summoned creatures. In such a situation, they could only fight while retreating. If they were surrounded and cut off by the guards, with the redrobed priest closing in, escape would be nearly impossible. It was evident that the redrobed priest had already identified the vampire overlord as its primary target. Its speed was astonishing, and within the blink of an eye, it was right behind them. Seeing this, the Nightmare Sovereign immediately activated its skill. A shadowy figure emerged from its body, swiftly binding the redrobed priest in place. The Nightmare Minion, being purely skill-based, had no health points and thus couldn't be killed. Only purification-type skills could dispel it. Taking advantage of the momentary immobilization of the redrobed priest, the Nightmare Minion and the Vampire Overlord began clearing the surrounding guards while retreating with Gu Chen. Sweat had already soaked through Gu Chen's back. The sheer number of guards summoned by the redrobed priest was overwhelming, leaving the sanctuary almost entirely sealed off. Despite the Vampire Overlord and the Nightmare Sovereign leaving a trail of slain guards in their wake, the relentless swarm seemed endless. The two summoned creatures shielded Gu Chen as they retreated, launching fierce attacks on any guards that blocked their path. The Nightmare Sovereign, shrouded in black mist resembling burning flames, struck down one guard after another entangled by the Nightmare Minion. However, this pace of elimination was far from sufficient against the overwhelming horde. The Nightmare Sovereign seethed with anger. This battle was supposed to be its grand debut, but it had instead found itself in a dire predicament, surrounded on all sides with seemingly no way out. At that moment, Gu Chen abruptly stopped, exhaling deeply as though a heavy burden had been lifted. "All right, that's enough," he said calmly. The others in the dream realm looked at him with confusion. "What do you mean, enough? Keep running. If we don't, the redrobed priest will catch up," they urged anxiously. Gu Chen ignored their panic and instead focused his gaze on the Nightmare Sovereign, or more specifically, on the orb circling its side. From the moment the Nightmare Sovereign had begun killing guards, Gu Chen had been closely monitoring the stacking layers of Whisper of the Fallen. Now, it had finally reached its maximum of 20 layers. Each layer of Whisper of the Fallen granted a 5 boost to all attributes. With 20 layers, That meant an astonishing 100 increasia doubling of all attributes. Gu Chen gave a slight nod, and the Nightmare Sovereign understood immediately. Without hesitation, it activated the orb's effect. The Whispering Orb emitted an eerie black glow that enveloped the Nightmare Sovereign. Instantly, the black mist around its body surged, its attributes skyrocketed, and its form doubled in size. Perish! The Nightmare Sovereign roared, leaping into the air. A faint gray energy radiated outward from Gu Chen, spreading in all directions. With the Whispering Orb's boost doubling its attributes, the Nightmare Sovereign's energy surged, constructing an even more potent deep nightmare. Around Gu Chen, several charging fallen guards suddenly crumbled like disassembled blocks, disintegrating into fragments. With the Whispering Orb's effect active, the Nightmare Sovereign had gained a 100 boost to all attributes, lasting for 60 seconds. Though only a brief minute, it was more than enough for the Nightmare Sovereign. Guards trapped in the deep nightmare were rendered utterly powerless. Whether they were the weakest level 5 guards or the strongest level 10 ones, all were crushed into fragments by the overwhelming nightmare force. The only difference was how many seconds they managed to endure. A stream of kill notifications flashed before Gu Chen's eyes. Killed Fallen Guard LV.6, EXP 589. Killed Fallen Guard LV.8, EXP 852. Killed Fallen Guard LV.9, EXP 923. Killed Fallen Guard LV.7, EXP 694. Gu Chen's experience bar soared like a rocket, rapidly climbing. In just 10 seconds, he had gained over 2,000 points, inching closer to level 9. Although pleased to see the guards falling in droves, Gu Chen knew that the Nightmare Sovereign could only maintain this state for 1 minute. If they wasted all their attacks on these minor enemies, they'd be left helpless against the redrobed priest once the time ran out. Target the redrobed priest? Gu Chen commanded decisively. The Nightmare Sovereign's black mist churned violently, as one nightmare minion after another manifested as shadows and rapidly bound the redrobed priest. Each shadow represented a multiplier of damage. 10 shadows meant a staggering 10-fold damage, the current limit of the skill Nightmare Bind. Within the deep nightmare, the redrobed priest's form began to distort and blur. With the Nightmare Sovereign's attributes doubled, the deep nightmare unleashed 10-fold sustained damage. The redrobed priest's health bar plummeted visibly. Its body twisted, compressed, and blurred before finally shattering into red fragments, just like the fallen guards before it. A system notification popped up. Killed redrobed priest elite, LV.15. EXP 2731. Loot acquired. Priest's robe LV.10 rare. Loot acquired. Priest's grimoire LV.10 rare. Loot acquired. Priest's pants LV.10 rare. Level up. Level. LV.9. EXP 1226900. Strength 207. Agility 206. Constitution 208. Spirit 209. Summon creatures. Vampire Overlord LV.9 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.9 Epic. Talent: a new Dark Bloodline is available. Level 9. Just one more level to reach level 10, at which point he could contract a third summon creature. However, Gu Chen chose not to use the talent immediately. Just as he had done at level 4, he decided to save this new Dark Bloodline for his future third summon. He then turned his attention to the 3 newly acquired pieces of equipment: the Priest's Robe, Priest's Grimoire, and Priest's Pants, all level 10 rare items. These were of decent quality mid to high tier. On the trading platform, they could easily fetch a price in the millions, likely selling out the moment they were listed. Gu Chen's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the newly acquired ceremonial robe. This rare level 10 equipment not only provided a 35-point constitution boost, but also increased physical defense by 10 and magical defense by 20. Most astonishingly, it granted the wearer a shield equivalent to 10 times their total attributes. This means I can now gain a shield worth 8,300 points. Gu Chen calculated to himself. That's more than the health of a standard level 8 Fallen Guard, and it could even withstand 2 skills from a level 15 elite redrobed priest. He shifted his attention to the other 2 pieces of the set. The ceremonial tome, also a rare level 10 item, offered a 30-point spirit boost, 25 energy regeneration, and a 30 increase in spell damage. Even more impressively, when all ally skills were on cooldown, it could replenish energy for the team. The ceremonial pants, while slightly less impressive, provided 15 points of agility, a 25 movement speed boost, and immunity to 1 instance of slowing effects. Although it wasn't effective for summon creatures, it was still a solid piece of gear for a mage. The set bonus was even more extraordinary. In addition to granting a 50-point main attribute boost for each piece, it unlocked a powerful sacrificial ritual effect. The wearer could gain a damage multiplier equal to 10 of the number of sacrifices made, lasting for 24 hours. No wonder the redrobed priests became so powerful after sacrificing those Blood Clan guards, Gu Chen realized. In the hands of the Blood Clan overlord, This set would be terrifying. After carefully storing the gear, Gu Chun noticed the gray mist around him beginning to dissipate. He quickly removed the painting from the wall, its surface rippling with dark red liquid. This was the mission's required item, that sealed blood. Wasting no time, Gu Chun led the Blood Clan Overlord and the Nightmare Sovereign toward the altar passage. Battling through pursuing fallen guards, they delved deeper into the dimly lit corridors. The gray mist is gone, and the weakened state has lifted, Gu Chun thought with relief. If the mist's curse were still active, this final stage would have been nearly impossible. Checking his inventory, he found only one vial of healing potion remaining. Up ahead, a group of level 10 black-robed stewards appeared, but they were swiftly dealt with by the Nightmare Sovereign and the Blood Clan Overlord. Gu Chun knew the final showdown was just around the corner. At the end of the corridor, Gu Chun was not only accompanied by the Vampire Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign, but also by 10 level 10 vampire stewards. Their figures flickered faintly in the dim light, exuding an unsettling aura. Gu Chun waved his hand gently, releasing Lin Yuan and the other three from the dream. As the gray mist completely dissipated, the four of them finally regained their freedom, their eyes filled with joy and relief. The group now found themselves in the area between the sanctuary and the altar, surrounded by an eerie silence. Gu Chun decided to take a brief pause here to give everyone a chance to catch their breath. Lin Yuan eagerly walked over to a wall and began stretching, his face showing clear signs of relaxation. Finally out, he said while moving around. I felt so off the whole time in that dream. Lin Qingqing stood nearby, her expression still tinged with lingering fear. Now I understand how terrifying the hell-level difficulty really is, she remarked. With all those countless fallen guards earlier, if I had been involved, there's no way I would have made it out. Wu Zi, on the other hand, looked visibly shaken, his voice trembling as he spoke. I'm certain now Li Wenhui and the others definitely want clear the hell-level dungeon. Those redrobed priests were downright horrifying. Any ordinary adventurer going in is just asking to die. Listening to their conversation, Gu Chun quietly returned the Vampire Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign to his summoned creature space, allowing them to rest. He himself found a relatively flat stone slab and lay down on it leisurely. Glancing at the time, Gu Chun noted that 3 hours had passed since they cleared the dungeon. Although he was unharmed, the Vampire Duke had been engaged in intense combat the entire time. While its health could be restored through leveling up, its energy was significantly depleted. The Nightmare Sovereign was in an even worse state. It had exhausted all its skills and doubled its attributes to cast them again. After the 1-minute effect ended, its energy consumption far exceeded that of the Vampire Duke. Energy, being an intangible resource, couldn't be represented as clearly as health or attribute points. Currently, the only way to recover it was through adequate rest. Gu Chen's gaze shifted to the distant altar, where the final boss of the hell-level dungeon awaited. So far, no newcomer had ever cleared the hell-level dungeon. Almost everyone who entered this difficulty had failed to make it out alive. But now, Gu Chun had completely rewritten the records for the hell-level dungeon. He had become the first and only person to reach its end. The entrance to the dungeon was teeming with people. The crowd gathered in the square far outnumbered the guards stationed within the sanctuary, all eagerly awaiting an intense showdown. Gu Chun and Li Wenhui, 2 young men, had entered the hell-level novice dungeon one after the other, sparking widespread curiosity. Even though this is the critical period for academy assessments, waiting 2 or 3 hours to see who fails first is still quite entertaining, one spectator murmured. 2 or 3 hours. You're being too optimistic, someone nearby countered, shaking their head. The longest record ever was 6 hours and 43 minutes, and that was achieved by level 9 or 10 job changers. These 2 kids, one at level 5 and the other at level 4, probably won't last very long. Time ticked by. 3 hours had passed, yet the indicators for both hell-level dungeons still showed they were in progress. The crowd buzzed with speculation, guessing what might be happening inside. I bet Gu Chun is about to give out, someone said. A civilian leading a team of 4 amateurs lasting this long is already impressive. Li Wenhui is probably already at the main hall, another person retorted. After all, he's the class president of the elite group, and his team is made up of top students. The discussions continued, but the dungeon entrance remained calm and unchanged. Another half-hour passed, bringing the total time close to 4 hours, yet there was still no sign of either dungeon being cleared. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the dungeon entrance, and a figure was transported out. Someone's out. The crowd stirred with excitement. Wait, why is there only one? As the light faded, a bloodied figure collapsed to the ground. The onlookers focused their gazes and realized it was Li Wenhui. Li Wenhui struggled to his feet, looking around. Despite his disheveled and battered appearance, his eyes gleamed with pride. I made it to the main hall and shaved over 20,000 HP off the level 13 black-robe deacon, he thought to himself. Who could possibly do better than me? However, when he asked his lackey about Gu Chen's progress, The answer he received sent a chill down his spine. Gu Chen. He's still clearing the dungeon, the lackey stammered. What? Li Wenhui exclaimed in disbelief. Say that again? Li Wenhui found it hard to accept this reality. His team, which included 2 rare professions and was significantly stronger than Gu Chen's team of amateurs, had barely escaped total annihilation. How could Gu Chen still be progressing? Maybe Gu Chen's team is just killing monsters really slowly, the lackey suggested timidly. Li Wenhui forced himself to calm down. That makes sense. I reached the black-robed Diaconthir, probably still stuck fighting the fallen guards in the square. Lackey, set up my tent here, Li Wenhui commanded. I'm staying to watch Gu Chen come out. I need to see him fail with my own eyes. Lying inside his tent, Li Wenhui reviewed his dungeon record. C rank? That's a bit low, he muttered, frowning briefly before breaking into a grin. But this is a hell-level dungeon. Getting a C rank is already impressive. A smirk crept across Li Wenhui's face as he imagined the moment he'd collect the 500,000 bet winnings. Gu Chen, what rank will you get? D? Or maybe E? He murmured to himself. Heh, I bet you'll die in there. The temple ruins. After exiting the corridor of the sanctuary, Gu Chen lay on a stone slab with his eyes closed, resting. Lin Yuan, Wu Zi, and the other 2, though bored, kept themselves occupied. While Gu Chen used the time to restore his summoned beast's energy, the 4 of them worked together to take down a lone black-robed deacon. The process took over 10 minutes, during which Wu Zi sustained an injury. This experience left them with a profound understanding of the terrifying extent of Gu Chen's combat prowess. After resting for more than an hour, Gu Chen summoned the nearly fully restored Vampire Duke and Nightmare Overlord. His gaze fell on a distant altar ahead, the ultimate destination, unmentioned even in the guides. Let's move, Gu Chen ordered. The Vampire Duke led 10 vampire deacons to clear the path ahead. Gu Chen, Lin Yuan, and the others followed in the middle, with the Nightmare Overlord guarding the rear. As they approached the altar, an intangible pressure swept over them. Lin Yuan and the others froze, their expressions stiffening as they unconsciously halted. What's wrong? Gu Chen noticed their strange behavior. Nothing, just suddenly feels hard to breathe, Lin Yuan said, frowning slightly. Gu Chen scanned the group, noticing the same fear and weight etched on their faces. This is mental suppression, Gu Chen explained, his gaze shifting toward the altar. It's emanating from there. Your stats are too low, fall back to the perimeter. Gu Chen and his summoned beasts pressed forward. As they reached the edge of the altar, an overwhelming and heart-stopping pressure erupted. A vast, purple-black light surged skyward, as if intent on devouring everything around it. A thick aura of decay followed, withering plants and filling the air with the stench of death. Unfazed, Gu Chen stepped forward and activated the altar's boss. Why did you betray me? A cold female voice rang out, seething with resentment and bitterness. The purple-black light continued to expand, and a translucent gray shield materialized around Gu Chen, an effect of the black deacon's robe. The shield's durability was 8,300, yet it shattered in just 2 seconds under the relentless onslaught of the light. Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he quickly retreated a step. Behind him, the void suddenly fractured, pulling him into a dreamscape and narrowly allowing him to evade the purple-black light. At the same time, a group of black-robed figures emerged from behind the altar. Their piercing cries filled the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. Gu Chen's brow furrowed. These newly appeared black-robed deacons were all level 15. With health exceeding 50,000, they possessed the abilities to cast Gray Mist Curse and Damage Transfer, making them overwhelmingly powerful. Worse yet, their numbers continued to grow, already exceeding a dozen. Nightmare Overlord, control those black-robed deacons. Vampire Duke, attack the altar, Gu Chen commanded. His gaze locked onto the light deep within the altar. Only by defeating the boss there could they clear the challenge. The Nightmare Overlord unleashed a dense black mist, summoning 14 nightmare minions that streaked toward the black-robed deacons like bolts of shadowy lightning. Meanwhile, the Vampire Duke led 10 vampire priests to the edge of the altar. A black-robed deacon moved to block their way. The Vampire Duke responded without hesitation, launching a deadly shot. A barrage of silver-glinting bullets tore through the air, forcing the deacon to stagger backward, its health dropping by half in an instant. Gu Chen glanced around and noticed the absence of the Gray Mist Curse. Realization dawned upon him: the red-clad priest had been killed, causing the curse to dissipate. This discovery brought a momentary sense of relief. Vampire Duke, destroy the altar, Gu Chen shouted. The Vampire Duke activated Scarlet Feast, instantly eliminating the black-robed deacon before him. Taking advantage of the skill's cooldown reset, the Vampire Deacon surged into the altar, engaging in fierce combat with the surrounding black-robed deacons. The Vampire Duke moved like a phantom, advancing to the altar's depths and unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets at the purple-black light. However, The rain of bullets was effortlessly deflected by an almost imperceptible glimmer. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes as a gaunt female figure emerged from the depths of the altar. The figure floated into the air, her body emaciated and her skin stretched tightly over her skeletal frame, resembling a withered corpse. Her chest bore a jagged, hollow wound, as if some malevolent force had violently torn her apart. She slowly lifted her eyelids, revealing eyes brimming with endless darkness. A suffocating aura of decay and shadow radiated from her. Ethereal being fallen witch boss. Level 15. Health 158,000. Attributes: Strength 185, Agility 180, Constitution 215, Spirit 220. Skill I. Wither. Skill 2. Damage Transfer. Skill 3. Wraith Impact. Skill 4. Life Sacrifice. Seeing the boss's attribute panel, Gu Chen's face darkened. 158,000 health? This is absurd. The Fallen Witch, the final boss of the level 15 Hell Tier dungeon, boasts an astonishing 158,000 health points and an average stat line of 200, enough to make even the most gifted professionals hesitate. Her withered corpse stands bathed in the glow of the altar, her frail arms raised, with bony fingers pointing ominously at the vampire lord. Suddenly, a purple-black aura of decay coalesces into a grotesque, twisted face, letting out a piercing scream as it charges madly toward the vampire lord. This is her Wraith Impact skill, capable of throwing its target into a state of chaos. As expected, under the Fallen Witch's overwhelming mental pressure of 220, the vampire lord's body shudders, succumbing to confusion and launching indiscriminate attacks on everything nearby. Seeing this, Gu Chen quickly retrieves a 5000 coin dispel potion from his inventory and uses it. The potion instantly clears the confusion, and clarity returns to the vampire lord's eyes, which soon burn with a chilling intent to kill. It charges at the Fallen Witch on the altar, unleashing its deadly shot and Crimson Feast skills in rapid succession. However, the Fallen Witch remains completely unscathed. Gu Chen notices a faint white glow surrounding her damage transfer. At that moment, a surge of purple-black light erupts from the altar, spreading a wave of decay and rot. The vampire lord is struck by the purple light, collapsing instantly as its body begins to rapidly decompose. This is the Wither skill, dealing high, continuous damage. The vampire lord's health plummets, and Gu Chen desperately uses a life recovery potion, but its effects are minimal. Realizing the danger, he quickly retreats, putting distance between himself and the battlefield. From afar, Lin Yuan and the others watch in shock, awed by the boss's overwhelming power. They begin to worry if Gu Chen can handle this, but he remains composed and confident. At this moment, the Fallen Witch slowly descends from the altar. Her emaciated, corpse-like body is shrouded in purple-black mist, with a gaping hole in her chest that is horrifying to behold. Gu Chen recalls a quest item he had obtained earlier, realizing that an unspeakable tragedy must have taken place in this temple. The Fallen Witch's hollow gaze sweeps across everyone present, finally stopping on the Nightmare Sovereign locked in combat with the dark-robed deacon. Suddenly, her face contorts with a surge of intense malice. "You all deserve to die." Her cold, bone-chilling voice reverberates through the air, as though 1,000 tormented souls were screaming in unison. The Fallen Witch was shrouded in an aura of death as she slowly ascended into the air, heading directly toward the Nightmare Sovereign. Her target was clear: she had to eliminate this troublesome opponent first. The Nightmare Sovereign was fully focused, unleashing its Nightmare Bind skill to single-handedly fend off the assault of over a dozen black-robed deacons. "Don't let her get through." Gu Chen immediately saw through the witch's intentions and commanded the vampire deacons to intercept her. However, the Fallen Witch casually waved her hand, unleashing a devastating skill. Death energy rained down like a storm, instantly reducing the charging vampire deacons to piles of blackened skeletons. This skill, Withering Decay, had previously dealt over 4,000 damage to the vampire duke in one hit, and now it effortlessly annihilated 5 vampire deacons in an instant. Ignoring these ants, the witch continued her approach toward the Nightmare Sovereign. Suddenly, 5 shadowy figures emerged like specters, surrounding her. The Fallen Witch paused briefly, preparing to strike again when, boom! The 5 vampire deacons self-destructed simultaneously, their blood-red explosions engulfing the witch in an instant. Although she could transfer damage to nearby minions, her skills had cooldowns. This time, the self-detonation stripped her of 5,000 health points. As the explosion's aftershock subsided, shadowy tendrils coiled around the witch like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Nightmare Bind effect stacked to its 10th layer. The Nightmare Sovereign seized the opportunity, constructing a deep dreamscape centered on the witch. With the binds of 10 nightmare thralls, the witch's damage intake skyrocketed tenfold. Her health bar began to plummet at a staggering rate, losing over 10,000 health points every second. "Look at that damage. Holy crap!" Lin Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Who's saying summoners are weak now? This is insane. However, Wu Zi's expression remained grim. Don't forget, the Fallen which still has her life sacrifice skill unused. The mention of the devastating aftermath of the Red Priest's sacrifice silenced everyone. Inside the deep dreamscape, the Fallen which let out a bone-chilling scream. Intense death energy erupted from her body, resisting the dreamscape's erosion. As her death energy grew stronger, the deep dreamscape began to destabilize, showing signs of collapse. Death Whisper Orb, Gu Chun decisively commanded. The Nightmare Sovereign immediately activated the orb's effect. Back in the sanctuary corridor, the Death Whisper Orb had already accumulated 8 layers. After slaying numerous black-robed deacons, it had now reached 20 layers. Upon activation, the Nightmare Sovereign gained a 100 boost to all attributes for 1 minute. Dark mist swirled violently around the Nightmare Sovereign like blazing flames. It let out a thunderous roar as its spectral form erupted with overwhelming power. Instantly, the witch's death energy was completely suppressed, stabilizing the deep dreamscape. With its attributes doubled, the Nightmare Sovereign's skills inflicted massive damage. The fallen witch's health began to drop at an even more alarming rate, losing over 20,000 health points every second. At that moment, the Vampire Duke teleported into the deep dreamscape. Without hesitation, it unleashed a barrage of attacks. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast, followed by a relentless hail of bullets from its basic attacks. In seconds, the witch's health plummeted by another 70,000 points. Unbelievable. Lin Yuan's face flushed with excitement. I never thought the Vampire Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign together could deal over 70,000 damage in one combo. This is insane. In less than 10 seconds, the Fallen Witch was down to just over 30,000 health points. This is broken. Absolutely broken. Someone exclaimed. How can Gu Chun be this overpowered? I just want to know what the same level. Who could possibly withstand such terrifying damage? The Death Whisper Orb is only a rare grade item. How does it amplify power to such an absurd degree? Wu Zi, observing the battlefield closely, explained in a measured tone, the Death Whisper Orb is only part of the equation. The main factor is how powerful Gu Chen's summons are. Let me give you an example. If your base attribute is 1, the orb only adds 1. But if your attribute is 100, it adds 100. In essence, the stronger the user, the greater the boost. If Gu Chun himself were using the orb, it wouldn't produce such terrifying damage. His gaze lingered on the Vampire Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. So, it's not that summoners are strong, or that Gu Chun is strong, it's his summons that are absurdly powerful. Lin Yuan initially agreed but quickly grew defensive. For a summoner, isn't the strength of their summons the same as their own strength? Suddenly, Wu Zi turned sharply, his expression darkening. This is bad, the witch is starting her sacrifice. As Wu Zi's voice had barely faded, a surge of ferocious and violent death energy suddenly erupted from the body of the fallen witch. The black-robed deacons closest to her let out muffled roars, their bodies instantly consumed by invisible flames and transformed into blinding light that surged into the fallen witch's form. This scene triggered a chain reaction. The bodies of dozens of black-robed deacons in the vicinity simultaneously disintegrated, turning into beams of light in the blink of an eye. The fallen witch's body acted like a powerful magnetic field, greedily absorbing the essence of the sacrificed deacons. Her once shriveled skin and flesh rapidly filled out, her health no longer deteriorating but instead skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Her recovery rate was simply jaw-dropping. The fallen witch let out a piercing shriek, and an endless torrent of death energy surged from within her, coalescing into countless skeletal wraiths that relentlessly assaulted the dream barrier. The deep dream realm trembled violently, its stability disrupted. The Nightmare Sovereign's body shuddered, and the black mist surrounding it scattered chaotically, as if struck by an overwhelming force. Just as the Nightmare Sovereign prepared to counterattack, a sudden wave of weakness surged within it, spreading rapidly throughout its being. Time was up. The effect of the Death Whisper Orb only lasted 1 minute. The Nightmare Sovereign's attributes plummeted, its strength draining away rapidly. In an instant, its form returned to its normal size. Immediately after, with a crisp cracking sound, the deep dream realm that had imprisoned the Fallen Witch shattered like a fragile bubble. The Fallen Witch was finally free from her bonds. Swirling with an overwhelming aura of death, she continued to absorb the sacrificial light from the black-robed deacons, and her health recovery rate soared once again. Above the altar, dark clouds churned and fierce winds howled. The Fallen Witch waved her arm lightly, and an oppressive wave of death energy radiated outward from her, sweeping across the surroundings. The death energy condensed into countless grotesque tendrils that extended and lashed out wildly in all directions. The Nightmare Sovereign's figure flickered as it swiftly moved to Gu Chen's side, pulling him into the dream realm to evade the overwhelming onslaught of black mist tendrils. The vampire lord, seeing this, also retreated at high speed, but it was a moment too late. A massive tendril of black mist struck it squarely. Boom! The vampire lord's body was sent flying like a cannonball, its flesh corroded as if by strong acid, exposing gleaming white bones in an instant. 8,000. Just one strike from the black mist tendril had caused the vampire lord to lose over 8,000 health points, nearly 60 of its health bar vanishing in a flash. This harrowing scene cast a shadow of despair over the faces of the four remaining on the outskirts. Just when it seemed the final boss was on the brink of defeat, it unleashed this monstrous sacrificial ability, not only restoring its health to terrifying levels, but also dramatically amplifying its power. A single tendril of black mist could deal over 8,000 damage. How could they possibly fight this? Even the vampire lord was reduced to near death with one hit. The nightmare sovereign, without the death whisper orb's boost, stood no chance against the sacrificial state of the final boss. Who could possibly win now? At this moment, Wu Zi's resolve began to waver. He felt fortunate he hadn't entered combat yet and could still retreat at any time. However, he didn't immediately activate his teleportation scroll, as the situation hadn't completely fallen apart yet. Lin Qingqing tried to offer comfort, saying, "Don't be so hard on yourself. Honestly, Gu Chun has been the one fighting the boss from start to finish. For a summoner to hold out this long, it's already remarkable." But a flicker of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. This was a hell-level novice dungeon. No one had ever successfully cleared it before. And now, after pushing the final boss to the brink of defeat, they were about to fail. A bitter expression crossed her face as she let out a long sigh. Su Ran remained silent, though her expression betrayed her disappointment. She and Lin Qingqing had borrowed 200,000 in loans just to join this team. They had planned to claim the first clear rewards and achieve an SSS rating, which would have secured their admission to an advanced academy. Now, it seemed all their efforts were in vain. With the fallen witch in her sacrificial state, both her health and combat power had reached their peak. The vampire lord, reduced to near death, dared not approach again. The nightmare sovereign, drained from maintaining the doubled attributes of the deep dream realm for too long, was nearly exhausted. As for the vampire progeny, they had all perished long ago. At this point, Gu Chen's defeat was inevitable. There was no chance of a comeback. "We're so close. I can't just stand by. I have to help Gu," Lin Yuan shouted, gripping his long sword as he prepared to charge forward. "Get back here. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Wu Zi grabbed Lin Yuan and held him back. Lin Yuan struggled, shouting, "Let me go. I can turn this around. What revenge? Can you kill the Black Robe Deacon or the Fallen Witch? All you'll do is throw your life away." Wu Zi roared sharply, his voice filled with anger and disbelief. His fists clenched tightly as he continued to shout, "Back at the altar. The four of us together barely managed to take down one Black Robe Deacon. And now you, Lin Yuan, want to take them on alone? Kill a chicken, maybe?" Lin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed back, "I don't care. My brother is over there." His voice was filled with determination, as if he were ready to charge straight into battle at any moment. Wu Zi's expression turned more serious than ever. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "It's because he's over there that we even have this chance." His voice carried a hint of resignation. Gu Chun is in a combat state. As long as he's locked in battle with the boss, he can't use a teleportation scroll. But the rest of us haven't entered combat at all, so we can still use the scrolls to escape. Staring directly into Lin Yuan's eyes, Wu Zi enunciated each word carefully. "If you charge in, you'll enter combat and won't be able to use the teleportation scroll either. Lin Yuan, do you want to die?" Lin Yuan turned his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "No, but I don't have a teleportation scroll." His tone shifted to one of grim resolve as he raised his long sword, ready to charge forward, as if he truly believed he could turn the tide. "You're insane. Damn it." Wu Zi growled in frustration, teeth clenched. "You're going to die. You're going to die." But just then, his gaze caught sight of Lin Qingqing gripping her battle sword, her eyes alight with unmistakable fighting spirit. Wu Zi frowned and asked, "You're going to? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lin Qingqing picked up a black iron shield, her lips curling into a faint smile. "Get myself killed? What if we actually manage to pull it off? People are going to die. Are you really not backing out?" Wu Zi's voice carried a trace of pleading. Lin Qingqing tilted her head slightly, a sly smirk playing on her lips. "Actually, I don't have a teleportation scroll either." With that, she raised her sword and shield and dashed forward without a second thought. Wu Zi's expression grew increasingly conflicted. He even started to doubt his own sanity. Were these people seriously thinking they could take down the final boss of a hell-level dungeon with just this ragtag group? It was pure madness. He sighed deeply and turned to Su Ran. "Are you leaving? I have 2 teleportation scrolls. I can lend you one. Su Ran's hand flashed, and 2 scrolls appeared out of thin air. Funny, I also have 2 teleportation scrolls, she said. One is mine, and the other belongs to Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi froze, utterly dumbfounded. His eyes instinctively followed Lin Qingqing's retreating figure as he stammered. Wait, what? Then why? Why wouldn't she use it? Why would she charge in knowing she'd die? Su Ran didn't answer. She quietly stored her teleportation scrolls back into her inventory, then drew a pair of assassin's daggers. Her figure slowly faded, blending into the shadows. A soft breeze passed by, and in the next moment, Su Ran had vanished, positioning herself behind Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi was completely at his wit's end. He screamed hoarsely, "They're crazy. All of them are crazy. One after another. Rushing to their deaths. Lunatics. Damn it. Damn it. You all just want to die? Huh? Fine. But I want to live. Only by surviving can I become the strongest professional." He shouted at the top of his lungs, venting all his pent-up frustration as he watched them disappear into the chaos. Survive. The last word tore from his throat, leaving him utterly drained. He slumped to the ground, his body limp. With trembling hands, Wu Zi pulled out a teleportation scroll and activated it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the scene, escaping what felt like a madhouse of a dungeon. "Old Gu, don't be afraid. I'm here. Trust me. I can turn the tide." Lin Yuan shouted as he charged toward the black tendrils formed by the power of death, gripping his long sword tightly. His voice was full of courage, but his movements appeared clumsy. "Lin Yuan, stop." Gu Chen's expression changed drastically. With a single stride, he rushed forward and scooped Lin Yuan up like a chick, halting his reckless charge just in time. "Good grief. Turn the tide? More like you're handing them a free kill." Gu Chen shook his head helplessly. "With your health bar that low, a single swipe from those black tendrils would have you dropping dead on the spot." As Gu Chen set Lin Yuan down, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran arrived at the scene, panting heavily. "What are you guys doing here?" Gu Chen asked irritably, his brows furrowing. "We're here to help you." Lin Yuan replied immediately, his face full of eagerness. "Help me?" Gu Chen let out a cold laugh. "Weren't you the one who said you couldn't handle it?" Lin Qingqing interjected. "Who? You. What about me? You can't handle it." Gu Chen let out a laugh of exasperation. "Who said I couldn't handle it?" Su Ran blinked her clear but slightly naive eyes and asked, "Didn't you recall both of your summoned creatures?" "I was dodging skills." Gu Chen sighed, shaking his head. "The boss is in a sacrificial state, and its abilities are amplified. I can't just leave my summoned creatures out there to soak up the damage." Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings and noticed something was off. "Wait a second. Where's Wu Zi?" he asked. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran exchanged awkward glances. Just then, a system notification appeared. "Team information. Teammate Wu Zi, martial artist, has left the party." Lin Yuan quickly summarized what had just happened. "Forget it. Let him leave. It's his choice," Gu Chen said indifferently before turning to Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. "But why are you two still here?" Lin Qingqing thought for a moment before replying. "You seemed too calm. It didn't feel like you were out of options. I had a feeling you had a trump card." "Oh? What gave you that feeling?" Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. Lin Qingqing's gaze swept around the area before settling on the heavily injured vampire duke. "That," she pointed at the vampire duke. "In the past, whenever it got hurt, you would heal it immediately. But just now, it was brought down to critical health, and you didn't do anything. I couldn't figure out why, but it was unusual. It's not like you." A glint of approval flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. "Congratulations, you're correct." It turned out that Gu Chen had deliberately allowed the vampire duke to remain in critical health. As a legendary grade summoned creature, it would have been disappointing if its performance was on par with the Nightmare Sovereign, an epic grade summon. After evolving, the vampire duke had gained a legendary talent called Blood Fury. Blood Fury. When the vampire duke's health drops below 30, it triggers a rage boost, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. What did doubling all attributes mean? Simply put, it meant multiplying all stats by 312. This was Gu Chen's ultimate trump card. The Fallen, which was formidable mainly because of 3 factors: high stats, immense health, and her sacrificial state. But now, with the vampire duke's average stats nearing 180, a 3-fold multiplier would push its combat power to a terrifying level. Even the sacrificial state of the Fallen, which would struggle to withstand it. Just then, a grating sound pierced the air. The Nightmare Sovereign was struck by one of the black mist tendrils. Although it was an energy-based entity with high resistance to physical attacks, the tendrils were imbued with the power of death, dealing elemental damage. The moment the tendrils touched the Nightmare Sovereign, they split into dozens of identical tendrils, wrapping around it layer by layer. The Nightmare Sovereign's health plummeted, losing 2/3 of its life in an instant. Sensing the urgency, Chen commanded the vampire duke, who immediately charged toward the altar where the fallen witch stood. Whoosh! A tidal wave of deathly energy surged forward, but the vampire duke, now a streak of dark crimson light, charged straight into it without hesitation. Roar! The instant the vampire duke touched the deathly energy, its health dropped below 30. Instantly, its talent activated. A brilliant crimson light burst forth from its body, and an overwhelming, primal power surged from the depths of its bloodline, filling every corner of its being. The blood-red light quickly receded. In the next moment, a ferocious humanoid figure, engulfed in blazing blood flames, appeared beside the nightmare sovereign. The black mist tendrils lunged at the vampire duke, but as soon as they touched its blood flames, they were incinerated into nothingness. This wasn't a case of fire countering death, it was sheer, overwhelming power. The nightmare sovereign seized the opportunity to retreat, vanishing into the dream realm. Meanwhile, the vampire duke transformed into a blood-red streak and charged directly at the fallen witch. A flicker of fear appeared on the fallen witch's face. Even in her sacrificial state, the vampire duke now posed a deadly threat. Decay Wraith Shock. Perhaps due to the sacrificial boost, the fallen witch's skills seemed to have no cooldown. One powerful death-infused attack after another rained down on the vampire duke with relentless ferocity. The vampire duke, true to its nature, charged straight through the onslaught, tanking the damage hidden. Trading blows. This was its signature, ferocious combat style. Though the fallen witch's attacks did inflict damage, the vampire duke's defensive stats, constitution, and regeneration rate had skyrocketed in its blood fury state. While not completely immune to damage, it healed at a visibly rapid rate. Its health fluctuated around the critical threshold, dipping and recovering repeatedly. At the same time, the vampire duke raised its arms. A black and silver barrel locked onto the fallen witch. Bang! 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 A barrage of bullets wreathed in blood flames roared forth, dense as rain. The onslaught was so intense it seemed almost tangible, like a raging dragon unleashing deafening cries as it exploded upon the fallen witch. The fallen witch let out a shriek as her health plummeted, losing 30 to 40,000 points per second. The black mist tendrils around the altar began to show signs of collapse. At that moment, Lin Yuan and the others were utterly stunned. The vampire duke's ferocious and domineering attacks, though aimed at the fallen witch, struck a chord in their hearts, leaving them in collective silence. What just happened? The less health the vampire duke has, the more terrifying it becomes? First, it saved the nightmare sovereign, and now it's overpowering the sacrificial fallen witch. This fight, I can't make sense of it. The three exchanged bewildered glances. They truly couldn't comprehend what was happening. But that didn't stop smug grins from spreading across their faces, because someone was bound to regret their decision. In an instant, the altar erupted with a torrent of gunfire. Scarlet flame bullets rained down like a storm, each one exploding upon the fallen witch, their searing damage relentlessly corroding her body. Her form was quickly riddled with wounds, her health plummeting rapidly, on the verge of being completely depleted. In her desperate final moments, the fallen witch let out a piercing scream and clawed at the void, pulling several black-robed deacons to shield her. Yet this futile struggle was to no avail. The power of the scarlet bullets was astonishing, each one easily piercing through a black-robed deacon. Blackened flesh splattered across the altar, unable to halt the bullet's deadly trajectory. The overwhelming advantage of the vampire overlord, with its doubled attributes, was undeniable. Effortlessly deflecting the fallen witch's various skills, it continued its relentless assault, driving her into a corner. As her health dropped to the execution threshold, the vampire overlord lowered its twin guns. Crimson flames swirled wildly around it, gathering into an unprecedentedly ferocious force. Crimson Feast. The spiraling blood flames surged forward like an apocalyptic storm, carrying devastating power straight toward the locked-on fallen witch. There was no escape for her. With a deafening roar, her body writhed within the storm, her skin cracking with fine fissures as her figure became increasingly frail and elongated. Even with her life force of 158,000 fully depleted, the fallen witch did not immediately perish. She revealed a twisted expression, thrashing violently in the storm and letting out a hysterical roar. "You will all die. You betrayed me." Yet at that moment, she suddenly realized she had lost control of her body. Chen pressed down the vampire overlord, signaling the battle's definitive conclusion. What followed was the reenactment of history. As the blood flame storm subsided, the altar was bathed in shifting light and shadow. A host of familiar figures emerged: guards, black-robed deacons, and red-robed priests, nearly 100 in total. Their voices echoed in the air. The abyss has invaded, and corruption is spreading everywhere. So many have already died from the gray mist. Who can save us? I don't want to die. Where is our God? Where are the gods? Red-robed priest, You said drinking blood could dispel the gray mist. Is that true? What? Are you questioning the divine decree? Only by drinking the saintess's blood can we resist the mist. Only by sacrificing her heart can we save the temple. Then what are we waiting for? The saintess is kind-hearted. She would surely sacrifice herself to save the temple. Enough talk. All guards, follow me. We must find the saintess. The red-robed priest stood at the highest point, gazing coldly down at the crowd. Several black-robed deacons had twisted expressions, their eyes filled with madness, clearly having lost their sanity. The scene shifted to the main hall, where a group of black-robed deacons dragged the saintess before the red-robed priest. The saintess pleaded, "High priest, the abyss's influence on you is growing stronger. You must undergo purification." The red-robed priest turned to reveal a skeletal visage, causing the saintess to take a step back in fear. He spoke chillingly, "No, saintess, you don't understand. This is not corruption, it is divine power. The abyssal beings are not invaders. They are here to guide us in seeking the path of the gods." The saintess cried out in horror. "What? How can this be? High priest, you've been corrupted by the abyss. Please, come with me." Before she could finish, the red-robed priest grabbed her hair, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. "I said this is not corruption. The abyss is the guidance of the gods, a divine miracle." The saintess struggled, shouting, "High priest, the abyss is eroding your sanity. Don't let evil consume you." The priest's face contorted, his eyes blazing with wicked light. "Oh, saintess of the temple, heh, you shall aid me in my ascension." In despair, the saintess turned to the black-robed deacons for help. "No, high priest, you've been corrupted. Someone, help me." Yet their eyes were filled only with apathy and madness. The scene shifted again. On the altar lay the lifeless body of the saintess, stark and pale as paper, her chest violently torn open. The grotesque wound revealed no trace of blood. Beside her stood the red-robed priest, his eyes filled with malice and insanity. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards knelt in worship, their expressions devout. The red-robed priest gazed up at the towering idol, chanting under his breath. The crowd behind him began to lift their heads, their faces alight with joy, oblivious to the absurdity of their actions. As the ritual concluded, the priest raised a glass vial filled with blood. The kneeling clergy gazed at it with fervent eyes, treating it as a sacred elixir, their expressions brimming with desperate longing. At that moment, a deafening explosion shook the temple. The abyss erupted, its forces launching a full-scale invasion. Thick black mist surged from all directions, transforming into deathly tendrils that tore through the temple's structures. Outside its gates, a blackened storm raged across the sky, heralding the end of days. A flood of abyssal creatures poured forth like an unstoppable tide. The scene dimmed, heralding the arrival of a catastrophic storm. A system notification sounded. "You have successfully cleared the beginner dungeon. The Hell-level Temple Ruins dungeon will end in 5 minutes, or you may exit the dungeon immediately." Lin Yuan wore an expression of utter disgust. "That's it? Seriously?" Lin Qingqing frowned. "So what kind of dungeon is this? A story about a bunch of lunatics killing an innocent woman?" Su Ran was visibly dissatisfied with the ending. "We cleared it, but why does it feel so frustrating?" Gu Chun was equally speechless at the outcome. Just then, he recalled the 2 quest items he had obtained earlier. From his inventory, he retrieved 2 glass containers, one sealing a heart, the other filled with blood. The system prompt appeared. Mission triggered. Item: sealed heart. Option 1. Return the heart to the fallen witch. The saintess will temporarily resurrect and sacrifice herself to end the abyssal invasion. Item: sealed blood. Option 2. Pour the blood onto the altar. The temple's corruption will be purified, granting its clergy the power to resist the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat itself. The abyss will overrun the temple, and all will end in destruction. Please make your choice." Gu Chen stared in disbelief. "This? Seriously?" He carefully analyzed the 2 options. Return the heart, allowing the saintess to briefly revive, but only to sacrifice herself to halt the invasion. Or pour the blood onto the altar, using her blood to purify the temple's corruption and empower its inhabitants to resist the abyss. Either way, the abyssal invasion would be stopped, and the people within the temple would survive. Gu Chun came to a sudden realization. So, from start to finish, this dungeon's only casualty was an innocent woman? Damn it, this ending is seriously messed up. Are you going to choose? Lin Yuan suddenly broke the silence surrounding the altar with his voice. Gu Chun fell into contemplation for a moment, his gaze sweeping across his companions. "What do you all think?" he asked softly. Lin Qingqing responded without hesitation. "Don't choose. Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal creatures." Su Ran nodded in agreement, adding, "Those priests are nothing but lunatics and perverts. Gu Chen remained silent for a brief moment. He slowly stepped toward the altar, stopping in front of the fallen witch who was barely clinging to life. Her body was riddled with cracks, her wounds shocking to behold. Gu Chen stared at her, his expression stiff. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen spoke in a low, detached tone. If I give you your heart, you can briefly resurrect yourself and then sacrifice your life to resist the abyss. If you pour your blood into the altar, you will die completely, but it will grant the temple the strength to fight the abyss. He paused, his voice growing sharper. But is resisting the abyss really that important? They drained your blood, ripped out your heart, all for the sake of clinging to their pitiful lives. In this temple, who truly cares about stopping the abyssal invasion? The fallen witch's body trembled slightly, the darkness in her eyes fading somewhat. Gu Chen crouched down, a faint, eerie smile spreading across his face. He returned the sealed heart and vial of blood to the witch, leaving Lin Yuan and the others exchanging confused glances, unable to grasp his intentions. Gu Chen stood up and exhaled deeply. What I'm saying is simple. After your death, why care what happens next? The heart will let you temporarily revive, and the blood will restore your strength. Take them, and for once, live for yourself in the time you have left. His voice carried a note of provocation. Before the abyssal creatures invade, settle your scores. Get your revenge on those who wronged you. Make them die in despair and agony, just as you did. And while you're at it, let the abyssal creatures find nothing but ruins when they arrive. By the time they break in, the temple will already be destroyed. You'll have had your revenge and played a final trick on the abyss. Isn't that satisfying? Lin Yuan and the others finally understood and nodded in agreement. This outcome was far more gratifying than any of the other frustrating choices they had considered. Gu Chen removed the seals on the 2 containers and walked leisurely off the altar. Although all of this was an illusion, he still wanted to give the fallen witch a chance to enact her revenge. The true conclusion of the dungeon no longer mattered. At this moment, this was the ending Gu Chen wanted to see. As the heart and blood were returned to her, the fallen witch's body began to glow faintly, transforming into countless specks of light that drifted into the projection above the altar. The scene depicted the temple's priests panicking at the impending abyssal invasion. Suddenly, the lifeless body on the altar slowly rose. A beating heart appeared within her chest, and with the vitality of her blood, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from her. The saintess opened her eyes, now filled with rage and vengeance. She looked down upon the crowd below, her voice dripping with unrestrained killing intent. Heh, there's not much time left. Let's see if I can kill every single one of you before the abyssal creatures breach the temple. High priest, aren't you the self-proclaimed servant of the gods? Allow me to send you to meet your god right now. As the dungeon came to an end, a series of notifications appeared before Gu Chen. Defeated fallen witch boss of point 15, XP 5317. Level up. Level, LV point 10. Attributes. Strength, 234145000. Agility, 216. Constitution, 218. Spirit, 219. Summon beasts. Vampire Lord LV.10 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.10 Epic. Talent A new Dark Bloodline is now available for selection. System notification. Congratulations on clearing the Temple Ruins Hell level dungeon. Rewards obtained. 3000 XP for Adventurer class, Dungeon Chest X1. Hell level dungeon complete. Exiting current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The scene shifted to the dungeon plaza. Since Wu Zi had exited earlier, more and more people had gathered there. Everyone knew the dungeon challenge was nearing its conclusion. Anticipation was written across their faces as they awaited the final results and the inevitable moments of humiliation. Whispers spread through the crowd. By my calculations, Gu Chen should have died by now, right? I told you. A civilian summoner attempting a hell-level dungeon? He was bound to die a miserable death. Well, there you have it. Not only did he lose his life, but he also lost 500,000 in the process. I mean, Wu Zi has been out for so long already. Why isn't Gu Chen dead yet? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their voices rising and falling like crashing waves. Li Wenhui stood at the entrance to the dungeon, his tent already packed away. After a brief rest, he seemed revitalized, his lips curled upward in an involuntary smirk, and his eyes gleamed with barely concealed smugness. He listened quietly to the disparaging remarks about Gu Chen, maintaining an air of superiority. Li Wenhui understood the subtle art of silence. He knew that joining in on the criticism would only make him seem petty and invite accusations of lacking grace. At that moment, Li Wenhui noticed Wu Zi standing outside the dungeon. The team member, who had just fled the dungeon, looked dazed, as if still trapped in the horrors of what he had just experienced. Unable to resist, Li Wenhui approached him with a faint, unreadable smile. Wu Zi, sensing Li Wenhui's approach, raised an eyebrow and spoke with a tone laced with irritation. What do you want? Just because I ran doesn't mean you have the right to mock me. Li Wenhui quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, his voice tinged with feigned concern. No, no, I wouldn't waste my time mocking you. I just want to know how far did Gu Chen manage to take you all? Wu Zi's expression darkened further as he shot back coldly. What does that have to do with you? Li Wenhui sighed lightly and rephrased his question, his tone growing more pointed. Fine, let's simplify it. You've been out for quite some time now. Why is Gu Chen still alive? The question landed like a hammer blow, and Wu Zi froze, his expression stiffening as turmoil brewed within him. Only now did he realize how much time had passed since his escape. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could Gu Chen actually turn the tide? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Zi fiercely denied the notion in his heart. This is a hell-level dungeon. At that point, Gu Chen must have exhausted every card he had. How could he possibly turn things around? As tension thickened in the air, a sudden flash interrupted everyone's thoughts. Above the dungeon entrance, a massive screen lit up, capturing everyone's attention. On it, bold text appeared. Breaking news. The Temple Ruins Hell-level dungeon has been cleared for the first time. Completion time, 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. Team details. Team leader, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Warrior, Su Ran Assassin. Rewards earned. 3,000 professional experience. 1 personal achievement. First clear reward box X1. Completion rating. SSS. The announcement hit like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as everyone stared at the screen in disbelief, double-checking to see if their eyes had deceived them. Li Wenhui and Wu Zi, however, were utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. They stood frozen, their expressions shifting through a kaleidoscope of emotions before finally settling into a bizarre, almost comical stillness. In an instant, the replica plaza fell into a deathly silence. Thousands of players stood frozen as if paralyzed by a spell, staring blankly at the system announcement flashing midair. The stillness lasted nearly a minute before a startled exclamation shattered the quiet. Holy crap, did I see that right? Someone actually cleared the hell-level dungeon? A tall, lanky player rubbed his eyes in disbelief, shouting, "This is the first clear. How did they even manage that?" A short, stocky player nearby chimed in, his voice full of shock. "Someone pinch me." Another player muttered under his breath, "Hey, ouch. Did you really have to pinch me?" The player who got pinched clutched his face, half laughing, half crying. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and his team were still inside the dungeon. The system announcement had been triggered the moment the final boss fell, but they had yet to be teleported out. Back in the plaza, the players' faces were a mix of confusion and disbelief. Some furiously rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. But no one doubted the announcement's authenticity. System announcements were directly linked to the dungeon system and couldn't be wrong. This meant that Gu Chen, a civilian summoner, had led a team of 3 actors to successfully clear the hell-level beginner dungeon. It was a reality so hard to accept, yet impossible to deny. It's all an illusion. You can't scare me. A chubby player wearing a basketball jersey shouted irritably, seemingly trying to convince himself. That's a hell-level dungeon. How the hell did he pull it off? Weren't we told that choosing summoner as a civilian was a dead end? Were we lied to? The plaza buzzed with speculation as the discussions grew louder. Alright, who was it that said if Gu Chen cleared the dungeon, they'd livestream themselves doing a handstand while, come on, show us. Someone teased. Let's put the handstand on hold for now. Who's good at math? Can someone calculate Wu Zi's current level of psychological trauma? No need to calculate's probably regretting it so much his guts are tied in knots. Ha ha ha, what a classic case of karma. Truly a sight to behold. He made his choice. Who else can he blame? The path he chose, he'll have to crawl to the finish line if necessary. The mocking laughter rippled through the crowd. Gu Chen's success was certainly enviable, but Wu Zi's failure was the real highlight of everyone's amusement. The moment he fled the dungeon, he had forfeited all the hell-level rewards. An SS grade evaluation and the first clear rewards for a hell-level dungeon were golden opportunities for any ordinary player, yet Wu Zi had missed out on both in one fell swoop. Wu Zi was, indeed, filled with bitter regret. He stood frozen, his expression hollow, his face a canvas of remorse and self-reproach. Only 15 minutes had passed since he left the dungeon, yet it felt like an eternity. The string of rewards and achievements on the announcement glared at him like a harsh spotlight, relentlessly reminding him of what he had lost. This is unbearable. Wu Zi, overcome with frustration, slapped himself hard across the face, then stormed off under the mocking eyes of the crowd. The sharp sound of the slap seemed to jolt Li Wenhui out of his own stupor. The idea that Gu Chen could clear a hell-level dungeon was utterly inconceivable to him, but the announcement left no room for doubt. 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 36 seconds. SS grade evaluation. Li Wenhui mumbled to himself. This score forget lynching, it's top tier even across the entire northern region. A civilian summoner, can they really be this strong? An SS grade evaluation. This wasn't just a win. It was a complete domination. I get it now. We've all been deceived. Civilian summoners are actually the strongest. You idiot. It's not about summoners. It's Gu Chen who's strong. So Gu Chen is the real deal. A true legend. The atmosphere in the plaza shifted dramatically as Gu Chen's reputation soared. The more he had been underestimated before, the higher he was praised now. Meanwhile, Li Wenhui, once a celebrated figure, had suddenly faded into irrelevance. Li Wenhui's face was laced with bitterness. While Wu Zi had become a laughingstock, his loss was limited to his pride. Li Wenhui, on the other hand, had lost a solid 50,000. That money wasn't pocket change, it was crucial for upgrading his gear. A rare grade knight's set could cost over $1 million, and it was his ace for getting into a prestigious academy. Losing 50,000 now meant he'd have to face his father's wrath, likely in the form of a harsh punishment. If only I hadn't made that bet with Gu Chen, Li Wenhui thought, as regret gnawed at him. But it was too late. The wager had been made through the trading platform system he himself had proposed. Once the money entered the platform, the bet was locked in. Not even his father, the head of the Li family, could overturn the result. With just a few taps on his phone, Gu Chen could transfer the funds directly to his own account. Gu Chen, you're going to be the death of me. Li Wenhui lamented inwardly. At that moment, Gu Chen and his team finally teleported out of the dungeon. The instant they appeared, a swarm of reporters, armed with cameras and microphones, surrounded them. Since it's the job-hopping season, beginner-level dungeons have become the hottest spots for reporters. News of genius professionals breaking dungeon records is exactly the kind of story that gets young people fired up. The square was packed with people. Dozens of reporters and over 1,000 job changers had completely surrounded Gu Chen. Microphones, cameras, and flashing lights were all aimed directly at him, giving Gu Chen a first-hand experience of what it truly meant to be the center of attention. Gu Chen, I'm a reporter from the Professional Daily. Could you share your thoughts on being the first to clear the hell-level dungeon? One bespectacled reporter asked eagerly. Gu Chen, this is Lynching TV. Why did you choose to become a summoner? Another female reporter followed up quickly. Gu Chen, you've already won the bet against Li Wenhui. What are you planning to do with the 500,000 reward? A young, seemingly inexperienced reporter blurted out. Seriously? Is this your first day as a reporter? What kind of question is that? An older reporter muttered in frustration nearby. The crowd buzzed with envious chatter. This is a rare chance to show off. If he seizes this wave of attention, he'll be rich in no time. Fate's wheel is turning in Gu Chen's favor. However, Gu Chen wasn't interested in the sudden wave of attention. Scanning the crowd quickly, he grabbed Lin Yuan by the shoulder and shoved him toward the reporters. Lin Yuan froze for a moment, then quickly caught on. Grabbing the nearest microphone, he launched into an enthusiastic monologue, completely ignoring whether anyone actually wanted to hear him. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's distraction, Gu Chen quietly slipped away from the crowd. With the dungeon announcement out, the bet was officially over, and Li Wenhui's 500,000 had already landed in his account. In his personal inventory, the hell-level treasure chest and the first clear reward box shimmered enticingly. Gu Chen quickened his pace, his excitement barely contained. One thought echoed in his mind. Open the box. Open the chest. After reaching level 10, Gu Chen was filled with excitement. The slot for his third summoned beast had been unlocked. Taking a deep breath, he decided to open the treasure chest and reward box first. The hell-level treasure chest from the beginner's dungeon guaranteed a 5-star rare piece of equipment, while the hell-level first clear reward box guaranteed a rare grade item, possibly even one tailored for his class. With trembling hands, Gu Chen slowly opened the treasure chest. A burst of dazzling light illuminated the room, revealing a weapon that floated before him. Fallen Orb. Quality: rare. Level requirement: 10. Class restriction: magic-based classes. Attributes: Spirit 150. Casting speed 50. Skill damage 50. Effect: each time a skill hits a target, a death tentacle is summoned next to the target for 2 seconds. The tentacle deals 3,000 true damage to the target and applies a slowing effect. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Not only did this orb significantly enhance his spirit attribute, but it also came with a powerful skill effect. He quickly did the math. His current spirit attribute was 219, and this item would nearly double it. Even more thrilling was that the orb's tentacle effect synergized perfectly with his summoned beast's abilities. The Bloodlord's deadly shot could fire 6 bullets with skill effects in one go, each hit summoning a tentacle. Meanwhile, the Nightmare Sovereign's Nightmare Bind could summon 14 nightmare minions to entangle the target, generating 14 tentacles as well. This meant that with just 2 summoned beasts each using their skills once, a total of 20 death tentacles could be created. Gu Chen quickly calculated. Each tentacle dealt 3,000 damage, so 20 would deal 60,000 damage. With a 1-second attack interval, this damage would double to 120,000 in 2 seconds. He gasped. The damage was terrifying. Even the final boss of the Hell level dungeon, the Fallen Witch, only had a max HP of 158,000. The orb's skill effect could almost instantly leave any enemy on the brink of death. Carefully equipping the Fallen Orb, Chen eagerly opened the first clear reward box. Another flash of light revealed a translucent, crystalline fruit in his hand. Attribute fruit. Quality. Rare. Level requirement. 10. Effect. All attributes 100. Without hesitation, Chen consumed the fruit. It tasted sweet, like the finest peach, and a surge of energy coursed through his body, spreading to every corner. He felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if he could punch through the stars themselves. Of course, this was merely a fleeting illusion caused by the significant boost in his attributes. After quickly equipping the priestess set he had obtained from defeating the redrobed priest, Chen opened his character panel. Name, Chen. Class, Summoner. Level, LV.107234144500. Strength, 317. Agility, 316. Constitution, 318. Spirit, 469. Talent, Darkborn First Blood. Divine Skill, Full Link LV.5. Rare Equipment, Fallen Orb, Priestess Set. Summon Beasts. Bloodlord LV.10 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.10 Epic. Chen nodded in satisfaction. His current stats were practically invincible for a first-tier player, and even gave him enough confidence to face second-tier opponents. This newfound strength filled him with determination as he prepared to venture into the wilderness. Although the beginner's dungeon was cleared, Chen had no intention of attempting other dungeons. After all, they required steep entry fees, and he had a better plan. Heading to the wilderness and entering the abyss. Not only was it free, but it was also the fastest way to gain experience and level up. The abyss, located beyond the wilderness, was a manifestation of the otherworldly invasion of this realm. Chen understood that the real challenge was just beginning. The dungeons, replicas of the abyss, are mostly located within cities, providing a convenient leveling venue for professionals. This clever design spares them from venturing through the perilous wilderness. Compared to hell-level dungeons, the wilderness is far more treacherous, teeming with hostile creatures. A single misstep there could mean certain death. Nevertheless, Chen had resolved to venture into the wilderness. But before that, he needed to determine his third summon creature. He opened the professional trading platform and carefully browsed through 5 level 10 summoning skill books. Unicorn, Earth Turtle, Treant, Gargoyle, and Mountain Eagle. Each summon had distinct traits. The Unicorn excelled in spells, the Earth Turtle was nearly indestructible, the Treant was fierce in combat, the Mountain Eagle was swift as the wind, and the Gargoyle stood out as a debuff specialist. Chen's gaze lingered on the Gargoyle's description for a long time. Unlike the typical support creatures that offer shields, healing, or damage boosts to allies, the Gargoyle inflicted negative effects on enemies, such as poison, curses, and weakening. Recalling the dread he once felt under the grip of a gray mist curse, Chen couldn't help but shiver. A powerful debuff could completely turn the tide of a battle. After careful deliberation, Chen made his decision. His current 2 summon creatures each had their strengths. The Vampire Lord was both tanky and powerful in combat, while the Nightmare Sovereign boasted explosive damage output. Adding a debuff support creature would undoubtedly make his lineup even more formidable. It's you, Gargoyle, Chen murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he spent 150,000 to purchase the Gargoyle summoning book. Though it was only of excellent grade, the price was a bargain. High-quality summoning books were rare, and even fewer made it to the open market, as they were typically absorbed within large guilds. Chen, neither a noble nor a guild member, considered himself fortunate to acquire such a book. Yet, Chen wasn't disheartened by the book's grade. He held a trump card of God-tier talent. With his Dark Bloodline, he could enhance the aptitude of his summoned creatures. The first-generation Bloodline he obtained at levels 9 and 10 was enough to elevate his third summon directly to the level of Epic 1-star. The thought filled Chen with anticipation. He could hardly wait to see how the Gargoyle would transform after fusing with the Dark Bloodline. This is going to be incredible, Chen thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with confidence and excitement. Professional trading platforms rarely offer instant delivery. The seller of the Gargoyle summoning skill book wasn't located in Linching and needed to transfer the item from another city, which meant it would not arrive in time. Left with no other choice, Chen decided to purchase some consumables that might be useful for venturing outside the city and planned to wait for the skill book to arrive the next day. With a hint of anticipation, Chen opened the short video platform. He had thought that news of him clearing the hell-level dungeon would cause a massive sensation in Linching, and the platform would be flooded with posts and shares related to him. However, after scrolling through dozens of videos, he found no mention of himself, not even a whisper about the first clear of the hell-level dungeon. Gu Chen frowned. It wasn't just the short video platform. Even major media outlets seemed eerily silent. Staring at his phone screen, he muttered to himself, "What's going on? Did the internet get cut off?" Though puzzled, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the rewards for clearing the hell-level dungeon were already in his hands, and the SSS rating was securely recorded. Fame was of little importance to him. At the moment, he was more concerned about when the school would finalize his guaranteed admission spot. By midday the next day, the courier from the professional platform finally arrived. Gu Chen eagerly opened the package, took out the summoning skill book, and, after carefully confirming it was correct, immediately began learning it. A system notification sounded in his mind. You have successfully formed a contract with the gargoyle. Summoned creature, gargoyle. Quality, excellent. Level, 10. HP, 6,220. Attributes, Strength 85, Agility 90, Constitution 94, Spirit 95. Talent, Stone Form excellent. Skill, Petrification LV.1 excellent. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen immediately injected 2 units of the first-generation Dark Bloodline into the gargoyle. First-generation Dark Bloodline successfully fused. Summon creature advanced. Gargoyle excellent. Undead Golem epic. Summon creature star upgrade successful. Undead Golem epic. Undead Golem epic. Level, LV.10. HP, 13,500. Attributes, Strength 145, Agility 140, Constitution 157, Spirit 158. Talent, Unstoppable epic. Skill I, Fatigue Overload LV.10 epic. Skill 2, Black Death Plague LV.10 epic. Skill 3, Forbidden Domain LV.10 epic. Gu Chen carefully reviewed the Undead Golem skill details. Unstoppable. When the Undead Golem is stationary, its defense and recovery rates are significantly enhanced, and it becomes immune to all negative effects. Fatigue Overload. Inflicts a fatigue state on nearby targets, reducing all their attributes by 50 and increasing damage taken by 50. This effect cannot be negated. Black Death Plague. Infects a target with a plague, reducing healing effects received by 90 and causing continuous HP loss. This effect cannot be negated. Forbidden Domain. The Undead Golem designates a domain centered on itself. Within this domain, all resource consumption for enemies increases tenfold. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. All the skills provided devastating debuffs, and the Forbidden Domain in particular was absurdly overpowered. It could drive an enemy mage to exhaustion after casting just one spell, or leave a warrior so drained after a single swing of their blade that they could barely stand. Some powerful abilities would become completely unusable under such extreme resource costs, leaving opponents helplessly frustrated. After thoroughly reviewing the skills and talents, Gu Chen closed the summoning interface with satisfaction, brimming with confidence for his upcoming journey into the wilderness. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua. His eyes lit up. This call was most likely about his guaranteed admission to Shangjing Academy. After all, with an SSS rating in the hell-level dungeon, the only guaranteed admission spot from Lynching No. 1 High School should undoubtedly go to him. However, as soon as Gu Chen answered, an exasperated roar erupted from the other end of the line. Gu Chen, your guaranteed admission spot has been blocked. It's those idiots at City Hall. They're the ones behind this. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? The sudden outburst caught Gu Chen off guard for a moment, but then he couldn't help laughing. He was the one who had lost his guaranteed spot. Yet Jiang Songhua sounded even more aggrieved than he did. On second thought, though, it made sense if Gu Chen were admitted to Shangjing Academy. Jiang Songhua's reputation, status, and prestige as a teacher would all rise accordingly. In that sense, Jiang Songhua was indeed a victim too. Suppressing his amusement, Gu Chen asked seriously, Mr. Jiang, please don't get upset. Why did City Hall block my guaranteed admission spot? Jiang Songhua furiously spat. They claim summoners don't have enough growth potential and aren't worth prioritizing for cultivation. Idiots. They're all a bunch of self-important fools who have no idea how difficult the hell-level dungeon is. Gu Chen frowned deeply. Lack of potential, not worth cultivating. The reasoning did seem rather flimsy. Gu Chen frowned and asked, since I was rejected, who did the guaranteed admission spot go to? It can't just go unused, right? His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. If it goes unused, that's ridiculous. After all, the spot is a resource allocated from above, and there's only one fixed spot every year. If it's not used, it's a waste. Jiang Songhua's voice came through the phone, tinged with hesitation. The guaranteed admission spot has temporarily been given to the Li family. The Li family? Gu Chen's frown deepened. Are they planning to give it to Li Wenhui? Wait, what do you mean by temporarily? Li Wenhui is just a branch family member, Jiang Songhua explained. This spot is meant to be secured for the Li family's heir. The Li family's heir? Who is that? Gu Chen pressed. Jiang Songhua took a deep breath and slowly revealed a name. Li Renjia. He continued to explain. Li Renjia was sent to Gubei City from a young age to receive the best resources in the northern region. His class is a rare one psychic master and he's considered a genius. However, Gubei City is the northern region's hub, where geniuses are everywhere. With Li Renjia's abilities, he couldn't make it onto the guaranteed admission list there. So, the Li family is trying to secure a spot here in Lin City. A trace of disdain flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he thought to himself. So, he's just a pathetic beggar, bullied in Gubei City to the point of starving, and now he's come to a small place like Lin City to beg? And worse, he's coming to beg from me? He silently noted the name and continued asking, Mr. Jiang, earlier you said the guaranteed admission spot has, temporarily, gone to the Li family? Yes, Jiang Songhua lowered his voice. That's what I heard from the principal, so don't spread it around. If Li Renjia can achieve an SSS rating in a hell-level dungeon before the Academy's assessment, the spot will be his. Otherwise, there's still a good chance the spot will go to you. A good chance? Gu Chen sneered. He didn't like this kind of uncertainty. It was supposed to be his spot. Now it felt like he was being offered someone else's leftovers. So, Mr. Jiang, Gu Chen asked bluntly, are you calling to tell me that my guaranteed admission spot is now blocked? No, Jiang Songhua quickly clarified. I'm calling to tell you that Li Renjia might approach you for cooperation. He may offer you some benefits in exchange for helping him clear a hell-level dungeon. Got it. I definitely won't agree to that, Gu Chen replied decisively. No, you don't get it. Jiang Songhua's tone turned serious. You're just a commoner. Why would you go head-to-head with the nobility? Can you even win against the Li family? You have to agree. Jiang Songhua sighed and continued to persuade him. I know you feel frustrated, but the reality is what it is. If Li Renjia comes to you, negotiate for more benefits from him. You know how it is with the Li family, the top family in Lin City, filthy rich. You have to seize this chance to squeeze as much as you can out of Li Renj. Squeeze Li Renjia? Gu Chen murmured thoughtfully. All right, I get it. He mentally noted his mentor's advice. Just then, the sound of movement came from the dormitory door. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Li Wenhui's voice followed. Cousin, this is Gu Chen's dorm. Li Wenhui stepped aside, making way for a young man in a mage's robe with strikingly handsome features. The young man exuded an air of arrogance, his entire demeanor radiating a sense of superiority and disdain for everything around him. He stepped over the threshold, surveying the dormitory with a lofty gaze before finally fixing his eyes on Gu Chen. I'm Li Renjia, the young man said, his tone dripping with self-assurance. You've heard of me, haven't you? Ever heard of it or not? Doesn't matter, Li Renjia said arrogantly, extending a single finger. He got straight to the point. Carry me through the hell-level dungeon and secure an SSS rating. In return, I'll give you a piece of epic gear. Gu Chen looked him up and down with interest, secretly smirking to himself. What a cunning plan. Even clearing a hell-level novice dungeon would only yield top-tier rare equipment. Yet here Li Renjia was, offering epic gear without hesitation, quite the generous move. If Jiang Songhua hadn't tipped him off beforehand, Gu Chen might have actually considered agreeing. But now? Trading an epic piece of equipment for a guaranteed admission spot to Shangjing Academy? What a calculated offer. Seeing Gu Chen remain unmoved, Li Renjia's gaze didn't waver. He raised a second finger. 2 pieces. Gu Chen sneered internally. Truly deserving of being the head of Lin City's most powerful family, generous indeed. Epic gear starts at tens of millions, easily. Offering 2 pieces was akin to throwing out over 20 million for a spot at Shangjing Academy. For an average person, that's money they couldn't earn in several lifetimes. But compared to the benefits of Shangjing Academy, the scales were clear. Just completing a few academy dungeons would yield returns far beyond that amount. You want me to help you get an SSS rating and then take my guaranteed spot? This is your idea of cooperation? Gu Chen let out a cold laugh. A flash of surprise crossed Li Renjia's eyes, but he quickly responded with a frosty tone. 2 pieces of epic gear. This is your last chance. Don't be ungrateful. I'll give you a chance, Gu Chen countered, unfazed. Hand over 2 pieces of epic gear as an apology, then crawl back to Gubei City. I'll pretend you don't exist and let this slide. Li Renjia erupted in anger. Gu Chen, do you think clearing a hell-level dungeon makes you untouchable? In Gubei City, you're less than trash. Li Wenhui, teach him a lesson. Li Wenhui hesitated for a moment, but eventually mustered the courage to charge at Gu Chen with a clenched fist. Unfortunately for him, he was no match for Gu Chen. Without even summoning his beast, Gu Chen easily dealt with him. With a loud bang, Gu Chen sent Li Wenhui flying with nothing but his own strength. The latter landed on the ground groaning in pain, clutching his stomach as cold sweat poured from his face. You dare fight back? You're courting death. Li Renjia shouted, his eyes wide with rage. In Gubei City, he might have to keep his head down, but in Lin City, he intended to assert his dominance. A commoner daring to lay a hand on a member of the Li family? This was unforgivable. Gu-chun, I suggest you wise up. Kneel down, apologize, and help me get an SSS rating. If you please me, I might just spare your life. Otherwise, you'll be making an enemy of the entire Lee family in Lin City. Gu-chun sneered dismissively. The Lee family of Lin City? What a joke. How dare you? You're asking for it. Before Li Renjie could finish his sentence, a sharp slap echoed through the room as Gu-chun backhanded him across the face. Without hesitation, Gu-chun followed up with a stomp, pressing Li Renjie's face firmly into the ground. Li Renjie was seething with rage, his eyes burning with humiliation. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from under Gu-chun's foot. You dare step on my face? The Li family won't let you get away with this. Li Renjie seethed with murderous intent. A mere nobody from Lin City dared humiliate him like this? He swore to make Gu-chun pay and pay dearly. Gu-chun increased the pressure on his foot, grinding Li Renjie's face into the ground. The once pristine face quickly turned into a bloody mess. The Li family? They're nothing but a joke. If you think you can treat me like some pushover, be ready for the consequences. Stop, Li Wenhui shouted, trying to intervene. Do you really want to make an enemy of the entire Li family? Gu-chun lifted his gaze, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent. That single look sent a shiver down Li Wenhui's spine, chilling him to the core. This look Gu-chun wanted to kill? No, it couldn't be. He wouldn't dare. This was just over a guaranteed admission spot. Was Gu-chun really willing to escalate things this far? Bring me 2 pieces of epic gear, and I'll make sure your death is quick and painless, Gu-chun said coldly. Yes, he was going to kill today. Kill to make a statement. The Li family had been throwing their weight around, trying to take what was rightfully his. And he was supposed to just take it? Just because he lacked power and influence, he was expected to accept being trampled on? If the Li family wanted his spot today, what would they demand tomorrow his life? To the Li family, Gu-chun was nothing but an ant to be crushed at their leisure. They thought they were doing him a favor by taking his spot. Not agreeing was disrespect, and resisting was a death sentence. Rather than let them slowly back him into a corner, Gu-chun decided to strike first. If the Li family wanted to play games, he'd make sure they paid the price. As for the guaranteed admission spot, with his strength, he didn't need it. Getting into Shangjing Academy was a certainty regardless. Kid, I don't believe you'd actually dare kill me. If I die, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The Li family will. Before Li Renjie could finish, Gu-chun stomped down hard, crushing his throat. Li Renjie's eyes widened in shock as his life slipped away, his disbelief evident even in death. He never imagined Gu-chun would actually go through with it. Brother. Li Wenhui stood frozen, horrified as he watched Gu-chun kill the heir to the Li family. And now, Gu-chun's gaze was fixed squarely on him. Li Wenhui trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with regret. He had assumed that Li Renjie, with his background and his newly acquired abilities as a psychic mage, would easily overpower Gu-chun. He never anticipated that Gu-chun wouldn't even need his summoned beast to end it so decisively. Gu-chun wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so he spared Li Wenhui. Wiping the blood off his shoe, he said disdainfully, go back and tell whoever's in charge of the Li family. What's mine isn't something you can take, and even if you could, you wouldn't live to enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in front of Gu-chun shattered like glass. A massive hand wrapped in dark mist emerged from the void, grabbing him and pulling him away in an instant. Gu-chun disappeared with the Nightmare Sovereign, leaving behind a stunned Li Wenhui and Li Renjie's lifeless body. It took over 10 seconds for Li Wenhui to snap out of his terror. Then, a blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing through the entire dormitory building. Someone's been killed. Li Renjie is dead. Somebody help. Not long after Gu-chun left, Li Wenhui's cries echoed through the dormitory building, alerting the dorm supervisor on their routine patrol. The supervisor hurried to the scene, and the moment they saw the lifeless body on the floor, their face turned deathly pale. Who did this? The supervisor asked, their voice trembling as they stared at Li Wenhui. It was Gu-chun, Li Wenhui stammered, his entire body shaking, his voice barely audible. Gu-chun? The supervisor repeated the name in disbelief. In their mind, an image of Gu-chun vividly appeared, a boy who had lost his parents at a young age and had no one to rely on. Every holiday, he would sneak into the dormitory to stay because he couldn't afford to rent a place. Initially, the supervisor had tried to evict him multiple times, but after learning about his situation, they turned a blind eye. Suddenly, several middle-aged men dressed in black appeared in the dormitory hallway. Leading the group was a man with a grim expression. He strode purposefully toward Li Renjie's lifeless body. After confirming the death, a palpable wave of murderous intent emanated from him. Who did this? Who dared to do this? He roared. To kill the heir of the Li family, I will tear them to pieces. The dorm supervisor's face showed a trace of fear. They recognized the man. It was Wang Chongshan, the Li family steward, a level 29, tier 2 peak assassin. Rumor had it that Wang Chongshan was once a renowned figure, But after sustaining severe injuries in the abyss, his combat prowess had diminished, forcing him to settle for a steward position in the Lee family. Even so, in a small city like Linqing, a Tier 2 peak assassin was not someone to be underestimated. Within Linqing High School, only the principal and perhaps the vice principal could hold him back. Unfortunately, neither of them was present today. The dorm supervisor quietly stepped aside. With the Lee family heir dead, this was far beyond their ability to handle. Li Wenhui, seeing Wang Chongshan appear, seemed to find a glimmer of hope. He hurriedly stepped forward and recounted the entire incident. Gu Chun, a mere lowlife, dares to kill the heir of the Li family. Wang Chongshan roared in fury. He'll make sure he dies without a burial. With that, he retrieved a lantern from his spatial storage. Under its illumination, a faint energy trail appeared, showing the direction in which Gu Chun had fled. After him, Wang Chongshan commanded sharply. He's just a newly transitioned student. He can't have gone far. Bring him back to me. I'll make him pay with his life for what he's done to the young master. Before he finished speaking, Wang Chongshan and the men in black shot off like arrows, swiftly following the trail indicated by the lantern. Meanwhile, Gu Chun had already left the school. At a secluded intersection, he flagged down a vehicle and headed straight for the outskirts of the city. The cars here ran on energy crystals, speeding along dedicated lanes. In just over 10 minutes, Gu Chun reached the vicinity of the city gates. According to the laws of the Xinxia Empire, individuals below level 10 were prohibited from leaving the city alone and required to be accompanied by someone of level 10 or higher. A young city guard, spotting Gu Chun's youthful face from afar, smirked to himself. Another student trying to sneak out. Just wait till I catch him. The city guard captain, however, glanced at Gu Chun and immediately smacked the younger guard on the back of the head. A student? So what? That kid is already level 10. Meanwhile, you've been in the military for how long and are still stuck at level 9? You think you're going to stop him? The captain, being a Tier 2 professional, instantly recognized the black steward insignia on Gu Chun's person and discerned his level. Level 10? Impossible. The young guard was incredulous. The beginner dungeon only opened yesterday. How could a student already reach level 10 today? Is he even human? The other young guards, overhearing this, turned their gazes toward Gu Chun. Their eyes filled with a mix of envy and awe. Reaching level 10 by the second day was unprecedented. Without a doubt, this student was destined for the prestigious Capital Academy. A talent like him who would dare block his path? They'd be lucky just to curry favor. Gu Chun passed through the city gates unimpeded, moving smoothly along his route. Meanwhile, in the Li family manor, the head of the family, Li Xiao, had just received the devastating news of his beloved son Li Renjia being murdered in the Linqing High School dormitory. The living room was in complete disarray, with servants kneeling outside, trembling in fear. Li Xiao's face was as dark as storm clouds, veins bulging on his forehead. Gu Chun, Li Xiao spat through gritted teeth, his eyes radiating a chilling fury. A worthless insect dares to kill my son? Mobilize everyone. Search every inch of this land. Even if you have to turn Linqing upside down, find him. I will kill that boy with my own hands to honor my son's spirit. But by this time, Gu Chun had already made his way out of the city. As he passed through the pale blue barrier under the city gates, the once sunny sky instantly turned gloomy. Gu Chun glanced around, his surroundings engulfed in a thick grayish-black mist. Visibility was poor. Anything beyond 5 meters was a blur, and 10 meters was nearly impossible to discern. Instinctively, he turned back for a final look. The entire city was enveloped in a translucent, dome-shaped barrier, shielding it from the endless black fog that loomed outside. This is the wilderness? Gu Chun murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping across the gloomy scene before him. A shroud of dark gray mist enveloped everything, far more unsettling than the descriptions in his textbooks. He reached out to grab the mist, watching as it slipped through his fingers, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This mysterious black fog had existed for as long as history could recount, accompanied by the abyssal alien races. Gu Chun was well aware that the real danger in this desolate land was only beginning. Every step forward could lead to a fatal encounter, with countless unknown threats lurking within the mist. He cautiously pulled out a map and summoned the vampire overlord. The powerful companion stood silently ahead, serving as his guide. Following its lead, Gu Chun moved slowly toward the abyss, soon disappearing into the thick black fog. Before long, a low, guttural growl echoed from the distance. Gu Chun tensed and looked in its direction, faintly making out the silhouettes of some adventurers locked in fierce combat with the alien creatures. He realized that he had entered their active territory after venturing just 1 kilometer from the city gates. Suddenly, Gu Chun noticed a figure wandering about 5 meters ahead. Focusing his gaze, a series of details immediately surfaced in his mind. Corrupted Venom Warlock. Level 10. HP 11,350. Attributes: Strength 93, Agility 98, Spirit 65, Constitution 75. Skill, Bite. It was a grotesque level 10 alien creature, most of its body decayed, its tattered clothing stained with mottled blood. Swarms of insects buzzed around it, emitting a nauseating stench that could make anyone gag. Gu Chun quickly analyzed the warlock's attributes. It was primarily focused on physical attack and defense, with decent constitution and an alarming amount of health exceeding 10,000. The most concerning aspect, however, was its agility, which even surpassed that of assassins at the same level. This meant that once it engaged its target, there would be no easy escape, only a fight to the death. For the average adventurer, facing such a formidable monster without adequate preparation would be unthinkable. But Gu Chun was no ordinary individual. Without hesitation, he commanded the vampire overlord to attack. A barrage of silver bullets rained down, each one striking the corrupted venom warlock with precision. Amid the deafening gunfire, the alien creature's health was depleted in an instant. A system notification popped up. Corrupted venom warlock LV.10 defeated. Experience 626. Defeating the corrupted poison warlock only yielded 626 experience points? That's way too little. Gu Chun froze in disbelief, his eyes blinking rapidly as if to confirm he hadn't misread the numbers. Taking a closer look, the system notification flashed. Normal monster. He exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief. After spending so much time battling in hell-level dungeons, Gu Chun had become accustomed to facing elite monsters. Encountering a normal monster out of the blue left him momentarily disoriented. With his level steadily rising, the experience needed to level up had grown exponentially, like a snowball rolling downhill. From level 10 to 11 alone required 14,500 experience points. Factoring in the overflow from defeating the Fallen Witch, along with dungeon completion rewards and first clear bonuses, he still needed 7,266 experience points to level up. Gu Chun quickly did the math. He would need to kill 12 more corrupted poison warlocks to level up. While the number didn't seem overwhelming, he couldn't help but worry about the road ahead. Would he really have to slaughter hundreds, or even thousands of alien creatures in the wilderness just to gain a single level? After enduring the trials of hell-level dungeons, ordinary monsters seemed as insignificant as ants to him. Yet, the wilderness was teeming with such creatures, making it feel like a complete waste of time to hunt them. Gu Chun realized he needed to head to the Jinyuan army outpost as soon as possible. The Jinyuan army was the most elite force of the Xinxia Empire, stationed in the wilderness to battle alien species and guard the abyss. At the outpost, he could take on wilderness missions, and exceptionally skilled adventurers could even earn the opportunity to join the Jinyuan army and receive special privileges. However, none of this interested Gu Chun. What he truly sought was the intelligence available at the outpost, information about the nearby abysses that would allow him to choose the one most suitable for him. Glancing down at his map, Gu Chun continued deeper into the wilderness. Suddenly, the Blood Clan Duke at his side turned sharply, alert and tense. Only then did Gu Chun notice the faint sound of something slicing through the air from behind. Someone was closing in at high speed. Could it be someone from the Li family? Had they caught up to him so quickly? Gu Chun's brows furrowed, and his heartbeat quickened. Almost simultaneously, a shadow appeared at the edge of the dark mist not far behind him. Moments later, 3 more figures emerged, their overwhelming presence bearing down on him like a tidal wave. Second-tier professionals, 5 of them at once. Gu Chun's pupils contracted, his expression growing serious. Gu Chun, how dare you kill the young master of the Li family? Surrender obediently, or I'll make sure you die without a grave to be buried in. Wang Chongshan's voice cut through the mist, growing louder as he rapidly approached. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of a peak second-tier professional was astonishing. Before Gu Chun could react, Wang Chongshan was already standing before him. Following closely behind, 4 middle-aged men dressed in black appeared as well. Gu Chun quickly assessed the group. Wang Chongshan, level 29 assassin, 3 level 23 warriors, 1 level 22 priest. This lineup could easily take on a dungeon raid. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Were they treating him like a dungeon boss? Chasing me all the way from Lin City to the wilderness? How much does the Li family pay you each month? Gu Chun forced himself to stay calm, his tone laced with sarcasm. Gu Chun, don't even think about resisting. No matter where you run, you won't escape death. Come back to Lin City with us quietly, and you might still have an intact body. Otherwise, the Li family will make you wish you were dead. Wang Chongshan said coldly, his voice dripping with menace. Enough talk. Just the 5 of you second-tier professionals? You're not guaranteed to kill me. Gu Chun shot back, his voice icy. His opponents were an entire tier above him in level, and with tools like the guiding lamp in their arsenal, escape seemed impossible. Rather than running for his life, he decided to stake everything on a desperate fight. Arrogant fool. I'll cripple you first. Wang Chongshan roared in anger. Whoosh. A series of dark, glinting projectiles tore through the mist, aimed directly at Gu Chun's vital points. In the split second before impact, a massive figure materialized out of thin-era revenant golem. Its towering frame loomed like a small mountain, emanating an aura of unyielding strength as it positioned itself in front of Gu Chen. The colossal creature was composed of ancient stone blocks, each imbued with flickering, icy blue flames. Its limbs were thick and angular, its surface etched with mysterious runes and markings, giving it an air of both mystique and indomitability. The revenant golem stood unmoving as the projectiles hurtled toward it. Bang, bang, bang. The dark weapons struck the golem's rough stone body, sending sparks flying in all directions. Its health dropped sharply by 30, but it remained standing. Though the attacks were painful, the golem endured. After all, these were the skills of a level 29 assassin, while the revenant golem was only level 10. Even so, its enhanced defense and regeneration in its stationary state allowed it to survive the assault, a remarkable feat. Moments later, the golem's health began to recover at a visible rate, its regeneration rivaling even that of the Blood Clan Duke. Surrounding itself with a brilliant burst of icy blue flames, it let out an earth-shaking roar, directing its fury at the approaching shadows. In the next instant, 3 layers of dark energy erupted from the golem in rapid succession. Utter exhaustion, the first skill of the necrotic golem, descended like a bolt of lightning, instantly enveloping the surrounding targets. Wang Chongshan and the others felt a sudden dizzying whirl, as if the world were spinning around them. Half of their strength seemed to drain away in an instant, leaving their bodies frail and vulnerable, their skin fragile enough to tear at the slightest touch. Then came the plague of Black Death, creeping in like a shadow. One of the targets suddenly turned deathly pale and began coughing violently, their life force draining at an alarming rate. What was even more horrifying was that any healing magic cast upon them had almost no effect. Finally, the forbidden zone of magic formed with a deafening roar. Centered around the necrotic golem, an invisible barrier enveloped the area. Everyone within the zone felt their magical energy surge uncontrollably, as though they were on the verge of exploding from within. Facing this group of uninvited intruders, Gu Chen calmly gave the order, and the necrotic golem unleashed its full power. As the trio of devastating debuffs descended upon Wang Chongshan and his comrades, their faces were filled with shock and fear. "What the hell is this skill?" a warrior exclaimed in panic. "I feel completely drained. My stats have been cut in half." A cough, another person coughed violently. "Why do I feel like I'm suddenly dying? My health is dropping so fast." Seeing his companions in dire straits, a priest quickly began casting a spell. "Don't panic, let me try a mass purification." But as the spell fizzled without effect, he cried out in despair, "Damn it, these negative effects can't be cleansed. Quick, heal me," a heavily injured teammate shouted. "My health is plummeting." "I'm already healing you. Can't you feel it?" the priest replied anxiously. "Damn it," the injured man cursed. "The healing effect is down to just 10%? How are we supposed to fight like this?" Wang Chongshan had arrived with several bodyguards from the Li family, brimming with confidence. Now, however, they were paralyzed with fear, overwhelmed by the necrotic golem's terrifying power. As the situation spiraled completely out of control, Gu Chen, standing behind the necrotic golem, coldly uttered a single word: "Kill." Before the echo of his voice faded, the vampire duke and the nightmare sovereign shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. 2 figures, one crimson and the other shadowy black, appeared in an instant before 2 of the warriors. One of the warriors turned pale with fear, instinctively raising his shield and activating his most reliable defensive skill, Shield of Valor. This shield grew stronger with the caster's level. When wielded by a 6th-tier warrior, its defensive power could rival that of a level 60 epic-grade piece of equipment. Yet against the ferocious assault of the vampire duke, this proud defense crumbled like paper. A barrage of silver bullets rained down in a storm, pelting the shield with relentless force. Within a single second, the seemingly indestructible Shield of Valor was utterly shattered. The vampire duke's icy gaze remained fixed on his target as he continued to pull the trigger, unleashing an unrelenting hail of bullets that engulfed the hapless warrior. The shield disintegrated, armor shattered, blood splattered, life force plummeted. Before the warrior could even react, he found himself teetering on the brink of death. Under the oppressive effects of the Wraith Golem's abilities, the battlefield shifted in an instant. The 3 level 23 warriors, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, now struggled like cornered beasts. Their overall attributes plummeted by 50, they took 50 more damage, healing became almost ineffective, and their health steadily drained away. Worst of all, their resource consumption skyrocketed tenfold, reducing these high-level warriors to helpless prey in mere moments. One of the warriors, despite being 13 levels higher than Gu Chen, found his attributes reduced to the equivalent of a level 14 fighter. Straining to muster what little energy he had left, he barely managed to cast a basic courage shield. Just as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, a shocking realization struck him: his energy was completely depleted. As he stood there in stunned disbelief, a series of sharp gunshots tore through the air. The Bloodlord's bullets rained down with deadly precision, striking the warrior squarely in the head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deafening blasts later, his skull exploded like a watermelon, and his headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The confusion etched on his face, and his final moments remained frozen forever. Meanwhile, another warrior barely had time to react before being surrounded by 10 nightmare minions. The Nightmare Overlord appeared behind him like a phantom, launching a silent yet lethal attack. The devastating single-target burst of the Phantom Instant Kill skill, amplified tenfold, instantly eliminated the warrior on the spot. In just a few seconds, 2 Tier 2 warriors had been reduced to lifeless corpses. The last surviving warrior, having witnessed the gruesome fates of his comrades, was overcome with unprecedented terror. Panicking, he hastily cast a courage shield on himself and turned to flee. However, after only 2 steps, a dark shadow wrapped around him like a web, immobilizing him completely. The Bloodlord seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of bullets from his dual pistols. The relentless stream of gunfire tore into the man's back, and the final warrior fell lifeless into a pool of his own blood. Watching his 3 comrades fall one after another, even Wang Chongshan, a peak-level Tier 2 assassin, turned pale with fear. He dared not flee recklessly, terrified of meeting the same fate. His only chance for survival was to fight with everything he had. Resolve flashed across Wang Chongshan's face as he activated his strongest skill without hesitation. His figure vanished in an instant, moving with lightning speed toward Gu Chun to deliver a fatal blow. As an experienced assassin, Wang Chongshan knew the weaknesses of every class. When facing a summoner, the priority was to eliminate the summoner themselves. Even with his attributes halved, Wang Chongshan was still equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chun was merely level 10. Confident in his abilities, Wang Chongshan believed that one decisive strike would be enough to kill Gu Chun on the spot. Though the Li family had ordered him to capture Gu Chun alive, such considerations were now the least of his concerns. Die! Wang Chongshan roared, appearing before Gu Chun in an instant and unleashing his ultimate move without mercy. A sinister-looking dagger materialized, glowing with a menacing crimson light. This was his finishing strike, capable of dealing nearly 10,000 damage even under suppressed attributes. The dagger, like a blade cutting through everything in its path, drove straight toward Gu Chun. 9999. A staggering damage number flashed on the screen. A triumphant grin spread across Wang Chongshan's face, as if he could already see Gu Chun falling lifeless to the ground. But to his utter disbelief, Gu Chun's ceremonial robe began to shimmer faintly. What should have been a fatal blow had instead struck a protective shield, and it hadn't even broken through. The ceremonial robe's attributes were formidable: 35 constitution, 10 physical defense, 20 magic defense. Most crucially, it provided a shield equivalent to 10 times Gu Chun's total attributes. At this moment, Gu Chun's total attributes had reached an astounding 1,500 points, 80 from the preset, 150 from the set bonus, 400 from attribute fruits, and 870 from his base stats at level 10. This meant Gu Chun's shield had a value of 15,000. Wang Chongshan's proud 9,999 damage was utterly insignificant against such a terrifying shield. Impossible! Wang Chongshan blurted, his face a mask of disbelief. As a level 29 assassin, even with his attributes halved, he couldn't fathom losing to a mere level 10 novice. What shocked him even more was that his strongest strike hadn't even breached Gu Chun's defenses. For the first time, panic consumed Wang Chongshan. Instinctively, he tried to activate an escape skill. Phantom Step, activate. But his expression changed drastically the next moment his skill failed to activate. His energy was completely drained. At that moment, 10 shadowy figures materialized like specters, binding him firmly in place. Wang Chongshan's composure crumbled. Unable to fight, unable to flee, he stared at Gu Chun's mocking smile, a deep sense of dread welling up inside him. Finally, realization dawned on him, accompanied by overwhelming regret. Gu Chun spoke coldly, "You're just a pawn for the Li family. Was it worth risking your life?" The words hit Wang Chongshan like a hammer, shattering his last shred of hope. The ones who died were from the Li family. He's just a lowly worker. What's he risking his life for? Wang Chongshan's voice trembled, his eyes flickering with fear. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, his forehead hitting the cold, hard ground with a dull thud. "Gu Chun, please spare my life," he cried out, tears and snot streaming down his face. "I didn't mean to harm you. The Li family forced me to do it." Wang Chongshan lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Gu Chun as if clutching at his last hope of survival. "Please, let me go," he continued to plead, his voice hoarse and desperate. "If you spare me, Everything I have will be yours." Before his words could fully settle, an inky black mist surged from all directions, engulfing Wang Chongshan in an instant. This was the black fog of the Nightmare Sovereign, a manifestation of the terrifying skill known as Annihilation Strike. Tenfold damage erupted in the blink of an eye, leaving Wang Chongshan no chance to even scream. His face froze in an expression of utter terror and unwillingness as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gu Chun watched the scene unfold with cold indifference, his voice calm and detached. "Killing you. Everything you have is mine anyway." His eyes betrayed no emotion, as if what had just occurred was nothing more than a trivial matter. With the battle concluded, the vampire lord began his cleanup. He sacrificed 15,000 of his blood reserves to transform the 5 corpses on the ground into vampire progeny. These 5 second-tier vampires retained their previous levels and attributes while gaining the instincts of their new bloodline. Most importantly, each of them now carried 5,000 points of self-destruct damage, making them a formidable force in critical moments. Gu Chun then commanded the newly created vampires to gather the scattered equipment from the battlefield. They moved swiftly, collecting each piece and presenting them to Gu Chun with reverence. Healing Staff LV.20, excellent. Cleric Robe LV.20, excellent. Hurricane Greatsword LV.20, excellent. Hurricane Armor LV.20, excellent. Fong Dagger LV.25, rare. Gu Chun scanned through the items quickly. Apart from the rare grade Assassin's Dagger, the rest were merely excellent grade equipment. He thought to himself, makes sense? They're just low-level workers, how much could they possibly earn? Rare grade equipment starts in the millions. The fact that they even had one is surprising. In addition to the equipment, there were some miscellaneous items and materials. While most were of little use to Gu Chun, they could still fetch a decent price on the trading platform. Without hesitation, he stored everything in his personal inventory. Finally, Gu Chun found himself holding a scroll that emitted a faint blue glow. He inspected its properties carefully. First-tier skill scroll. Quality, excellent. Effect, grants a random first-tier skill for your profession, with a chance of duplicating an already learned skill. A Tier 1 skill scroll was priced at a staggering 100,000 on the trading platform. Gu Chun stared at the scroll in his hand, calculating in his mind. He had never considered purchasing such an item before. Its randomness was simply too great. It could yield a low-quality skill or even a duplicate one. Besides, skill scrolls were often regarded as lifelines for rare and hidden classes, but for a summoner, an ordinary profession, their cost-effectiveness was far from ideal. But now, this free scroll was right in front of him. It would be foolish not to use it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chun channeled his spiritual energy to activate the scroll. In an instant, dazzling light burst before his eyes, and a strange energy surged into his body like a warm current. A system notification popped up. You have acquired a new skill, Spatial Swap Excellent. Gu Chun carefully read through the skill description, and a faint smile crept across his lips. This displacement skill not only allowed him to swap positions with his summoned units, but also enabled 2 summoned units to exchange places with each other. Even better, summoned units weren't limited to just summoned beasts, they also included vampire progeny. This greatly expanded the skill's potential applications. He began imagining the next time he encountered an assassin. When the enemy painstakingly closed in on him, a swift teleportation would switch his position with a vampire progeny. And then boom, a self-detonation. The assassin would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded, their mind blank with shock. With a sly grin, Gu Chun started looking forward to the next reckless assassin who dared to cross his path. Glancing around, the battlefield's remnants bore witness to the fierce combat that had just taken place. Unbothered, Gu Chun quickly stored his Nightmare Overlord and Bone Golem into the summoning space. Pulling out a map, he confirmed his location and continued heading deeper into the wilderness. Not long after, a squad of Li family guards arrived at the scene. Discovering footprints leading further into the wild, they instantly realized Gu Chun might have fled toward that perilous area. The wilderness depths? Could Gu Chun be heading for the abyss? One guard exclaimed in shock. What do we do now? Should we keep pursuing him? Another asked hesitantly. Pursue him? The captain sneered. The wilderness depths have already been invaded by the abyss. It's crawling with otherworldly creatures and teeming with danger. Even calling it a 1 in 10 survival chance would be optimistic. Anyone here eager to go? Hearing this, the group collectively shook their heads. For a monthly salary of a few thousand, who would risk their lives? But the family head issued a death order to capture Gu Chun. What do we do now? One of them asked. After some deliberation, they decided to send 2 members back to Lin City to report the situation, while the rest stayed behind to monitor the perimeter. Soon, the news reached the Li family estate. When Li Xiao heard that Gu Chun had escaped into the wilderness depths, he flew into a rage. Useless. All of you are useless. A mere level 10 novice who just switched professions managed to escape Lin City under the Li family's pursuit and even fled into the wilderness depths? What good are you? His furious roar echoed through the hall, leaving the guards and servants below ashamed and silent, heads bowed in fear. Grinding his teeth, Li Shao barked his orders, enunciating every word. Mobilize every member of the Li family. I don't care what it takes, alive or dead. I want him found. If he's alive, bring him back. If he's dead, bring back his corpse. Also, issue a bounty across the entire region. Whoever delivers Gu Chen's head to me will be allowed to choose any 5-star epic gear set from Duobao Pavilion. The astronomical bounty sent shockwaves through the northern territories. Within minutes, professional adventurers in all 7 major cities were buzzing about the news. The allure of a 5-star epic gear set was irresistible, enough to tempt even those who normally avoided the wilderness. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Gu Bei City, the Gu family estate was shrouded in an unprecedented silence. Since Gu Chen's defiant departure, Gu Qingfeng had locked himself in his study, neither eating nor drinking for 2 days and nights, refusing any contact with the outside world. The once dominant northern war king now exuded an air of dejection and despair. He kept replaying Gu Chen's scathing words before leaving, a sense of failure he had never experienced gnawing at him. As he wallowed in his thoughts, the voice of his steward, Gu He, came from outside the door. My lord, didn't I say no interruptions? Dismiss everything trivial and stop bothering me. Gu Qingfeng snapped angrily. But, my lord, this is urgent news. It's about the young master. Gu He pressed on. The door flew open as Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up with hope. What is it? Has Gu Chen returned? Has he realized his mistake and come back to apologize? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's eagerness, Gu He hesitated but quickly relayed the message. My lord, news just came from Lin City. The young master killed the heir of the Li family, then fled the city and entered the wilderness. His whereabouts are currently unknown. Your Majesty, the Li family has issued a kingdom-wide bounty. Whoever brings back the eldest young master's head to Lincheng will be rewarded with an epic 5-star set. Gu He's voice trembled, his face pale as a sheet. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to continue. The young master must have been hunted down by the Li family, driven into the wilderness with no other choice. Please go and check, Your Majesty. If you're too late, I fear. His voice abruptly cut off, not daring to continue. That was the wilderness, treacherous and deadly. Even professional warriors entering it faced near certain death. Gu Chun had failed his profession transition and wasn't even a professional warrior. To flee into the wilderness under the relentless pursuit of the Li family was nothing short of a death sentence. Just as Gu He finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Gu Qingfeng, sending Gu He flying backward. Gu Qingfeng's face turned as cold as ice, his eyes filled with unrestrained killing intent. A kingdom-wide bounty? Hunting my son? Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Outrageous. Has the Li family of Lincheng grown tired of living? How dare they commit such treasonous acts? To issue a bounty in the northern territory and hunt down the son of the northern warlord was nothing less than trampling on royal dignity. The killing intent in Gu Qingfeng's eyes surged violently. This was his son hunted by the Li family and forced into the wilderness? Even a first-tier professional warrior had slim chances of surviving there, let alone Gu Chun, who was just an ordinary person. Unforgivable. Gu Qingfeng roared, his anger boiling over. He was ready to lead his forces and raise the Li family in Lincheng to the ground. As his fury reached its peak, a graceful figure entered the hall. Seeing her, Gu Qingfeng's face darkened with displeasure, but he still asked, the Li family of Lincheng is hunting Gu Chun? Did you know about this? I just received the news, Qin Yun replied calmly, unfazed by his attitude. Gu Chun killed the heir of the Li family in Lincheng. This matter will require an explanation to the Li family. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's gaze turned icy. In the northern territory, the Gu family reigned supreme. The Li family was nothing more than an insignificant insect before the royal family, one that could be crushed at any moment. A mere sentence from him could wipe the Li family off the map. The esteemed northern warlord needed to explain himself to the Li family? What a joke. Even if he did, would the Li family dare to accept it? Gu Qingfeng stared coldly at Qin Yun, his tone sharp. Did someone from the Li family come to you seeking an explanation? No. Qin Yun shook her head. But Gu Chun is, after all, the eldest son of the Gu family. If word of his actions spreads, it could harm the royal family's reputation. This matter must be dealt with quickly. Your Majesty, the person killed was the heir of the Li family. If we don't offer some sort of explanation, it might alienate the Li family and damage the royal family's standing. Gu Qingfeng's face turned completely frosty. Oh, I see. The royal family's reputation, is it? My son is being hunted by the Li family, his life hanging by a thread, and you're here talking about royal reputation? He let out a cold laugh and continued, let me remind you, the royal family's reputation was forged on the battlefield of the abyss, not earned through apologies. If the Li family feels slighted by the royal family's actions, Then I'll send their entire clan into the Flame Demon Abyss. Let's see if the Flame Demon Lord can warm their hearts. Gu Qingfeng shot a glare at Qin Yun, his voice laced with scorn. If you truly care about the royal family's dignity, then stop degrading yourself. A mother kneeling to her son, how disgraceful. Qin Yun's eyes reddened slightly as she bowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, I just want our family to be united again. I don't want to see Chainer sever ties with the Gu family. Seeing the coldness in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally realized that her actions that day had gone too far. With this realization, she quickly added, Your Majesty, I was foolish before. Even if Chainer killed the Li family heir, why should the mighty Gu family offer an explanation to the insignificant Li family? Since there's no word on Chainer's whereabouts yet, it means he's still alive. Let's head to lynching immediately, make the Li family apologize, and ensure they hand over Chainer. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened slightly as he nodded. Good. At least you still understand what's important. Turning to Gu He, Gu Qingfeng commanded in a deep voice. Assemble the royal guards and prepare to march to the Li family in lynching. If anything happens to my son, I will wipe out the entire Li family. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu He exclaimed, his face filled with determination. He took a deep breath and hurried off to summon the guards. The journey from Gubei City to lynching spanned thousands of miles. They could only hope to arrive in time. Otherwise, not only the Li family but the entire city of lynching would face a storm of blood and fire. The next morning, as dawn broke, the usually quiet border town of lynching was bustling with unprecedented activity. A flood of professional warriors from distant regions had poured into the city, eagerly seeking information about Gu Chun through various channels. They quickly formed groups and set out into the wilderness to track him down. So many professionals. I've never seen this many people on the streets of lynching before, a local resident remarked in astonishment. They're all here for the Li family's bounty. I'd bet my life that Gu Chun is doomed this time. Another chimed in, Bounty? What's going on? Aren't these people here for lynching's tourism campaign? Asked a confused player who had just exited a dungeon. Are you even a local? The whole Li family incident has gone viral, and you don't know about it? Ugh, I just got out of a dungeon this morning. Hold on, let me check social media and catch up on the drama. The streets leading to the city gates were alive with a cacophony of voices. Small eateries lining the road were packed with curious onlookers and a multitude of second-tier or lower-ranked adventurers. Unable to brave the perilous wilderness, they stayed within the city, gossiping fervently. Unbelievable. The heir of the Li family was killed by a commoner. A burly man shouted, drawing the attention of those around him. I heard it was a transfer student from Lynching High, someone named Guchan. No background at all. A thin man chimed in. But why he killed Li Renjia, nobody knows. I remember Guchun cleared the hell-level rookie dungeon and even got an SS grade evaluation. A young man exclaimed excitedly. He's definitely a shoo-in for the guaranteed spot at the Shangjing Academy. Why would he provoke the Li family? SS grade evaluation? You're dreaming. Another person sneered. No one's ever cleared the hell-level rookie dungeon in Lincheng. Unconvinced, the young man pulled out his phone. I even like the video of Guchun getting the SS grade evaluation. Let me find it. Damn, the video's been taken down? No way. The crowd leaned in to look. Huh, it really can't be found? I think you're all in on some elaborate hoax, someone scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran listened to the chatter, their faces clouded with worry. I told you, didn't I? Lin Qingqing whispered. The news about us getting the SS grade evaluation has been buried. Aside from the transfer students who were there that day, almost no one in Lynching knows that the hell-level dungeon has been cleared. If even the locals in Lynching don't know, there's no way the outside world would. Su Ran analyzed. The only ones capable of suppressing this news are the City Hall or the Li family, or possibly both working together. I heard Li Renjia couldn't secure the guaranteed spot in Gubei City, Lin Yuan said thoughtfully. It seems the Li family has been targeting Gu Qin's spot from the very beginning, which is why they suppressed the news about us clearing the hell-level dungeon. With so many adventurers heading into the wilderness to hunt him down, if Gu Qin gets caught, he's as good as dead. Lin Qingqing said anxiously. Let's go look for him too, Lin Yuan decided without hesitation. We have to find Gu Chun before the Li family does, or things will get much worse. The three quickly came to an agreement and hurried toward the city gates. With more and more adventurers heading into the wilderness, the overall danger level had ironically decreased compared to before. Just then, a commotion erupted near the city gates. In the distance, a massive, ship-like shadow appeared on the horizon. A thunderous roar shook the skies, causing the ground to tremble faintly. Soon, a colossal warship emerged above Lynching, its sheer size blotting out a large portion of the sky. The deck was packed with warriors clad in black armor, standing in perfect formation, exuding an overwhelming aura. A flag bearing the character Gu fluttered boldly in the fierce wind, commanding attention. At the same time, A booming voice echoed across the skies of Linqing, as loud and forceful as a thunderclap. The War King has arrived, clear the way. The War King has arrived? A startled cry echoed through the streets of Linqing, sparking a wave of commotion. Which War King? Are you from the abyss? Who else could it be? It's naturally Gu Qingfeng, the War King of the northern frontier. What? Are you saying that Gu Qingfeng, the pillar of the empire? He's a living legend. Why would he come here? No idea. Judging by the direction, it looks like he's heading toward the Li family estate. Suddenly, a massive floating battleship appeared in the sky, with the royal banner bearing the character Gu fluttering proudly in the wind. Although Gu Qingfeng himself had yet to appear, the mere sight of the battleship was enough to send tens of thousands of Linqing residents into a frenzy. Excitement and astonishment surged through the crowd like a tidal wave. This is the ruler of the 7 cities of the northern frontier. To think he would set foot in Linqing today, it's an unparalleled honor. Someone exclaimed in awe. The floating battleship soon came to a halt above the Li family estate. Beneath the royal banner, a squad of black-armored soldiers stood like statues, their presence exuding an aura of blood and steel so oppressive that no one dared to meet their gaze. Gu Qingfeng emerged from the command deck, stepping forward to stand before his personal guards. He gazed down at the Li family estate below. At his side were Qin Yun and the steward, Gu He. It's Gu Qingfeng. My heavens, it's the War King himself. What on earth is happening? Why would such an important figure come to Linqing? The battleship is hovering above the Li family estate. Could this be about the Li family? Speculation rippled through the crowd. One bold voice ventured. Do you think there's a chance that Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son? Are you from the abyss? Gu Qingfeng has only one son, Gu Ci. Not only did Gu Ci awaken a rare profession early, but he was also admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. There's no way Gu Chen could be his son. Alright, enough guessing. Let's head to the Li estate and see for ourselves. The streets of Linqing were soon deserted, as everyone flooded toward the Li family estate. Outside the estate, a massive crowd gathered. People stood shoulder to shoulder, filling the streets, climbing trees, clinging to railings, perching on rooftops. Every possible vantage point was packed with curious onlookers. Among the crowd were Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran, who managed to squeeze their way near the Li estate. Staring at the royal banner with the character Gu fluttering above, a bold thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Gu Qingfeng, could it be that Gu Chen is really Gu Qingfeng's son? Meanwhile, inside the Li family estate, Li Xiao, feeling the overwhelming pressure descending from above, left his study and walked out into the courtyard. When he looked up, his eyes locked onto a commanding figure descending from the battleship, walking through the air as if on solid ground, steadily approaching the courtyard. In that moment, Li Xiao felt as though his blood had turned to ice. A paralyzing fear gripped him, and his legs buckled beneath him. With a loud thud, he fell to his knees. War King. This ignorant one, Li Xiao, was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive my transgressions. Li Xiao stammered, his voice trembling. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold and unyielding. Li Xiao, hand over my son. If I do not see him today, I will see your entire Li family wiped out. The words had barely left his mouth when, in a flash, hundreds of black-armored soldiers descended from the battleship, surrounding the Li family estate so completely that not even a breeze could pass through. Gu Qingfeng's declaration was like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the crowd outside, who erupted in astonished cries. This is insane. We guessed right. Gu Chen? He's actually part of the northern royal family? Lin Qingqing turned to Lin Yuan, her face filled with disbelief. Is this for real? Lin Yuan's expression was a mix of shock and complexity. Don't look at me. I've been duped just like you. I thought he was so broke he couldn't even afford a meal. Who could have guessed his father is the War King of the northern frontier? A whirlwind of emotions churned within Lin Yuan. He couldn't believe that his closest friend had hidden such a massive secret from him. Yet, as disbelief gave way to exhilaration, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. We agreed to live as commoners, and you turn out to be the son of the War King. This is incredible. His best friend was the heir to one of the most powerful families in the land. From this moment on, Lin Yuan would no longer be just an ordinary manha, would be known as Lin Yuan, brother to the son of the northern frontier's War King. This was a fortune beyond imagination. His time had finally come. Back at the Li estate, a suffocating, tempestuous aura blanketed the entire compound, as though the slightest misstep would reduce the estate to ashes. Li Xiao, trembling uncontrollably, begged for mercy, his voice cracking with desperation. My lord, there must be some misunderstanding. I swear on my life, the young master is not here in the Li family estate. Li Xiao was utterly baffled. Why would Gu Qingfeng launch such an overwhelming display of force and demand someone from his estate? Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Ci, was supposed to be at the Imperial Capital Academy. Why would the War King come here looking for someone? Though the Li family was the most prominent in lynching, Li Xiao knew his place. Even if he groveled at Gu Si's feet, he doubted he'd be granted an audience. Gu Si's background was so lofty that Li Xiao wouldn't dare offend him, let alone cross him. The very thought was absurd. At that moment, Qin Yuan descended from the battleship, stepping forward to stand behind Gu Qingfeng. Her voice was sharp and commanding as she berated Li Xiao. Li Xiao, how dare you? Let me make this clear: if my son has suffered so much as a scratch, your entire Li family will be eradicated. With Gu Qin's life hanging in the balance, Qin Yuan dared not take any chances. Gu Qingfeng stood to the side, his face dark as thunder, fists clenched tightly, his entire being exuding an aura of imminent danger. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over everyone around him. After receiving news from Gubei City last night, he had traveled non-stop, crossing thousands of kilometers to arrive in Lincheng. By now, dawn had broken, signaling that his son had been wandering the wilderness for an entire night. Gu Qingfeng's heart pounded violently, his mind flashing with images of the dangers lurking in the wilderness. Bloodthirsty tribes, bottomless abysses, and crises that could arise at any moment. His facial muscles twitched with rage, and a cold fury burned in his eyes. As the War King of the northern frontier, it was unthinkable that his own flesh and blood had been wronged in the small city of Lincheng, hunted into the wilderness with his survival uncertain. The crowd murmured among themselves, some marveling at how the Li family had clearly bitten off more than they could chew this time. Gu Chun killed your son? And you wanted revenge if that's one thing. But why go so far as to issue a region-wide bounty? One bold onlooker whispered. Now look what's happened. You've drawn Gu Qingfeng here. The Li family is doomed. Li Xiao froze in place as if struck by lightning when he heard Qin Yun's words. Qin Yun, as Gu Qingfeng's wife, carried the weight of his authority in every word she spoke. Li Xiao knew all too well that with a single command from Gu Qingfeng, his elite guards would mercilessly wipe out his entire family. Fear engulfed Li Xiao like a tidal wave. His heart raced, and cold sweat soaked through his clothes. Stammering, he pleaded, Your Grace, spare me. I swear on my life, the young master Gu Si is not in the Li family. I've never even seen him. Please, Your Majesty, investigate the truth. Have mercy, my lady. Insolence. Gu Qingfeng roared, his voice thunderous. His eyes widened with fury as he seethed. Gu Si? Who said I came here for Gu Si? He stepped closer to Li Xiao with each word, each step making the man tremble uncontrollably. Grinding his teeth, Gu Qingfeng growled, After all this talk, you still haven't realized who I'm really here for. Gu Qingfeng could no longer suppress the fury burning within him. He abruptly raised his foot and kicked toward Li Xiao with explosive force. His son, Gu Chun, was still fleeing for his life in the wilderness. There was no time to waste here. Li Xiao was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the manor's main building. The entire structure collapsed with a deafening roar. Buried under the rubble, Li Xiao was racked with pain, unable to muster the strength to move. The strength of the northern warlord was utterly overwhelming. For 18 years, he had defended the abyssal battlefield, single-handedly repelling countless enemy races and earning his title through sheer dominance in battle. Even though Li Xiao was a fifth-tier berserker, he was as insignificant as an ant before Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng spoke coldly, his voice like ice. Li Xiao, listen carefully. Gu Chun is my son. If anything happens to him in the wilderness, not only will your entire Li family pay with their lives, but everyone involved in the pursuit will die as well. The moment his words fell, the expressions of everyone inside and outside the manor changed drastically. Some felt relieved that their rank was too low to take on the mission, others regretted not waking up early enough to claim the bounty, but most were filled with despair. The bounty hunters who had come seeking opportunity were utterly dumbfounded. What they thought was a chance for fortune had turned into a death sentence. When Li Xiao heard the name Gu Chun, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He muttered in disbelief, Impossible. How could it be Gu Chun? He's just an orphan. How could he be Gu Qingfeng's son? His mind went blank, and a wave of terror surged through him like a rising tide. At that moment, one of his subordinates rushed over to report urgently, Master, we've received word from the wilderness. Gu Chun is heading toward Linyuan Pass. Li Xiao's body trembled, his eyes first lighting up with hope, only to darken moments later. Gu Chun was still alive, but why was he fleeing in that direction? Linyuan Pass had already been consumed by the abyss, infested with ferocious alien races. It was a deadly place. Notify everyone who accepted the bounty, stop the pursuit immediately, and head to Linyuan Pass at full speed. Li Xiao roared, his voice almost breaking. Find Gu Chun before he enters the contamination zone. No matter what, those around him reacted as if the end of the world had arrived. Linyuan Pass was perilously close to the Bone Prisona first-tier abyss. Though it was only first tier, the mere mention of the abyss struck fear into the hearts of all. Even well-prepared first-tier professional teams could face annihilation there, let alone a lone fugitive like Gu Chen. It was a situation with almost no chance of survival. That's it. Lin Yuan's face turned deathly pale in an instant, his eyes flickering with terror and despair. He muttered to himself, the Lin Yuan Pass is right next to a Tier 1 abyss. Even a level 20 warrior wouldn't dare venture there alone. Is this the end for me? Snapping back to his senses, he grabbed his companion's shoulder urgently and said, no time to waste, get out of the city now. If we leave early enough, we might still be able to bring him back. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, Li Xiao, just you wait. If I make it back alive this time, I swear I'll tear your family apart. Burial dungeon. A Tier 1 abyss. Su Ran gasped audibly. Each one of those is terrifying enough on its own, but together, that's just beyond horrifying. Although the group had learned that Gu Qian was still alive, in their eyes, he was as good as walking straight into death. However, Lin Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow, pulling out a map from his spatial inventory and studying it closely. Something doesn't add up, he murmured. The wilderness has countless paths, and the closer you get to Lin Yuan Pass, the stronger the foreign races become. Why would Gu Qian head in that direction? It's like he's walking into a trap. Lin Qingqing leaned in, her eyes filled with confusion. She asked softly, that route near Lin Yuan Pass is completely unsuitable for escaping. He's clearly being hunted. Why would he choose to go that way? At that moment, Su Ran's finger moved across the map, stopping slightly south of Lin Yuan Pass. Her expression turned thoughtful as she said, Gu Qian always acts with purpose. I don't think he's running for his life, nor is he trying to reach Lin Yuan Pass. Her slender, fair finger moved further down the map and finally stopped at 4 small words. Su Ran's eyes lit up. He's already level 10. Could it be that he's planning to clear the Tier 1 Abyss Burial Dungeon? Hearing this, Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. Lin Yuan suddenly realized, the Tier 1 Abyss is only accessible to those below level 20. Hey, you know what? Everyone thought he was fleeing for his life, almost fell for it too. Who would have guessed that old Gu is actually going to challenge the Abyss? Lin Qingqing looked at him with admiration. Level 10 and already daring to enter the Abyss? He really lives up to his reputation as a legend. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality and grabbed Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, dragging them toward the edge of the crowd. Let's go, hurry. We're heading straight to the teleportation array. The 3 of them pushed and shoved their way out of the bustling street. Lin Yuan, brimming with excitement, shouted, a Tier 1 Abyss. That's a goldmine of experience for us. We'd be fools not to stick close to Gu Qian. After pushing their way out of the crowd, Lin Yuan and his 2 companions didn't head straight for the teleportation array. Instead, they went to borrow money first. The teleportation fees were steep, especially for arrays leading to the Abyss, which were exorbitantly priced. Many people preferred running dungeons within the city rather than venturing into the Abyss. However, for Lin Yuan and his team, the burial dungeon was far more tempting. The teleportation array could take them directly to the Abyss entrance plaza, avoiding any confrontation with the wilderness's alien tribes. By getting there first, they could ambush Gu Qian. Following Gu Qian into the Abyss meant almost zero risk and astonishing rewards. They had already experienced its benefits and were unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. In stark contrast to Lin Yuan's group's anticipation was Gu Qingfeng's seething fury. Upon learning that Gu Qian was fleeing toward Lin Yuan Pass, his rage nearly overwhelmed him. Lin Yuan Pass had been overtaken by the Abyss 50 years ago, becoming a place of utter corruption. The nearby burial dungeon was infamous, with a sky-high mortality rate and a difficulty level surpassing 90 of second-tier abysses in the Xinxia Empire. Even Gu Qingfeng himself hadn't dared set foot there when he was level 15, let alone Gu Qian. Li Xiao, die for me! Gu Qingfeng roared. A glowing holy sword materialized beside him, radiating light as brilliant as the sun. With the power to destroy everything in its path, the sword's luminous blade slashed toward Li Xiao. No! Li Xiao's body was pierced through by the holy sword's light, and his health instantly dropped to 0. The entire Li family estate was reduced to rubble under the sword's devastating power, and Li Xiao's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. However, in the next moment, intense holy light burst forth from his corpse. The resurrection cross activated, restoring 30 of Li Xiao's health. This life-saving artifact, worth millions, was something he, as the head of the Li family in Lin City, always carried with him. Your Majesty, spare me. I know my sins, please have mercy. Li Xiao, freshly revived, scrambled to his knees before Gu Qingfeng, kowtowing repeatedly. His entire body trembled with fear of death, paying no mind to his injuries. The resurrection cross could only activate once within 24 hours. If he were struck down again, he would surely perish. In desperation, Li Xiao forced himself to speak. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Gu Qian is still alive. Give me 1 day, and I swear the entire Li family will mobilize to ensure his safe return. You? Humph. Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly, and the holy sword in his hand vanished as he ascended into the air, heading straight for the floating warship. Royal Guard, secure the Li family estate. No one is to leave without my command. I've said it before, if anything happens to my son, not only the Li family but everyone involved will pay with their lives. Gu Qingfeng's voice thundered like a storm, shaking everyone present to their core. Faces turned pale as fear gripped their hearts. Seeing this, Gu He and Qin Yun quickly boarded the floating warship. The massive steel behemoth churned through the clouds, speeding toward Linyuan Pass, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After Gu Qingfeng's departure, black-armored soldiers surrounded the Li family estate, ensuring no one could escape. The oppressive shadow of death momentarily receded, allowing Li Xiao to shakily rise to his feet, his face etched with despair. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, his expression turned even grimmer. At this point, he no longer cared about the pain of losing a son. Sons could be born again, but offending Gu Qingfeng was the kind of crime that led to the extermination of entire families. All this for a spot at the Imperial Academy. Li Xiao's family had pursued Gu Qingfeng's son into the wilderness, and now Li Xiao regretted his actions to the core. Yet, looking back, who could have predicted that a young man raised in Lin City for 18 years, thought to be nothing more than a farmer's son, would turn out to be Gu Qingfeng's child? If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, even with a blade at his throat, Li Xiao wouldn't have believed that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son. Patriarch, what should we do now? A family retainer asked cautiously. To the ancestral shrine, Li Xiao said gravely. Huh. What's in the ancestral shrine that could be more important than the survival of our family? The retainer asked in confusion. Go and light incense for our ancestors. Pray that they watch over Gu Chen, helping him escape danger and return safely, Li Xiao replied. Ignoring his injuries, he limped toward the shrine. With the royal guards stationed outside, escape was impossible. His only hope now lay in the blessings of his ancestors to guide the family through this crisis. Meanwhile, standing aboard the floating warship, Gu Qingfeng asked irritably, Gu He, have you figured it out yet? What exactly happened between Gu Chen and the Li family? In his memory, Gu Chen was nothing more than an idle, unruly troublemaker, a disappointment, unworthy of any expectations. But why was Gu Chen so aggressive this time, even to the point of killing Li Renjia and fleeing into the wilderness? Gu Qingfeng frowned in deep thought. Was this an extreme method Gu Chen used to force him into compromise? Or perhaps there was more to the story? Your Majesty, the steward, Gu He, stepped forward respectfully and reported, we have uncovered the cause of the incident. It all started with the Li family attempting to seize young Master Gu Chen's guaranteed admission slot. Guaranteed admission slot? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed deeply, his tone laced with confusion. Gu Chen isn't even a professional yet. How could he have a guaranteed slot? Could it be that a headmaster from some prestigious academy learned about Gu Chen's inability to complete his transition and tried to curry favor with me in this way? Gu He shook his head. That's not the case, Your Majesty. In fact, although the young master failed his transition in Gu Bei City, he successfully completed it after returning to Lin City. What? Gu Qingfeng and Qin Yun both exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened. How is that possible? While such cases do exist, they are exceedingly rare. I never imagined it would happen to Gu Chen. Qin Yun's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her tone tinged with suspicion. Gu He, now is not the time for jokes. Gu He's expression remained serious as he continued. Your Majesty, Your Grace, this is no joke. Not only did the young master successfully transition as a summoner, but he also entered the beginner-level dungeon Temple Ruins with 4 teammates. Within a single day, they reached level 10 and even cleared the hell-level dungeon that has remained unconquered for decades. At this, the expressions of Gu Qingfeng and Qin Yun shifted from shock to pride and delight. Gu He went on to explain, clearing a hell-level dungeon grants an SSS rating. According to Lin City's policies, students who achieve an SSS rating are awarded guaranteed admission to Shangjing Academy. However, Gu He's tone grew heavier. The Li family heir, Li Renjia, failed to secure the guaranteed slot. In retaliation, he used the Li family's influence to suppress the news of the young master clearing the hell-level dungeon and attempted to steal his guaranteed admission. Gu He took a deep breath and continued. The incident occurred in the dormitory building of Lin City's first academy. Li Renjia, along with a branch family member, Li Wenhui, confronted the young master, threatening him to lead them through the hell-level dungeon. When the young master refused, things quickly escalated, ultimately resulting in Li Renjia's death. Li Renjia was a level 13 spirit manipulator, a rare class. Yet, inexplicably, he was effortlessly defeated by the level 10 young master. Following the incident, the young master fled into the wilderness. Hearing all of this, Gu Qingfeng's initial irritation was entirely replaced by profound shock. He muttered to himself, successful transition. reaching level 10 in a single day, clearing a hell-level dungeon, earning an SSS rating, securing a guaranteed slot at Shangjing Academy, and even defeating a rare-class professional 3 levels above him. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. This level of achievement, not just in Lin City but even in Gubei City, would overshadow the vast majority of so-called prodigy professionals. All of this, Gu Qingfeng's voice was filled with disbelief. This was accomplished by Gu Chen? My son, Gu Chen? Hearing Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng leaned forward, gazing intently at the vast sea of clouds beneath the battleship. His heart was in turmoil, unable to calm the shock within. His seemingly unremarkable son was actually a prodigious genius? A trace of sorrow flickered across his face, and his eyes filled with regret. If only he had been more understanding towards his son in the past, Gu Chen wouldn't have ended up exiled in the wilderness. Could it be that all along, the one who was truly at fault was himself? Noticing the change in Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He let out a soft sigh. Slowly, he revealed a little-known truth. Everyone knows that the son of the northern warlord, Gu Ci, is a genius. Not only did he advance to a rare profession early, but he was also admitted to the prestigious Shangjing Academy. However, few are aware of the immense resources you invested in him. To become a Dragon Knight, there are only 2 possibilities. One must either possess Dragon Bloodline or receive the blessing of the Dragon God. Gu Ci clearly doesn't belong to the former. To ensure his successful advancement, the Gu family poured resources into him from childhood to adulthood, resources equivalent to the northern border's annual military budget. Such an astonishing investment could turn an ordinary pig into a final boss with millions of health points. In contrast, Gu Chen grew up with barely anything. The Gu family's total expenditure on him amounted to nothing more than a single month's living expenses during his brief stay with us. Comparing the two, who is the real unparalleled genius? The answer is obvious. Gu He continued, his tone calm but weighted with meaning. Your Majesty, haven't you always believed the eldest young master to be a hopeless failure, incapable of achieving anything? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, his voice tinged with doubt. What do you mean? Are you implying there's more to the story? Gu He began to recount his findings. The eldest young master was raised in a poor farming household. Life was harsh, marked by hunger and poverty, and he often suffered bullying at the hands of privileged children. Even so, he excelled in his studies. But everything changed when he entered high school. His foster parents passed away one after the other, leaving him without support and struggling to meet even his basic needs. To earn a mere few hundred coins a month, the young master had no choice but to run errands for street vendors, even skipping school to work odd jobs. To outsiders, it seemed like he was neglecting his education, giving up on himself. But the truth was the opposite. It wasn't that he didn't want to succeed. It was that he couldn't. Gu He's voice carried a mix of sorrow and irony. You once despised him for wasting his potential, for abandoning his studies. But he understood better than anyone that studying hard now could lead to a stable, well-paying job in the future, even if he couldn't advance to a higher profession or enter a prestigious academy. Yet, he couldn't afford to wait for that distant future. Every day he spent in school meant another day without income, another day of hunger. For him, survival was a battle fought day by day. If he didn't skip school to earn money, he might not have lasted a week without starving. Gu Qingfeng froze as he listened, his expression stiffening. A heavy silence enveloped him, filled with an indescribable sense of guilt and anguish. His own son, the rightful heir of the northern warlord's lineage, had been reduced to the brink of starvation. What kind of suffering had Gu Chen endured over the past 18 years? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Gu Qingfeng. He finally understood why Gu Chen, usually so timid, had dared to kill Li Renjia. A farmer's son targeted by the most powerful family in Lin Chengi's fate was all but sealed. Suppression, subjugation, and a life of servitude. The suppression of the hell-level dungeon's clearance news and the stolen guaranteed admission slot were proof enough. Faced with such oppression, even the most gifted individual would struggle to break free of the Li family's control. Gu Chen had only 2 choices: submit as a servant and live as the Li family's lackey, or fight back and risk everything in a desperate bid for freedom. Clearly, Gu Chen chose the latter. He wasn't seeking to provoke anyone through extreme actions. He was simply trying to survive, grasping at the one slim chance fate had left him. For him, merely staying alive had already demanded every ounce of his strength. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingfeng felt his heart tremble violently as if pierced by countless steel needles. The realization that his son had spent 18 years barely surviving in the cracks of society was too much to bear. He had believed hardship would temper Gu Chen, make him stronger. But he had been wrong. Hardship was just hardship, it was nothing to aspire to, and it didn't inherently make someone better. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng finally understood why Gu Chen had severed ties with the Gu family. He also recognized his own grave mistakes. His heart was a storm of grief and fury, and a blazing anger surged from the depths of his soul. The Li family of lynching dares to bully even my son, Gu Qingfeng's son? They'll make sure their entire clan is wiped out. Gu Qingfeng turned to face the sea of clouds below the battleship, his gaze fixed in the direction of lynching. His eyes burned with a cold, bone-chilling murderous intent. Gu He, inform the royal guards to annihilate the Li family. Leave no one alive. Yes, your majesty. Gu He responded without hesitation, immediately relaying the order to the commander of the royal guards. In that instant, hundreds of royal guards stationed outside the Li family estate in lynching unsheathed their gleaming swords. Like a tidal wave, they stormed the Li family manor, leaving no room for escape. The tragedy within the manor unfolded swiftly, as members of the Li family fell one after another, their blood staining the opulent carpet red. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Most of the Li clan had already slipped into the wilderness, relentlessly pursuing Gu Chen. Yet in the northern territories, any prey of Gu Qingfeng was destined to meet its end no wings. No amount of luck could free them from the shackles of fate. At this moment, Gu Chen was venturing deep into the wilderness. Though his outward path seemed to lead toward Linyuan Pass, his true destination lay further south, the burial dungeon. Under the shroud of black mist, a well-dressed, refined young man walked alongside Gu Chen. This young man, named Suxia, was someone Gu Chen had recently befriended at a genuine army outpost. Unlike other professionals, Suxia's journey had a unique purpose: to seek out a rare material. Brother Chen, look over there, Suxia said, pointing into the distance. If you head in that direction, you'll reach Linyuan Pass. It fell 50 years ago and is now controlled by the alien tribes. Last year, 5 teams of 4th-tier experts ventured in on a mission, but only 3 individuals made it out alive. As Suxia spoke, he pulled out a compass and examined it carefully before gesturing toward a shadowy region within the black mist. Brother Chen, that's the direction of the burial dungeon. It'll take at least 3 hours on foot. Before he even finished speaking, Suxia snapped his fingers. The black mist surged, and a deep blue luxury sports car materialized out of thin air. But if we take my hover coupe, we'll get there in half an hour. Gu Chen glanced at the car, which resembled a sleek, predatory beast, and his lips twitched slightly. A hover coupe? How did something this big even appear out of nowhere? Cars aren't equipment or tools, they can't fit in a spatial storage, can they? Wait a second. What's your profession again? A spatial mage? Suxia chuckled. I failed my profession advancement, I'm just an ordinary person. Hop in. We'll reach the burial dungeon in no time. Gu Chen's sharp eyes caught a faint glimmer on Suxia's finger. It was a subtle flash of light from a dark silver ringa spatial ring. The Bone Burial Dungeon is located deep in the wilderness and is considered one of the most challenging Tier 1 abysses. Despite the difficulty, the Abyss Square remains bustling with people, as professionals flock to the area, eager to take on the challenge. In this world, risk and reward are always proportional. The greater the difficulty of the abyss, the higher the mortality rate, but the rewards for clearing it are correspondingly more lucrative. Compared to dungeons, abysses offer a better cost-benefit ratio, especially for well-prepared challengers. After all, the cost of accessing a dungeon is exorbitant. Take the Tier 1 Hell-level dungeon in lynching. For example, each participant is charged a staggering 3 million per attempt. This high price is due not only to the significant operational and maintenance expenses, but also to the profits demanded by the forces controlling the dungeons. Even beginner-level dungeons are no exception. However, the laws of the Shenxia Empire provide a special concession. Newly transferred professionals are granted a 10-day free period for beginner dungeons, a measure designed to support the student population. At this moment, the Abyss Square is buzzing with activity. Most people are holding signs to recruit teammates, a scene almost identical to the dungeon square. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran have already arrived at the entrance to the abyss. Communication in the wilderness is non-existent. Suxia joined the team. It was an unprecedented sight, a regular person who had failed their class transition, daring to venture into the abyss. In the circles of professional adventurers, this was an almost unthinkable decision. But for Gu Chen, it was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, I'm the one actually doing the fighting. The rest of them just need to stand around and cheer me on, he thought to himself. Besides, Suxia, being a native of Wancheng, was intimately familiar with the terrain of the Buried Bones dungeon. Abyss's knowledge alone made him valuable. However, when Gu Chen mentioned they would be tackling the nightmare-level abyss, Suxia's face turned pale. Nightmare level, he stammered. Chunga, shouldn't we start with the normal level? Or maybe the hard level at least? Gu Chen realized he had neglected to specify the difficulty earlier. Yes, nightmare level, he replied casually. If you think it's too dangerous, you're free to back out. I'll refund your deposit, and if we gather any materials later, you can always buy them from me. He shrugged nonchalantly. There are plenty of people in the Abyss Plaza. Finding a replacement won't be an issue. Suxia fell into a deep internal struggle. The dangers of the nightmare-level abyss far exceeded those of even hell-level dungeons. In that place, by the time you sensed the danger, it was often already too late. There wouldn't even be enough time to use a teleportation scroll to escape. Many professionals had vanished forever in the abyss this way. Why must it be nightmare level? Susia asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Chen sighed and explained patiently, because only by clearing the nightmare level can we unlock the hell level. The first tier abyss is unique. You can challenge nightmare level directly without going through hard level first. Susia froze, finally catching the implication behind Chen's words. If not for the system restrictions, this man would probably have gone straight for the hell level. Are you sure you can clear it? Susia asked hesitantly. Guaranteed, Chen replied with unwavering confidence. I might quit halfway through, Susia warned. The last person who quit halfway probably regrets it now, Chen said with a faint smile. After a fierce internal debate, Susia ultimately decided to take the risk. For an ordinary person who could never become a professional adventurer, the allure of the abyss was simply too great. Fine, I'm in, he declared. Lin Yuan stepped forward, patting Susia on the shoulder. Congratulations. Going all in is a kind of wisdom. Without further delay, Chen approached the abyss's entrance and selected the nightmare difficulty. The system immediately issued a warning. Warning, you have selected nightmare difficulty. This level presents a near-realistic abyss experience with extreme difficulty and a high mortality rate. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, Chen confirmed without hesitation. Warning, the average level of your team is too low. Reorganizing is strongly recommended. Decline, Chen responded decisively. A blood-red vortex of swirling energy bloomed at the entrance. In the next moment, the 5 figures vanished into the abyss. At that very instant, a system-wide notification was broadcast to all professionals across the Northern Territory. Notice, Chen, SS-rated challenger of Lincheng, has led a team of adventurers into the nightmare-level buried bones dungeon abyss. The simple announcement sent shockwaves throughout the Northern Territory. What? Lincheng's SS-rated challenger? Chen? The summoner being hunted by the Li family? The son of the Northern Battle King? A level 10 summoner attempting the nightmare-level abyss? That's suicide. Wait. The real headline here is that he got an SSS rating in Lincheng, right? Lincheng locals here never heard of this happening. Chen's SS level evaluation caused a massive stir in Lin City. The streets were abuzz with chatter about this mysterious genius, as people speculated about his identity. Some swore they had witnessed his heroic feat of clearing the hell-level instance in the temple ruins, sparking heated discussions. I saw it with my own eyes, exclaimed a middle-aged man who claimed to be an eyewitness, thumping his chest in excitement. Chen cleared the hell-level instance, and that SS level rating is the real deal. The crowd around him was skeptical. Someone questioned, are you sure you're not making this up? How could something like that even happen? The argument grew more intense until someone had a sudden idea. Instead of arguing here, why don't we just ask the Lin City Municipal Hall? If our city really has an SS level achiever, there's no way they wouldn't report it. Call the City Lord's hotline and find out. As people began pulling out their communicators to make the call, a deep voice suddenly interrupted. If Chen already has an SS level rating, why would he risk going head-to-head with the Li family? The question hit the crowd like a bucket of cold water, silencing the lively street. People exchanged uncertain glances, unable to come up with an answer. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's office of Lin City Municipal Hall, Su Lai was facing the greatest crisis of his political career. As the highest-ranking official in the city, he was now gripped by a sense of unprecedented despair. When Su Lai first learned that an SS-level achiever had appeared in Lin City, he was overjoyed. This wasn't just a guaranteed recommendation to the prestigious Shangjing Academy. It also meant he could secure more resources from the Northern Territories. However, just as he was preparing to report this to Gubei City, the Li family requested an audience. Li Xiao made a seemingly trivial request, to delay the application process for the recommendation by a few days. Su Lai, curious about the Li family's intentions but unwilling to offend the most powerful family in Lin City, agreed without much thought. To him, as long as Lin City secured a spot at Shangjing Academy, it didn't matter who the recipient was. Delaying the process for a few days was a routine matter and not against any rules. But things quickly spiraled out of control. The next day, news of Li Renjie's death arrived. Though Su Lai was shocked, he remained composed until today, when Gu Qingfeng's arrival completely upended his plans. What terrified Su Lai even more was the revelation that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son. This shocking truth made him realize he had made a colossal mistake. As the city lord of Lin City, he had unknowingly obstructed the recommendation process for the son of a royal clan member. This mistake was so grave that even his life might not be enough to atone for it. As Su Lai descended into despair, another devastating piece of news arrived. The Li family had been annihilated. This revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning, almost making him collapse. But he quickly realized that with the Li family gone, he was the only one who knew the full story. If he could expedite the recommendation process for Gu Chun, he might still find a way out of this mess. With this thought in mind, Su Lai grabbed the phone on his desk and urgently issued an order. Secretary Li, activate the emergency protocol. Finalize the recommendation for Gu Chun immediately and make a big announcement about the Hell-level novice instance being cleared. Hurry. Do it now. Be quick. He repeated the word quick 3 times, his tone filled with unprecedented urgency. But just as he finished speaking, a striking notification popped up on the monitor in front of him. Notice, Lin City's SS-level achiever Gu Chun has led a team of professionals into the nightmare-level burial grounds. Su Lai stared at the message, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably as his expression froze. He realized everything was over. With this announcement, his delay in processing the recommendation would no longer remain a secret. Su Lai slumped into his chair in despair, as if he could already see his impending downfall. Accompanied by a faint sensation of weightlessness, Gu Chun and his team suddenly found themselves in a damp and dimly lit cavern. In an instant, a nauseating stench of decay and rot assaulted their senses, filling their nostrils. Ugh, this is disgusting. Lin Yuan cursed loudly, quickly covering his nose and mouth as his stomach churned violently. Gu Chun frowned deeply while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran began retching uncontrollably. The 2 women hastily covered their noses and mouths, their faces contorted in expressions of utter discomfort. Amidst everyone's struggle, Su Xia's face was already hidden behind a metallic mask. At some point, he had taken out 4 identical masks from his spatial ring and handed them to the others. Here, put these on. This is the N99 breathing mask I designed. It can purify the air in the dungeon and also has communication, night vision, and auto-tracking functions. Su Xia's voice came through the mask, sounding slightly mechanical. Lin Yuan wasted no time putting on the mask, and instantly, the acrid stench was replaced by fresh, clean air. The others quickly followed suit, all breathing sighs of relief. I remember the latest model on the market is the N98 breathing mask from Eternal Life Corporation. What's the deal with this N99? Lin Qingqing asked curiously. The N99 is an upgraded version of the N98. It's set to debut at Eternal Life Corporation's new product launch in 3 months, Su Xia explained. This answer left everyone stunned. Eternal Life Corporation, the nation's leading tech company, had secured a massive military contract with the Abyss Suppression Army thanks to its advanced weapon development capabilities, outshining numerous other military-industrial firms. And the Su family, as it turned out, was the true power behind the corporation. Wait a second, your last name is Su? Lin Qingqing's tone was filled with disbelief. Are you that Su family genius? The one who developed the extraordinary weapon to eliminate abyssal creatures and helped Eternal Life Corporation land the Abyss Suppression Army's major deal? Su Xia smiled modestly. Genius might be an overstatement, but yes, the Abyss Suppression Army seemed quite satisfied with my designs. This exchange caused the others to glance at Su Xia with newfound respect. The Su family spared no effort in protecting this key figure, treating his security on par with that of the family patriarch. Why, then, would such an important individual join Gu Chun in venturing into the perilous abyss? Could it be to gather rare and valuable materials? Despite his curiosity, Gu Chun refrained from probing further. Everyone had their own secrets, and their sole purpose for this journey was to explore the abyss together. With the suffocating stench resolved, Gu Chun immediately summoned the vampire overlord. Having traversed the wilderness to reach the bone burial dungeon, the vampire overlord's strength had increased significantly. It let out a low, menacing growl, and the cavern was soon filled with countless blood-red figures. 50 vampires spawn in total, the current limit of its summoning ability. The vampire overlord had reached level 11, and the vampire spawn it could create could not exceed its level by more than 10. Among the summoned creatures, the highest level reached 21, while the lowest was 15. The sudden appearance of the horde of vampire spawns startled Lin Yuan and the others, who almost mistook it for an ambush by abyssal creatures. Don't worry, it's just one of my skills, Gu Chun quickly explained, stopping the 4 from retreating in panic. What? Su Xia asked in disbelief. How can a summoner have this many summons? It's just one summon. The rest are its summoned units, Gu Chun clarified briefly before commanding the vampire spawn to lead the way. Before long, a guttural growl echoed through the darkness. A humanoid figure, resembling a lizard, emerged slowly from the shadows. Its head was grotesquely deformed and caked with blood. Its crimson eyes gleamed with savage intent. Its limbs were short and stocky, grotesquely disproportionate, and its body was riddled with rotting flesh, some parts exposing stark white bone. Is this an orc? I've never seen such a short and hideous one, someone exclaimed. Before Gu Chun could issue a command, the vampire overlord had already acted. Bullets of crimson energy lit up the dark dungeon, striking the creature with crackling precision. Despite its agility and brute strength, the creature stood no chance against the vampire overlord's lightning-fast assault. In the blink of an eye, the creature's health bar was depleted. With a final, piercing wail, it collapsed to the ground. Beast Corpse Chimera LV.13 defeated. Experience 1560. A level 13 abyssal creature was annihilated in seconds by a single skill from the vampire overlord. This scene left Su Xia visibly stunned, his expression betraying his shock. In the nightmare level abyss, the strength of the alien creatures is far beyond that of the ordinary ones roaming the wilderness. Though only at level 13, this Beast Corpse Chimera possessed an astonishing health pool of nearly 40,000. Yet, unbelievably, it was instantly killed by a single skill from a summoned creature. Su Xia was stunned as he witnessed the scene. He suddenly realized that with the power Gu Chen had demonstrated, it might actually be possible to clear the nightmare level dungeon. As the Beast Corpse Chimera collapsed, 6 death tentacles formed from black mist emerged next to its body. This was a side effect of the Corruption Orb skill, which summoned a tentacle every time it hit a target. Since lethal shot could fire 6 bullets imbued with this skill, 6 tentacles appeared. However, the tentacles only lasted for 2 seconds before dissipating into black mist. Lin Yuan glanced at the grotesque alien corpse on the ground and couldn't help but comment, "Beast Corpse Chimera? What a mouthful of a name." Su Xia explained, "It's essentially a failed experiment. The burial dungeon was once a place of punishment for dwarves, where countless of them perished. Later, a voodoo shaman came here and fused dwarf corpses with orcs, creating these half-corpse, half-beast monsters." As he spoke, Su Xia retrieved 4 antidote potions from his backpack and handed them to the group. The attacks of the Beast Corpse Chimera carry corrosive poison damage. If you get hit, you must use an antidote potion immediately, or you'll suffer continuous health loss. Gu Chen took one of the potions, staring at the emerald green liquid rippling inside the vial. He silently made a note. Antidote potion, consuming it quickly removes poison status. On the trading platform, this potion costs 3,000 credits per vial, a hefty price. Thanks. Gu Chen stored the antidote potion in his personal inventory and commanded the vampire to continue clearing the path. As they moved forward, he said, "I bought some guides from the Genuine Army outpost. The final boss in a nightmare level abyss doesn't have a fixed location and is extremely well hidden, making it hard to find. However, one guide mentioned that to trigger the final boss, you must eliminate every alien creature on these 3 floors, leave none alive. If even one survives, the boss won't appear. So, if we want to secure the record-breaking rewards after clearing it, we'll have to push for maximum kill speed." The nightmare abyss, perilous and infamous for its staggering mortality rate, has nevertheless been cleared successfully decades ago. If Gu Chen wants to claim the generous rewards waiting at the end, his only option is to break the current record. But this is the abyss. Breaking a record here is no easy feat. Currently, the best time for the nightmare abyss stands at 6 hours and 47 minutes, achieved by the current Lord of Wanqing, Liang Yi. This record was set when Liang Yi and his team were at level 19, already pushing the limits for most professionals. But for Gu Chen, this is far from the end of the road. Gu Chen and his team tread cautiously through the dark, damp dungeon. From the shadows, grotesque beast corpse hybrids would occasionally lunge out. These horrifying creatures, formed from the fused remains of beasts and dwarves, posed little threat to Gu Chen and his group, as a large contingent of vampiric descendants scouted ahead. A sudden gunshot shattered the silence, the bullet finding its mark in a beast corpse head, dealing over 8,000 damage. These undead creatures boasted incredible resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Compared to the roughly 12,000 damage dealt to level 13 aberrants in the wilderness, the defense of these monsters was indeed impressive. Fortunately, the vampire lord's attack power was formidable. Coupled with a skill that reset upon kills, nearly all enemies except elite aberrants were dispatched in a single strike. Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign to assist the vampire lord in eliminating foes, while the vampiric descendants focused on searching every corner of the dungeon to ensure no lurking beast corpse hybrid was left behind. Though the Nightmare Sovereign's base attack was lower than the vampire lord's, it could unleash tenfold damage with the aid of its nightmare servants, effortlessly annihilating level 13 beast corpse hybrids. As the vampire lord's bullet tore through a beast corpse, reducing it to shreds, the Nightmare Sovereign delivered a lightning-fast kill of its own. System notifications rang out in succession. Killed beast corpse hybrid LV.13. EXP 1560. Killed beast corpse hybrid LV.13. EXP 1573. The pace of experience gain had clearly accelerated. Compared to the mere 500,600 EXP earned from killing aberrants in the wilderness, the experience points gained in the abyss were nearly 3 times as much. With the help of the vampiric descendants, the team's speed in searching and eliminating enemies improved significantly. Before long, Gu Chen and his companions arrived at a desolate expanse littered with bones, the brittle remains crunching unsettlingly underfoot. Su Xia scanned the area, his face betraying surprise. This is the main prison on the first floor? Already? Could we be nearing the Beast Corpse Chieftain? He explained that the underground bone dungeon consisted of 3 floors, with the main prison on the first floor being the first truly challenging area. It housed a high-level elite Beast Corpse former dwarven chieftain, a formidable foe. Susya suggested, to deal with the Beast Corpse Chieftain, we must first clear out the surrounding Beast Corpse hybrids. Charging straight into the main prison could easily result in us being overwhelmed. He added with a frown, but something's off. Even with 50 vampiric descendants clearing the way, we shouldn't have reached the main prison this quickly. Could we have gotten lost? Turning to his companions, Susya noticed Gu Chen's calm demeanor. It seemed as though Gu Chen had anticipated reaching the main prison this early. Typically, professionals would focus on clearing out lower-level aberrants in the vicinity first, leaving the elite aberrants for last. This approach greatly reduced the difficulty of subsequent battles. Clearing the surroundings also allowed the team to level up, making the fight against the Beast Corpse Chieftain in the main prison significantly easier. More importantly, eliminating all lower-level aberrants would drastically weaken the Beast Corpse Chieftain. The chieftain possessed a summoning skill that could call reinforcements from the surrounding hybrids during combat. If the entire dungeon's Beast Corpse hybrids were to converge, survival would be nearly impossible. As Su Xiao wrestled with his confusion, Gu Chen broke the silence. The underground bone dungeon is a bit unique. To trigger the appearance of the final boss, all aberrants across all 3 floors must be eliminated. In other words, if we miss even a single aberrant, we'll waste a lot of time backtracking to find it. Only by thoroughly clearing out every beast corpse can we face the final boss. Gu Chen suddenly proposed a bold idea. Let's head to the main cell first and use the Beast Corpse Chieftain's crowd-gathering skill to summon all the ordinary beast corpses on the first level of the dungeon. This way, we can eliminate them all in the shortest time possible. Hearing this, Su Xia's face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "You want to kill the Beast Corpse Chieftain first? That will cause all the outer beast corpses to swarm in. How are we supposed to handle that?" Gu Chen remained calm and composed as he replied, "No need to panic. We'll proceed according to plan." With that, he waved his hand and summoned the necrotic golem. As soon as the towering figure appeared in the main cell, a dark aura spread outward from its feet, casting a severe exhaustion debuff on all the beast corpses present. Immediately after, the Nightmare Sovereign darted forward, constructing a deep-layered dreamscape within the main cell, enveloping all the beast corpses. In an instant, piercing screams echoed throughout the chamber as the dream energy inflicted continuous, massive damage. The beast corpses' health points plummeted at an astonishing rate, losing nearly 10,000 points every second. Witnessing such overwhelming damage, Su Xia's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind overwhelmed by an intense sense of unreality. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran noticed her reaction and nodded in satisfaction. They knew that Su Xia's expression was precisely what one would expect when witnessing Gu Chen in combat for the first time: 3 parts confusion, 3 parts shock, 3 parts incredulity, and 1 part questioning the meaning of life. Despite the staggering damage, the beast corpse amalgam in the main cell, being a formidable level 16 entity, had triple the health of the average otherworldly creatures. It was still too resilient to be instantly obliterated by the deep-layered dreamscape. More importantly, the heavyweight beast corpse chieftain had yet to make an appearance. At that moment, a series of heavy, rhythmic thuds echoed from the darkness, causing the dungeon to tremble in a steady cadence. A powerful and savage aura erupted, pressing heavily toward the group. Emerging from the shadows was a figure covered in black fur, short yet stocky, with its body riddled with decaying flesh and patches of beast hide. Its entire form was crisscrossed with large sutured scars, resembling a grotesquely stitched-together corpse. Su Xia's face turned pale once more as she cried out in alarm. "It's here, the Beast Corpse Chieftain!" The elite Beast Corpse Chieftain, a foreign entity of level 17, loomed in the center of the prison chamber, exuding an oppressive and suffocating aura. Its decaying body radiated ominous flashes of power, agility, constitution, and spirit. 190, 177, 192, and 170 respectively. Most terrifying of all was its staggering health pool of 121,500 points. Gu Chen's gaze subtly shifted, his expression turning grave. The Beast Corpse Chieftain's strength was nearly on par with the final boss of the temple ruins, the Fallen Witch. Yet, this was merely the first challenge of the burial dungeon. The chieftain's grotesque face twisted menacingly as it roared. "A mere human wretch dares trespass upon forbidden grounds? Courting death." Its voice was filled with violent fury. With an earth-shaking roar, boiling corrupted blood erupted from the chieftain's body. A wave of immense energy swept through the main prison, instantly dispelling the deep-layered dreamscape. At the same time, countless ordinary beast corpses from the surrounding area seemed to heed its call, charging at Gu Chen and his companions with reckless abandon. Su Xia paled at the sight of this terrifying scene. the thought of using a teleportation scroll crossing her mind. Judging by the current situation, it seemed unlikely that Gu Chun could withstand such an overwhelming onslaught of beast corpses. At this critical moment, Gu Chun focused his thoughts, and 3 layers of dark light burst forth from the Wraith Golem. 2 of the black beams landed precisely on the beast corpse chieftain, activating exhaustion and Black Death Plague. The effects were immediate. All attributes were reduced by 50, damage taken was increased by 50, healing effectiveness dropped by 90, and health points began to drain continuously. The third black beam transformed into a dim shadow, spreading from the golem as its center to cover the entire main prison. This was the anti-magic domain skill, causing all targets within its range to suffer a 10-fold increase in resource consumption. With all 3 skills deployed, a comprehensive debuff was applied. The chieftain's overwhelming presence was halved, and the D-player dreamscape unleashed a surge of its nightmarish energy, beginning to disintegrate the beast corpses within the prison. Even with its immense health pool, the chieftain could not escape death under such debilitating effects. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. Beast Corpse Amalgamation LV.15 slain. Experience 1957. Beast Corpse Amalgamation LV.15 slain. Experience 1960. Beast Corpse Amalgamation LV.15 slain. Experience 1952. Gu Qian appeared to enter a harvesting mode, with his experience points skyrocketing like a rocket. Beast Corpse amalgamations fell in droves, and before long, Gu Qian's level rose to 12. The system panel updated accordingly. Level: LV.12. Experience: 323421600. Strength: 337. Agility: 336. Constitution: 338. Spirit: 509. Summons: Bloodlord LV.12 Legendary, Nightmare Sovereign LV.12 Epic, Wraith Golem LV.12 Epic. Talent: a new Dark Bloodline available for selection. With no one to share the experience, his leveling speed soared. With 5 people entering the abyss, the difficulty increased, but so did the corresponding experience rewards. Nearly 90 of the experience gain was allocated to Gu Qian. This was precisely why he insisted on bringing actors into the abyss. Such a kill rate was unimaginable for other professionals. Just the wave of beast corpses from the perimeter alone had been enough to grant Gu Qian an entire level. Suddenly, a piercing scream snapped Gu Qian out of his thoughts. More and more beast corpse amalgamations were being disintegrated into dust by the dreamscape's energy, while the chieftain erupted in unbridled fury. Dark red corrupted blood surged from its body, flooding the dreamscape in an attempt to break free from its restraints. However, with the Wraith Golem holding the line, all resistance was destined to be futile. No matter how hard it tried to shatter the dreamscape, the beast corpse chieftain, with its attributes halved, could not escape its imprisonment. The dreamscape's energy continued to disassemble its body, and the sustained damage steadily drained its health. As its health plummeted with no way to escape the dreamscape, the chieftain let out a shrill roar, summoning all nearby beast corpses to its aid in the main prison. And this was exactly the scenario Gu Qian had been waiting for. The chieftain's enraged roar echoed through the dim dungeon. Deafening cries rose from the darkness as countless beast corpse amalgamations rushed in from all directions, charging madly toward the main prison. The moment these ordinary beast corpses stepped into the prison's range, they were enveloped by a layer of black light, immediately halving their attributes and increasing their damage taken by 50. What followed was a massacre without suspense. Wave after wave of ordinary beast corpses were torn apart by the dreamscape's energy, their remains disintegrating into precious experience points for Gu Qian. The corpses fell en masse, driven by neither reason nor instinctual fear. They charged into the prison with reckless abandon, only to be shredded to pieces within moments by the dreamscape. Was this the crowd-pulling ability that professional adventurers so feared? To Gu Qian, it was no more than moths flying into a flame. Witnessing this scene, the beast corpse chieftain let out an earth-shattering roar and charged madly toward Gu Qian. Even with its attributes reduced, its speed remained astonishingly fast. The vampire lord stood on high alert, staying close to Gu Qian's side. Despite being shielded by a seemingly impenetrable barrier, he dared not show any signs of carelessness, keeping his summoned beasts ready for combat. Suddenly, the beast corpse chieftain charged forward with terrifying force. The vampire lord raised his twin pistols, unleashing a barrage of gunfire bullets rained down like a storm. The hail of bullets struck the beast corpse chieftain, but only managed to shave off a little over 30,000 health points. Such damage would have instantly killed an ordinary beast corpse chimera with 40,000 health. However, elite creatures were on a completely different level despite all its attributes being halved. The chieftain withstood the vampire lord's ferocious assault. But the battle was far from over. The corrupted orb skill suddenly activated, summoning 6 deathly tentacles that lashed at the beast corpse chieftain like whips, halting its charge. The crackling sound of impact echoed relentlessly, with each tentacle dealing 3,000 damage per second. In just 2 seconds, the cumulative damage skyrocketed to 36,000. Adding the earlier gunfire, the chieftain had already lost nearly 70,000 health in a matter of moments. Lin Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. The astonishing damage output had nearly reduced the 120,000 health beast corpse chieftain to a critical state in an instant. Yet, the ferocious beast did not falter. It became even more enraged, recklessly charging toward Gu Chen. The vampire lord's relentless attacks seemed utterly incapable of slowing it down. Gu, watch out! Lin Yuan and the others shouted anxiously. Everyone knew that a summoner was the most vulnerable when caught in close combat. Being approached was tantamount to a death sentence. However, just as the situation reached a critical point, several dark shadows suddenly entangled the beast corpse chieftain. Its frenzied charge came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place just 3 meters away from Gu Chen. 10 nightmare servants simultaneously unleashed their binding ability, causing the beast corpse chieftain to suffer a dramatic 10-fold increase in sustained damage. With a deafening roar, its blood erupted like a fountain. Immobilized, the chieftain's health plummeted rapidly, and within seconds, it hit zero and collapsed to the ground. Inside the main dungeon, a brutal battle had just ended. The beast corpse chief's body lay scattered in dark red fragments across the ground, the rancid stench of blood heavy in the air. All the summoned beast corpses had perished within the deep dream, leaving behind only piles of ash as grim evidence of the ferocity of the fight. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with the light of victory. The system notification echoed in his ears. Beast Corpse Chief Elite LV.16 defeated. EXP 5725. Loot acquired. Dwarven King's Ring LV.16 rare. Loot acquired. Mithril Armor LV.16 rare. Loot acquired. Enhancement Stones 10 rare. With this victory, Gu Chen's level increased. Level 13. EXP 1369-43200. Strength 347. Agility 346. Constitution 348. Spirit 529. His roster of summoned creatures had grown even stronger. Bloodlord LV.13 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.13 Epic. Bone Golem LV.13 Epic. Gu Chen reflected on his journey so far. He had reached level 11 in the wilderness, leveled up to 12 after defeating the first wave of alien creatures in the buried dungeon, and now, after clearing an entire dungeon floor, he had ascended to level 13. The abyss truly was a place of high risk and high reward. Turning to Lin Yuan and the others, he said, "Let's rest here for now." Gu Chen chose not to recklessly press forward. The second floor lay ahead, and with every layer of the buried dungeon, the difficulty would increase significantly. After all, this was the nightmare level abyss. Gu Chen decided to first strengthen his summoned creatures before advancing. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and activated his innate ability. A strange energy coursed through his body, and soon, the system notification sounded again. "You have obtained Dark Bloodline Royal Blood." A flicker of exhilaration flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Finally, it had appeared. The last 2 upgrades had only granted him Descendant bloodlines, which he had refrained from using to fuse with his summons. Now, with the Royal Bloodline, he could create another legendary summon creature. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to evolve the Bone Golem into a legendary tier. The reason was simple: the all-around debuff effect it could provide was far too tempting. Once upgraded to legendary, the Bone Golem's ability to suppress enemies would become unimaginably powerful. As for the 2 Descendant bloodlines, Gu Chen decided to grant them to the Nightmare Sovereign, giving it 2 chances for Bloodline Awakening. Bloodline Awakening successful. Bloodline Awakening successful. The Nightmare Sovereign's attributes improved significantly. Nightmare Sovereign Epic. Level LV.13. HP 21,300. Attributes: Strength 179, Agility 186, Constitution 185, Spirit 190. 2 of its main skills were also enhanced. 1. Void Assassination Enhanced. Approaches a target unit through the dreamscape and executes a deadly strike. For each kill, the next skill's damage increases by 1. Note: damage bonus resets upon the summon's death. 2. Deep Dream Enhanced. Creates a deep dream zone in an area, dealing heavy sustained damage to all targets trapped within. For every target that dies, all remaining targets in the dream are stunned for 1 second. Gu Chen analyzed the results of this enhancement. Although the Nightmare Sovereign's HP of 21,300 didn't rival some elites and bosses, it was still quite substantial. After all, elites and bosses typically had HP bonuses, making them difficult to match in durability. Post-awakening, in addition to increased HP and attributes, the skills Void Assassination and Deep Dream had been upgraded. The former now provided a stacking damage bonus for each kill, as long as the summon remained alive. This could result in a significant damage boost over time. Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. If Deep Dream had been the skill to gain the stacking damage bonus of 1 per kill, the Nightmare Sovereign would have become even more terrifying. After all, Deep Dream was an area effect skill capable of causing numerous deaths in a short period, unlike Void Assassination, which required single-target execution. Even so, the enhancement to Deep Dream wasn't insignificant. The added 1-second stun for each death within the dream could render all trapped units utterly helpless if used strategically. This effect could be pivotal in preventing powerful alien creatures from breaking free of the dream. After weighing the outcomes, Chen decided to proceed with the next phase of enhancement. Taking a deep breath, he imbued the royal bloodline into the bone golem, preparing to witness the birth of a new legendary summoned creature. The evolution of the bone golem left Chen overjoyed. Ascending from epic to legendary rank, this skeletal giant not only received comprehensive attribute enhancements, but also awakened a series of formidable talents and skills. Chen carefully examined the bone golem's newly acquired abilities. First and foremost was the talent Unstoppable. As long as it remained stationary, its defense and recovery capabilities would steadily increase. Even more astonishing was its effect on enemies within a 10-meter radius, who would suffer intensified negative effects. Following that were 3 legendary level skills that were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Exhaustion Overload could significantly weaken an enemy's strength. Black Death Plague not only reduced healing effectiveness but also carried a terrifying contagious effect. And Domain of Annihilation was the ultimate finishing move, amplifying both the damage and resource consumption inflicted on enemies by tenfold. Faced with such a powerful upgrade, Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. However, he quickly realized a critical issue. How could he maximize the benefits of the bone golem's stationary state while maintaining its mobility in battle? It was then that Chen recalled a seemingly ordinary skill he had learned earlier from a basic skill scroll position swap. What once seemed unremarkable now revealed itself as the perfect solution. The bone golem could build up its state in a safe zone and, the moment combat began, instantly swap places with the vampire progeny to create an overwhelming battlefield presence. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen's eyes. He understood that it was the ingenious combination of seemingly simple skills and top-tier summoned creatures that could produce extraordinary results in battle. Surveying his surroundings and his increasingly formidable trio of summoned beasts, Chen brimmed with confidence. All right, he commanded decisively. Let's keep moving to the second level of the dungeon. To break the record, we need to pick up the pace. The vampire progeny took the lead, clearing the path ahead, while Lin Yuan and the others followed closely behind. Confronting the challenges of the nightmare-level abyss, Chen had made up his mind to press forward relentlessly and achieve a swift victory. How do we get to the second level of the burial dungeon? Lin Yuan asked, frowning slightly, clearly uneasy about the challenge ahead. Xia answered with a hint of mystery. There's a labyrinth behind the main prison. The entrance to the second level is at the end of the maze. His tone carried the confidence of someone well acquainted with the place. Hearing this, Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head, his face filled with frustration. So you're saying we have to get through the labyrinth to reach the second level? And there are puzzle games too? What a headache. Xia nodded and added, yes, there are 5 known paths to clear the labyrinth, but every time you enter the abyss, the layout changes. You'll have to try each one. Although Xia had never ventured into the abyss himself, as a native of Wanqing, his knowledge of the burial dungeon was extensive. Chen frowned and shook his head, cutting off their conversation. That's too time-consuming. I have another way in mind. What way? Lin Yuan and Xia asked in unison. Their curiosity piqued. Chen explained. I read in a guide once that there's a statue at the entrance of the labyrinth. If you put the Dwarf King's ring on its finger, you can go straight to the second level. Xia's eyes widened, and he quickly added an important detail. That's true. The statue will temporarily come to life if you use the Dwarf King's ring, but you'll have to defeat it before the entrance to the second level appears. Chen nodded, recalling the 2 rare items he had obtained after defeating the Beast Corpse chieftain. The Dwarf King's ring and a piece of mithril armor. He was already planning to sell the mithril armor on the adventurer's platform. Noticing Chen's intent to use the Dwarf King's ring, Xia hurriedly tried to dissuade him. The deeper you go into the burial dungeon, the harder it gets. The Dwarf King's ring provides a 1x damage boost. It's an invaluable tool for clearing later stages. Besides, the statue revived by the ring is level 20, incredibly powerful, and deals devastating damage. I heard a paladin with 60,000 HP was one-shotted by one of its skills. No one can withstand that kind of attack. Chen remained silent, and instead walked straight to the stone wall behind the main prison. A square opening appeared in the wall, marking the entrance to the labyrinth. Beside it stood the statue of the Dwarf King, clad in armor, crowned, and holding an enormous stone hammer at its side. Ignoring his companion's warnings, Chen decisively placed the Dwarf King's ring onto the statue's finger. In an instant, the statue began to glow, its limbs moving as though it had come to life. With a thunderous voice, the Dwarf King statue stepped forward, gripping its massive hammer tightly, its piercing gaze fixed on Chen. "Challenger, are you the one who dares to face me in battle?" Suxia's face immediately showed signs of apprehension, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces. Chen, however, calmly assessed the situation. Race Dwarf, level 20, HP 85, 200. He smirked and muttered to himself, "Piece of cake." With a single thought, Chen summoned the Wraith Golem, which unleashed two beams of dark energy directly at the Dwarf King statue. Though the statue was not a living entity and thus immune to the effects of Plague of Death, the exhaustion effect took hold, having the statue's attributes and increasing the damage it received by 100. Realizing its weakened state, the Dwarf King statue's rugged face contorted with rage. Its colossal stone hammer began to glow with a golden light as it roared, "Hammer strike." The massive golden hammer came hurtling toward Chen with terrifying force. As the attack closed in, Chen stood motionless, showing no sign of evasion. Watching from the sidelines, Su Xia's face turned pale, and he shouted in alarm, "Look out!" At the last possible moment, Chen's figure vanished, replaced by the Nightmare Overlord, which appeared directly in front of the Dwarf King statue. Boom! The golden hammer struck with immense force, but the Nightmare Overlord's body, shrouded in black mist, absorbed the blow with minimal damage due to its energy-based nature. The black mist quickly spread outward, forming 10 shadowy tendrils that snaked like venomous serpents around the Dwarf King statue, entangling it completely in moments. The Nightmare Overlord unleashed a devastating skill, stacking 10-fold damage, coupled with an additional multiplier from extreme exhaustion. The Dwarf King statue instantly endured 20 times the damage from the skill. A deep, guttural wail echoed through the dungeon, deafening and chilling. On the surface, the stone figure appeared untouched, but its 85,000 HP was wiped out in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the glow on the statue's surface faded like a receding tide, and it mechanically shuffled back to its original position, as if nothing had occurred. A system notification chimed in everyone's ears. Dual victory. Defeated Dwarf King statue LV.20. EXP 3687. While the group was still processing the sudden and overwhelming victory, the statue abruptly turned. The stone hammer in its hand flared with a dazzling golden light as it smashed into the nearby wall with tremendous force. The wall crumbled with a thunderous crash, revealing a massive opening. A spiraling staircase descended into the unknown depths below. After completing this action, the Dwarf King statue returned to its position, but the prominent Dwarf King's ring on its hand had mysteriously vanished. Chen gazed at the staircase leading to the dungeon's second level, a confident smirk playing on his lips. However, standing beside him, Su Xia was still caught in a daze, blinking in disbelief. Just like that? It's over," Su Xia murmured, stunned. The legendary Dwarf King statue, said to be able to crush a 60,000 HP paladin with a single strike, was obliterated in one move by the Nightmare Overlord? Su Xia's mind wandered back to the scene from earlier. Chen leading the group into the main cell of the first floor, where his 3 summoned beasts rampaged through hordes of beast corpses with unstoppable force, taking down the beast corpse chieftain with ease. The memory was still vivid, and it completely shattered Su Xia's understanding of what was possible for a professional fighter. No wonder he's so confident. Diving straight into the nightmare-level abyss, Su Xia muttered with a complicated expression as he glanced at Chen. Even though he wasn't a professional, he could feel the overwhelming strength that radiated from Chen. Lin Yuan stepped forward and gave Su Xia a firm pat on the shoulder. "Shocked? This is just the beginning. Come on, let's head to the second level. The real battles are still ahead." With that, a swarm of vampire descendants surged into the newly revealed opening, descending the stone steps into the shadowy unknown. Chen checked the time. It had been exactly 1 hour since they entered the abyss. At this pace, the record-breaking reward is practically guaranteed, he thought with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the 3 loyal summoned beasts followed closely behind. Chen led Lin Yuan and the others down into the second level of the dungeon, ready to face even greater challenges. The air on the second level of the dungeon was colder and more damp than on the first. The moss on the walls emitted a faint green glow, casting an eerie light. Chen and his companions advanced cautiously, their footsteps echoing through the narrow corridor. Suddenly, a group of armored beast-like corpses blocked their path. These creatures were no longer the failed experiments they had encountered before, but had evolved into intelligent and formidable beings. The leader of the beast corpses wielded a massive axe in each hand, the sharp edges glinting coldly in the dim light. It growled in a deep, guttural voice, "Humans, leave our lair. You are not welcome here." Before the echoes of its words faded, a string of data appeared before Gu Chen and his team. Species: Beast Corpse Warrior. Level: LV.17. HP: 62,500. Attributes: Strength 180, Agility 173, Constitution 192, Spirit 175. Skills: Battle Formation Charge. Suxia turned pale and whispered urgently, Chen, we should retreat for now. The more of these beast warriors there are, the stronger their battle formation charge will become. If we fight them hidden, they can unleash power far beyond their individual strength. Gu Chen nodded slightly, but showed no intention of retreating. Beside him, his necrotic golem let out a thunderous roar, instantly casting 2 debuffs on the beast warriors. The leader of the beast corpses, enraged, raised its axe, ready to order a charge. At that critical moment, a streak of silver shot through the air, striking the leader's head with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp crack, its skull shattered, and the headless body collapsed to the ground. A system notification followed. Beast Corpse Warrior LV.17 killed. EXP 2299. The battle erupted in an instant. 6 shadowy tendrils of death emerged from the darkness, lashing out at the remaining beast warriors. However, these trained warriors did not panic. They quickly formed a battle formation and launched a charge toward Gu Chen and his group. Just then, the Nightmare Overlord's black aura surged violently. Over a dozen shadowy figures shot forth like arrows, entangling the charging beast warriors and pinning them in place. The power of their battle formation charge was completely neutralized, and the warriors began to lose health steadily under the plague effect. Seizing the opportunity, the Vampire Lord and the Nightmare Overlord charged into the fray like wolves among sheep. Bullets whizzed through the air, black mist engulfed the battlefield, and one beast warrior after another fell. System notifications rang out repeatedly. Beast Corpse Warrior LV.17 killed. EXP 2236. Beast Corpse Warrior LV.17 killed. EXP 2250. Beast Corpse Warrior LV.17 killed. EXP 2247. In just a few minutes, over a dozen beast warriors lay sprawled across the ground. Gu Chen's level promptly increased. Level: LV.14. EXP 226789 500. Attributes: Strength 457, Agility 456, Constitution 458, Spirit 649. Summon creatures: Vampire Lord LV.14 Legendary, Nightmare Overlord LV.14 Epic, Necrotic Golem LV.14 Legendary. The system prompt echoed. Talent: you can now acquire a Dark Bloodline. As usual, Gu Chen reserved the level 14 Dark Bloodline as a backup for his level 15 summon creatures. Suxia stared in disbelief. What had seemed like a formidable challenge had been dealt with so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran were thrilled. Although they weren't the ones cheating, they were certainly enjoying the thrill of riding on Gu Chen's coattails. After leveling up to 14, the Vampire Lord's HP surged to 56,340, and it gained the ability to convert up to 80 vampire thralls. Without hesitation, it activated its skill, consuming 24,000 HP to transform all the corpses into level 17 vampire thralls. Though the thralls wouldn't participate in combat for now, their strategic value was immense. Except for a few above level 20, most were at least level 10. A level 20 vampire thrall could deal 5,000 damage upon self-destruction, while level 10 thralls could deal 3,000. If all 80 thralls self-destructed simultaneously, they could unleash a staggering 250,000 damage. Gu Chen silently calculated. This would be his trump card against the final boss. The descendants of the bloodline continued to forge ahead, clearing the path, while Gu Chen led the group deeper into the second level. Compared to the first level, the terrain of the second level was far more intricate, with passages crisscrossing like a labyrinth. Even Gu Chen found himself nearly losing his way in the maze-like corridors. At that moment, Su Xia's high-tech gadget came into play. He pulled out a device resembling a scanner, a product of his own invention. With practiced precision, he operated it, scanning the known map first and then the surrounding environment. In no time, a holographic map was generated. This map not only displayed their current location but also plotted the optimal route, effectively eliminating the risk of getting lost in the complex terrain. According to the calculations of the holographic map, the route to the main prison of the second level was approximately 10 kilometers. For a level 14 professional, it would take an average of 45 minutes to traverse this distance. While there might be slight deviations, the margin of error was negligible. 10 kilometers was no short distance, so the group needed to pick up the pace. Gu Chen glanced at Su Xia and asked with concern, "Do you want one of the summoned units to carry you?" After all, Su Xia was just an ordinary person who hadn't undergone any class transformation, and it seemed unlikely he could keep up with the others. Unexpectedly, Su Xia responded with confidence, "No need, I can manage." As he spoke, He retrieved a set of mechanical equipment from his spatial ring and began donning it with practiced ease. The suit was primarily a dark gray color, accented with silver-white lines. Its design was both rugged and sleek, perfectly conforming to the contours of the human body. The shoulders, chest, and legs were armored, equipped with power assist components. A supportive structure extended around the waist and hips, while the back featured heat dissipation fins and antennas, exuding a distinctly futuristic vibe. Lin Yuan stared in wide-eyed astonishment and exclaimed, "Whoa, old Su, are you wearing a mech suit?" Su Xia calmly corrected him. "No, this is a combat suit, designated Mark 1. He then began flexing his joints and limbs, the suit emitting a series of crisp mechanical sounds. As he took his first step, he moved like an agile predator, covering 8 or 9 meters in the blink of an eye. I intentionally left out the weapon systems to reduce the weight, so my walking speed has improved significantly," Su Xia explained. "Let's go. We should be able to reach the main prison on the second level within 45 minutes. 80 vampire descendants advanced in a wedge formation, clearing the path ahead, while Gu Qian and the others followed closely behind, moving swiftly in a forced march. Along the way, groups of Beast Corps soldiers formed attack formations, charging aggressively toward them. Not wanting to waste time, Gu Qian adopted a simple yet effective strategy. As the Beast Corps soldiers charged halfway, he commanded the Nightmare Sovereign to summon nightmare minions to entangle the enemies at the front line. The tactic worked flawlessly. The rear Beast Corps soldiers, caught off guard, stumbled into chaos. By the time they regrouped and prepared to pursue, Gu Qian and his team had already vanished without a trace. From the entrance of the second-floor dungeon to the main prison, even the shortest route stretched over 10 kilometers. Without Su Xia's advanced navigation technology, they would likely have ended up wandering aimlessly in the labyrinth-like dungeon. The intricate layout made it easy for many adventurers to lose their way, even with guides and maps in hand. Adding to the challenge was the condition for summoning the final boss, which required eliminating all the ordinary alien creatures. This made breaking the record for the buried dungeon instance a near impossible feat. After 45 minutes of rapid movement, Gu Qian and his team finally reached the outskirts of the second-floor main prison. They quickly dispatched a squad of attracted soldiers and stepped into the main prison. At first glance, the main prison appeared no different from the other areas of the dungeon, but the interior was noticeably more spacious and filled with a bone-chilling cold. "This should be the place," Su Xia remarked as she surveyed the surroundings. "The second-floor main prison also?" At that moment, Su Xia jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. He finally realized that he was just an ordinary person. In this abyss, even the weakest of the alien creatures could effortlessly take his life. How could he afford to be careless? Just then, the Beast Corps Queen seemed to notice the conspicuous and heavily injured Su Xia. A surge of black energy erupted around it, and its massive figure shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for Su Xia. Su Xia's face turned ashen, and his legs felt like jelly. He knew all too well that this was the Beast Corps Queen's deadly skill. One misstep, and his life would be forfeit. In a split second, with trembling fingers, he pulled out a teleportation scroll and barely managed to teleport away, brushing past the Beast Corps Queen's massive form. With a sharp whoosh, Su Xia's figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Qian. He was completely drenched, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Having narrowly escaped death once again, Su Xia no longer dared to act recklessly. He huddled among Lin Yuan and the others, shivering in fear. Meanwhile, deafening footsteps echoed from outside the main prison. A massive wave of Beast Corps soldiers was charging in, their presence overwhelming. "Humans! How dare you kill my kin? You court death!" The Beast Corps Queen roared furiously. Gu Qian remained unfazed, his expression unchanging. Without a word, he activated his skill. In the next moment, position swap took effect. The figure of a nearby vampire descendant flickered and was replaced by a towering, imposing necrotic golem. This golem had been standing motionless in a specific location for 10 minutes, its defense and recovery abilities stacked to an astonishing sixfold. As it appeared, a dense black light radiated from its body. All the alien creatures present, including the Beast Corps Queen, shuddered in unison as they were afflicted with the dual debuffs of extreme exhaustion and Black Death Plague. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive," Gu Qian ordered coldly. To ordinary fighters, the Beast Corps Queen and the horde of Beast Corps soldiers would have been an insurmountable nightmare. Surviving such a battle with an intact body would already be considered a stroke of extraordinary luck. But to Gu Qian, these creatures were nothing more than paper tigers. With all their attributes halved, damage taken doubled, and their health continuously drained by the plague, what was there to fear? Even elite creatures among them were doomed to perish. The Vampire Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign immediately joined the fray. Bullets whizzed through the air, shrouds of black mist spread, and the Beast Corps soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. A glint of cold malice flashed in the Beast Corpse Queen's ferocious eyes. It did not lead its soldiers into a charge, but instead locked its gaze on the towering necrotic golem nearby. A debuff-type summon creature? Then I'll kill you first, the Beast Corpse Queen growled, launching itself without hesitation at the necrotic golem. After the Beast Corpse Queen, an elite level 18 otherworldly creature, confidently unleashed its frenzied charge skill, it was certain the attack would annihilate the level 14 necrotic golem. However, reality struck a harsh blow. The skill landed on the necrotic golem, inflicting a mere 800 points of damage. The Beast Corpse Queen's expression froze instantly, and for the first time, a trace of bewilderment flickered across its savage eyes. After reaching level 14, the necrotic golem boasted a staggering 32,600 health points. A measly 800 damage was practically negligible. To make matters worse for the Beast Corpse Queen, in the brief moment it stood in shock, the minor damage had already been completely regenerated. Confronted with the towering, mountain-like necrotic golem, the Beast Corpse Queen found itself in an unprecedented predicament, utterly at a loss on how to proceed. Meanwhile, the situation on the second floor of the dungeon had become unmistakably clear. Despite the Beast Corpse soldiers forming an encirclement, they were no match for the one-sided slaughter that ensued. The Vampire Lord unleashed a relentless barrage at the center of the battlefield, while the Nightmare Sovereign executed precise kills on the perimeter. These two summoned creatures, one of legendary rank and the other of epic rank, possessed power far beyond that of ordinary otherworldly beings. Even the vampire descendants, whose strength rivaled that of level 17 otherworldly creatures, showcased their prowess on the battlefield with their speed, strength, and regeneration abilities, all enhanced by their vampiric instincts. Seeing its forces crumble into disarray, the Beast Corpse Queen was consumed with rage. With a furious roar, a ring of violet red bloodlight erupted beneath its feet. This was the Beast Corpse Queen's Beast Corpse Frenzy skill, which granted all Beast Corpse soldiers a 30 damage boost through a berserk state. However, as Su Xia had reminded Chen while hiding behind Lin Qingqing, giving a weak force a 30 boost doesn't change the fact that they are still weak. This enhancement merely delayed their inevitable demise. In a mere 3 minutes, over 40 Beast Corpse soldiers lay lifeless under the relentless onslaught of the summoned creatures. The Vampire Lord, wasting no time, turned and launched an attack on the Beast Corpse Queen, which was still locked in feudal combat with the necrotic golem. As the most intelligent entity on the second floor of the dungeon, the Beast Corpse Queen's actions were surprisingly underwhelming. From the beginning, it had recognized the need to eliminate the necrotic golem first, but continued to engage in vain efforts. Chen's assessment of it was succinct, somewhat rational, but not by much. Finally, with a piercing wail, the Beast Corpse Queen collapsed, its body oozing black, tainted blood, defeated under the dual guns of the Vampire Lord. A system notification promptly appeared. Beast Corpse Queen Elite LV.18 defeated. Experience 7,268. Loot acquired, Mirror Ring LV.15 rare, Amulet of Fate LV.15 rare, Enhancement Stone X10, Health Recovery Potion X5. Chen's level also increased. Level, LV.15 221, 216, 2400. Attributes, Strength 467, Agility 466, Constitution 468, Spirit 669. Summon creatures, Vampire Lord LV.15 Legendary, Nightmare Sovereign LV.15 Epic, Necrotic Golem LV.15 Legendary. Talent, eligible to acquire a Dark Bloodline. Since entering the first-tier abyss at level 11, Chen had been enjoying 5 times the experience points as a solo adventurer, leading to an astonishingly rapid leveling pace. However, observing the massive 160,000 experience points required for the next level, he realized that his progress might soon slow down. Among the loot dropped by the Beast Corpse Queen, 2 pieces of equipment caught Chen's attention. The Mirror Ring, in particular, stood out. Mirror Ring. Quality. Epic. Level. LV.15. Class restriction. Summoner. Attributes. Agility 50. Spirit 100. Effect. Summon creatures can create 2 mirror images. The images replicate all talents and skills of the original and possess 80 of its overall attributes, though they take 50 increased damage. This was a rare piece of epic equipment tailored specifically for summoners. Although the mirror images suffered from a 50 damage penalty, for the Vampire Lord, whose regenerative abilities were exceptional, this weakness was nearly negligible. With this ring, Chen effectively gained 2 additional powerful allies, significantly boosting his combat capabilities. Chen carefully slid the mirror ring onto the Blood Clan Overlord's finger, his gaze then shifting to the second piece of equipment, the Destiny Amulet. This rare-level LV.15 amulet emitted a mysterious glow, its attributes highly coveted, Constitution 60, along with the ability to protect its wearer in moments of peril. Without hesitation, Chen equipped the amulet, simultaneously establishing a life link with the Blood Clan Overlord. The Blood Clan Overlord already possessed an astonishingly high health pool, further boosted by the life drain talent gained during his first Bloodline awakening. His health regeneration rate was nothing short of terrifying. Now, with the Destiny Amulet enhancing him, even the legendary Wraith Golem fell short by over 30,000 health points in comparison. After a brief adjustment, the group pressed on. The Blood Clan descendants took the lead, clearing the path ahead. Before long, they discovered an entrance to the third level hidden in a secret chamber behind the main cell on the second floor. Unlike the intricate structure of the previous levels, the layout of the third floor was much simpler, a broad stone staircase descending straight into the shadowy depths. However, as they reached the midpoint of the staircase, a low, guttural growl echoed from the darkness. Moments later, 15 towering figures emerged, their presence imposing and menacing. Among them, 3 stood out in particular. Wielding massive warhammers, their grotesque bodies were a patchwork of beast and human skins, stitched together in horrifying patterns. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Gu Chan quickly recognized these creatures level 19 Beast Corps generals, far more dangerous than the standard Beast Corps soldiers. According to the guides, these entities possessed 2 potent abilities: single target burst damage and single target crowd control. Typically, a squad of 5 Beast Corps generals could unleash 5 control skills, a devastating threat for most adventurer teams. But now, Gu Chen's group was facing not just 1 squad, but 3. The sheer misfortune of encountering 15 Beast Corps generals at once was enough to make anyone draw a sharp breath in disbelief. Su Xia's face turned ashen, his body trembling involuntarily. He fully grasped the implications 15 control skills meant being locked down for a full 15 seconds in the nightmare-level abyss. Just imagining such a scenario was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Gu Chan was well aware of the powerful control skills possessed by the Beast Corps generals, so he carefully devised his strategy. Instead of recklessly sending the Vampire Lord and Nightmare Dominator into battle, he ordered 80 vampire descendants to surround and attack 3 squads of Beast Corps generals. Go! At Gu Chen's command, the vampire descendants charged into the enemy ranks without hesitation. It was a meticulously planned bait tactic, luring the Beast Corps generals into fully utilizing their prize control skills. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. The level 19 Beast Corps generals were formidable, but taking down the vampire descendants was no easy task. Both sides clashed fiercely, and the situation remained deadlocked for a time. Seizing the critical moment, the Vampire Lord and Nightmare Dominator joined forces and launched a decisive assault, finally turning the tide of the battle. As the last Beast Corps general fell, the system notifications rang out in succession. Beast Corps General LV.19 defeated. XP 3080. Beast Corps General LV.19 defeated. XP 3060. Beast Corps General LV.19 defeated. XP 3090. However, before the joy of victory could take hold, a deafening explosion echoed from the darkness. 2 short, scarred figures slowly emerged. They were dwarfsone wielding a massive black hammer, the other gripping a colossal black axe. At first glance, these 2 dwarves were the most human-like beings Gu Chan had encountered in the bone burial dungeons so far. But as they stepped fully into the light, Gu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. These dwarves had beastly orc heads with greenish faces and sharp fangs. The system immediately provided their information. Race: hybrid. Title: Beast Corps Commander, elite rank. Level: 20. HP: 185,200. Attributes: Strength 368, Agility 293, Constitution 372, Spirit 295. Skill I: Bone Crushing Strike. Skill 2: Summon Beast Corps Elites. The appearance of the Beast Corps commanders seemed to signal a new wave of danger. From all directions, countless Beast Corps soldiers began swarming toward Gu Chen's position. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly, accompanied by the heavy thuds of approaching footsteps from the darkness. 2 massive, grotesque giants followed closely behind the Beast Corps commanders. Their dark green skin was riddled with bulging veins, resembling twisted roots snaking across their surface. Their murky eyes glinted with malice, their enormous mouths filled with jagged teeth, and foul-smelling yellowish mucus dripped from the corners of their mouths. The system once again displayed their details. Race: hybrid. Title: Beast Corps Aberration, elite rank. Level: 20. HP: 236,600. Attributes: Strength 378, Agility 223, Constitution 392, Spirit 205. Skill I: Limb Grab. Skill 2: Toxic Mist. Skill 3: Berserk Mode. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. 4 elite hybrids had now appeared on the battlefield, including the 2 dwarf-like Beast Corps commanders and the 2 monstrous Beast Corps aberrations. While the commanders had relatively lower health and fewer offensive abilities aside from their crowd control skill, their threat level was still significant compared to the aberrations. Facing this sudden and dire situation, Chen wasted no time in activating his spatial swap skill, bringing the Wraith Golem, which had been preparing its buffs near the third-floor entrance, directly into the fray. A wave of dark energy rippled across the battlefield, applying debuffs to all nearby enemies, including the Beast Corps commanders and aberrations. Vampire Descendants, take out the Beast Corps soldiers. Chen commanded decisively. Vampire Lord, activate your mirror image skill and join forces with Nightmare Dominator to handle the elite hybrids. The Vampire Descendants immediately followed his orders, charging toward the oncoming horde of Beast Corps soldiers. At the same time, the Vampire Lord's ring emitted a crimson glow, summoning two identical mirror images on either side of his form. The Nightmare Dominator flickered and reappeared behind one of the Beast Corps aberrations. Its nightmare minions materialized as shadowy figures, swiftly entangling the massive creature. The Beast Corps aberration let out an earth-shaking roar, releasing a thick cloud of green gas. Its toxic mist skill. Similar to the Wraith Golem's Black Plague ability, this skill inflicted continuous viral damage. However, the mist had no effect on the Nightmare Dominator. As an energy-based entity, it was immune to viral effects, just as the Dwarven King statue had been immune to the Black Plague. As the green mist spread, so did the Nightmare Dominator's Black Fog. Being a spell assassin-type summon, the Nightmare Dominator wasted no time delivering a lethal strike once its 10 Nightmare minions had fully restrained the target. Sensing imminent danger, the Beast Corps aberration roared and desperately tried to dodge, attempting to escape the deadly Black Fog's grasp. At that very moment, the Beast Corps aberrant suddenly found itself tightly bound by countless shadows, unable to move. Immediately after, the Annihilation Strike skill was unleashed. Dense black mist surged into the creature's body like a tidal wave, exploding with devastating power under the influence of debuffs. In the blink of an eye, the mighty creature was utterly destroyed, its health drained to zero. A system notification popped up. Beast Corps Aberrant Elite LV.20 defeated. EXP 9312. Loot obtained. Crippling Gauntlets Rare LV.20. Teleportation Scroll Rare. Life Recovery Potion X3. However, the battle was far from over. Witnessing its companion's demise, another Beast Corps aberrant let out a furious roar. Its body began to swell at an alarming rate. Dropping to all fours, thick beastly fur erupted across its body, and its hands and feet sprouted razor-sharp claws. This enraged beast, now consumed by madness, glared with blood-red eyes, clearly entering a terrifying berserk state. At that moment, a deafening gunshot tore through the night. The Vampire Lord appeared like a phantom before the berserk Beast Corps aberrant, his weapon unleashing a storm of bullets. The barrage rained down mercilessly, ripping through the massive creature's flesh and leaving gaping, bloody wounds. Meanwhile, two other Beast Corps commanders were locked in desperate combat, struggling against the Vampire Lord's illusions. Despite only possessing 80 of the original's attributes, even 80 of a legendary summoned beast's power was an overwhelming force to contend with. Just as the Beast Corps forces were on the brink of collapse, eerie green energy suddenly surged from the shadows. These mysterious forces infused the three elite aberrants, instantly restoring them to peak condition. At the same time, a thick poisonous mist swept out from the darkness, rapidly spreading and causing the illusion's health to plummet uncontrollably. To make matters worse, a streak of purple energy shot out of the darkness, landing precisely on the corpse of the defeated Beast Corps aberrant. In the next instant, what was supposed to be a lifeless body suddenly opened its clouded eyes. Its form, now grotesquely corroded by the poisonous mist, was a horrifying sight. Its massive frame draped in decaying flesh and exposed bone, resembling a gigantic, moving zombie. Chen's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief at the monstrous creature that had risen again. The system immediately provided updated information. Species: Beast Corps Aberrant Elite. Level: LV.20. Health. Attributes. Skills. Aside from its name and level, all other details were shrouded in question marks. What kind of terrifying entity was this newly resurrected foe? Resurrected from death, the Beast Corps aberration transformed into a mutated Beast Corps. A level 20 elite alien entity, its health, four-dimensional attributes, and skills were entirely invisible. Lin Yuan stared intently at the eerie scene before him, his mind racing as he analyzed the possible reasons. There are probably three possibilities for not being able to see the attributes, he murmured to himself. 1. They're being blocked. 2. The entity's level is too high. 3. It simply doesn't have any values. His gaze fell on the walking corpse, and suddenly, clarity struck him. The mutated Beast Corpse clearly falls into the third category. It's just a resurrected corpse, so naturally, it has no health or attributes. From another perspective, Doesn't that make it invincible? This realization hit Lin Yuan like a sledgehammer, sending a jolt through his nerves. His eyelid twitched violently as he fixated on the zombie-like figure, a chill running down his spine. Damn it! How is this any different from being invincible? How do we fight this? Without any stats, even Gu Chen's summoned beast with explosive damage wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's faces turned pale in an instant, clearly grasping the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Su Xia's voice rang out, tinged with urgency. Every elite alien that dies will be transformed by the voodoo shaman into a beast corpse aberration. They can only exist for 1 minute. They're indestructible, but after the time limit, they'll die automatically. As soon as she finished speaking, the resurrected corpse let out a deafening roar, like a rabid beast, and launched a frenzied attack on the Nightmare Sovereign. Out of nowhere, a grotesque limb sprouted from its ribs, striking like lightning toward the Nightmare Sovereign. However, the Nightmare Sovereign's ethereal form easily evaded the deadly strike. The sharp appendage sliced through its mist-like body, hitting nothing but air. The mutated beast corpse seemed entirely unfazed, or perhaps it had lost all semblance of rationality, driven only by an unrelenting urge to attack. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight had reached a fever pitch. 3 elite aliens were battered to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, 3 vampire dukes erupted with overwhelming energy, their figures surrounded by crimson whirlwinds, surging like enraged dragons toward the weakened elite aliens. Crimson Feast. With 3 thunderous booms, the elite aliens were struck by the devastating skill, their health plummeting. Following this, the second phase of Crimson Feast triggered additional damage, dealing over 20,000 points on top of 30 of the Vampire Duke's maximum health. In the blink of an eye, the 3 elite aliens fell lifelessly to the ground. But death was not the end. As their bodies hit the ground, 3 sinister streaks of purple energy shot out from the darkness, landing on the corpses. Like some dark sorcery, the 3 bodies immediately rose as shambling corpses. Mutated beast corpses. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock. Level 20, no health, no attributes, no skill information. Before his words could fully register, one of the mutated beast corpses charged with blinding speed toward the nearest vampire duke. Although the duke reacted swiftly and narrowly avoided the attack, one of its mirror images wasn't as fortunate. The sharp appendage pierced through the mirror image like a blade, leaving a gaping hole. The mutated beast corpse then yanked the mirror image close and unleashed a cloud of dark purple toxic mist. The mist, corrosive like acid, dissolved the mirror image into a pile of white bones in mere moments. As the sound of cracking bones faded, the mirror image completely disintegrated. Witnessing this, Gu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. That damage? Are you kidding me? He was stunned. The mirror image had 80 of the Vampire Duke's full attributes, and it was reduced to nothing in an instant. All its stats are question marks. This is terrifying. But the mutated beast corpse didn't stop there. Ignoring all other targets, it rushed directly toward the Wraith Golem with astonishing speed. Gu Chen's expression darkened as he realized the danger. This is bad. With such terrifying power, even the Wraith Golem, with its defenses stacked tenfold, probably won't survive. Making a split-second decision, he activated a skill. Position swap. In an instant, the Wraith Golem switched places with a vampire spawn on the outermost edge. The unfortunate vampire spawn barely had time to react before the mutated beast corpse collided with it, reducing it to a mist of blood. Are you serious? Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. That was a level 21 vampire spawn, and it got killed just like that? Lin Qingqing's voice trembled. This is only the nightmare difficulty. How horrifying would it be at hell difficulty? Su Xia frowned, her tone calm but serious. We have to stall. Mutated beast corpses can only exist for 1 minute. As long as we hold out long enough, they'll be gone. 1 minute? Sounds short, but for those mutated beast corpses, it's more than enough to kill us several times over. Su Ran's eyes trembled slightly, his voice tinged with tension. At that moment, a mutated beast corpse, like an out-of-control war machine, barreled forward and smashed through a vampire descendant. It didn't stop there, continuing its rampage toward the direction of the Wraith Golem. Along the way, any vampire descendants or beast corpse soldiers in its path were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. This massive creature showed no signs of rationality, attacking everything around it indiscriminately, even its own kind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the mirror image shattered under the relentless assault of another mutated beast corpse, leaving behind nothing but scattered remnants of flesh. Facing these elite alien beings, each with stats marked only by question marks, Gu Chen didn't dare to be careless. He swiftly recalled the Vampire Overlord and the Nightmare Sovereign, then activated a displacement skill to swap the positions of a Vampire Descendant and the Wraith Golem, bringing the latter to his side. Immediately after, all the Vampire Descendants on the battlefield surged toward him like a tide. forming a protective circle around Gu Chun and his 3 summoned beasts. Huh. Su Xia frowned, a look of clear confusion crossing her face. All the summoned units gathered around him? What's he planning? Gu, have you lost your mind? Lin Yuan shouted anxiously. You're basically wrapping yourself up like a dumpling for those beast corpses. Stop yelling. Lin Qingqing impatiently shoved Lin Yuan aside. A master strategist like him wouldn't do something so simple-minded. Su Ran nodded in agreement. At this moment, the summoned units scattered across the battlefield had all converged around Gu Chun, appearing as though they were trapped in layers of encirclement. This sudden change immediately caught the attention of the Beast Corps soldiers, who redirected their attacks toward the center. The 4 elite aliens also turned without hesitation, charging forward with deafening roars, their sights locked on Gu Chun and his 3 summoned beasts. Amid this life-or-death moment, Gu Chun remained calm, snapping his fingers. Snap. With that crisp sound, the black mist surrounding the Nightmare Sovereign suddenly surged, constructing a deep dreamlike realm centered around it. In an instant, the 4 charging mutated beast corpses, along with dozens of surrounding beast corpse soldiers, were trapped in this invisible snare. The dream energy, like an unseen swamp, immediately slowed their movements drastically, while their health began to plummet. The energy of the deep dream surged like a tide, causing all the beast corpses' health to rapidly decline. The movements of the beast corpse soldiers became sluggish, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire, staggering under the impact of the dream energy. Yet, for mutated beast corpses, shrouded in a purple-black aura, broke free from the dream's interference and charged swiftly toward Gu Qian and his summoned beasts. Gu Qian frowned slightly. This was the first time he had encountered a foreign species unaffected by the deep dream. Although the mutated beast corpses could only exist for 1 minute, in a life-or-death battle, even such a short duration felt interminable. Fortunately, after his last bloodline awakening, the deep dream had been strengthened, enhancing not only its damage but also its control abilities. The beast corpse soldiers' attributes had already been halved, and now their health was visibly plummeting under the assault of the dream energy. In just 2 breaths, a large number of beast corpses fell. As the beast corpse soldiers perished, the charging mutated beast corpses suddenly froze in place, standing motionless. This was a new effect of the deep dream. For every target killed, all remaining targets would be stunned for 1 second. While Gu Chun and the Blood Clan were within the dream, they were not targets of the Nightmare Overlord, and thus remained unaffected. Under the stun effect, the movements of the 4 mutated beast corpses slowed to a crawl, jerking forward like a glitched animation. Meanwhile, from all directions, nearly 100 more beast corpse soldiers and generals surged forward, recklessly plunging into the deep dream like moths to a flame. At this rate, it seemed entirely possible to control the 4 mutated beast corpses until their demise. Suddenly, the deep dream was enveloped in a thick, black mist, and countless death tendrils emerged out of nowhere, slamming ferociously into the beast corpse soldiers. This was the effect of the corrupted orb. Each time the skill hit a target, it would summon a death tendril near the target for 2 seconds, dealing 6,000 damage. While the single target damage was not particularly high, against a large number of enemies, it could deal up to 480,000 total damage in just 2 seconds, a truly staggering effect. With the threat of the mutated beast corpses eliminated, Gu Chun no longer restrained the Blood Clan Duke or the remaining mirror images. Go! Kill them all! Under the debuff effects, the beast corpses had become sitting ducks. This was an opportunity not to be missed. The Blood Clan Duke led the Blood Clan descendants into the fray, and under the dual influence of the negative effects and the deep dream, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed Beast Corpse Soldier LV.17, EXP 2199. Killed Beast Corpse Soldier LV.17, EXP 2250. Killed Beast Corpse General LV.19, EXP 3080. Killed Beast Corpse Soldier LV.17, EXP 2120. Apart from the Wraith Golem, the Blood Clan Duke and the Nightmare Overlord had gone into full rampage mode, slaughtering every foreign species on the battlefield. At this moment, the priest set on Gu Chun suddenly radiated a dazzling crimson glow. The set effect activated. Perform a sacrificial ritual on target units, granting the sacrificer a damage multiplier equal to 10 of the number of sacrifices for a period of time. Without hesitation, Gu Chun applied the set effect to the Blood Clan Duke, sacrificing 50 Blood Clan descendants in one go. 50 beams of brilliant light surged into the Blood Clan Duke's body, causing his form to swell and ignite with a scarlet blood flame. His damage output increased 5-fold. With a powerful leap, the Blood Clan Duke turned into a blood-red blur, dashing out of the deep dream and unleashing a relentless barrage on the approaching beast corpses. His twin guns spewed crimson blood flames, firing vivid scarlet bullets that struck with pinpoint accuracy, each shot finding its mark on the beast corpses' heads. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, The ferocious beast corpses fell the moment they approached, their heads blasted apart as their headless bodies crumpled to the ground. This was achieved purely through basic attacks. No skills were used. With the sacrificial state boosting his damage fivefold, the output was utterly devastating. No beast corpse could survive more than a single shot, and at most two. The oncoming horde of beast corpses collapsed like fragile clay figures, one after another. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Yuan and the others couldn't help but gasp, their collective intake of breath surely contributing to global warming. Though they were accustomed to the overwhelming damage output of Gu Qin's summoned beasts, this level of destruction was simply absurd. Taking down a level 17 beast corpse soldier in a single shot was already outrageous. A level 19 beast corpse warlord taken down with just one shot each? Lin Yuan stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief at the scene before him. Gu Qin's blood clan overlord was like a precise killing machine, striking with unerring accuracy at the enemy's vital points with every attack. The abyssal creatures seemed to lose their will to fight, collapsing one after another under the overlord's relentless assault. Lin Yuan was trembling with excitement, his joy written all over his face. "This is insane. Absolutely insane," he shouted, unable to contain his exhilaration as he cheered for the unstoppable momentum of the battle. Among the group of four, Su Xia's reaction was the most intense. As the one most familiar with the Buried Bones dungeon, witnessing the terrifying power of the Blood Clan overlord left him utterly shaken. His worldview was completely shattered at that moment. A level 15 summoned creature, taking down nightmare-level abyssal beast corpse soldiers and beast corpse warlords with just basic attacks. Su Xia murmured to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. "If I told anyone about this, they'd think I'm crazy and lock me up in a mental institution. But it's the truth." On the battlefield, the beast corpses fell one after another. Gu Chun stood firm and composed, commanding the situation as his experience points skyrocketed. In less than a minute, 4 mutated beast corpse elites in the deep dream realm were slain, their lives extinguished. The hefty rewards from defeating the mutated beast corpses brought immense joy to the group. The fall of 4 elite abyssal creatures netted them a total of 36,000 experience points and 6 pieces of equipment. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This feels incredible. Absolutely incredible." As the last beast corpse hit the ground, the battle came to a brief pause. Suddenly, a piercing, blood-curdling scream echoed through the darkness, causing Lin Yuan and Su Xia to reflexively cover their ears in shock. Gu Chun, however, showed a glint of excitement in his expression and knew that this scream signaled the arrival of the final boss. Within the dungeon, the sound of howling wind abruptly rose, like the wails of vengeful spirits whispering in their ears. A powerful force enveloped the entire area, causing Lin Yuan, the other 3, and the remaining 30 Blood Clan descendants to tremble violently and freeze in place. This force was not just a physical restraint, but also a profound mental assault. Gu Chun, though slightly dizzy, managed to resist being completely immobilized thanks to his exceptional stats, with over 1,000 in every attribute and the highest mental strength. Narrowing his eyes, he vigilantly stared into the darkness, where a strange silhouette began to emerge. At last, the nightmare-level final boss of the first Abyssal Buried Bones dungeon revealed itself: the Voodoo Shaman. The silhouette of the Voodoo Shaman emerged from the depths of the dungeon, signaling that Gu Qian and his team had been journeying through the abyss for over 4 hours. A look of relief and satisfaction crossed Gu Qian's face. He knew the record-breaking reward was now within reach. All that remained was to defeat this final boss and successfully clear the nightmare-level abyss. As the Voodoo Shaman appeared, the chilling winds in the dungeon seemed to subside, and the haunting wails of vengeful spirits gradually faded. Footsteps echoed through the cavernous dungeon as a figure draped in a dark beast-hide coat slowly stepped out of the shadows. Its entire body was adorned with ornaments carved from dried bones, and its face was obscured by a gas mask, making its true appearance indiscernible. In its hand, it held a grotesque staff topped with a crystal that flickered with an eerie, otherworldly light. The system immediately displayed the Voodoo Shaman stats. Race: Outsider. Boss title: Voodoo Shaman. Level: 20. HP: 283,100. Attributes: Strength 330, Agility 310, Constitution 290, Spirit 360. Skills: I Pure Light Barrier. 2. Death Storm. 3. Corrosive Venom. The Voodoo Shaman began to stride forward, its dark, glassy eye sockets reflecting the scattered corpses of beasts littering the ground. It turned to Gu Qian and his team, letting out a low, raspy laugh from behind its mask. "Hehe, to think you managed to kill all of my test subjects. Do you, too, seek the power that transcends death?" The laugh was laced with a chilling, malevolent undertone. The Voodoo Shaman resembled a deranged scientist, obsessed with conducting grotesque biological experiments. It stitched together the corpses of dwarves and beast folk, transforming orc remains into monstrous abomination Saul in pursuit of its twisted vision of power beyond death. Gu Chen scoffed at this notion, his tone cold and dismissive. Don't get me wrong. I'm only here to kill you. This level 20 boss was the most formidable outsider Gu Chen had faced to date. For an average team of level 15 adventurers, entering this dungeon would almost certainly mean annihilation. The Bone Burial dungeon had one of the highest mortality rates among Tier 2 abysses, and its reputation was well-earned. However, compared to the five-fold damage vampire duke they had previously encountered, this boss seemed far less daunting. The voodoo shaman let out a disdainful snort at Gu Chen's words. Kill me? Ha! Human, do you even know what you're saying? Before it could finish, its body began to swell grotesquely. The beast hide coat burst apart, revealing a massive, dark green frame brimming with explosive muscle. Its body was riddled with countless stitched scars, resembling a patchwork corpse riddled with wounds. Suddenly, a pair of enormous bone wings unfurled from its back, resembling the scythes of a grim reaper. Jagged protrusions and razor-sharp spikes jutted out from the wings, as if they could tear through anything in their path. At that moment, the wraith golem let out a deep growl, and two dense beams of black light erupted from its body, streaking toward the voodoo shaman like dark meteors. This was the utter fatigue and black death plague combo skills that, once landed, could cripple even elite enemies or bosses, draining at least half of their health. The voodoo shaman immediately raised its staff, and the crystal atop it radiated a blinding light, forming a protective barrier in front of it. This was its defensive skill, pure light barrier, designed to nullify incoming damage. Unfortunately for the shaman, the wraith golem skills were completely immune to such defenses. The black beams pierced through the barrier like unstoppable meteors and struck the voodoo shaman directly. The debuffs took effect instantly. The shaman's aura dimmed. All attributes were halved, damage taken was doubled, and it began to lose health steadily due to the plague effect. Realizing the sudden changes in its body, the voodoo shaman roared in fury, its voice reverberating through the dungeon. Around it, arcs of black lightning began to crackle and coalesce. This was its Death Storm skill. Without hesitation, the vampire duke charged forward, unflinching. The black lightning erupted with devastating power, crashing into the vampire duke amid deafening thunderclaps. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would have instantly obliterated a level 15 outsider. However, the vampire duke's health only dropped by a quarter. The voodoo shaman hesitated briefly, seemingly surprised at the low damage output. Yet it quickly dismissed the thought it was, after all, in a weakened state, and a single skill failing to meet expectations was not entirely unexpected. Moments later, a surge of intense black light radiated from the shaman's body. It raised a hand and pointed at the vampire duke, unleashing a massive cloud of purple-black toxic mist that swept across the battlefield like a poisonous storm. This was the corrosive venom skill, far more potent than the toxin attacks of the mutated beast corpses encountered earlier. The venomous mist was so thick it seemed almost solid, crashing down like a tidal wave of death. As soon as the vampire duke came into contact with the poison, his health plummeted. He immediately retreated, taking to the air. At the same time, he aimed his dual pistols at the voodoo shaman and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Deadly shot. Bullets wrapped in silver light and blood flames tore through the toxic mist, shattered the barrier, and struck the voodoo shaman with pinpoint accuracy. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, and 6 deathly tendrils materialized around the voodoo shaman. Its body convulsed violently as the attacks landed, forcing it to stagger backward. Its health drained at an alarming rate, clearly visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? The voodoo shaman's eyes widened in utter disbelief behind the mask's eye slits, as though it had just witnessed the end of the world. A mere level 15 summon creature had dealt a staggering 150,000 damage in a single blow. Such terrifying damage was beyond anything it could comprehend. As a level 20 abyss boss, it had not only enhanced health but also significantly boosted attack and defense. How could it suddenly feel so vulnerable? Gu Chen's heart surged with excitement at the sight. The performance of the undead golem was nothing short of a monster-slaying machine. While the Bloodlord's damage output had already been amplified 5-fold, that alone wouldn't have been enough to take down a level 20 abyss boss. The astonishing damage dealt was primarily due to the fact that the voodoo shaman was standing within 10 meters of the undead golem at that precise moment. The undead golem's unstoppable trait proved to be the key in this situation. While stationary, its defense and recovery increased by 1 per second, and any targets within a 10-meter radius suffered a 50 increase in negative effects. This meant the voodoo shaman had just taken a full 150 of the damage. For an average abyss boss, taking 1.5 times normal damage might still be manageable, but this was no ordinary situation. Let's not forget, the Bloodlord was currently in sacrifice mode, with its damage multiplier already boosted 5-fold. When these two factors combined, What seemed like a simple strike actually unleashed a devastating 7.5x damage multiplier. The voodoo shaman let out a pained, guttural roar. Why? You're only level 15. How can you unleash such terrifying damage? Its body was riddled with bullet holes, and even one of the bone wings on its back had been shattered. The scales of victory were now tipping dramatically. The Bloodlord wasted no time. It knew that a single attack wouldn't be enough to completely destroy the Abyss boss. Once again, it unleashed Crimson Feast, a spiraling surge of blood flames that tore through the air like an apocalyptic storm, heading straight for the voodoo shaman. This was the Bloodlord's ultimate attack, a move of unparalleled destructive power. Boom! The blood flames descended like a torrential storm, leaving the voodoo shaman utterly ravaged. In an instant, it was reduced to critical health. Then, the additional damage calculation triggered a blinding crimson light erupted from the voodoo shaman, dealing an overwhelming amount of excess damage. The voodoo shaman let out a heart-wrenching, agonized scream as it writhed desperately in the blood-flame maelstrom. However, its health bar had already been completely depleted, and the last glimmer of life in its body faded away. Inside the city lord's office at the lynching city hall, Su Lai stood by the desk, his legs trembling slightly, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ever since he heard the news of Gu Qian entering the abyss, he knew Gu Qingfeng would inevitably come knocking. What he didn't expect was how quickly the Northern King would arrive. Normally, the professional exchange platform doesn't pay much attention to individuals entering dungeons or the abyss. However, this time, the news of Gu Qian entering the Bone Burial Dungeon was pushed to every professional across the Northern Territory. The reason was simple. Gu Qian had spent 100,000 credits on a special package to broadcast this less than 30-character message across the entire region. Though this move seemed extravagant, it was a deliberate slap in the face to the Li family. What Gu Qian didn't anticipate, however, was that the lynching branch of the Li family had already been wiped out by a single decree from Gu Qingfeng. Your Majesty, I swear I had no idea young Master Gu Qian would mistakenly enter a Tier 1 abyss. This is entirely my fault. I deserve death for my negligence. Su Lai's voice trembled as he spoke, a suffocating sense of dread overwhelming him. After all, he was merely the lord of a remote border city, while Gu Qingfeng was the king of the Northern Territory, a man whose word could determine life or death. The outside world was puzzled by Gu Qin's decision to enter the Bone Burial Dungeon. Some speculated it was an act of defiance or even a death wish, but such theories quickly lost traction. Soon, the key to the situation became apparent to those who dug deeper. Gu Qian had cleared the Hell-level Temple Ruins dungeon with an SSS rating. Yet this monumental achievement had been suppressed by the Li family. In other cities, if a newly transitioned professional achieved an SSS rating in a beginner-level dungeon, the city hall would immediately announce it to the entire city, followed by district-wide announcements, school bulletins, and even personal congratulations from the city lord. However, Lynching's unusual handling of the matter raised suspicions. Before long, a key witness, Li Wenhui, revealed the truth. The Li family had colluded with City Hall to delay the nomination process for a prestigious Northern Capital Academy scholarship. Their goal was to have Gu Chen assist Li Renjia in achieving an SSS rating, thereby securing the nomination for Li Renjia. But Gu Chen refused to comply, and instead killed Li Renjia. To save his own life, Li Wenhui spilled everything he knew only to be granted the mercy of a complete corpse. After searching the wilderness for an entire morning, Gu Qingfeng finally received news of Gu Qian entering the abyss. His face darkened as he made his way to Lynching City Hall, his icy gaze fixed on Su Lai. Lin Qinjiri managing it well, he said coldly. The brief remark sent chills down Su Lai's spine. Su Lai dropped to his knees. Your Majesty, I swear on my life, I will hunt down every professional who dares to harm the young master. Please, have mercy. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. Butler Gu He and Qin Yuan burst into the room, with Gu He exclaiming excitedly, Your Majesty, great news! Young Master Gu Qian has cleared the Nightmare Tier abyss, made it out of the Bone Burial Dungeon alive. Gu Qingfeng turned abruptly, disbelief written across his face. What? Chunner, he really made it out of the Bone Burial Dungeon? Gu He quickly turned on the office television, which displayed a breaking news headline. Lynching's SS-rated professional Gu Qian leads a team to successfully clear the Tier 1 abyss, Bone Burial Dungeon, on Nightmare difficulty. The gloom on Gu Qingfeng's face vanished instantly, replaced by unrestrained joy. His eyes lit up with pride. Excellent. As expected of my son. He realized that Gu Qin's accomplishment would overshadow even the most gifted talents in Gu Bei City. Reflecting on the billions of resources he had invested in his second son, Gu Ci, who at level 10 still didn't dare enter a Tier 1 abyss, Gu Qin's feat of clearing one and returning unscathed was nothing short of astonishing. Brimming with excitement, Gu Qingfeng immediately issued an order. Prepare the floating warship. We're heading to the Bone Burial Dungeon at once. I must see Chunner. Upon hearing the news that Gu Chun had successfully cleared the nightmare-level buried bone dungeon, Gu Qingfeng was filled with restless anxiety. The Northern Frontier War King had never felt such an urgent desire to see his son. Without delay, he set out for the school where Gu Chun was studying to have a detailed conversation with his son's homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua. Only then did he truly understand the grievances his son had endured all these years. When Gu Qingfeng learned the reason behind Gu Chun killing Li Renjia, he was overcome with regret. He couldn't help but reflect if he had known about his son's struggles earlier, perhaps Gu Chun wouldn't have been driven to such desperation, left to fend for himself in the wilderness. More than that, if he had simply revealed Gu Chin's identity, no one in the entire northern frontier would have dared to harm his son. Yet his inaction had caused Gu Chun to suffer a childhood filled with hardship. Now, not only had Gu Chun survived, but he had also conquered the nightmare-level buried bone dungeon, a feat nothing short of miraculous. Gu Qingfeng was more eager than ever to reunite with his son and was determined to make up for all the wrongs Gu Chun had endured. At that moment, Qin Yun suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty, please calm yourself. Now is not the right time." Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng turned to Qin Yun with a cold glare, his voice icy. "What? Do you not want me to bring Chainer back?" Qin Yun hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Chainer has just escaped the abyss and is likely on his way back to Linqing. If we leave the city to search for him now, we might miss him. Moreover, we cannot be certain if his anger has subsided. If we rush to find him and he refuses to see us, wouldn't that be awkward? From what I see, Chainer would rather face pursuit from the Li family of Linqing than reveal his true identity. It's clear he still harbors resentment in his heart." Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted subtly upon hearing this. He was well aware that the Li family's pursuit of Gu Chun was largely due to his failure to make Gu Chin's identity public, a responsibility that rested squarely on his shoulders. However, as he mulled it over, another thought struck him. Even if he hadn't publicly acknowledged Gu Chun, couldn't Gu Chun have revealed his own lineage? If Gu Chun had disclosed his heritage, the Li family might have been suspicious, but they certainly wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. With this in mind, Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened slightly. He asked, "Madam, then what do you suggest?" Qin Yun responded with a sly suggestion, "Your Majesty, Chainer clearing the buried bone dungeon is a tremendous achievement. Why not hold a celebratory banquet for him in Linqing? It would serve both as a welcome and as a gesture of apology." Gu Qingfeng agreed with the first half of her proposal, but the latter half ignited his fury. His face immediately turned grim. An apology? Since when does a father apologize to his son? If word of this spreads, how would the world view me, Gu Qingfeng? I may owe Chainer a great deal, and I will do everything in my power to make it up to him. But apologize? Humph! Don't mention such nonsense again. As the war king of the northern frontier, Gu Qingfeng's reputation was legendary, and he would never bow his head so easily. He could admit his mistakes and correct them, but an apology? That was out of the question. Qin Yun feigned a troubled expression. "Then what do you suggest? Chainer left because of you. If you don't make your stance clear, how will he ever return?" Standing nearby, the steward, Gu He, rolled his eyes discreetly. Back then, it was clearly Qin Yun's kneeling that left Gu Chun with no choice but to leave. Now, she was trying to shift the blame? Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brows deeply. Though he was desperate to see Gu Chun, hearing that his son was safe allowed him to regain some composure. Qin Yun's words had also made him realize something. Gu Chun seemed to have no intention of coming home. Could it be that the boy still bore a grudge against him? Recalling Gu Chin's accusations in the family hall that day, Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of anger. His son would rather face pursuit, endure life in the wilderness, and risk his life in the abyss than come to him for help as a father? Was this a complete severing of their relationship? The thought only fueled Gu Qingfeng's frustration. Yes, he had been strict with Gu Chun over the years, but it had all been for his son's own good. As the saying goes, steel is forged through tempering. Gu Chun may have endured 18 years of hardship, but look at him now. Who among his peers could compare? Across the entire Shenxia Empire, what other level 10 professional could clear a nightmare-level abyss without the backing of a guild or a noble family? Throughout history, only Gu Chun had achieved such a feat. This was proof that his methods of upbringing had been right all along. His strictness had not been a mistake. Without those trials and tribulations, Gu Chun would never have reached his current heights. He would have been just another face in the crowd. Yet, despite all this, Gu Qingfeng's anger only burned hotter. It was his guidance that had shaped Gu Chun into the man he was today, but instead of gratitude, Gu Chun held resentment against him. Gu Qingfeng let out a cold snort, his brows furrowing deeply, his gaze filled with displeasure. In a low and stern voice, he said, "That boy has been running wild outside since he was young, picking up all sorts of unruly habits and an air of defiance. If we don't take the chance to suppress him while he's still young, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause in the future?" Qin Yun, upon hearing this, curved her lips into a faint smile. Her tone was calm as she replied, I think you're being far too strict with Chen'er. Suppress Chen'er is also your son. Why is it that you never talk about suppressing Ci'er? Though Qin Yun's words seemed to defend Gu Chen, the mention of Gu Ci only made Gu Qingfeng's resolve even firmer. His gaze grew sharper, and a trace of pride seeped into his voice. My second son, Gu Ci, has been by my side since he was young, excels in both character and academics, and is gentle, respectful, and modest. I can guarantee that if the same situation happened with Gu Ci, it would never escalate to the point of severing ties with me. Unlike Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng's voice rose slightly, carrying an air of finality. Ci'er was raised by me personally. He has always been filial and never caused any trouble. Why would I need to suppress him? He let out another cold snort, his eyes flashing with sternness. But as for Chen'er, I've neglected his upbringing over the years. Even though he's achieved a bit of success recently, if we don't correct his ways now, he will undoubtedly become a scourge in the future. After discussing briefly with Qin Yun, Gu Qingfeng had made up his mind. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his gaze growing even more resolute. Gu Chen is the legitimate eldest son of the Northern Territory's royal family. His temperament must be tempered harshly, or how else will he be fit to rule the Northern Territory in the future? On the side, the steward, Gu He, silently listened to their conversation, feeling a chill rise in his heart with every word. Standing quietly in the corner, a trace of worry flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, no wonder Gu Chen would rather descend into the abyss than return to the Gu family. With this kind of oppressive upbringing, it's suffocating just to imagine it. Return home? To face more reprimands and suppression? Any sane person would avoid such a life at all costs. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingfeng suddenly called out in a low voice, Su Lai. Su Lai's body trembled as he hurriedly bowed, his tone respectful yet tense. Your Majesty, I am here. Gu Qingfeng's piercing gaze locked onto Su Lai. What is this about Gu Chen's guaranteed placement? Sweat began to bead on Su Lai's forehead as he hastily replied, Your Majesty, forgive me. I will immediately issue a citywide notice to ensure that the guaranteed placement is secured for young Master Gu Chen as quickly as possible. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, his tone carrying a hint of pride. That's unnecessary. Gu Chen is my son. He doesn't need to take up one of your lynching quotas. He paused, his expression hardening further. Go and tell Gu Chen that if he still wants the guaranteed placement for the capital academy, he must come to Gu Bay City to see me. Su Lai nodded repeatedly, his voice filled with respect and determination. Yes, Your Majesty. I will ensure that your words are conveyed to young Master Gu Chen. Gu Qingfeng said no more. With a dramatic sweep of his sleeve, he turned and strode away. His retreating figure exuded an unyielding authority, as though this decision was absolute and beyond negotiation. The first level abyss, the burial dungeon. The moment the voodoo shaman's health dropped to 0, a series of notifications popped up before Gu Chen's eyes. Killed voodoo shaman boss of point 20, EXP 15,317. Loot acquired, burial robe LV point 20 rare. Loot acquired, eternal source crystal rare. The system notification sounded, and Gu Chen's level increased. Level 16. Experience 3,789,211,500. Strength 477. Agility 476. Constitution 478. Spirit 689. Summon beasts. Bloodlord Duke LV.16 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.16 Epic. Undead Golem LV.16 Legendary. Talent. A new Dark Bloodline can now be obtained. Congratulations on clearing the burial dungeon on Hell difficulty. Rewards. Professional EXP 50,000. Abyss Treasure Chest 1 Rare. The system voice announced, exiting the Abyss in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the Abyss Plaza was bustling with activity. The area was packed with professionals forming teams, and the noisy chatter filled the air. Yang Lin found a relatively spacious spot to sit and focused on polishing his longsword. He had just cleared a normal level abyss. Though the rewards weren't great, he managed to gain some experience. One more run, and had finally reached level 13. Thinking about this, Yang Lin couldn't help but recall the two oddballs he encountered earlier, that Morninga level 6 swordsman and a level 10 summoner. With a lineup like that, they dared to enter the abyss? They were practically walking to their deaths. Scanning the crowd, he didn't see any sign of the two. Looks like they've already perished in the abyss, Yang Lin thought to himself. After all, the burial dungeon is one of the toughest first-level abysses. Anyone under level 10 going in is basically signing their own death warrant. He shook his head. You can't save people who are determined to die. I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen. Nothing I could do. Just then, the giant screen in the Abyss Plaza lit up with a new announcement. Congratulations to the professional team for setting a new record in clearing the burial dungeon on nightmare difficulty. Clear time: 4 hours, 32 minutes, 31 seconds. Team details: Captain, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members: Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Warrior, Su Ran Assassin, Su Xian Non-Professional. Rewards: Professional EXP 50,000. Personal Achievement 1. Record-breaking gift box 1 rare. Clear rating: SSS. Yang Lin stared at the screen, unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard and looked again to confirm. What the? Burial dungeon in 4 hours and 32 minutes? That's over 2 hours faster than Wanqing City Lord Liang Yi's record when he was level 19. Yang Lin exclaimed. Who is this Gu Chun, and how is he so powerful? Instinctively, his eyes darted to the screen displaying Abyss record holders. Sure enough, the record for nightmare difficulty had been updated from Liang Yi to Gu Chen. Suddenly, something clicked in Yang Lin's mind. Wait a second. Why does that name sound so familiar? The captain is a summoner? And there's a swordsman on the team? No way. Yang Lin blurted out, drawing annoyed looks from those nearby. The professionals around began murmuring. Why are you so surprised? Abyss announcements don't lie. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Exactly. It's about time the burial dungeon record was broken. I looked into it. This team is made up entirely of new professionals. The captain was only level 10 when they entered the Abyss. A lineup like that breaking a record? Unbelievable. I saw them this morning. None of them were above level 10. They really stood out. There was even a non-professional on their team, that person mentioned in the announcement. I admit, I laughed at them earlier today. Looks like the joke's on me. These young people are something else. If I'd known, I would have tried to get on Gu Chen's good side. Listening to the chatter around him, Yang Lin's face turned pale. This can't be real. A summoner and a swordsman, with an average team level below 10. That's the same duo I saw this morning. With that level and lineup, they actually broke the Nightmare Abyss record? Yang Lin felt his worldview shatter. While others regretted not befriending Gu Chun, he realized he had completely missed the chance to be carried by a godder player. I had the opportunity to rise to greatness right in front of me, and I threw it away. Now I regret it more than anything. There's no greater pain in life than this. Yang Lin covered his face in despair, feeling like he was about to cough up blood. This is karma. He had spent every day loitering in the Abyss Plaza, hoping to find strong teammates. Yet when a true powerhouse invited him to join, he not only rejected them but also warned them against entering the Abyss, claiming they'd die quickly. What is this? The heavens handed me a golden opportunity, and I smashed it with my own hands. Yang Lin muttered bitterly, 2 words. I deserve it. Meanwhile, in the Wanqing City Hall, the moment the nightmare record for the burial dungeon was broken, Wanqing, being the city closest to the Abyss, received the news immediately and convened an emergency meeting. City Lord Liang Yi scanned the documents in his hands, barely concealing his excitement. Gu Chun. He achieved an SSS rating on the temple ruins, and now he's broken my record in the burial dungeon. A talent like this was suppressed by Su Lai and the Li family in Lin City? He sneered. The Li family has already been wiped out, and yet the guaranteed admission slot still hasn't been given to Gu Chun. What exactly is Su Lai planning? Slamming the table, Liang Yi declared. No matter his plans, Wanqing must have Gu Chun. Our city's guaranteed admission slot is still vacant. Gu Chun it is. He began strategizing. Let's see first, the admission slot. Second, the hell level dungeon rewards. Third, the nightmare level abyss rewards. Turning to his secretary, Liang Yi ordered, Secretary Li, no need to file an application. Allocate the rewards directly from the City Lord's office. Have all 3 prepared and delivered to my office within 3 minutes. Also, arrange the teleportation array. I need to be at the Abyss Plaza within 5 minutes. Secretary Li hesitated, momentarily stunned. City Lord, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Word has already spread in Lin City that Gu Chun is the son of the Northern Frontier warlord. So what? Liang Yi dismissed the concern. Gu Chun willingly roamed the wilderness, rather than acknowledge Gu Qingfeng as his father. That tells me he has no loyalty to the Gu family. Just do as I say. But if Gu Qingfeng holds us accountable, how should Wanqing respond? Secretary Li asked cautiously. Liang Yi scoffed. Accountable? Gu Qingfeng may be the Northern Frontier warlord, but Wanqing falls under the jurisdiction of Eastern Zhou. Does he have any authority here? Besides, Eastern Zhou has its own royal family. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Stop wasting time and get to work. If you delay this, they'll assign you to guard the Abyss. The competition among professionals stands in stark contrast to the rivalry between cities. The former is a battle of levels, gear, items, and quotas, while the latter is a scramble for rankings, resources, and talent. Although Linqing and Wanqing are neighboring cities, administrative divisions and geographical barriers have historically kept their interests from clashing. However, this time things are different. The Burial Dungeon, one of the most challenging first-tier Abyss dungeons, is located near Wanqing and is often referred to as the abyss at Wanqing's doorstep. Yet, its extreme difficulty has caused many Wanqing professionals to fail and even perish within its depths. Over time, most Wanqing professionals instinctively began avoiding the dungeon, leading to a significant outflow of talent. The severe lack of talent retention directly caused Wanqing's ranking in Dongzhou to plummet year after year, resulting in the loss of many valuable resources. Liang Yi, who has served as Wanqing city lord for over 3 years, has been under immense pressure as the city has failed to produce any outstanding talents under his leadership. He vaguely sensed that if this decline continued, not only would Wanqing's future remain bleak, but his political career would also suffer greatly. When Liang Yi heard that a young professional from neighboring Linqing had achieved an SS level evaluation, his frustration deepened. Why did exceptional talents always seem to bypass Wanqing? However, the situation soon took an unexpected turn. Surprisingly, Linqing not only failed to value this genius, but also colluded with the Li family to suppress him. A farm boy, orphaned at an early age, now faced combined oppression from the city lord and a powerful family. It seemed he had no choice but to yield. After piecing together the details, Liang Yi realized this might be a rare opportunity. If Linqing didn't appreciate this SS-level talent, perhaps Wancheng could extend an olive branch. But the situation changed once again. Gu Qingfeng suddenly appeared in Linqing and revealed the young man's identity as his son, Gu Chen. Liang Yi couldn't help but sigh. As Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Chen would belong to Gubei City if not Linqing, leaving Wanqing without a chance to intervene. Just as Liang Yi was about to give up hope, he learned that Gu Chen had been forced into the wilderness by the Li family. This rekindled his optimism. Liang Yi speculated that Gu Chen's refusal to use the Gu family name likely indicated his reluctance to accept that identity. This gave Liang Yi a glimmer of hope if Gu Chen was being oppressed in Linqing and didn't wish to depend on the Gu family. Perhaps Wancheng could become his new home. When news broke that Gu Chen had cleared the nightmare-level burial dungeon, Liang Yi made up his mind to win this genius over. A talent like Gu Chen, who not only achieved an SS-level evaluation but also set a new abyss record, was an syndicate's phenomenon. Liang Yi couldn't let him vanish into obscurity. While deep in thought, Liang Yi's secretary, Li Feng, knocked and entered the room, reporting, "City Lord, the 3 rewards are ready. Additionally, I just received word that Gu Chen has reached level 16. Considering that summoners typically unlock a new summon slot at level 15 and that he likely hasn't contracted a new summon beast since exiting the abyss, I've applied for a level 15 summoning skill book from the Wanqing Treasury. This is one of the few rare grade summoning books we have." Liang Yi frowned. "Only rare grade?" Li Feng explained helplessly. Summoners are extremely uncommon in a small city like Wanqing. To acquire an epic grade summoning book, would have to purchase one from a central city. Not only would it be prohibitively expensive, but there's also no time to fetch it. Liang Yi stood up and nodded. "Fine, we'll go with this for now. If needed, we can compensate him later." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Feng cautiously asked, "City Lord, what if Gu Chen refuses to come to Wanqing?" Liang Yi's eyes sharpened, and he replied firmly, "We're not asking, we're taking. Do you understand? His refusal is his business. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, Gu Chen killed Li Renjia, which shows he's not someone who tolerates being bullied. With that kind of personality, do you think he'll stay in Linqing?" Li Feng pressed further. "What if Sulai apologizes and offers him more resources to make amends?" Liang Yi smirked confidently. "We can't rule out that possibility. If Sulai offers enough, Gu Chen might choose to endure for now. But with Wanqing stepping in, there's no way Gu Chen will reconcile with Linqing. No matter what Sulai offers, it won't be more than what I'm prepared to give." With that, Liang Yi strode purposefully toward the teleportation hall. Li Feng followed closely behind, carrying 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes. While these items could have been stored in a personal space, he chose to carry them himself as a gesture of sincerity. Meanwhile, the Abyss Square was already packed with a tense and buzzing crowd. The record for the nightmare-level Abyss has been shattered, a rare and monumental event. Gu Chen and his companions staggered out of the teleportation array, their visions spinning momentarily. As soon as they appeared, the Abyss Square erupted into a frenzy. "Look, Gu Chen is out!" Gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd. "That's Gu Chen? I heard he's a transfer student," a young woman whispered, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Does he have a girlfriend?" her friend teased with a playful grin. "Dream on," a middle-aged man sneered nearby. "Even if he doesn't, what makes you think it'd be you? Is it your advanced age or your low level that would attract him? Breaking the nightmare-level Abyss record at such a young age, how enviable!" A young man exclaimed in awe, his eyes full of admiration. "Enviable enough to make me sick with jealousy." His companion chimed in, albeit crudely. "Gu Chen is from Lin City," a bespectacled man interjected. "He's just broken a historical record. Shouldn't someone from Lin City Hall be here?" "For what?" someone else scoffed. "Gu Chen's guaranteed admission hasn't even been finalized yet. Lin City Hall showing up now would just be embarrassing. At that moment, the teleportation array lit up again. A group of men in suits stepped out, led by a tall man in a dark gray jacket. His posture was commanding, and his sharp, piercing eyes swept across the square. Whoa, isn't that Liang Yi, the Lord of Wan City? A shout of surprise broke out in the crowd. Come on, Gu Chin's from Lin City. Why would Liang Yi? The speaker froze mid-sentence, his eyes widening. Holy crap, it really is Liang Yi. Liang Yi is level 50 now, the highest level professional in Wan City. Someone in the know explained. What's he doing here? What else? Another person sneered. Look at the servants behind him, carrying treasure chests and gift boxes. He's clearly here to recruit Gu Chen. Recruit him? Someone asked in confusion. Gu Chen is the son of the Northern Battle King. He's practically royalty in Gubei City. Why would he go to Wan City? Ah, you must be out of the loop, an informed voice said in a hushed tone. Rumor has it Gu Chen severed ties with the Northern Battle King a long time ago. That explains a lot. Someone else chimed in, suddenly understanding. He's been hunted by the Li family for so long. Yet he'd rather flee into the wilderness and dive into the abyss than invoke the Northern Battle King's name. There's some serious drama behind this. Just watch, another person predicted. I bet Gu Chen will join Wan City soon. When that happens, all of Wan City's professionals will benefit from it. Huh, how does that work? A puzzled young man asked. Gu Chen joining Wan City is his own business. What does that have to do with us? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes fixed on Gu Chen and Liang Yi, eager to see how the situation would unfold. With the strength Gu Chen has displayed so far, his involvement would undoubtedly benefit any city's professionals immensely. This is an undeniable fact. The Shenxia Empire's goal in cultivating professionals is clear. Whenever someone achieves an abyssal feat, it helps curb the abyss's encroachment upon this world. Although abyssal feats are far harder to achieve than personal accomplishments, once obtained after clearing an abyss, not only does its difficulty level decrease, but the rewards for clearing it also significantly improve. The Burial Dungeon, as a Tier 1 abyss, remains notoriously challenging precisely because very few professionals have ever achieved an abyssal feat there. To earn such an honor, one must conquer the abyss in its hell-level difficulty. Although Gu Chen doesn't currently meet the criteria, his potential is unquestionable. In the eyes of the world, this undeniable genius is bound to claim the crown of an abyssal feat sooner or later. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly realized the truth. The reason Liang Yi, the Lord of Wanqing, had rushed to the Abyss Square was finally clear. For Wanqing, having a talent like Gu Chen to help secure an abyssal feat was an urgent necessity. Although the Burial Dungeon is a Tier 1 abyss, its extreme difficulty has deterred many rookie professionals. Unable to conquer even the abyss at their doorstep, they have no choice but to migrate to larger cities, an inevitable outcome. As a result, Wanqing's professional community has been gradually dwindling. The lack of new blood dooms the city to decline, trapping it in a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, some professionals from Linqing suddenly became alarmed by a pressing issue. Their internal alarms blared. Under no circumstances could they let Liang Yi snatch Gu Chen away. If Gu Chen joined Wanqing and later achieved an abyssal feat, Linqing would have no chance of sharing in the benefits. How could they let that happen? Linqing had finally produced a talented professional. There was no way they would allow him to fall into Wanqing's hands. However, someone questioned sarcastically, do you Linqing folks even know how poorly you've treated Gu Chen? The guy earned an SSS rating ages ago. So where's his guaranteed spot? Another person asked in confusion, wait a minute. Why are you Linqing people even here in the Burial Dungeon? This is Wanqing's abyss. Someone else mocked, well, if Gu Chen helps Wanqing rise, I might as well rent out my balcony for 1,000 bucks a month. Amid the crowd, those who had come from Linqing to ride the wave of Gu Chen's fame suddenly felt uneasy. Initially, they hadn't paid much attention to the matter, at most coming to join the excitement and catch a glimpse of this legendary prodigy. After all, Gu Chen was on a completely different level from them, and they didn't expect to have any real connection with him in the future. But the situation had now changed drastically. Given Gu Chen's current talent, securing an abyssal feat was only a matter of time. It was almost certain that in the near future, the Burial Dungeon's difficulty would decrease, and its rewards would rise accordingly. This meant that Wanqing's professionals wouldn't have to leave their hometowns to level up anymore. Once Gu Chen cleared the abyss, every professional in Wanqing would benefit. In other words, Gu Chen had become the most coveted figure among all Wanqing professionals. Damn it! Damn it! Linqing's professionals were practically jumping with anxiety. What is going on with Linqing? Why hasn't anyone from City Hall shown up yet? They watched in despair as Liang Yi and his entourage approached Gu Chen. That shameless Liang Yi. Who knows someone in Linqing City Hall? Get them here now. Hold on. I'll call the mayor myself. Whoa, big shot. You have the mayor's number? Isn't there a direct hotline to the mayor? Oh, then go ahead and call. If you get through, he'll admit defeat. At this moment, Gu Chun had just finished organizing the spoils from his abyss run when he noticed several imposing middle-aged men standing before him. Liang Yi, standing at the forefront, got straight to the point, saying, Gu Chun, hello? I'm Liang Yi, the Lord of Wancheng. On behalf of the people of Wancheng, I sincerely invite you to join our city. All right, I'll join, Gu Chun interrupted, agreeing without hesitation. The reason was simple. Leaving aside Liang Yi's status as Wancheng's lord, it was clear that he had come with genuine sincerity. Behind him were 4 individuals carrying 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes. Although Gu Chun didn't know what was inside, no one had ever offered him such generous terms since he arrived in this world. Hearing Gu Chun's immediate agreement, Liang Yi couldn't hide his excitement. Standing behind him, Li Feng's expression twitched slightly. For simple words had rendered the 3 carefully crafted speeches he had prepared completely useless. Gu Chun was clearly playing by his own rules. Behind Li Feng, 3 negotiation experts exchanged knowing smiles, their lips curling upward. Mission accomplished, time to clock out. None of them had ever experienced such an easy job in their entire careers. Just as everyone was celebrating the joyous moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray jacket, striding quickly with a few attendants in tow. Gu Chun immediately recognized him. It was Su Lai, the city lord of Lincheng, whom he had recently seen on the news. Gu Chun was inwardly surprised. The officials from Lincheng City Hall are only showing up now? How slow can they be? What shocked him even more was that all 5 of them were empty-handed, not a single gift in sight. Their attitude was so dismissive, it was hard to believe they were here to greet a genius who had just conquered a nightmare-level abyss. Gu Chun couldn't help but feel relieved that he was from Wancheng. He thought to himself, if Lincheng is governed by people like this, it's only a matter of time before it falls apart. As soon as Su Lai spotted Gu Chun, he jogged over with a wide, ingratiating smile and said, Young Master Gu Chun, congratulations on successfully clearing the Tier 1 abyss. Burial dungeon. The matter with the Li family has been resolved. Please come back to Lincheng with me. Everyone in the city is waiting to celebrate your achievement. As for the guaranteed admission slot, it was our mistake at City Hall. Rest assured, I've prepared a set of resources that rival the rewards for clearing a hell-level dungeon as compensation. Su Lai spoke quickly, clearly reciting lines prepared by his secretary. However, he skillfully avoided mentioning the specifics of the guaranteed admission slot. Standing nearby, Liang Yi couldn't hold back any longer. With a cold laugh, he said, City Lord Su, do you even understand who you're talking to? Gu Chun is an SS tier achiever. Not only did he clear the hell-level Temple Ruins dungeon, but he also set a new record for the nightmare-level burial dungeon abyss. This so-called compensation of yours, are you trying to dismiss him like a beggar? Su Lai snorted dismissively, ignoring Liang Yi entirely, and continued addressing Gu Chun. Young master, you're from the Northern Territory. You should return to Lincheng first. What did you just say? Gu Chun interrupted him, his brows furrowing. Su Lai paused, puzzled. I said we should return to Lincheng. No, the sentence before that, Gu Chun said, his tone turning stern. You are from the Northern Territory, Su Lai repeated, still confused. Gu Chun's expression grew colder. Who told you I'm from the Northern Territory? Su Lai looked baffled. You're the son of the royal family from the Northern Territory. Gu Chun responded icily. City Lord Su, you must have mistaken me for someone else. My name isn't on the royal family's genealogy. Please leave. This statement hit Su Lai like a hammer, leaving him stunned. He stood frozen in place for a long moment before stammering, Young master, the king has already made arrangements. As long as you return to Gubei City, the guaranteed admission slot will definitely be granted to you. When Su Lai entered the room, it felt as though the air froze for a moment. He had come with a message from Gu Qingfeng, thinking it was a simple errand. However, things turned out to be far more complicated than he had anticipated. Gu Chun stood by the window, gazing calmly into the distance, showing no intention of returning to the Northern Territory. Su Lai took a deep breath and relayed Gu Qingfeng's words without missing a single detail. As soon as he finished, Liang Yi interjected, his tone laced with mockery. What's this supposed to mean? Are you trying to use the title of the Northern Warlord to threaten Gu Chun? Su Lai's face darkened instantly, and he hastily clarified. No, that's not it. What about the guaranteed admission slot? The king said that as long as the young master returns to Gubei City, the slot will be immediately secured. Isn't that a threat in disguise? Liang Yi sneered. Gu Chun remained silent, fully aware that Liang Yi was deliberately trying to provoke conflict. Su Lai also realized this and chose to ignore Liang Yi, turning instead to Gu Chun. Young master, if you follow Liang Yi to the eastern continent, how will you face the people of the Northern Territory in the future? Finally, Gu Chun spoke, a faint smile playing on his lips. If you don't want me to go to the eastern continent, that's fine. But you'll have to agree to 2 conditions. A glimmer of hope flashed in Su Lai's eyes. Please, young master, name them. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Liang Yi's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. Wait, what? We just agreed on something, and now you're changing your mind? Gu Chun ignored Liang Yi's protest and fixed his gaze on Su Lai. First, you must publicly disclose how you colluded with the Li family to try and snatch my guaranteed admission slot, and then apologize to me. Su Lai's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Young master, I can reveal everything, but I truly never colluded with the Li family. Gu Chen's eyes were sharp as blades. Fine, then let me ask you, this wasn't it me who earned the SSS rating? It was, Su Lai answered, his voice trembling slightly. Then why didn't the city hall issue the guaranteed admission slot in time? Su Lai fell into silence, his brows furrowed as he found himself in a dilemma. Gu Chen let out a cold laugh. Nothing to say? Then there's no point in continuing this conversation. Seems like I don't even need to mention the second condition. Su Lai's face darkened further, yet he remained silent. Gu Chen turned to the surrounding professionals and shrugged. You've all seen it. I'm simply asking for justice, but he won't even agree to such a trivial matter. If he won't give me justice, can I expect him to give me my slot or my resources? Absolutely not. So, it's not that I want to leave Lin City, it's Lin City that's forcing me to leave. Su Lai's expression twitched, but he had nothing to say. The negotiation had completely fallen apart. In truth, this negotiation was doomed from the start. As the governor of Lin City and a fifth-tier professional, Su Lai would never risk his reputation and future to expose his own misconduct, regardless of whether Gu Qingfeng pursued the matter. Even though Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, he wasn't worth such a sacrifice. Moreover, Su Lai was merely delivering a message. If Gu Chen agreed to return, Su Lai's mission would be complete. If Gu Chen refused, there was no way Su Lai could forcibly drag him back to Gubei City. Now that the Li family had been eradicated, there was no evidence left of Su Lai withholding Gu Chen's admission slot. However, Liang Yi's arrival had completely changed the situation. No slot from the Northern Territory? The Eastern continent was offering one, along with abundant resources as compensation. Gu Chen's choice was clear, and he readily accepted Liang Yi's offer. Su Lai nodded, his tone tinged with helplessness. I've delivered the king's message. Since the young master is unwilling to return to Gubei City, I have nothing more to say. As for the guaranteed admission slot, it's not that Lin City doesn't want to grant it, it's simply that the king has made other arrangements. If the young master wishes to receive the slot, I suggest heading to Gubei City as soon as possible. Don't keep the king waiting. With that, Su Lai bowed, then turned and left with his entourage. Liang Yi watched Su Lai leave before turning to Gu Chen, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He withheld your slot, and you're just letting him walk away? That's not like you. A faint smirk appeared on Gu Chen's lips. Su Lai fears the northern warlord, not me. Even if I made him kneel and apologize, he wouldn't feel the slightest remorse. To deal with someone like him, you have to strike where it hurts. Let him bask in his arrogance for now. When he's bombarded by the accusations and scorn of Lin City's citizens, he'll regret letting me walk away today. Clearly, Gu Chen had no intention of letting Su Lai off the hook so easily. Since Su Lai had targeted him, there would be a price to pay. After all, Gu Chen was not one to forgive or forget. Through the teleportation array, Su Lai returned to lynching and briskly walked into his office, with his secretary following closely behind. As he walked, his tone carried a hint of disdain. All right, the message has been delivered. Since the young master is unwilling to return, report the situation to the king as it is. Stopping in front of his desk, Su Lai turned to face the secretary, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Next, release a public announcement under the name of the city hall. All dungeons under lynching's jurisdiction will have their fees reduced by 20 for 1 month. A faint, confident smile appeared on his lips. At the end of the day, this young master is just another so-called genius professional. What kind of loss could his departure possibly bring to lynching? By offering this discount to all professionals in the city and creating some buzz around it, no one will bother talking about Gu Chen anymore. Su Lai's tone was filled with derision. As for the future, in 2 years, I won't even be stationed in the Northern Territory anymore. Even if he's a royal prince, what can he do to me? The secretary nodded in agreement. Understood. He quickly jotted down a few key points in his notebook before turning to leave and make the necessary arrangements. Now alone in the office, Su Lai walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling cityscape of lynching. His thoughts churned. Deep down, Su Lai's only concern was the Northern Territory's battle king, Gu Qingfeng. As for Gu Chen, while he maintained a polite and respectful demeanor toward him, he never truly regarded him as a threat. A genius? Su Lai muttered to himself, his voice dripping with scorn. What does being a genius even amount to? In his eyes, anyone capable of holding the position of city lord in the Xinxia Empire was no ordinary individual. Most were exceptional talents, far above the average. A mere genius who hadn't fully matured, yet held no weight in Su Lai's calculations. Returning to his desk, Su Lai tapped his fingers lightly on the surface. If Gu Chen wants to challenge me, he should at least become a fifth-tier professional first. A mocking smirk tugged at his lips. But how unfortunate for him. Gu Chen's chosen profession is that of a summoner. No matter how strong a summoner may be in the early stages, it doesn't change the fact that they lack staying power. Su Lai reflected on the history of the professional system. The professional system has been around for over a century, and yet, no summoner has ever advanced to the fifth tier. He let out a cold laugh. They say noble summoners are unbeatable within the same tier? Sure. But that's only true between the second and fourth tiers and, only with an absurd amount of resources poured into them. Su Lai paced the office, analyzing the inherent weaknesses of the summoner profession. With a new summoning slot opening every 5 levels, no summoner has ever been able to afford the resources required to reach the fifth tier. This was the reason Su Lai dismissed Gu Chen so easily. What Su Lai didn't know, however, was that Gu Chen was no ordinary summoner. For a brief moment, the air in the office seemed to freeze, as if an invisible thread of fate was quietly shifting. In just a few days, Su Lai would inevitably come to regret his arrogance. After reaching an agreement with Liang Yi, Gu Chen received a series of generous resources. A guaranteed admission agreement to Shangjing Academy, a level 15 rare quality summoning skill book, a rare dungeon treasure chest, and an abyss treasure chest. Liang Yi even promised that if Gu Chen could clear the hell level abyss, especially the burial dungeon, he would be allowed to choose any legendary equipment from Wan City's treasure vault. This level of generosity left Lin Yuan and the others envious, as even the city lord's son could not dream of such treatment, highlighting how highly Liang Yi regarded Gu Chen. Gu Chen gladly accepted the challenge, especially since he had just unlocked the hell level difficulty of the burial dungeon, perfect timing for him. Soon after, the group used the teleportation array to arrive in Wan City, including Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran, who were determined to continue following Gu Chen. As a representative of Wan City's most prominent family, Su Xia extended an invitation to everyone to attend a celebratory banquet at the Su family estate. During the banquet, Su Xia and Gu Chen finalized a previously agreed-upon transaction. The eternal source crystal dropped by the voodoo shaman, along with the cost of leading the Abyss team, totaled 1.8 million. However, Su Xia generously transferred 5 million to Gu Chen, explaining that the extra amount was an advance payment for the next hell-level Abyss run and requesting priority for any potential epic-grade eternal source crystals. Gu Chen readily agreed. After the banquet, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran eagerly asked if they could continue accompanying Gu Chen into the hell-level Abyss. Gu Chen set a price of 3 million per person. Despite the significant financial pressure, both women enthusiastically accepted, viewing it as a rare opportunity. They quickly left to gather the funds, agreeing to meet at the Wan City teleportation hall in 2 hours. Meanwhile, Gu Chen entrusted Lin Yuan with handling some administrative matters at the city hall, while he retreated to a quiet room arranged by Su Xia to sort through his rewards. The Abyss run had yielded substantial gains. The completion rewards included 50,000 class experience points and a rare-grade Abyss treasure chest. The record-breaking rewards provided another 50,000 experience points, along with a personal achievement and a rare-grade record-breaking gift box. The total of 100,000 experience points propelled Gu Chen to level 17, a leveling speed that would leave most other class users astonished. By comparison, Lin Yuan and the others also gained 30,000 experience points, reaching level 11, already surpassing the vast majority of their peers at the same stage of their class transition. Gu Chen meticulously inspected the items before him. A rare-grade dungeon treasure chest, 2 rare-grade Abyss treasure chests, a rare-grade record-breaking gift box, and the summoning skill book. Gu Chen opened the rare-level dungeon chest, and a series of items immediately appeared before his eyes. Shadow Dagger LV.20, Rare Level 1 Teleportation Scroll, 15 Enhancement Stones, 10 large health recovery potions. He silently tallied the loot, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The shadow dagger emitted a faint, dark glow, its blade razor-sharp. Gu Chen carefully examined the assassin-class weapon, calculating in his mind. Although it wasn't suitable for his use, its attributes of increased strength and agility, along with its stealth skill and guaranteed critical hit effect, made it an unparalleled tool for assassination. He quickly pulled out his phone and searched the professional trading platform. 3 million? Seeing the number, Gu Chen couldn't help but break into a broad smile. He carefully stored the dagger in his personal inventory and marked it for sale. Suddenly, he thought of Su Ran, who was also an assassin. Maybe she could use this dagger? Gu Chen pondered, deciding to consult her later and offer it at market price. Recalling how Su Ran and Lin Qingqing often borrowed money, Gu Chen shook his head. However, they always managed to get decent equipment after clearing dungeons. Selling just 1 or 2 items would usually be enough to repay their debts quickly. Gu Chen's gaze shifted to the second chest, his anticipation growing. A rare-level Abyss chest medium's cloak LV.20, 15 enhancement stones, 5 mental recovery potions, 10 large health recovery potions. He swiftly scanned through the items he had obtained. Picking up the medium's cloak, Gu Chen inspected its attributes. Summoner exclusive, increasing constitution and spirit by 50 points each. It also allowed the user to select one summon beast skill as a medium, enabling both the summoner and the beast to use it. This is a real treasure, Gu Chen exclaimed in excitement, storing the cloak in his inventory as he began strategizing how to incorporate it into his arsenal to boost his combat power. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened the third chest. My god, an epic level item, Gu Chen exclaimed aloud. To pull an epic item from a rare level chest was a mere 1% chance. The Echo Necklace shimmered brilliantly, its attributes astonishing. An increase of 300 points each to spirit and speed, a 45 reduction in cooldown, and a 45 boost to recovery speed. What thrilled Gu Chen even more was that it was part of a set. If the Nightmare Sovereign equips the full set, wouldn't it be able to indefinitely extend the duration of the deep dream state? Gu Chen muttered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But when he noticed the level 20 requirement to equip it, his enthusiasm dimmed slightly. Still 3 levels short. He'll need to clear at least 2 more high-difficulty first-tier Abyss dungeons. He sighed, carefully placing the necklace into his personal inventory. Finally, Gu Chen's attention turned to the record-breaking reward box. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened it. Rare level skill book? His eyes lit up as he eagerly checked its contents. Spiked Tortoise Summon, level 17, rare quality. He read aloud, his heart brimming with joy. This was a defensive-focused combat summon that would significantly bolster his combat capabilities. Gu Chen then remembered the summoning skill book Liang Yi had gifted him, which was also of rare quality. He took it out for comparison. Nethercat Summon, level 15, rare quality. A speed and burst-focused assassin-type summon. Looking at the 2 rare-level summoning skill books in his hands, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. This dungeon run had far exceeded his expectations. Gu Chen glanced at the Nethercat summoning book and instantly lost interest. He already possessed the powerful assassin-type summoned beast, the Nightmare Sovereign, which excelled not only in single-target bursts but also in group attacks. Contracting a Nethercat would offer little improvement to his overall combat strength. He stowed the summoning book into his personal storage space, planning to try his luck by listing it on the professional exchange platform. He estimated that if it were a rare-grade weapon, it could easily sell for at least 3 million. However, summoning books were a different story. Getting even 1 million for it would already be decent. After all, for summoners, this level of summon beast was only entry-level, and the market demand was limited. This also explained why Jiang Songhua had casually handed him the Bloodthirsty Bat summoning book back then. Gu Chen carefully organized all the resources he had acquired. The Mediator's Cloak and Echo Necklace were decent pieces of equipment, but unfortunately, they required level 20 to use. For now, the only item he could put to immediate use was the summoning skill book. With this in mind, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had obtained a suitable summoning book from the gift box. Otherwise, he would still be fretting over which summoned beast to choose. This experience made Gu Chen realize how resource-scarce small cities were. Both Linqing and Wancheng were only considered third-tier cities within the Xinxia Empire. For a summoner, the available resources in such places were pitifully limited. Liang Yi had previously explained that Wancheng's treasury only held 3 skill books for level 15 summoners, and the Nethercat summoning book was already the one with the highest growth potential among them. Liang Yi had also offered to help find better options in other cities if Gu Chen wasn't satisfied, demonstrating a remarkably accommodating attitude. This level of service was far superior to what Su Lai from Linqing had provided. Gu Chen reviewed his current lineup of summoned beasts. The Vampire Duke specialized in long-range damage and burst attacks, the Nightmare Sovereign excelled in instantaneous bursts and sustained output, and the Necrotic Golem was adept at applying debuffs. He realized he was missing a warrior-type summoned beast. Fortunately, the Spiked Tortoise fit that role perfectly. From levels 14 to 17, Gu Chen's Godder talent had remained dormant, but now was the perfect moment to unleash it. He picked up the summoning skill book and began learning it without hesitation. As a faint glow swept across him, the system's notification echoed in his mind. You have successfully formed a contract with the Spiked Armored Turtle as your summon. Gu Chen quickly glanced at the summon's attribute panel. Spiked Armored Turtle. Grade, Rare. Health, 11,220. Attributes, Strength 235. Agility 200, Constitution 230, Spirit 195. Talent, Spiked Heavy Armor LV.20 Rare. Skill, Violent Spike Charge LV.20 Rare. Before he could examine it further, a deep, rumbling roar emerged from the summoning space. A massive turtle, clad in spiked heavy armor, materialized before him, exuding an intimidating aura. Gu Chen didn't linger on the details of the summon. He knew the next step was to imbue it with Dark Bloodline to initiate its evolution. Taking a deep breath, he decisively activated his talent. In an instant, 4 beams of light flashed consecutively, and the system notifications came one after another. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Progenitor. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Descendant. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Progenitor. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Progenitor. Gu Chen fell into thought. As his level increased, the appearance rate of Descendant bloodline seemed to be decreasing. Before level 10, it appeared almost every 2 levels, but this time, it only appeared once after leveling up 4 times. Though slightly disappointed at not obtaining royal bloodline, now was not the time to dwell. He acted swiftly, first imbuing the spiked armored turtle with a progenitor bloodline. Then, he used the Descendant bloodline to awaken its bloodline, and finally, he applied another progenitor bloodline for a star upgrade. After a series of rapid operations, the system notifications rang out again. Dark Bloodline. Progenitor successfully fused. Summon evolution. Spiked armored turtle rare, Dark Hunter Dragon turtle epic. Summon bloodline, awakening successful. Summon star upgrade successful. Dark Hunter Dragon turtle epic, Dark Hunter Dragon turtle epic. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the previously brown turtle underwent a startling transformation. Its body expanded rapidly, growing into a colossal, mountain-like behemoth. Its shell became even tougher and more rugged, with a ring of razor-sharp serrated edges forming along its perimeter. The surface was covered with jagged spikes that gleamed with a metallic sheen under the light. The Dark Hunter Dragon turtle's eyes shone like 2 brilliant blue sapphires, and its jaws sprouted ferocious fangs. Its entire body was encased in hardened, scale-like keratin armor, each scale as sharp as a dagger, glinting coldly. Its sturdy limbs resembled massive stone pillars, with bony spikes protruding from its joints. Its claws, sharp and deadly, looked as if they were forged from steel. From head to tail, the Dark Hunter Dragon turtle resembled a fearsome war machine designed for carnage. Compared to the spiked armored turtle, its presence was far more imposing, radiating an aura of bloodlust and savage ferocity. Gu Chen quickly checked the updated attribute panel of the Dark Hunter Dragon turtle. Level 17. Health 76,220. Attributes: Strength 380, Agility 350, Constitution 360, Spirit 320. Talents: Sorrow of War epic. Each time damage is taken, gain a 10 damage boost, lasting until exiting combat. Retaliation spiked armor epic. Reflect 50 of melee damage received as true damage. Each 20 points of Constitution increases the reflection ratio by 1. Skills: 1. Shattering impact LV.20 epic. A dashing charge that damages and slows targets along its path, knocking back the target at the endpoint. 2. Roaring taunt LV.20 epic. Taunts enemies in an area, forcing them to attack the user. Each attack received increases attack speed by 1. 3. Dragon Blood Surge LV.20 epic. When health falls below 30, defense and health regeneration are increased by 300. With 76,000 health, reflective armor, damage boosts, and taunting abilities, the summon was a perfect balance of offense, defense, and crowd control, a true all-rounder. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This was precisely the frontline tank he had been missing. With the Dark Hunter Dragon turtle holding the line, his Bloodlord and Nightmare Sovereign could unleash their full destructive potential. At last, his summoning lineup had begun to take shape. The afternoon passed swiftly, and news of Gu Chen joining Wancheng spread like wildfire, quickly becoming the talk of Linqing, Wancheng, and even nearby cities, drawing widespread attention. By 4 p.m. that same day, another explosive headline emerged from Wancheng. Breaking news: Gu Chen leads a team of professionals into the infernal-level buried bone dungeon. The announcement instantly caused an uproar across major media platforms, catapulting Gu Chen's actions to the top of trending topics. However, online opinions were divided. While some were in awe of Gu Chen's courage and strength, others questioned his decision. Gu Chen is being reckless, clearing the nightmare-level abyss in the morning and diving into the infernal level in the afternoon? Who does he think he is? Exactly. Does he think the abyss is his personal playground? I think he's gotten overconfident. If I were him, I'd at least take a day to rest. There's no way hell be in shape to clear it. Disappointed. So disappointed. I thought City Lord Liang Yi brought hope to Wancheng, but it looks like it was all for nothing. I was counting on Gu Chen to achieve the abyssal feat in the burial dungeon. But this? Is he just here to throw the game? This remark sparked a wave of uproar online. Gu Chen, the prodigy personally invited by City Lord Liang Yi, had performed so poorly in the burial dungeon? Countless netizens flocked to comment, with many offering sharp criticisms. You're being too harsh, one of Gu Chen's supporters retorted. Gu Chen was invited by City Lord Liang Yi himself as a genius. And you lot, who can't even clear a regular abyss, dare to criticize him. However, the heated debate was soon overshadowed by even more explosive news. Word spread like wildfire on short video platforms that Gu Chen had entered the hell-level abyss. The online spaces of Wan City and Lin City erupted, with speculations and opinions flooding in like mushrooms after the rain. For the professionals in Lin City, this was unwelcome news. Most of them didn't want to see Gu Chun succeed in the hell-level abyss. After all, from their perspective, Gu Chun had betrayed Lin City and thrown his lot in with Wan City. On the other hand, reactions in Wan City were far more mixed. Some were envious of Gu Chen's talent, others watched with a sense of schadenfreude, and still, others genuinely hoped he would make a name for himself with the hell-level abyss and bring glory to Wan City. For a time, all the trending topics in both cities revolved around Gu Chun, with online discussions boiling over like a pot on the verge of spilling. Yet this fiery debate didn't last long. Just after 8 p.m. that evening, a sudden announcement from the Abyss Plaza of the burial dungeon sent shockwaves across the internet. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully setting a new hell-level burial dungeon clearance record. Clearance time: 4 hours, 2 minutes, 56 seconds. Team information: Captain, Gu Chun Summoner. Team members: Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Warrior, Su Ran Assassin, Su Xiano Class. Overall rating. This announcement landed like a bombshell, igniting a storm of reactions online. Major media platforms were flooded with countless topics, with everyone expressing their astonishment and curiosity over Gu Chen's remarkable feat of clearing the hell-level abyss. Among professionals, the discussions reached a fever pitch. Some questioned, does this new record by Gu Chun mean the hell-level burial dungeon ceiling has now been reached for good? Others voiced disappointment. If that's the case, then Gu Chun merely broke the hell-level abyss record without fulfilling the expectations of Liang Yi and the people of Wan City. Many Wan City citizens were hoping Gu Chun would achieve the abyssal feat in the burial dungeon to reduce its difficulty. If he gave it his all but still failed to secure the abyssal feat, wouldn't all the resources Liang Yi invested in him have gone to waste? Amidst the fiery debates raging across the internet, a seemingly inconspicuous video account quietly posted a message that instantly set the web ablaze. 4 hours and 2 minutes is not the limit for the hell-level burial dungeon. If we hadn't been aiming to secure the abyssal feat, we could have cleared it half an hour earlier. The account's verification tag contained only a single line: First-tier abyssal feat achiever Gu Chun. This message landed like a sledgehammer, shattering all doubts and speculations. Gu Chun had not only cleared the hell-level abyss but had also achieved the coveted abyssal feat. The internet erupted in celebration, with countless netizens cheering in unison. At that moment, Gu Chen's name echoed through every corner of the two cities. Clearing the hell-level buried bones dungeon in 4 hours and 2 minutes? That's leaving no room for anyone else to compete. This news hit the professional community like a bomb, causing an uproar of discussions. Gu Chen's astonishing achievement immediately sparked heated debates. Can someone explain what the point of Gu Chun breaking the hell-level abyss record is? One frustrated professional questioned. Exactly, you can only claim the record-breaking rewards once. It's not like they'll hand them out again. Another chimed in agreement. The buried bones dungeon is hard enough as it is. Now he's completely blocked the path for other professionals. Yeah, how are others supposed to claim the record-breaking rewards now? Gu Chun is such a selfish person. Amidst the wave of criticism, a calm voice emerged. Did none of you notice the mention of the Abyss achievement? Are you all blind? Abyss achievement? Are you sure he actually earned it? Doubts lingered in the air. At that moment, an announcement from the Abyss Plaza of the Buried Bones dungeon silenced the entire discussion forum. Attention! A professional team has successfully cleared the hell-level Buried Bones dungeon and achieved the Abyss achievement. Starting today, the difficulty of Tier 1 Abyss Buried Bones dungeon will be reduced by 25, and the completion rewards will increase by 25. The 5 members of the professional team have been awarded the Abyss Achievement badges. This announcement struck like a hammer, shattering all criticisms and doubts. Social media platforms exploded, and professionals from Wan City and Lin City were left in utter shock. Who just insulted Gu Chun? Step forward and apologize now. Apologize. We demand an apology. No excuses accepted. I'm warning you all, apologize to Gu Chun immediately, or I'll expose you. Gu Chun's supporters quickly retaliated, with some even declaring, the Gu Chun fan club president is ready to take action. I knew it. A legend like Gu Chun would definitely achieve the Abyss achievement. The City Lord's judgment was never wrong. As news of the Abyss achievement spread, people began to realize the massive impact of this breakthrough. The difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon has been reduced by 25, and the rewards increased by 25. This applies to all levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Looks like Wan City's professionals are in for a treat. Meanwhile, the professionals in Lin City were less thrilled. Damn it, Gu Chun is from Lin City. Why don't we ever get such benefits? Wan City residents were quick to retort. Correction. Gu Chun is now one of us in Wan City, thanks to our amazing City Lord. Ha ha ha, we should really thank Lin City's City Lord. If not for him, Gu Chun wouldn't have come to Wan City. As Wan City celebrated in high spirits, Lin City's silence was deafening. Someone joked, "Why aren't Lin City folks saying anything? I bet they're internally screaming right now. I'm so mad. I'm going to write the word miserable on Sulei's leg," a frustrated Lin City professional vented. Meanwhile, in the office of Wan City City Hall, Liang Yi nearly leapt out of his chair upon hearing the news. The Abyss achievement. Gu Chen achieved it on his first attempt at the Hell-level Abyss. This is beyond my expectations. Liang Yi was overjoyed, fully understanding the immense benefits this achievement would bring to Wan City's professionals. He could already foresee a surge in the city's overall combat strength in the coming years. Rewards. We must reward him. Liang Yi resolved to prepare an extravagant reward for Gu Chen. Later that day, Li Feng escorted Gu Chen and his team to a luxurious apartment building in the center of Wan City. Gu Chen, this entire floor is your new residence, courtesy of the city lord, Li Feng announced. Gu Chen was momentarily stunned. You're saying this whole floor is mine? Li Feng smiled, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned real estate agent. That's right. A full-floor apartment, 518 square meters, with deluxe renovations. All furniture and essentials are in place, just move in. Gu Chen nodded as he approached the grand double doors, recording his face into the recognition system. With a soft click, the doors opened automatically. Gu Chen invited Lin Yuan and the others inside. As they stepped in, the smart home system sprang to life. Lights illuminated the space, curtains drew back, windows opened wide to let in the cool breeze, and the place sparkled with cleanliness. Walking past the entryway, the living room's opulent design left everyone in awe. Many of the materials used were unfamiliar to Gu Chen, radiating understated luxury. Lin Yuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the city's nightscape. He couldn't help but marvel. This full-floor apartment must be worth at least tens of millions, right? Li Feng provided a precise answer. To be exact, it's worth 15.54 million. While Wan City is a third-tier city, a full-floor apartment in the city center doesn't come cheap. Gu Chen nodded, but a surreal feeling washed over him. His mind flashed back to the dilapidated house on the outskirts of Lin City he used to call home. Compared to this luxurious apartment, his old place was like a sewer. Despite having mentally prepared himself for generous treatment from Liang Yi, Gu Chen realized he had underestimated the extent. The sheer extravagance of being gifted a $15 million apartment completely upended his worldview. This apartment is considered top tier in Wan City, with the best lighting and orientation. What do you think? Li Feng asked. Suppressing his shock, Gu Chen replied calmly, not bad. Lin Yuan, trying to act nonchalant, crossed his arms and nodded. It's okay, I guess. But within seconds, he couldn't keep up the facade. Turning to Li Feng with a wide grin, Lin Yuan blurted, is it too late for me to join Wan City? Seeing Li Feng's puzzled expression, Lin Yuan quickly clarified, don't get me wrong. I'm not after resources or a fancy apartment. It's mainly because I deeply respect City Lord Liang Yi and feel a sense of belonging to Wan City's culture and vibe. Li Feng chuckled, shrugging. That's not up to me. But once you get into a top academy, you might want to look into Wan City's talent recruitment policies. All right, they'll think about it later, Lin Yuan said, scratching his nose. Noticing the amused looks on Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's faces, he added, honestly, there's nothing wrong with Lin City. But Wan City just feels like a place where I can truly spread my wings. In stark contrast to the lively and celebratory atmosphere among the professionals in Wanqing, those in Linqing were seething with anger and resentment upon learning that Gu Chen had achieved an abyss-level accomplishment. In the plaza of the Temple Ruins dungeon, Gu Chen's name still dominated the top of the leaderboard for the Hell difficulty dungeon, an eyesore that many found unbearable to look at. The plaza was bustling with activity as groups of professionals gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing topics centered around Gu Chen. Among them were individuals who had once mocked him, as well as former classmates who had envied him. One notable absence, however, was Wu Zi. Ever since his betrayal of the team during a dungeon raid, he had not shown his face here, evidently too ashamed to return. Have you heard? Not only did Gu Chen join Wanqing, but he also earned the Abyss achievement in the Burial Dungeon. A young professional exclaimed excitedly. That's incredible. Another chimed in. After clearing the beginner dungeon, Wanqing's new professionals will probably aim for the regular level Burial Dungeon, right? Especially now that the difficulty has been reduced by 25. Don't forget, the rewards for clearing the Burial Dungeon have also been increased by 25. Sigh. Wanqing is so fortunate to have such a capable city lord. Liang Yi poached Gu Chen, and it's benefiting all of Wanqing's lower-tier professionals. Meanwhile, what has our city lord here in Linqing done for us? I heard Su Lai lowered the dungeon usage fees, someone murmured cautiously. What good does that do? Another professional retorted with disdain. Without reducing the difficulty, we lower-tier professionals still have no way forward. Su Lai is just a selfish schemer. On the surface, it looks like he's offering benefits to Linqing professionals, but in reality, it only helps the nobles and the wealthy. He doesn't care about the struggles of those at the bottom. Can you imagine how much Gu Chen's presence will elevate the professionals in Wanqing? It's all Su Lei's fault. If he and the Li family hadn't worked together to suppress Gu Chen, he wouldn't have left in the first place. Su Lei is such a scumbag, truly despicable. Meanwhile, in Linqing's city office building, Su Lei sat in his spacious office, his expression so dark it seemed almost tangible. He was listening to his secretary's report, each word cutting into him like a dagger. City Lord, the citizens of Linqing are venting their dissatisfaction with the city hall across major media platforms. Negative news has almost reached trending status, and our public credibility is severely compromised, the secretary reported cautiously. Su Lei slammed his palm on the desk and roared, "Shut it all down. Suppress every single piece of negative news about the city hall. Do I really need to teach you how to handle this?" The secretary flinched but mustered the courage to continue. "We can't suppress it, sir. These are mainstream media platforms. And it's not just Linqing. Neighboring cities like Wanqing are also chiming in, claiming they want justice for Gu Chen." Su Lei's face grew even darker, but he gestured for the secretary to go on. The secretary took a deep breath and pressed on. "We've also received word that a large group of students is organizing a protest march. Their goal is to demand an apology from you to Gu Chen." Su Lei's face twisted with anger, but he restrained himself and motioned for the secretary to continue. "Additionally, there's news from Gubei City. Starting this month, Linqing's taxes will be raised by 15, and for the next 3 years, Linqing will be excluded from all northern region subsidy policies." As the secretary finished speaking, Su Lei's expression turned utterly grim. Even so, he held back his fury and signaled for the report to continue. The last piece of news. After the Li family was annihilated, the 3 major families in Linqing have been fighting over the Li family's assets, leading to frequent violent clashes and causing significant disruptions to public order. This final update pushed Su Lei over the edge. He could no longer contain his rage, and his furious roar echoed through the office. "Everyone's targeting me? Is this some kind of conspiracy? They're all out to get me, aren't they?" He slammed his fists onto the desk, sending papers and teacups scattering. His bloodshot eyes reflected the mental strain of a man on the brink of collapse. "Damn it! All of this happening at the worst possible time." Su Lei bellowed. "If we can't suppress the online news, then shut down the media platforms entirely. I want them all bankrupt." Protests? Demanding an apology? Crush them. Crack down hard. Expel every participant from their schools and send them to factories for forced labor. Breathing heavily, Su Lei continued to rage. "And Gubei City raising our taxes by 15 and cutting subsidies? This is blatant retaliation. Fine. If the major families in Linqing want to cause trouble, round up every single troublemaker. If Gubei City wants to bleed me dry, then they'd better prepare for me to retaliate." Su Lei's roars reverberated through the office as he vented his pent-up fury. Initially, he hadn't taken the fallen noble Gu Chen seriously, but one oversight had led to a cascade of troubles. He had thought the destruction of the Li family would bury his and Li Xiao's shady dealings for good, but now everything had come to light. Overwhelmed by a mix of regret, anger, and frustration, Su Lei's temper flared uncontrollably. This time, he didn't bother to hide his emotion. She needed an outlet. However, as the city lord, Su Lei wasn't one to let his emotions completely dominate him. After a minute of furious outburst, he gradually calmed down. Taking a deep breath, his expression returned to its usual composed state. He had come to a decision. The external noise was insignificant, and even the role of Linqing's city lord was, to him, just another job. In 2 years, his term would end, and he would be reassigned to the western regions or the southern frontiers. As for that fallen prince from the northern royal family, "I may not respect you, and I may not dare to provoke you, but surely I can avoid you." With this thought, a trace of resignation flickered in Su Lei's eyes. He had already resolved to let things slide. Meanwhile, far away in Gubei City, within the War King's estate, news of Gu Chen leaving the northern region and joining the eastern continent had already reached the ears of the estate's occupants. Gu Qingfeng was seething with rage, his fists clenched tightly, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. If it weren't for Qin Yun tugging at his sleeve just in time, he might have already ordered the troops to march straight to Wanqing. At that tense moment, Qin Yun's voice broke the silence, her face glowing with barely contained joy and pride. "My king, a message just came from Sitsi in Shangjing. The special admissions assessments at Shangjing Academy have all concluded. Now, we're just waiting for the school to start." Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's anger subsided slightly, and his brows lifted faintly. "Oh? Sai's coming back this afternoon, is that true?" Qin Yun nodded repeatedly, her smile growing even brighter. "Yes, that's right. He said that once school begins, he'll be very busy, so he wants to spend more time with us before then." Gu Qingfeng's expression softened as a trace of relief crossed his face. Sitsi has always been obedient and thoughtful. It's enough that he has this in mind. Turning to a nearby attendant, he instructed, "Go. Tell the steward to prepare a banquet in the main hall tonight to welcome Sitsi back." Qin Yuan acknowledged the command, but hesitated for a moment before speaking cautiously. "My king, you were planning to depart for Dongzhou soon. If Sitsi comes home and doesn't see you, I'm afraid he'll feel disappointed." At these words, Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed again. He found himself caught in a dilemma. Both Gu Chen and Gu Ci were his sons, and as their father, he couldn't afford to show favoritism. Traveling to Dongzhou to handle Gu Chen's matter would take at least 2 days, but Gu Ci's stay this time was likely to be brief. Thinking of Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng's anger flared up once more. He silently reproached himself. Gu Chen is the eldest son. Yet why does he always cause trouble wherever he goes? Why can't he be as dependable as his younger brother, Gu Ci? It seems my earlier judgment wasn't wrong. Growing up away from home has made Gu Chen too unruly. He must be properly disciplined, or he'll never achieve anything significant. With a long sigh, Gu Qingfeng finally made his decision. Very well. Leaving Beijiang was that ungrateful boy's choice. Even if he's joined Dongzhou, he won't be able to stir up much trouble in the short term. He'll stay here in Gubei City for the next 2 days to spend time with you and Sitsi. Once Sitsi leaves Beijiang, he'll go deal with that unfilial son. Hearing this, Qin Yuan let out a sigh of relief and softly murmured, "Understood." The tension in her face eased, and her tightly furrowed brows finally smoothed out. The day after clearing the hell-level buried bone dungeon, Liang Yi fulfilled his promise. Li Feng led Gu Chen to the treasure vault outside Wanqing. The golden doors gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Li Feng explained, "The vault houses the city's most valuable treasures, including rare equipment, items, and materials. Your achievement in the depths of the buried bone dungeon has earned you the right to enter." Li Feng handed Gu Chen a shimmering golden card. "With this card, you can select one piece of legendary equipment," he said, his tone tinged with envy. Gu Chen nodded in gratitude and stepped into the vault. The interior resembled a massive exhibition hall, filled with countless treasures, each radiating its own unique brilliance. From rare grade to legendary grade, the dazzling array of equipment left Gu Chen momentarily overwhelmed. As he browsed carefully, he realized there weren't many options suitable for a summoner. However, this didn't discourage him. "There's plenty of gear that my summoned beast can use," he thought to himself. Finally, in the legendary section, a piece of armor named Unyielding Black Plate caught Gu Chen's attention. It offered impressive stat boosts, Constitution 500, Health 6000, and, most importantly, a unique effect dealing true damage equal to 5 of the wearer's maximum health per second to all nearby targets. Gu Chen quickly did the math. If equipped on his Dark Hunter turtle, its maximum health would reach an astounding 82,000. This meant it could deal over 4,000 points of true damage per second. Combined with the turtle's other skills, this piece of equipment would significantly enhance its combat power. This is the one, Gu Chen decided without hesitation, using the golden card to exchange for the unyielding black plate. Satisfied, he left the vault. Li Feng was waiting outside. Seeing the pleased expression on Gu Chen's face, he smiled and said, "Looks like you found an item you're happy with." Gu Chen nodded. "Please thank the city lord for me." Li Feng then asked, "You still have one opportunity to enter a Tier 1 dungeon or an abyss. Any plans?" Gu Chen paused to think. He was currently level 19, and his leveling speed had noticeably slowed. The experience gained from killing alien creatures had diminished, while the experience required to level up had greatly increased. The record-breaking rewards were also a one-time deal. "What does the city lord suggest?" Gu Chen asked, guessing that Li Feng might have something in mind. Sure enough, Li Feng replied, "Wanqing recently constructed a new Tier 1 dungeon. If you're interested, the city hall can allocate you a slot directly, waiving the dungeon access fee." Gu Chen's interest was piqued. "What about the experience rewards?" Li Feng explained, "Although it's an artificial dungeon, the experience rewards for hell difficulty are comparable to those of an abyss. However, the difficulty is significantly higher than a standard dungeon." Gu Chen responded without hesitation. Difficulty isn't an issue as long as the rewards are worth it. Gu Chen didn't mind at all, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. A Tier 1 dungeon was nothing more than child's play for him. How hard could it possibly be? He said casually, "No problem. If you're willing, you can send me some dungeon information." However, Gu Chen didn't agree right away. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he quickly calculated in his mind. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Wait, since we're entering a dungeon, could I ask the city hall for a small favor?" "Go ahead," came the curious voice on the other end of the communication device. Gu Chen got straight to the point. "I've heard that the difficulty level of artificial dungeons can be adjusted. I'd like to go straight to hell level difficulty," he explained. "After all, I'm already level 19. If I have to unlock each level step by step from hard mode, they'll probably hit Tier 2 before I even reach hell level. Once I become a Tier 2 professional, I won't be allowed to enter Tier 1 dungeons or abysses anymore." There was a brief silence on the other end before a soft chuckle broke through. That might not be possible for most people, but since you've already achieved an abyss-level accomplishment, granting you access to hell level directly wouldn't be out of the question. Great. I'll leave it to you, Secretary Li, Chen said, his tone carrying a hint of gratitude. After their discussion, Li Feng sent over some dungeon information to Chen and immediately began arranging for the dungeon slots and the activation of hell-level difficulty. Back at his spacious, high-rise apartment, Chen wasted no time and gathered Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran. None of the three were locals of Wanqing, so for convenience, they all lived in Chen's apartment. Thanks to the ample space of the luxury flat, housing everyone was never an issue. This time, the team roster stays the same. It'll be the same lineup as before, Chen announced, his gaze sweeping across the group before finally landing on Su Xia. Su Xia will also be part of the team? Su Xia nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes gleaming with excitement. During their last foray into the hell-level dungeon, Burial Dungeon, Chen had obtained a legendary Eternal Source Crystal, which Su Xia purchased for a staggering 5 million. According to him, this material would allow him to develop the next-generation Mark 21 battle armor. Him joining this dungeon run to test the combat capabilities of the new armor, Su Xia explained, his voice brimming with anticipation. Chen agreed without hesitation. Su Xia could help fill the team, wouldn't take a share of the experience, and most importantly, Chen was intrigued by the new Mark 21 battle armor. This is a world where everyone has a profession, Chen thought to himself, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Could it be that Iron Man is about to make his debut? Is the Spider Cave, a first-tier dungeon, really that challenging? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the living room floor, his PS5 controller casually tossed to the side. His eyes were glued to the TV screen as he carefully read through the dungeon's detailed information. Standing beside him, Lin Qingqing answered with a serious expression. The difficulty is significant. The number of otherworldly creatures inside is overwhelming. Overwhelming. Su Ran tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Lin Qingqing paused, as if searching for a more fitting description. Finally, she spoke with a solemn tone. Extremely overwhelming. You could say it's absolutely teeming with them. I mean, it's the Spider Cave after all. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Does that mean the experience points will be abundant too? However, Lin Qingqing quickly dampened his enthusiasm. Not exactly, she explained. Even for a hell-level dungeon, the experience gained is only comparable to that of a first-tier abyss dungeon. Even if there's a slight increase, it won't be a huge difference. Lin Yuan frowned, confused. If that's the case, why not just keep grinding the Buried Bones dungeon? They're both first-tier dungeons, after all. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes but patiently elaborated. Didn't your high school teacher explain this? Were you even paying attention in class? Abyss dungeons have a self-protection mechanism. Repeatedly grinding the same abyss dungeon will suppress a professional's attributes, and the experience gained will gradually decrease. Lin Yuan nodded, pretending he already knew. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Su Ran sighed from the side. If only Wan City's municipal office could approve the dungeon slots for us. That would save us millions in usage fees. At the mention of money, Chen cleared his throat and said seriously, the cost for both first-tier dungeons and abyss dungeons is the same 3 million per person. Are you all okay with that? Lin Qingqing grimaced but reluctantly replied, no problem. Just give us some time to sell off some equipment. We're already drowning in debt. Several online lending platforms have even stopped offering us loans. Chen suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Ran. Oh, by the way, I got a rare level dagger for level 20. If you're interested, I can sell it to you at market price. Su Ran scratched her head, looking a little embarrassed. Actually, I do need a level 20 weapon, but I'll have to sell a few pieces of gear first to get the cash. Chen nodded and made the final call. All right then, take today to rest and prepare. We'll enter the Spider Cave dungeon tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. He had just received a message from Li Feng, confirming that the dungeon slots had been approved and the hell level difficulty was unlocked, saving them a lot of hassle. With the plan set, Lin Yuan returned to his spot on the floor, resuming his PS5 game. Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran headed out to sell their equipment. Though they could use the professional trading platform, it would take too long and might not be ready in time for tomorrow. Instead, they opted to visit an equipment resale shop in Wan City's central district. Su Xia took it upon herself to handle various preparations for the dungeon, including strategies, consumables, and food. Chen wasn't idle either, meticulously checked his gear. During their last hell-level Buried Bones dungeon run, he had acquired 3 epic items: the Echo Ring, the Echo Amulet, and the Eternal Source Crystal, which he'd sold to Su Xia. To his surprise, this single dungeon run had allowed him to complete the Echo set. The set bonus was impressive: 600 spirit, 500 speed, 300 constitution, and 300 strength. But the most powerful feature was the set effect, recovering 10 of energy instantly with every enemy defeated. Once he leveled up, his Nightmare Sovereign class would be able to equip this epic second-tier set. Even without star ratings, it was enough to make anyone's heart race. The next morning, Li Feng sent an MPV to pick up Gu Chen and his team, dropping them off at the Spider Cave Dungeon Plaza. It was still early, just before 7 Adonis. Oh, the plaza wasn't crowded. But the moment Gu Chen appeared, he became the center of attention. Gu Chen, the legend himself. Are you also heading into the Spider Cave? You're my idol, Gu Chen. Welcome, Gu Chen. Wan City is proud to have you. Acknowledging the greetings, Gu Chen nodded politely. Ever since he achieved the abyssal achievement in the Buried Bones dungeon, countless low-tier professionals in Wan City had taken to calling him Godfather with genuine admiration. After all, his accomplishment had given most of them a significant head start. Even those who couldn't fully benefit bore no resentment. Instead, they were grateful. Thanks to him, they could rent out their tiny balconies to out-of-towners for thousands of yuan. Without wasting time, Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others across the plaza to the dungeon entrance. Identity verification complete. The hell level difficulty for this dungeon has been unlocked. Please proceed with caution. Gu Chen instructed his team to prepare and decisively selected hell level difficulty. Warning: the average level of your team is too low. It is recommended to reassemble your team. Decline. Entering first-tier dungeon Spider Cave hell level difficulty. Please wait. The swirling vortex marking the dungeon entrance turned blood red, and an oppressive, terrifying aura surged forth, engulfing Gu Chen and his 4 companions. As the hell-level dungeon's intense pressure filled the air, the professionals in the plaza turned to look, their faces a mix of shock and awe. Wait, is that Gu Chen? He's entering a hell-level dungeon? How is that possible? How did he manage to unlock hell-level difficulty right away? What's the big deal? Gu Chen is a favorite of Liang Yi, the city lord. Unlocking a dungeon's difficulty is nothing for him. Ugh, I'm so envious. We're the same age, but he's tackling hell-level dungeons while I can't even clear normal difficulty. Not jealous here. I'm tired of being envious. Being a professional is too hard. Working in a factory might suit me better. By the way, the fastest clear time for hell-level Spider Cave is 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you think Gu Chen will break the record? Are you even from the Abyss? Do you really need to ask? I'm done with the factory life. From now on, I'm camping out at the Abyss Plaza. I'm going to live stream this. Everyone, come join me. Let's guess how long it'll take Gu Chen to clear the dungeon. Wow, you're really taking this streaming thing to the next level. As the buzz in the plaza grew, Gu Chen and his team found themselves standing in a dark, icy cave. At the same time, a string of dungeon notifications appeared before his eyes. You have entered the hell-level Spider Cave dungeon. Deep within the cave lies the ghost-faced Spider King, corrupted by abyssal power. You must stop it from unleashing a swarm invasion, or the abyssal power will completely consume this area. The outskirts of the cave are inhabited by the Insect Tamer clan. If you can convince their leader, the entire clan may assist you. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, Gu Chen and the others began to carefully examine their surroundings. The sight before them was chilling. Spider silk, as thin as layers of gauze, crisscrossed and covered the cave walls and ceiling. Tiny, grain-sized gray-white spiders scuttled back and forth across the webs, exuding an eerie sense of life. Scattered on the ground were various remains exoskeletons of insects and desiccated bones tangled in the webs, emanating a decaying stench. Lin Yuan, curious, approached the cave wall and tugged at the dense spider silk. Instantly, a cloud of dust fell, making him cough violently. Surprised, he exclaimed, "This texture, this dust, it feels so real." Lin Qingqing shot him a glance, her tone tinged with mockery. First time in a dungeon? Look at you. Acting like a total rookie. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Lin Yuan chuckled sheepishly. Heh, yeah, first time in a paid dungeon. This place feels no different from the Abyss. Even though dungeons are artificially created, everything here is designed to be as close to the real Abyss as possible. Otherwise, why would they charge so much? Lin Qingqing explained. The pricing is clearly listed at the Dungeon Plazon entry-level Hell-class dungeon, costs 1 million per person per run. It's ridiculously expensive. Taking advantage of the exploration break, Lin Qingqing briefly recounted the history of the Xinxia Empire's dungeon policies. She explained how dungeons were initially monopolized by the nobility, until the current ruler implemented reforms that allowed ordinary people access. These new policies not only triggered an explosion in the number of professionals, but also created opportunities for legendary figures like the Azura war god, Xiao Nanfeng, to rise to prominence. Standing beside Gu Chen, Su Xia cautiously asked, "Brother Chen, according to the strategy guide, the outskirts of the Spider Cavern are home to a tribe of insect tamers. If we can gain their help, we can clear the dungeon much faster. But convincing their chieftain is no easy task." Lin Yuan chimed in eagerly, "Old Gu, you've got a plan, right?" All eyes turned to Gu Chen. After a brief moment of thought, he answered succinctly, "Yes, Lin Yuan's face lit up with excitement, as if he could already see the light of victory. Lin Qingqing, equally thrilled, pressed further. So, what's the plan, Master? Are we heading to the insect tamer tribe's territory to negotiate with them first? She continued analyzing. The insect tamer chieftain is incredibly arrogant, and their entire tribe sees themselves as uniquely gifted. They're not too keen on helping us ordinary folks. To convince the chieftain, would need to offer 2 pieces of epic tier equipment and agree to share half of the kill experience. But Gu Qin unexpectedly interrupted her. No need to complicate things. My plan is simple. Well, first eliminate the insect tamer tribe, then wipe out the spider mutants in the cavern, and finally take down the ghost-faced Spider King. His words left everyone stunned. Lin Qingqing looked around at the group, only to find similarly conflicted expressions on their faces. Lin Yuan tried to dissuade him. Old Gu, our target is the mutants, not the insect tamer tribe. Don't confuse the two. Gu Chun, however, stood firm, explaining, in this dungeon, the ghost-faced Spider King is about to unleash an insect plague. The insect tamer tribe lives on the outskirts of the spider cavern, meaning they're on the verge of life and death. Yet, instead of resisting the mutant invasion, they deliberately make things difficult for us professionals. If that's the case, what use are they to us? After hearing Gu Qin's reasoning, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. He recalled how yesterday, Tiger Vanguard had spent the entire day in the living room playing on the PS5 without even glancing at the guide. Now that Gu Qin had laid it out, it did seem like the insect tamer tribe's demands were excessive. Not only did they ask for 2 rare epicter items, but they also wanted to split the experience gains, leaving almost no benefits for anyone else. By the time evening came and Lin Qingqing and her group returned with enough money after selling their gear, Lin Yuan was still locked in a fierce battle with the Tiger Vanguard. Su Ran walked over, a puzzled look on her face, and asked, "What kind of game are you playing? Why do all the monsters look the same?" That casual remark instantly shattered Lin Yuan's composure. Gritting his teeth, he fought on tirelessly until the late hours of the night, leaving himself no time to even glance at any guides. At this moment, after learning about the situation of the insect tamer clan, Lin Yuan spat on the ground in fury and shouted, "All right, we'll go with old Gus Plankkill those traitorous insect tamers first." Su Xia was secretly taken aback. Killing the entire insect tamer clan? That seemed even more challenging. His mind drifted back to the 2 common strategies employed by professionals for the spider cavern. The first was a direct assault into the cavern, cutting through waves of spider mutants to ultimately slay the ghost-faced king spider. This method was extremely difficult, as a single misstep could lead to being overwhelmed by the swarming mutants. The second approach was to seek the assistance of the insect tamer clan. Blessed with extraordinary abilities, their skills had a natural suppressive effect on the spider mutants, making the dungeons significantly easier to clear. However, this came at a cost. The insect tamers would claim a substantial share of the dungeon rewards. But Gu Chen's decision was unprecedented: eliminate the insect tamer clan first, then take down the ghost-faced king spider. This would cause the dungeon's difficulty to skyrocket. After all, they were dealing with an entire clan. Though Gu Chen's plan was hard to accept, Su Xia decided to comply. A subtle glimmer flashed across his spatial ring, and in the next moment, a highly advanced mech suit materialized before everyone's eyes. The suit's design was a striking blend of red and gold, sleek and futuristic, its contours exuding both elegance and raw power, a perfect marriage of technology and artistry. Su Xia swiftly donned the suit, and the eternal core crystal embedded in its chest burst into a brilliant blue glow, resembling the brightest star in the universe, instantly illuminating the dim cavern. "Let's move," Su Xia said resolutely. "Our target is the insect tamer clan's territory. It'll lead the way." Su Xia donned his advanced battle armor equipped with a cutting-edge navigation system, showcasing remarkable agility and flexibility. His speed and precision were on par with Lin Yuan and other level 12 professionals. The group had just entered the dungeon and was still relatively close to the territory of the insect tamers. Suddenly, a massive spider leaped down from the ceiling of the cave, lunging aggressively at the group. Su Xia spun around swiftly, unleashing a blinding energy beam from the palm of his mechanical arm, striking the spider squarely on its head. However, the spider's tough exoskeleton rendered the attack almost ineffective. Gu Chun, prepared for such an encounter, signaled his vampire duke companion to attack. A silver bullet whizzed through the air, instantly blasting the giant spider into pieces mid-flight. Its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, its hardened shell riddled with cracks, green blood splattering everywhere, and its sharp legs twisted and broken. A system notification popped up. Blade Venom Spider LV.20 killed. Experience 1050. Gu Chen wasn't surprised by the measly experience gain. The spider nest was teeming with alien creatures, but their individual combat strength was relatively low. A single venom spider was easy to handle, but the real challenge lay in the fact that they often attacked in swarms. This was precisely why many professionals were willing to pay a high price to enlist the help of the insect tamers. As expected, the sound of scuttling soon echoed through the darkness. Over 20 giant spiders emerged into view. Gu Chen barked, tightened the formation, while recalling Su Xia and summoning his nightmare sovereign. Quickly assessing the situation, Gu Chen calculated the potential experience. Each blade venom spider yielded just over 1,000 experience points, but with over 20 in sight, that amounted to more than 20,000. Glancing at his experience bar, he couldn't help but sigh internally. Still need over 500,000 experience to hit level 20. Ah, the good old days of leveling up fast. If I were still level 11, this batch alone would be enough to level up. The Nightmare Sovereign dashed into the spider swarm like a bolt of lightning, instantly activating its Deep Dream ability. A wave of illusory dream energy engulfed the area, dealing sustained damage to the spiders. Their health bars plummeted at an alarming rate. Within just 2 seconds, the entire group of over 20 blade venom spiders was shredded into fragments by the dream energy. System notifications flooded the screen, tallying up over 24,000 experience points. Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction, "This feels great." No wonder so many people love hack-and-slash games. The efficient extermination of the spider swarm left him with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Su Xia stood frozen in place, stunned. His energy beam could barely chip away 600 health points from a blade venom spider, while Gu Chen's summoned creature dealt tens of thousands of damage in mere moments. The gap in power was staggering. Gu Chen remained composed and said calmly, "Let's move on. Lead the way." Before long, the group arrived at the stronghold of the insect tamers. The perimeter was guarded by patrolling sentries, resembling the encampment of an ancient army. A group of insect tamers dressed in white coats approached them. Leading the group was a gaunt, bald man who stepped forward and blocked their path. His tone was cold and laced with unhidden arrogance and disdain. "Outsiders are not welcome in the territory of the insect tamers. If you've come seeking our help, you'd better show sufficient sincerity first. Otherwise, don't even think about setting foot inside." Gu Chen wasn't fazed by the man's hostility. Instead, he quickly brought up the bald man's stats panel. Race: Insect Tamer Guard. Level: LV.18. Health: 10,500. Attributes: Strength 240, Agility 245, Constitution 240, Spirit 250. Skill: Swarm Storm. Gu Chen silently assessed the information. Only a little over 10,000 health? Pathetic. Gu Chen's face remained expressionless, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "I want to see your clan leader. Bring him out." This simple sentence landed like a heavy blow on the hearts of the insect master guards. The bald-headed guard's face changed drastically, and he shouted in fury, "How dare you? The clan leader's status is far too noble for the likes of you." Before he could finish, a deafening series of gunshots suddenly rang out. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, tearing through the bald man and the guards behind him. Blood splattered everywhere, and their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground like broken puppets. The vampire lord let out a low growl, his eyes flashing with a blood-red glint. His blood reserves visibly diminished slightly, and a sinister crimson glow enveloped the corpses on the ground. What happened next was nothing short of horrifying. Those who were once dead began to rise, one after another. Their eyes gleamed with a bone-chilling bloodlust. In the blink of an eye, 5 new vampire progeny joined the ranks. It was only then that Lin Yuan and the others snapped out of their daze, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even though they had long known about Gu Chen's plan to eliminate the Insect Master clan, witnessing such swift and ruthless slaughter firsthand sent shivers down their spines. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. A system notification echoed in Gu Chen's mind. Defeated Insect Master Guard LV.18, EXP 788. Defeated Insect Master Guard LV.18, EXP 809. Defeated Insect Master Guard LV.18, EXP 796. Unfazed, Gu Chen glanced at the barely moving experience bar and strode deeper into the Insect Master territory. To him, these so-called lives were nothing more than cold, meaningless numbers. Gu Chen's strategy was simple and brutal: an unstoppable advance. The Insect Master territory was a labyrinth of complex pathways and hidden passages. In any other instance, he might have needed to search each one meticulously. But here, such effort was unnecessary. After several groups of guards were cut down, an alarm blared throughout the territory, sharp and piercing. Moments later, over 50 insect masters dressed in white trench coats stormed out, their faces twisted with fury and murderous intent. "You outsiders dare to wreak havoc in the Insect Master territory? You've signed your own death warrants," one of them roared. Gu Chen barely spared the enraged man a glance. Instead, his cold, emotionless gaze fell on the vampire lord. His voice was icy and devoid of any warmth. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The vampire overlord's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he wielded his twin pistols, unleashing torrents of firepower. Enhanced by his abilities, each bullet inflicted over 10,000 points of damage, tearing through enemies with unstoppable force. Following closely behind, the vampire offspring launched a fierce assault on the insect master's guards. Meanwhile, the nightmare sovereign transformed into a wisp of black mist, slipping deep into the insect master's territory and activating the deep dream. Guards who charged into the dreamscape met a fate akin to moths flying into a flame, shredded to pieces in an instant. Chen and his companions stood on the sidelines, observing the one-sided massacre. Their experience points soared rapidly, with the 50-plus guards contributing over 40,000 points. Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Gaining experience had never been this effortless. It was as though the experience points were handed to them on a silver platter. The ordinary guards were soon wiped out, only to be replaced by a wave of stronger insect master warriors. Their numbers significantly increased. Yet, even with their enhanced strength, they were no match for the overwhelming power of the two summoned beasts. The Nightmare Sovereign rampaged through the depths of the territory, while the Vampire Overlord and his progeny wreaked havoc on the outskirts. Some of the more cunning insect masters abandoned their attacks on the Nightmare Sovereign and instead charged toward Chen and his team. However, the moment they got close, they were instantly shot dead by the Vampire Overlord. Their corpses swiftly transformed into new vampire offspring. With their numbers growing incessantly, the entire territory turned into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. What was once seen as an immensely powerful race by other adventurers now appeared to Chen as nothing more than waves of experience points. System notifications flickered continuously. Defeated Insect Master Warrior LV.18. Experience 1026. Defeated Insect Master Warrior LV.18. Experience 998. Defeated Insect Master Warrior LV.18. Experience 1010. As the experience points steadily climbed, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Gu. It looks like an Insect Master Elder is heading this way." Chen looked up and saw a group of insect masters clad in gray trench coats entering the battlefield. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a menacing scar on his face, his body shrouded in the folds of his oversized coat. Wherever he passed, the ground swarmed with minuscule black insects, no larger than grains of rice. The system promptly displayed the information of this new adversary. Race: Insect Master Elder Elite Rank. Level: 19. HP: 106,600. Attributes: Strength 278, Agility 223, Constitution 292, Spirit 205. Skill I: Insect Division. Skill 2: Insectification. Suxia chimed in from the side. A level 19 elite from the Insect Master race. This guy could easily serve as the final boss in a nightmare-level dungeon. One skill summons minions, and the other deals area damage. Against an average adventurer party, he'd be devastating. The Insect Master Elder immediately locked his gaze onto Chen, his face contorted with hatred. He bellowed, "Weak humans, you pathetic worms dare to invade the domain of the Insect Masters? I will kill every last one of you." But Chen remained unfazed by the Elder's fury, not even bothering to engage personally. He casually stepped back, leaving the Insect Master Elder to the Vampire Overlord. Swoosh. A faint sound of air being sliced heralded the Vampire Overlord's sudden appearance before the Insect Master Elder, moving with ghostly speed. Even a level 19 elite could not keep up with the Overlord's unpredictable movements. The Elder's expression of shock quickly morphed into one of agony. The Vampire Overlord emanated an aura of icy killing intent, his pistols spitting out a relentless stream of silver bullets, each strike thunderous and devastating. The combination of deadly precision and high explosive rounds tore the Insect Master Elder's body apart, leaving him bloodied and mangled, with gore splattering across the battlefield. Arg! The Insect Master Elder let out a blood-curdling scream as his health plummeted by a third. At the same time, the final skill-enhanced bullet grazed the Elder before piercing through the skull of an Insect Master Guard. Bang! Defeated Insect Master Guard LV.18. Experience 826. Kill reset triggered. Skill cooldown refreshed. The Vampire Overlord's figure blurred, and in an instant, he reappeared behind the Insect Master Elder. Another volley of deadly shots rained down, leaving the Elder's body riddled with gaping wounds, a gruesome sight to behold. Were it not for the guards drawing away some of the firepower, the Elder might have been able to hold his ground for a few more exchanges. But now, gravely injured, he roared in fury and disbelief. "Impossible! Why is your skill cooldown non-existent?" In his desperation, the Insect Master Elder unleashed a surge of black mist from his body. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that it wasn't mist that it was an overwhelming swarm of tiny black insects. These creatures multiplied at an alarming rate, doubling in number with each passing second, their population exploding uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, a massive swarm of alien insects surged through the air like a dark cloud, hurtling straight toward Chen. The insect master elder's strategy was clear: eliminate the summoner first. However, his plan was swiftly shattered. Just as the swarm reached the midway point, 5 vampire descendants shot into the sky like cannonballs. The next moment, a deafening explosion tore through the air, and a towering mushroom cloud of blood flames consumed the entire sky. The area effect damage instantly reduced countless insects to ashes. System messages repeatedly flashed. Killed alien insect LV.19, EXP3. The insect master elder witnessed this scene and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. The self-detonation of the 5-level 18 vampire descendants dealt a total of 15,000 damage, far exceeding what was necessary to annihilate the swarm. As the blood flames dissipated, the swarm of insects was completely wiped out. A complex expression flickered across the insect master elder's face's insect-tide strategy had utterly failed. At this moment, the cold gaze of the vampire lord swept toward him. The insect master elder instantly felt a chill down his spine, as though death itself was staring him down. Without hesitation, he activated his ultimate skill, insect transformation. With a pained roar, the insect master elder's body began to morph. A dark, hardened exoskeleton grew rapidly, his limbs twisted grotesquely, and his bones restructured with a sickening crunch. In mere moments, he transformed into a humanoid insect, his razor-sharp appendages gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The insect master elder let out a piercing screech and launched a ferocious attack on the vampire lord. Yet the vampire lord remained motionless, effortlessly blocking the incoming claws with barely a flick of his arm. Shock was evident on the insectoid face of the insect master elder. Despite both being level 19, the disparity in power was staggering. In utter despair, the insect master elder abandoned his assault and turned to Chen, pleading, "Human, don't kill me. I can take you to meet my clan leader. If the clan leader agrees, the insect master tribe can help you defeat the ghost-faced Spider King." Su Xia and the others were stunned by the insect master elder's overwhelming survival instinct. However, Chen's expression remained cold and emotionless as he shook his head. "Killing you is the best help you can offer me." Before the words had fully settled, the vampire lord unleashed a crimson storm from his body. The crimson feast tore the insect master elder's transformed body to shreds in an instant, reducing his health bar to 0. The elite level elder insect master, level 19, was slain, granting 8,212 experience points. The loot dropped to the ground: an insect master's robe and a pair of insect master's boots, both rare level 19 equipment, faintly glowing with a soft light. Although this elite alien wasn't particularly strong, the experience points it provided were still considerable for its tier. Chen quickly scanned the dropped items. Though these rare pieces of gear could only be equipped by an insect master, they would undoubtedly fetch a high price on the professional trading platform. After all, the insect master class was inherently rare. On the battlefield, the morale of the insect masters plummeted upon witnessing the elder's fall. Particularly the gray-clad insect masters who had accompanied the elder, realizing the dire situation, turned and fled without hesitation. Their thoughts were clear. If even the elder had fallen, what was the point of fighting? Soon, the insect masters retreated like a receding tide, heading deeper into their territory. The vampire lord's eyes gleamed with excitement as he led over 30 vampire descendants in pursuit. At the same time, the Nightmare Sovereign wasn't one to fall behind. It dispelled its deep dream realm, consuming nearly half of its mental energy, and summoned over 30 nightmare minions. These shadowy figures darted forward, entangling some fleeing insect masters and creating opportunities for the Nightmare Sovereign to strike them down. Chen, along with his summoned creatures, followed closely behind, eliminating every insect master they encountered along the way. The system notifications kept ringing. Defeated insect master warrior, level 18. Gained 1,026 experience points. Defeated insect master warrior, level 18. Gained 998 experience points. Though the experience earned from each kill wasn't much, it quickly added up, steadily boosting Chen's experience points. The group continued their relentless pursuit, eventually arriving at the deepest part of the territory. Here stood a towering insectoid statue, constructed from piles of rock. It was about 3 meters tall, its size comparable to a heavy-duty truck. As Chen and his companions approached the statue, a woman in a black trench coat emerged slowly from the shadows. The woman had a bewitching appearance and an alluring figure. Her trench coat was open, revealing an inner garment resembling a fishnet, brazenly exposing her provocative features. She spoke in a cold and haughty tone, her voice echoing through the cavernous space. "Humans, weren't you here to seek my help? How dare you attack my noble insect master clan?" The system promptly displayed information about the woman. Alien race. Insect Master Clan Leader Elite. Level 20. Health 155,200. Attributes: Strength 338, Agility 263, Constitution 342, Spirit 265. Skills: I Swarm Rampage. 2. Insect Mastery Enhancement. 3. Complete Insectification. As a level 20 elite alien, the Insect Master Clan Leader was undoubtedly the strongest of her kind. To ordinary professionals, she was a walking catastrophe. However, in Gu Chen's eyes, her strength was unimpressive, less threatening than the beast corpse aberration he had defeated earlier. The primary skill set of the Insect Master Clan revolved around summoning alien insects for attacks. To vampires, these attacks posed no more threat than a light scratch. To the Nightmare Sovereign, they weren't even worth that. Hearing the clan leader's arrogant tone, Gu Chen furrowed his brows. Her unabashedly condescending demeanor seemed to imply that humans were nothing more than insignificant ants beneath her feet. Noble? Gu Chen retorted coldly. Then you can die nobly here. Sensing the killing intent in Gu Chen's voice, the Insect Master Clan Leader's face twisted in rage. Letting out a sharp command, countless alien insects swarmed from her palms, transforming into streaks of black light that surged into the bodies of the surrounding insect masters. The Insect Mastery Enhancement skill activated. With the release of black light, the insect masters around her entered a frenzied state. Their bodies rapidly expanded, morphing into grotesque half-human, half-insect forms. While their levels remained unchanged, all their attributes surged by 45, significantly amplifying their combat power. The clan leader then unleashed a piercing scream, activating her Swarm Rampage skill. The entire cavern trembled violently as the ground and walls cracked under the immense power. A mass of black alien insects poured out from the fissures, emitting an eerie, chittering sound as they surged toward Gu Chen and his team like a relentless tide. Fall back, Gu Chen commanded decisively, leading his team in a swift retreat. The sheer number of insects was overwhelming. If Lin Yuan and the other ordinary professionals were caught in the swarm, they would be devoured within seconds, leaving nothing behind. Seizing the moment, the vampire lord activated the effect of his mirror ring. His figure blurred, and two identical figures in dark red formal attire appeared beside him. These mirror images dashed forward in an instant, intercepting the advancing swarm with a hail of bullets, reducing the insects to fragments and buying precious time for the group's retreat. Meanwhile, the vampire lord's true self charged directly at the Insect Master Clan leader, engaging her in fierce combat. Not to be outdone, the Nightmare Sovereign unleashed its deep dream realm once again. The countless insects crawling out of the cavern fissures were pulverized by the dream energy before they could even reach the battlefield. Defeated alien bug LV.20, EXP5. This message kept flashing in Gu Chen's vision, like an endless cascade of numbers. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He scoffed inwardly, mocking the absurdity. Just 5 experience points for one alien bug? At this rate, leveling up might take until the end of time. Without hesitation, Gu Chen activated his ultimate skill with a mere thought. A dazzling light erupted, quickly coalescing into a towering golem within the confines of the narrow cave. The colossal figure let out an earth-shattering roar the moment it appeared, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. Moments later, the golem's rocky, sculpted body began radiating a sinister black aura, like the descent of an eternal night. This eerie darkness enveloped all the insect tamers, inflicting 2 devastating debuffs: extreme exhaustion and the Black Plague. The insect tamers, whose combat prowess had surged due to their symbiotic connection with the bugs, now found themselves utterly weakened, struggling to even stand. Worse still, the Black Plague spread like wildfire. Ever since Gu Chen's bloodline awakened, this skill had become even more horrifying. The more it infected, the greater the life force drained from each afflicted target every second. Sensing the dire situation, the insect tamer chieftain hastily summoned an overwhelming swarm of alien bugs, hoping sheer numbers would turn the tide. But what seemed like a strategic move instead unleashed a catastrophic chain reaction. The countless alien bugs didn't harm Gu Chen or his allies. Instead, they became the perfect carriers for the Black Plague, amplifying its devastating effects to an unprecedented level. 1 infected 10, 10 infected 100, and 100 infected 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave transformed into a realm of death. The alien bugs fell one after another, their bodies piling up into thick mounds on the ground. Amid the fierce battle between the bloodline descendants and the insect tamers, the insect corpses were trampled into a grotesque, bloody sludge. The Nightmare Sovereign, witnessing this horrifying scene, couldn't help but gasp in shock. His initial intention was merely to suppress the insect tamer clan with the debuff skill, never anticipating it would trigger such a catastrophic chain reaction. Gu Chen himself was equally stunned by the unexpected outcome. He had only meant to weaken the insect tamers, not realizing the plague would spread through the swarm so rapidly, inflicting such massive devastation. The insect tamer chieftain stared at the apocalyptic sight before him, his usually cold and ruthless eyes now trembling with disbelief. His face was etched with shock as he muttered under his breath, "Impossible! What kind of skill is this? How could it annihilate thousands of alien bugs in just a few breaths? How can a human possess such terrifying power?" The insect master clan chief widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before her. The swarm of mutant insects she had always been so proud of had vanished in the blink of an eye. What terrified her even more was the Black Death Plague, which, after infecting thousands of the mutant insects, had grown exponentially in power, now rapidly corroding her life force. Facing the stunned clan chief, the vampire overlord showed no mercy. A barrage of bullets rained down like a storm, tearing through her body and sending sprays of blood into the air. Realizing her abilities were ineffective against Gu Chen and his summoned beasts, the clan chief let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful energy wave from her body. A massive phantom of a mutant insect appeared behind her, and in the next moment, her body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a towering three-meter giant insect. This was no longer a half-human, half-insect form but a complete metamorphosis into an insect. Her entire body was encased in a tough exoskeleton, greatly enhancing her offense and defense, while her close combat abilities surged dramatically. However, the clan chief overlooked a fatal flaw. In her state of extreme exhaustion and debilitation, all her attributes had plummeted instead of increasing, and the damage she suffered was now doubled. The giant insect charged at the vampire overlord with reckless abandon. The overlord raised his firearm and fired, the relentless hail of bullets shattering her once impenetrable exoskeleton piece by piece. Her razor-sharp limbs, as strong as blades, became brittle and snapped under the onslaught. Green blood splattered everywhere, and the giant insect, unable to even graze the vampire overlord's cloak, was left critically injured and on the brink of death. The clan chief let out a pained and desperate howl, unable to accept that her ultimate skill, which she had so much faith in, had been so easily crushed. Panic-stricken, she turned to flee. But how could the vampire overlord let her escape so easily? In a flash, his figure blurred, and he appeared in her path. "Human," the clan chief cried out in despair. "The Insect Master clan is the nemesis of the Ghostface Spider King. If you kill us, the Ghostface Spider King will unleash a plague of insects that will destroy everything here. And you won't escape death either." Gu Chen sneered. "Is that a threat?" "No, please spare me. It'll help you kill the Ghostface Spider King," the clan chief pleaded desperately. "You." Gu Chen cast her a disdainful glance, then signaled to the vampire overlord with a nod. Understanding the cue, the vampire overlord unleashed the Crimson Feast. A blood-red storm erupted, followed by an unrelenting barrage of follow-up attacks. The clan chief's health bar dropped to 0. A system notification popped up. Elite LV.20 Insect Master Clan Chief defeated. Experience 11290. Loot acquired. Insect Master Skill Book LV.20 Rare. With the clan chief's death, the remaining insect masters scattered like headless flies. Gu Chen had no intention of letting such easy experience points slip away. He immediately summoned dozens of nightmare minions, who relentlessly pursued the fleeing insect masters. The Nightmare Sovereign appeared, targeting each fleeing insect master one by one. At the same time, 2 mirrored clones of the vampire overlord activated the Bloodline Legacy ability. The corpses on the ground were reanimated by blood energy and turned against their former allies, attacking the living insect masters with reckless abandon. The vampire overlord himself was not idle either. After finishing off the clan chief, he ventured deep into the insect master territory, ruthlessly hunting down those dressed in white or gray robes. Gu Chen's command was simple: leave no one alive. System notifications continued to flash before Gu Chen's eyes. LV.18 Insect Master Warrior defeated. Experience 1026. LV.19 Insect Master Mage defeated. Experience 1326. LV.19 Gray-Robed Insect Master defeated. Experience 1302. Before long, the Insect Master clan was completely annihilated. These arrogant beings, who had always looked down on humans as mere ants, perished with their pride and arrogance. Gu Chen felt no pity for them. According to the dungeon's storyline, if the adventurers failed to kill the Ghostface Spider King, the resulting insect plague would destroy everything here. The Insect Master clan, in their hubris, would be doomed regardless. Since that was the case, Gu Chen saw no harm in using them to gain experience points. It was, in a way, a fitting end for them. As the last Insect Master fell, Gu Chen's level finally increased. Level: LV.20. Experience: 312-665-1500. Strength: 517. Agility: 516. Constitution, 518. Spirit, 769. Summon Beasts. Vampire Overlord LV.20 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.20 Epic. Undead Golem LV.20 Legendary. Shadow Hunter Tortoise LV.20 Epic. Talent, 1 Dark Bloodline available for acquisition. Finally, second tier, Chen side. This time, leveling up had clearly taken much longer. He had slain countless blade venom spiders and now wiped out the entire insect master clan, all for a single level up. Once this dungeon was over, he would have to venture into a second-tier abyss. But before that, Chen planned to enhance his summoned beasts further. He still hadn't used the first-generation bloodline he acquired at level 17. After reaching level 19 in the hell-level Buried Bones dungeon, he had gained 2 more first-generation bloodlines. Chen was quietly hopeful perhaps this time he might obtain a royal bloodline. Taking a deep breath, he activated his talent. A system notification appeared. You have acquired Dark Bloodline First Generation. Another first generation? Chen muttered, his disappointment evident. Is the royal bloodline really that rare? Shaking his head, he sighed. Well, it's still useful. First-generation bloodlines are decent enough, at least allow me to power up the Nightmare Sovereign and the Shadow Hunter Tortoise. With that thought, Chen assigned all 4 first-generation bloodlines to the Nightmare Sovereign. Summon Beast has been upgraded. Nightmare Sovereign. Epic. Health, 11,290. Attributes, Strength 390, Agility 396, Constitution 395, Spirit 480. New talent acquired Shadow Arc Epic. When the Nightmare Sovereign attacks from behind and kills a target instantly, it deals equal damage to all targets ensnared by Nightmare minions. Talent enhanced. Dream come true. The Nightmare Sovereign's skill cooldown is reduced by 80, along with an 80 reduction in skill cost, energy consumption, and negative effects. Skill enhanced. Nightmare Bind. Summon 1 Nightmare minion for every 5 spirit points. Targets bound by Nightmare minions take multiplied damage, up to 20 times. An epic 5-star. A brand new epic level talent suddenly appeared in Chen's field of vision Shadow Arc. The effect of this talent was simply astonishing. When killing a target from behind, the same damage would ripple out to all enemies ensnared by Nightmare minions. Chen's eyes lit up. This talent was the perfect match for his recently enhanced skill, Nightmare Grasp. Nightmare Grasp not only had its damage multiplier increased to an incredible 20 times, but now it only required 5 mental points to summon a single Nightmare minion. With the Nightmare Dominator's 480 mental attribute points, Chen could summon 96 Nightmare minions at once. He quickly realized that what was originally a single target burst skill Oblivion Strike had evolved into a terrifying area effect weapon under the influence of Shadow Arc. But the surprises didn't stop there. Another talent, Sweet Dreams, had also been significantly upgraded. Skill costs, energy consumption, and negative effects were all reduced by 80. This meant that not only had the Nightmare Dominator's offensive power skyrocketed, but its endurance in prolonged battles had also received a massive boost. Excited, Chen immediately equipped his long-awaited Echo set. The Echo Necklace, Echo Ring, and Echo Amulet. Once the set was placed into the Nightmare Dominator's equipment slots, its attributes soared. 600 mental, 500 speed, and 300 to both constitution and strength. The equipment effects were equally jaw-dropping. Cooldown reduction 45, recovery speed 45, attack 35, and defense 30. However, what excited Chen the most was the set bonus. With all 3 pieces equipped, every kill would restore 10 of his energy. This simple effect, combined with the Sweet Dreams talent, effectively pushed the Nightmare Dominator into an infinite firepower mode. Chen reviewed the stats on his panel with satisfaction. Although the Nightmare Dominator was still classified as an epic tier summon, its power was already comparable to that of a legendary tier summon. Even if he couldn't obtain the royal bloodline at level 21, Chen was confident that he could still advance the Nightmare Dominator to legendary status using the primal bloodline. As the Nightmare Dominator grew stronger, Chen's summoning lineup became increasingly fearsome. Of his 4 summoned creatures, at least 3 were projected to reach legendary status, a feat unheard of among second-tier summoners in the entire Divine Xia Empire. Moreover, with Chen already at level 20, he was on the cusp of being able to contract a 5th summoned creature, which would undoubtedly take his strength to new heights. After sweeping through the territory of the Insect Master, Chen's forces expanded rapidly. The level 20 Vampire Lord had transformed 200 vampire offspring, forming a vast army that marched into the depths of the Spider Cavern. Among these vampire offspring, more than half were powerful second-tier vampires, each capable of inflicting 5,000 points of area damage with their self-detonation ability. Chen even worried that if all 200 vampires detonated simultaneously, they might obliterate the entire dungeon. Up ahead is the Razor Venom Spider's nest. There's an elite Razor Venom Spider inside. Once we take it down, we can move on to the next nest. Su Xia's voice echoed through the cavern. She gave a concise overview of the spider cavern structure, multiple nests, each housing an elite alien spider capable of summoning large numbers of ordinary spiders. All right, move forward, Gu Chun commanded. The vampire offspring surged forward like a tide. The ordinary razor venom spiders they encountered along the way were no match for them, each falling with a single strike. Before long, the army poured into the razor venom spider's nest. As soon as they entered, a cacophony of noise erupted from the surrounding caves. Thick webs cascaded down like curtains from the ceiling, and massive razor venom spiders descended one after another, appearing in everyone's line of sight. They're huge. I can't handle this, Lin Qingqing shrieked. Each razor venom spider was larger than a car, their 6 crimson eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. A quick count revealed at least 50 or 60 level 20 razor venom spiders. They let out piercing screeches, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, clearly regarding Gu Chen's party as their next meal. For an average adventurer, such a terrifying scene would spell certain doom. But for Gu Chen, this was far from enough. Calmly, he issued the order, Nightmare Dominator, attack. At Gu Chen's command, the Nightmare Sovereign dissolved into a cloud of black mist, vanishing silently around him. In an instant, countless dark shadows surged through the lair like a tide, weaving swiftly around the oncoming blade venom spiders. In mere moments, over 50 massive spiders were tightly ensnared, unable to move. Their 8 thick legs flailed desperately, but not a single step could be taken. Their furious screeches echoed through the cavern. Suddenly, behind one of the blade venom spiders, which was entangled by 5 dark shadows, faint tendrils of black mist began to materialize. Before the spider could react, the dense mist engulfed its grotesque form entirely. The combined effects of Nightmare Bind, Phantom Obliteration, and Shadow Arc Strike unleashed 5-fold damage in an instant. The spider let out a piercing shriek before its health was completely drained. Immediately after, all the blade venom spiders ensnared by the nightmare minions screamed in unison. The 5-fold damage, amplified by the Shadow Arc Strike talent, erupted simultaneously across the 50-plus spiders. With a series of crashing sounds, the colossal spider corpses collapsed one after another. Though their bodies bore no visible wounds, their health bars had all been reduced to 0. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. Blade Venom Spider LV.20 slain. EXP 1023. Blade Venom Spider LV.20 slain. EXP 1065. Blade Venom Spider LV.20 slain. EXP 1042. In a matter of moments, Gu Chun had gained over 50,000 experience points. They're all dead? Is this the Nightmare Sovereign's ability? Su Xia's voice was filled with astonishment. No way. I must be dreaming. How could there be such an absurd skill? Lin Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Qingqing, feigning nonchalance, remarked, well, it is a skill from someone as powerful as him. A little overpowered isn't surprising, is it? All the spiders are dead. That's a relief, Su Ran whispered, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. As everyone was still reeling from the shock, the ground suddenly bulged upward, forming a massive mound. Moments later, an enormous spider, twice the size of a regular blade venom spider, burst forth from the earth. Its body was covered with vivid red and green patterns, and its grotesque head appeared even more menacing. It scattered debris as it emerged, letting out a sharp, grating roar aimed at Gu Qian and the others, as if declaring its dominance over its territory. The system promptly displayed the information for this monstrous spider. Race: Blade Venom Spider Elite. Level: LV.20. Health: 165,200. Attributes: Strength 328, Agility 253, Constitution 332, Spirit 245. Skill I: Venomous Spider Carapace. Skill 2: Corrosive Poison Web. Skill 3: Regeneration Ability. The elite Razorblade Venom Spider before him had a health pool of only 165,000, seemingly unimpressive at first glance. However, its fearsome reputation was built upon the countless lives of those who underestimated it. Its secret weapon was its near-immortal regeneration ability. This skill not only granted it incredible recovery speed, but also rendered it immune to any healing restriction debuffs. Even if all 8 of its blade-like legs were severed, or its body was torn to shreds, it would instantly regenerate and rejoin the battle as if nothing had happened. To make matters worse, it was armored with an indestructible exoskeleton and could emit a highly corrosive venomous web. This elite otherworldly creature, designed purely for combat, was nothing short of a perfect killing machine, its only apparent weakness being its relatively low health pool. As Gu Chen gazed at this natural-born warrior, a spark of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Instead of summoning his usual trusty undead golem, he called forth his newly contracted warrior type, summoned the Shadow Hunting Dragon Turtle. With a deafening roar, the Shadow Hunting Dragon Turtle emerged from the summoning circle, moving forward with deliberate steps. Its entire body was covered in spiked armor, resembling a heavily armored knight ready for battle. Its eyes burned with bloodlust, as if its sole purpose in existence was to kill and fight. The dragon turtle's overwhelming aura swept through the cavern, instantly triggering the razor-blade venom spider's instinctive alertness. It let out a piercing, shrill screech, vowing to defend its territory and eliminate any threats. As tension filled the air, the shadow-hunting dragon turtle launched the first strike. With a powerful kick from its sturdy legs, it activated its shattering impact skill. Like a massive cannonball fired from a siege weapon, it charged toward the razor-blade venom spider with unstoppable force. The spider reacted swiftly, spitting out a deep purple corrosive venom web to counter the dragon turtle's assault. Simultaneously, its exoskeleton glowed with crimson patterns, becoming even more impenetrable, while its 8 blade-like legs thrust forward like spears. Yet, the venomous web that appeared so menacing was instantly torn apart upon contact with the dragon turtle's spiked armor. In the next moment, the colossal creature slammed into the razor-blade venom spider with a resounding crash. A thunderous boom echoed through the cavern as the spider's entire body was sent flying into the air. Its blade-like legs shattered into fragments, and its exoskeleton was riddled with cracks. The devastating blow dealt over 80,000 damage, yet, shockingly, the spider's health bar remained completely unscathed. It turned out that the spider's seemingly ordinary exoskeleton not only provided exceptional defense but also functioned as a powerful shield. Unless its exoskeleton was entirely destroyed, no real damage could be inflicted. It was now clear why this level 20 elite creature had only 165,000 health points. Its shield, equivalent to its health pool, was its true survival mechanism. Chen observed the spider closely, noting that the massive strike had only depleted half of its shield. This indicated that the total value of the shield was at least 165,000. No wonder so many had fallen to this foe. 165,000 health combined with an equally high shield, paired with its formidable regeneration ability, made it an almost indestructible monster. The razorblade venom spider shakily got back on its legs as its shattered exoskeleton rapidly regenerated before Chen's very eyes. Though it lacked particularly powerful offensive skills, its nearly invincible defenses and regeneration capabilities had worn down countless challengers to their doom. But today, it had met its match. The shadow-hunting dragon turtle let out another thunderous roar, its body radiating a dazzling orange aura as it activated its Roar of Taunt skill. This ability not only forced enemies to attack it, but also granted a 1-attack speed boost with each hit it received. Enraged by the taunt, the razorblade venom spider charged at the dragon turtle in a frenzy. It swung its newly regenerated blade-like legs with all its might, slashing fiercely at the spiked armor. However, the seemingly ferocious attacks were futile. The sharp legs struck the hardened armor, producing only a shower of sparks without penetrating its defenses or causing any meaningful damage. On the contrary, each strike triggered the dragon turtle's innate talent, further amplifying its already terrifying aura. The Warden of War, Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, unleashed its innate ability during this fierce battle. Each time it took damage, its attack power increased by 10, and this bonus lasted until 1 second after exiting combat. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle swung its massive arms, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing whoosh. The hard shells it faced were shredded effortlessly, as if they were mere paper under its deadly talons. Confronted with such a ferocious onslaught, the elite blade venom spider did not retreat. Instead, it chose to face the attack head-on, engaging in a brutal close-quarters battle with the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy impacts echoed loudly, reverberating through the surrounding air. Despite its enormous size, the elite blade venom spider seemed slightly inferior when compared to the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. Not only was it physically smaller, but its presence was also noticeably overshadowed. Within just a few exchanges, the elite blade venom spider was completely overwhelmed, struggling to fend off the relentless assault of the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. The oppressive situation ignited a fiery rage within the elite blade venom spider. Relying on its extraordinary regenerative abilities, it launched an even more frenzied counterattack. However, this tenacious resistance only served to excite the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle further. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle possessed another formidable innate ability: Retaliatory Spiked Shell. When taking melee damage, it could reflect 50 of the damage as true damage back to the attacker. Even more terrifying, for every 20 points of constitution, the reflected damage ratio increased by 1. After donning the unyielding black armor, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle's constitution skyrocketed to 730 points, boosting the reflected damage ratio from the base 50 to a staggering 86.5. This meant that with every attack, the elite blade venom spider was unwittingly inflicting devastating injuries upon itself. As the battle dragged on, the injuries on the elite blade venom spider accumulated rapidly. Even with its powerful regeneration, it could not keep up with the rate of damage. Before long, its once intact shell was reduced to a battered and broken state. With a thunderous strike of its claw, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle shattered the Elite Blade Venom Spider shell completely, breaking through its protective barrier. Letting out an earth-shaking roar, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle reached the peak of its combat prowess and fighting spirit. Its claws gleamed with a chilling light, as sharp and deadly as twin blades. Slash! The claws cut through the air, slicing open the bloated abdomen of the Elite Blade Venom Spider. Multicolored fragments of internal organs spilled onto the ground, creating a gruesome and horrifying scene. The Elite Blade Venom Spider let out a piercing cry of agony, finally abandoning its attempts to retaliate. For the first time, it chose to retreat, desperately trying to escape from this fearsome opponent. As the bladed Venom Spider Elite retreated step by step, the tide of battle clearly shifted in favor of the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle. This combat-born summoned beast fought with increasing ferocity, like an unstoppable moving fortress. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle? What kind of summoned beast is this? It's terrifyingly powerful. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he gasped in shock, his disbelief written all over his face. Su Xia was equally stunned, her eyes round with amazement. Normally, as levels go up, it becomes harder to nurture summoned beasts. This is already the fourth one, yet it's still this monstrous. Lin Qingqing, recovering from her own shock, couldn't help but marvel. If Gu Chen can stay this dominant, imagine how terrifying it will be when he has an army all by himself. For ordinary summoners, limited resources typically lead to a decline in the quality of summoned beasts as their numbers grow. However, Gu Chen's summoned beasts defied all expectations, each one stronger than the last, completely overturning everyone's understanding. Meanwhile, the vampire overlord led a large number of his vampire offspring, working alongside the Nightmare Sovereign to clear out the ordinary venom spiders swarming around the nest. Although the venom spiders were numerous, the 200 vampire offspring under the Overlord's command were far from ordinary. With the addition of the Nightmare Sovereign, now wielding the Shadow Arc Slash, this summoned beast team slaughtered the ordinary spiders with ease, as if they were nothing more than weeds to be cut down. As more and more bladed venom spiders fell within the nest, the cornered bladed venom spider elite let out a deafening screech, charging at the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle in a final, desperate assault. Facing the dying struggles of this elite foe, the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle was fearless. It unleashed another skill, stomping the ground with its massive feet. Its enormous body shot forward like a cannonball, crashing ahead with unstoppable force. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed as the bladed venom spider elite's remaining health was instantly obliterated. Its broken insectoid body was reduced to a pile of indistinguishable debris under the devastating blow. A system notification popped up. Kill bladed venom spider elite, LV.20, EXP 9216. Loot obtained. Bladed venom spider blade, LV.20 rare. Loot obtained. Bladed venom spider armor, LV.20 rare. Loot obtained. Enhancement stone X20. Loot obtained. Venom spider silk X5. The experience gained from killing an elite species was substantial. The two rare-grade pieces of equipment, one tailored for assassin classes and the other for warriors, could easily fetch millions on the professional trading platform. Gu Chen quickly calculated his gains. Nearly 10,000 EXP from a single elite species, combined with the 80,000 EXP accumulated from eliminating ordinary creatures around the perimeter. The haul from this raid was impressive, and he looked forward with anticipation to the next spider nest. Just then, a low humming sound began to rise from the surrounding darkness. Moments later, swarms of bladed venom spiders surged in from all directions, their numbers even greater than before. They're back? Already? Su Xia exclaimed in surprise. According to the strategy guide, a small-scale swarm would indeed appear after the death of the bladed venom spider elite, but no one expected it to happen this quickly. Gu Chen smiled. Perfect timing. Though a single bladed venom spider didn't yield much experience, a large-scale swarm was a completely different story, a windfall waiting to be claimed. We have to hold them off. This is our chance, he shouted excitedly. Vampire offspring, attack! At Gu Chen's command, dozens of vampire offspring shot forward like arrows, fearlessly launching self-destructive attacks against the incoming swarm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the cavern. Each blast dealt 5,000 points of area damage, and 10 explosions meant a staggering 50,000 damage. The dim cavern was illuminated by the blazing blood-red flames, consuming countless bladed venom spiders in the process. In just a few breaths, the self-destruction of 15 vampire offspring had wiped out over 40 bladed venom spiders. Seizing the opportunity, the two vampire overlord clones activated their skills, transforming the corpses of the fallen spiders into 15 new vampire offspring, quickly replenishing their ranks. This transformation skill was unrestricted by the type of target. Previously, it worked on beast corpses, and now it worked just as effectively on venom spiders. As long as there was a corpse, it could be used. The newly transformed vampire spiders resembled ordinary bladed venom spiders in appearance, but their bodies pulsed with a vivid, blood-red energy, making them stand out. Chen didn't care about the specific forms of the vampire offspring. Whether humanoid or insectoid, their self-destructive damage remained the same. Without hesitation, the newly transformed vampire spiders surged forward, charging into the oncoming swarm to unleash more explosive attacks. If the now-deceased bladed venom spider elite were still alive, it would undoubtedly be driven to madness by this scene. It could never have imagined that the corpses of its own kind would be turned into such devastating weapons in Chen's hands. It's worth noting that all enemies slain by the vampire offspring were credited as kills for the vampire overlord. After all, the offspring were merely extensions of the overlord's skills. Any creature killed by them was, in essence, a victim of the vampire overlord's power. Each time a descendant of the Blood Clan killed a razorblade venom spider, the Bloodlord's health increased by 10 points. As the self-destruction operation continued, Chen watched the Bloodlord's health steadily climb, while the experience notifications on the screen scrolled like a cascading waterfall. Razorblade Venom Spider LV.20 defeated. EXP 1056. Razorblade Venom Spider LV.20 defeated. EXP 1029. Razorblade Venom Spider LV.20 defeated. EXP 1045. Explosions echoed relentlessly throughout the cavern, deafening and unyielding. Except for Su Xia, who was fully encased in battle armor, the other four instinctively covered their ears. Over time, Su Xia keenly noticed the number of razorblade venom spiders dwindling at a visible rate, signaling that this wave of insect infestation was nearing its end. "It looks like we've successfully destroyed the first spider nest," Lin Yuan said excitedly. Chen nodded in agreement. "Next, we head to the second spider nest." Once the last razorblade venom spider was eliminated, Chen briefly composed himself before following Su Xia's lead. The team then set off toward their next target. The Bloodlord's two mirages had already dissipated, as their existence could not exceed 15 minutes. Before the time limit was reached, Chen converted the remaining health of the two mirages into blood venom spiders, bolstering the team's strength. By now, the original Blood Clan descendants, transformed by the insect summoner, had all self-destructed. The 200-strong squad of Blood Clan descendants had been entirely replaced with blood venom spiders. This newly formed army of 200 blood venom spiders cleared the path according to the navigation. After repelling several waves of alien insects within the cavern, the team finally arrived near their next destination. "This is the second spider nest," Su Xia said, pointing ahead. The group squeezed through a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person and entered a spacious, oval-shaped cavern. Looking up, they saw the walls covered with countless spider eggs, each larger than a human head. The sheer number was staggering. Spider eggs? There must be through sand snow, tens of thousands of them. Su Xia, Lin Yuan, and the others froze in shock, their faces pale and their scalps tingling. For a moment, the overwhelming sight rendered them speechless. The scene before Chen made his expression shift slightly, a hint of seriousness creeping across his face. Thousands upon thousands of spider eggs covered the cave walls in a dense, nauseating layer, exuding an unsettling aura. Although he had read about this in the strategy guide, witnessing it in person was far more overwhelming than he had imagined, sending shivers down his spine. Su Xia gestured for everyone to retreat and lowered his voice, warning, "Stay quiet. If we make any noise here, the bone-clinging evil spiders will hatch from the eggs and launch an attack on us." Lin Yuan and the others immediately stepped back upon hearing this, their faces filled with disgust and fear. Su Xia continued explaining, "According to the guide, there's an elite bone-clinging evil spider outside the nest. If we can kill it in the outer cave, we can pass through the nest without disturbing the eggs. So, we can just retreat for now." Before he could finish, Su Xia suddenly fell silent. Countless blood venom spiders were already swarming into the cave. Instinctively, he turned to look at Chen, only to find a glimmer of undisguised excitement in the latter's eyes. Retreat? Thousands of spider eggs in this cave? No, not his thousands of opportunities for experience. This is nature's gift. Chen muttered to himself, the excitement in his eyes growing even more intense. In just moments, 100 blood venom spiders filled the nest. At Chen's command, all of them self-destructed simultaneously. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the cave as a surge of blood-red flames erupted, lighting up the entire space with a blinding glow. The shockwave ricocheted within the enclosed area, amplifying its destructive force to the maximum. The blood flames turned into an inferno, consuming countless spider eggs in an instant, reducing them to ash under the intense heat. Lin Yuan was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. "You can do that?" he murmured, astonished. "I mean, I knew bloodline descendants could self-destruct, but I never thought of using it in this scenario. And Gu Chen just detonated 100 at once. That's insane. This kind of damage. It's even more devastating than an elementalist's forbidden spell. Su Xia's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly awestruck. Lin Qingqing added, and don't forget, only 100 blood venom spiders entered the nest earlier. That means Gu Chen can pull off another explosion of the same scale. Su Ran suddenly understood. Her small mouth slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Chen was in high spirits, a sense of clarity and exhilaration radiating from him. He recalled wanting to use this strategy back in the bone prison, but the limited number of bloodline descendants and their lower damage output had made it impractical. Now, with both their numbers and power significantly increased, the plan had finally come to fruition. System notifications popped up in rapid succession. Killed bone-clinging evil spider LV.19, EXP 789. Killed bone-clinging evil spider LV.19, EXP 813. Killed bone-clinging evil spider LV.19, EXP 829. Although the experience points gained per kill weren't massive, the continuous influx of points quickly added up. As the explosion's intensity subsided and the blood flames died down, the nest was left in utter ruin. The ground was littered with the corpses of bone-clinging evil spiders, piled high. Yet, a small number of spiders had survived the blast, and even more began emerging from hidden corners of the cave. Instead of fleeing, they charged madly at Gu Chen and his group. Lin Yuan looked bewildered. Are these creatures insane? They survived that catastrophic attack and are still coming at us like this? This is basically a suicide mission. Su Xia explained. These low-level creatures likely lack intelligence. They're driven purely by instinct, attacking mindlessly and relying on their overwhelming numbers to wear us down. Gu Chen, however, seemed thoroughly pleased. Perfect. The more they come, the more experience we gain. For the spider creatures, their numbers were their greatest strength. But against Gu Chen, that advantage was meaningless. The more that came, the faster his level increased. After killing 400 to 500 bone-clinging evil spiders, Gu Chen finally reached level 21. He exhaled in relief as the system interface updated. Level, LV.21. Experience, 212-980-1500. Strength, 527. Agility, 526. Constitution, 528. Spirit, 789. Summon creatures. Bloodline Overlord LV.21 Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.21 Epic. Undead Golem LV.21 Legendary. Dark Hunting Turtle LV.21 Epic. Talent. 1 new Dark Bloodline available. Gu Chen stared at the upgrade interface before him, his emotions a complex mix of frustration and anticipation. Although his current upgrade speed far outpaced that of ordinary professionals, it felt painfully slow compared to the smooth progress he had enjoyed in the past. Without overthinking, he activated his innate ability. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. The system notification rang out, and Gu Chen's face instantly darkened. Another first-generation bloodline. This was the second time it had happened. His brows knitted tightly, and the frustration in his chest felt almost tangible, as if it might erupt in a torrent of complaints. Had the royal bloodline truly vanished from existence? Why was it so difficult to acquire even one royal bloodline? Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen forced himself to calm down. Although it was yet another first-generation bloodline, there was a silver lining. His Nightmare Sovereign had already reached the epic 5-star level, making it the perfect opportunity to ascend to the legendary tier. With this thought, his mood lightened slightly. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bestowed the first-generation bloodline upon the Nightmare Sovereign. In a flash of dazzling light, the summoned creature successfully advanced. The Nightmare Sovereign's attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Nightmare Sovereign, Epic Chaos Primordial Spirit Legendary. Level, LV.21. HP, 36,350. Attributes, Strength 350, Agility 596, Constitution 325, Spirit 680. As the summoned creature evolved from epic to legendary, Gu Chen felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. The system notified him of an attribute feedback, granting him a 100-point increase across all attributes. Additionally, 3 legendary talents now illuminated the Chaos Primordial Spirits attribute panel. 1. Unknowable Legendary. The Chaos Primordial Spirit's body is connected to the void, allowing it to absorb a portion of magical and physical attacks. It can freely traverse between the void and reality. 2. Dreams Come True Legendary. Skill cooldowns, energy consumption, and negative effect durations are reduced by 90. 3. Shadow Arc of Slaughter Legendary. When the Chaos Primordial Spirit skills directly kill a target, all targets ensnared by chaotic shadows will suffer the same damage. In addition to these talents, the Chaos Primordial Spirit had mastered 3 legendary skills. I-dimensional strike LV.30 legendary. Opens a dimensional space, ignoring terrain and distance to deal fatal damage to a designated target. If the target is killed, the skill's damage permanently increases by 2. 2. Chaos Entwine LV.30 legendary. For every 5 points of spirit, a chaotic shadow can be summoned. These shadows immobilize targets and inflict multiplied damage, with a maximum multiplier of 30x. 3. Abyssal Finale LV.30 legendary. Creates a chaotic domain in a designated area, pulling nearby targets into it. Targets within the domain take continuous damage, and for each target that dies, all remaining targets in the domain are stunned for 1 second. Chen carefully examined these newly acquired abilities. While he still felt a tinge of regret over not obtaining a royal bloodline, the Chaos Primordial Spirit's immense potential left him deeply satisfied. The legendary summoned beast, Chaos Primal Spirit. This advancement marked a significant leap forward for the Nightmare Sovereign. First and foremost, its 4-dimensional attributes experienced a massive surge, with its average stats at level 21 skyrocketing to approximately 487, far surpassing the average of around 460 for level 30 professionals. This means that, based on stats alone, the Chaos Primal Spirit can effortlessly overpower level 30 professionals. Secondly, its talents and skills were upgraded to legendary tier, with all talents reaching the maximum level for the current stage. The indescribable talent was enhanced, allowing the Chaos Primal Spirit's body to connect with the void. This not only enables it to absorb physical attacks, but also grants it resistance to a certain degree of magical damage. While the improvement to Dreams Come True was minor, its effect became even more potent, reducing several of its energy costs by up to 90. The Shadow Arc Kill skill removed the restriction of requiring a backstab, now allowing the damage to be shared with other entangled enemies upon killing any target. In terms of skills, Dimensional Strike has evolved into an upgraded version of Phantom Blitz skill. It can open dimensional space and strike targets from a kilometer away, significantly enhancing its attack range and efficiency. Chaos Bind is the evolved form of Nightmare Bind, allowing the summoning of a Chaos Shadow for every 5 points of spirit, with its damage multiplier cap increased to an astonishing 30 times. Lastly, Void's Finale unleashes a chaos domain that not only pulls nearby targets into its radius, but also deals sustained high chaos damage. For every target killed, it stuns the remaining enemies for 1 second. Chen felt gratified by the Chaos Primal Spirit's advancements, but also noticed its maximum health was only slightly over 36,000, not much higher than the 13th level Black Robe Deacon Elite. This is a typical drawback of assassin-type summon beasts. However, considering the Chaos Primal Spirit's ability to connect with the void and absorb most damage, this weakness becomes less critical. As Chen was deep in thought, a piercing, shrill roar suddenly echoed from a distant cave. From the darkness, a grotesque, spider-like alien creature leaped into view. Its 8 thick, spike-covered blade-like legs twisted like jagged knives, embedding deeply into the cave walls. The massive spider's head was terrifying, with 8 glowing green eyes and dagger-like fangs dripping with a purple-black venom. Its entire body was covered in eerie patterns running from its head to its legs, exuding a sinister aura. Alien species, bone-clinging spider elite rank LV.20. Health, 196,700. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Constitution 352, Spirit 274. Skill I, Armor-Piercing Spikes. Skill 2, Malevolent Gaze. Skill 3, Berserk Mode. The bone-clinging spider elite is an alien species capable of entering a berserk state. Its nearly 200,000 HP is average for a level 20 elite alien, and its 4-dimensional stats are slightly below average, making it no match for the Chaos Primal Spirit. The Dark Hunter Turtle let out a roar filled with battle intent, kicking off with its powerful legs and charging straight at the bone-clinging spider. Shattering impact. Unwilling to back down, the bone-clinging spider retaliated by whipping its blade-like legs, releasing a barrage of sharp, chilling spikes. Armor-piercing spikes. Faced with this ferocious attack, the Dark Hunter Turtle stood its ground, meeting the incoming spikes with its spiked armor. With a series of loud clashes, the spikes that could normally pierce through metal and stone shattered harmlessly upon its shell, failing to inflict any damage. By this time, the Dark Hunter Turtle had reached the bone-clinging spider elite. With a thunderous crash, the spider was sent flying from the impact, its carapace shattering in large sections and spilling green blood everywhere. This single blow dealt an astonishing 80,000 damage, causing the bone-clinging spider's health to plummet dramatically. Seizing the opportunity during the knockback effect, the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle launched an unhesitating assault. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, severing the steel-like blade legs of the elite bone spider at their base in an instant. The air echoed with the spider's piercing, anguished screeches, a mix of pain and fury. Before it could retaliate, the dragon turtle's claws struck again, effortlessly tearing open the spider's swollen abdomen, leaving behind a ghastly, gaping wound. 20,000 damage. The system notification chimed as the elite bone spider's health plummeted from 196,000 to just over 100,000, leaving it critically wounded. It finally realized the terrifying power of the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle. In this moment of crisis, the eerie patterns covering the elite bone spider's body suddenly emitted a faint purple glow, signaling its transition into a berserk state. With a deafening roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from within its body. A layer of pitch-black energy surged outward, quickly coalescing into energy blade legs to replace its severed limbs. From its glowing green compound eyes, an unprecedented wave of mental force burst forth. Evil gaze. Hundreds of spider-like eyes materialized out of thin air, radiating a chilling, bone-freezing light that instantly enveloped the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle, leaving it stunned. Chen furrowed his brows, instinctively sensing the immense threat posed by this rare and powerful mental attack. However, before he could react, the elite bone spider had already leapt into the air. Its 8 razor-sharp blade legs descended with devastating force, aiming mercilessly at the dragon turtle. Boom! A thunderous impact erupted as the attack landed, unleashing catastrophic damage upon the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle. Its massive body trembled violently, and its health plummeted rapidly. Just then, an overwhelming counterforce suddenly erupted from the dragon turtle's body, surging like a tidal wave toward the elite bone spider. Caught off guard, the spider was instantly engulfed by this destructive force. Its grotesque body shattered under the immense impact, scattering broken limbs across the ground. As an elite, otherworldly creature, the bone spider had unleashed its most powerful attack in its berserk state without holding back. Yet, it could never have anticipated that this fatal blow would turn into its own death sentence, completely undone by the dragon turtle's counter-damage ability. As Chen thought to himself, this elite creature's death. What an ironic tragedy. The elite anklebone spider fell, granting 13,880 experience points and dropping rare loot. The venomous blade, level 20. The moment the elite anklebone spider collapsed, the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle finally broke free from the mental assault of the sinister gaze. It let out an earth-shaking roar, its eyes blazing with fury, only to suddenly appear confused. The abrupt death of the elite alien left it momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. An elite-ranked alien, killed instantly by a counterattack? This completely overturned his understanding of combat. Su Xia was equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events, rendered speechless and unsure how to respond. Lin Qingqing's sparkling eyes shone with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, a true master never disappoints. I wish I could see the attributes of his summoned beast. Too bad he's wearing the black butler crest." Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Su Ran with a mischievous grin. "Su Ran, why don't you steal the black butler crest from him?" Su Ran froze, staring at her in disbelief. "What? You want me to steal it? Of course. Aren't you an assassin?" Lin Qingqing replied matter-of-factly. With the fall of the elite alien, the remaining anklebone spiders were no match. The summoned beasts swiftly wiped them out with ease. Despite the substantial number of kills, the spiders provided little experience, and the progress bar barely budged. However, the vampire overlord reaped significant rewards in this battle. Single-handedly eliminating nearly 10,000 spider eggs in the cavern, its health skyrocketed by over 100,000 points. Its maximum HP now stood at an impressive 199,000, just shy of the 200,000 milestone. This result brought a smile to Gu Chen's face. The fate talisman he wore was bound to the vampire overlord, transferring all damage to the overlord whenever his health dropped below 30. This significantly bolstered his survivability. Typically, a level 21 combatant's maximum HP barely exceeds 10,000. However, thanks to consuming attribute fruits and the stat feedback from his summoned beasts, Gu Chen's attributes far surpassed others of the same level. His HP was nearly double that of his peers. Combined with the vampire overlord's nearly 200,000 HP, he was practically invincible in battle. Next, the newly converted vampire spiderlings and vampire venom spiders launched a sweeping assault around the nest. Like the scythes of death, they ruthlessly harvested the lives of every alien spider, leaving none alive. In just 5 minutes, the vampire overlord personally eliminated the last anklebone spider in the nest. The cavern fell into a deathly silence, the efficiency of the cleanup leaving everyone in awe. After a short rest, Gu Chen and his party ventured deeper into the spider-infested cavern. Despite encountering waves of alien spiders along the way, the summoned beasts maintained their relentless efficiency. Every kill was executed seamlessly during their advance, with no impact on their pace. Defeated Ghostface Spider LV.20, experience 1150. Defeated Ghostface Spider LV.20, experience 1160. Defeated Ghostface Spider LV.20, Experience 1180. After crossing the second nest, the group delved into the latter half of the spider cavern. The ghost-faced spiders they encountered were offspring of the final boss, the ghost-faced Spider King. Chen had now summoned all his beasts, further accelerating the kill rate. Deep within the cavern, the summoned beast army operated like an unrelenting machine, mercilessly extinguishing the lives of every ghost-faced spider they encountered. Their progress was unstoppable, and soon, the vampire army had eradicated all the ghost-faced spiders in the cavern, arriving at the final nest. Ahead lay the ultimate challenge, the ghost-faced Spider King. Chen glanced at his experience bar and frowned. Despite their overwhelming momentum, the accumulated experience barely accounted for 1/10 of what was required to level up. Even defeating the final boss wouldn't be enough to push him to the next level, as the ghost-faced Spider King was only a level 20 boss and couldn't possibly provide tens of thousands of experience points. The cavern was jagged and dark, its walls draped in dense, white webbing. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. In a shadowy corner, a monstrous beast resembling a demon from the depths of hell lay motionless on an enormous web. Its massive body loomed in the darkness, its black carapace covered in eerie markings that formed a grotesque, grinning face on its abdomen. The face seemed cursed, exuding a chilling aura of dread. The ghost-faced Spider King. Upon noticing Chen's party, the Spider King's grotesque body sprang to life. Its sharp mandibles pointed menacingly at them as it emitted a piercing, guttural roar. Alien species. Ghost-faced Spider King boss. Level: LV.20. HP: 214,650. Attributes: Strength 300, Agility 350, Constitution 240, Spirit 350. Skill I: Arachnid Calamity. Skill 2: Abyssal Power. As the final boss of this hell-level dungeon, the ghost-faced Spider King possessed only 2 skills. Yet, their simplicity belied their danger. Its first skill, Arachnid Calamity, was the very disaster mentioned at the dungeon's entrance. The primary objective of the dungeon was to prevent the Spider King from unleashing this catastrophe. If the cavern were consumed by the calamity, everything within would be destroyed. Its second skill, Abyssal Power, was a buff that exponentially increased its attributes, making the calamity even more devastating. Susia explained. The guide says the key to defeating the boss is timing. You have to interrupt the Spider King's skill before it can activate Abyssal Power. While the guide's strategy was sound, it wasn't Chen's approach. With a command from the vampire overlord, a swarm of vampire spiders surged into the nest, heading straight for the ghost-faced Spider King at the center of the web. The final boss? The ghost-faced Spider King? Just blow it up. In an instant, the vampire spiders reached the Spider King and began detonating. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted around the Spider King, engulfing it in a torrent of blood-red flames. Each blast sent shockwaves rippling through the cavern, leaving charred patches on the Spider King's body. Green ichor oozed from its wounds. Hiss. The ghost-faced Spider King let out a furious screech. As the ruler of the spider aliens, how could it tolerate being provoked by a swarm of lesser spiders? Fueled by rage, its body glowed with a vivid red light. Suddenly, a massive black vortex materialized at the cavern's ceiling. The Arachnid Calamity skill had been activated. From the vortex, a flood of dark figures emerged. Hundreds of ghost-faced spiders poured into the cavern, their numbers rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced spiders filled the nest, encircling Chen and his companions completely. Surrounded by hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders, the cavern echoed with eerie, high-pitched screeches that sent chills down the spine. The dense swarm of spiders closed in from all directions, their countless pairs of glowing green eyes fixed coldly on Chen and his companions, radiating brutality and killing intent. Above them, the black vortex in the ceiling continued to spew out more spiders, endlessly replenishing the terrifying swarm. This was the true horror of the hell-level spider cavern. The key to clearing it lay in surviving the first wave of the swarm and interrupting the ghost-faced Spider King's second skill when it was near death. Missing the timing would result in the Spider King summoning endless reinforcements, potentially leading to a catastrophic spider infestation. For ordinary adventurers, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Many had met their demise, overwhelmed by the swarm after failing to halt the boss's devastating skill. Susia had paid a hefty price through Eternal Life Corporation's channels to acquire this secret. However, he never expected it to be irrelevant when it came to Chen. At this moment, as Chen watched the ever-growing swarm of spiders in the cavern, an unusual excitement lit up his face. Having just finished slaying the spider aberrants outside, he had been worrying about insufficient experience points, and now the ghost-faced Spider King had delivered this gift right to his doorstep. This isn't a spider infestation, this is a treasure trove of experience. Chen thought with glee. What an incredible skill. With a sharp screech, the swarm of hundreds of demon spiders surged forward like a tidal wave. At the same time, nearly 200 bloodline demon spiders charged Hedon, launching a frenzied self-destructive assault. The Bloodline Overlord immediately activated the Mirror Ring, summoning 2 clones with 80 of its attributes to join the fray. A summoning circle lit up on the ground, and a massive Wraith Colossus emerged, towering over the battlefield. It let out an earth-shaking roar, unleashing waves of black energy that swept through the cavern. The forbidden domain of Magic was activated, amplifying all damage and resource consumption within its range by tenfold. Under this terrifying effect, the demon spiders became fragile targets, easily dispatched. The black vortex above began to falter, and the number of summoned spiders rapidly dwindled. Even the ghost-faced Spider King struggled to maintain its summoning skill. Seeing this, Chen quickly ordered the Wraith Colossus to exclude the Spider King from its attack list. He had no intention of interrupting this experience fountain prematurely. The Chaos Spirit and the Shadowhunter Dragon Turtle joined the battle as well, unleashing a relentless slaughter upon the spider swarm. With the tenfold damage buff, the smaller spiders stood no chance. The Shadowhunter Dragon Turtle, clad in the unyielding black armor, didn't even need to attack actively. Its passive damage aura alone was enough to reap countless spider lives. Defeated Ghost-Faced Demon Spider, LV.20, EXP 1050. Defeated Ghost-Faced Demon Spider, LV.20, EXP 1060. The experience points popped up continuously, and Chen's level steadily climbed. However, the Ghost-Faced Spider King's summoning skill seemed endless. The cavern was teeming with a sea of black spiders, an unending tide no matter how many were slain. Although Chen's summoned creatures were powerful, the swarm around each of them grew over time from a few spiders to a dozen, then to 2 or 3 dozen. Su Xia frowned deeply, finally understanding the despair that other adventurers must have felt in the face of such a scenario. In this situation, even teleportation scrolls offered no escape. Death was the only outcome. Lin Yuan and the others, though temporarily safe, couldn't help but feel a creeping fear as they watched the overwhelming swarm of spiders. After a brutal massacre, the spider corpses piled up like mountains, and their numbers finally began to dwindle. Just then, the ghost-faced Spider King at the center of the web suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and the ghostly face on its abdomen radiated deep purple energy. Su Xia's expression tensed as he urgently shouted, "Brother Chen, have the Shadowhunter Dragon Turtle use Shattering Impact. If we can trigger a knockback effect, we can interrupt its skill." Chen turned to Su Xia, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. "Interrupt the Spider King's skill? Are you joking?" "Brother Chen, hurry. That's what the strategy guide says." Su Xia pressed. Chen nodded slightly. "The guide's not wrong. The problem is, I don't feel like following the guide to clear this." As the two conversed, the body of the ghost-faced King Spider suddenly swelled dramatically. A menacing, ghastly phantom of a ghostly face emerged behind it. Its massive form rose upright from the center of its web, letting out a piercing roar toward Chen and his group. An unprecedented surge of overwhelming energy flooded the air like a tidal wave. At the same time, a sinister and unsettling aura erupted from the black vortex at the top of the cave. Moments later, a swarm of ghost-faced demon spiders poured out like locusts, quickly spreading across the entire cavern. Empowered by the abyssal force, these spiders grew to over twice their original size, with both their offensive and defensive capabilities significantly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, the reinforced demon spiders launched a ferocious assault on the summoned creatures. Yet, Chen remained calm and composed as he observed the carnage unfolding before him. He was well aware that the lair was already under the influence of the Necro Golem's abilities. No matter how many ghost-faced demon spiders there were, under the suppression of tenfold damage and tenfold consumption, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. The Abyssal Force's empowerment did nothing to change the essence of this massacre. The Bloodlord, the Chaos Elemental Spirit, and the Shadowhunter Dragon Turtle seemed to be competing for the highest kill count as they charged into the fray. The level 21 Bloodlord could convert 220 blood spawn offspring, and these crimson-glowing vampiric creatures dove into the spider swarms without hesitation, detonating themselves. Each explosion claimed the lives of 5 to 6 enhanced ghost-faced demon spiders. The Shadowhunter Dragon Turtle rampaged through the spider masses, its spiked armor and unyielding black carapace leaving a trail of death in its wake. Meanwhile, the Chaos Elemental Spirit teleported directly beneath the black vortex and unleashed a chaos domain twice the size of the vortex itself. Newly spawned ghost-faced demon spiders were instantly disintegrated into fragments, unable to even let out a scream. Lin Yuan watched the battlefield with excitement, clenching his fists and exclaiming, "What a satisfying slaughter!" Su Xia marveled at the absurdity of the destructive power on display. Suddenly, Lin Qingqing asked how ordinary combatants could possibly deal with such a situation. Lin Yuan firmly declared that running away was not an option. The only choice was to launch an immediate attack. Su Ran expressed doubt, arguing that even if ordinary fighters struck first, They wouldn't stand a chance against such a ferocious insect swarm. Lin Yuan insisted that at least attacking would allow them to die with dignity. Su Ran rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. As the ghost-faced demon spiders were slain in droves, Gu Chen watched his experience points climb steadily, his mood lifting with each increment. Just then, a shadow shot out from the swarm, darting straight toward Gu Chen and his group. It was an elite variant. Though momentarily surprised, Gu Chen showed no fear. A translucent shield materialized in front of him, effortlessly blocking the elite ghost-faced spider's attack. The ceremonial robe unfurled around Gu Chen, enveloping him in a shimmering protective shield. With his current all-attribute stats, the shield boasted an astounding strength of 22,200 points. Faced with this impenetrable barrier, the level 20 elite, otherworldly creature was powerless. Its ferocious attacks only managed to reduce the shield's value by 18,000 points, still falling short of breaking through. Despite the shield nearing its limit, Gu Chen remained unshaken. His strategy had already been meticulously planned in his mind. If the shield were to break, he could immediately activate a displacement swap to deftly evade the attack. Even if he failed to dodge, his formidable constitution of 528 points was more than enough to withstand the damage. Moreover, if his health dropped to 30, the Destiny Amulet would automatically activate, transferring the remaining damage to the Blood Clan Overlord. With the Overlord's staggering health pool exceeding 200,000, even the most desperate efforts of the Ghost-faced Spider Elite would barely leave a scratch. At that moment, the Blood Clan Overlord turned slowly, its icy eyes radiating an unprecedented killing intent. As a summoned beast, it harbored a deep-seated hatred for any enemy daring to attack its master. Being the closest to the ghost-faced spider, the Overlord struck immediately, unleashing a blinding crimson glow from its body. The Crimson Feast bloodstorm surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the reckless elite creature. Simultaneously, the Chaos Primordial Spirit joined the fray. Despite the distance, it instantly executed Dimensional Onslaught, sending an eerie chaotic shadow that ignored terrain and space, directly binding itself to the elite creature's body. Following this, the massive Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle charged like a cannonball, unleashing its shattering impact with unstoppable force, colliding violently with the target. The combined skills of the three summoned beasts struck the Ghost-faced Spider Elite in unison. With a thunderous explosion, the once arrogant elite creature was obliterated on the spot, reduced to a pile of shattered remains. The system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Defeated Ghost-faced Spider Elite, LV.20, EXP 11,369. Loot acquired. Ghostface Mask LV.20 rare. The summoning ability of the Ghost-faced King Spider far exceeded Gu Chen's expectations, as it could even call forth elite alien creatures. However, under the suppression of the forbidden domain of the End of Magic, these creatures couldn't truly thrive. The scale of the insect plague remained limited, and even the power of the abyss couldn't change that. Before long, the black vortex symbolizing the spider calamity began to destabilize, and the number of summoned creatures from the ghost-faced demon spider sharply declined. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Xia's eyes. It's almost over. The abyssal power can't hold on anymore. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but marvel. That was impressive. A summoning skill lasting nearly 20 minutes. Su Ran spoke with a lighthearted tone. So next, we just need to kill the ghost-faced king spider on the web, and we're done. Right? Gu Chen interrupted their hopeful thoughts with a single sentence. No, it's not over yet. Have you ever thought about what would happen if we didn't kill this ghost-faced king spider? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Not kill it? But it's the final boss, why wouldn't we kill it? A glint of eager anticipation flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. What if we restored its state and allowed it to use its skill one more time? His words hit them like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. They stared at Gu Chen as if he were a madman. Restore the ghost-faced king spider, let it summon again, and then keep killing? Lin Yuan gasped. You're planning to wipe out the entire species. Are you the devil? Who even comes up with such a ruthless strategy? Su Xia's expression turned conflicted. It might work. But wouldn't it go against the natural order? Gu Chen replied calmly, it might go against the natural order, but it doesn't go against our interests. As he spoke, he pulled out a basic restoration scroll from his inventory. Su Xia suddenly understood Gu Chen had clearly planned this all along. Though extreme, it was undeniably an excellent method for farming monsters. After all, Gu Chen was already level 21, and this was his last chance to enter a Tier 1 dungeon. Naturally, he wanted to maximize his experience gain. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Amazing! You're something else, brother. I can't believe you thought of this. Holding the scroll, Gu Chen approached the ghost-faced king spider and activated it with his mental energy. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped the spider's entire body. The alien king's eyes flickered with disbelief as it felt its energy rapidly recovering an experience it had never encountered before. Excitement lit up Gu Chen's face. The scroll really worked. In the game, healing scrolls couldn't be used on bosses, but in this gamified world, the ghost-faced king spider was a living, breathing entity. Naturally, the restoration scroll was effective. However, if word got out about using a restoration scroll on a boss, it would likely upend the beliefs of countless professionals. As the golden light faded, the restoration was complete. The ghost-faced king spider not only regained its energy but also healed its previous minor injuries. It climbed to the edge of its web, looking down coldly at Gu Chen and the others. As a lower-tier alien creature, it couldn't comprehend why these humans were helping it. Attack! Gu Chen commanded. His aid to the spider was far from altruistic. His summoned bloodline demon spiders swarmed forward, launching a ferocious assault on the ghost-faced king spider. Under the relentless onslaught, the spider trembled and roared in fury. It leapt back to the center of its massive web, and in an instant, a vibrant crimson glow erupted from its body. It's working! A glimmer of joy flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he immediately ordered the bloodline demon spiders to retreat. The next moment, a massive black vortex materialized at the top of the cavern. From within the vortex, shadows surged as ghost-faced demon spiders emerged one after another. In no time, the cavern was once again teeming with the creatures. Behind Gu Chen, Su Xia and the others were filled with disbelief and exhilaration. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "It actually worked! So as long as we have enough restoration scrolls, we can keep farming in this dungeon? Once the ghost-faced king spider is exhausted, we restore it and let it summon again. This is practically infinite farming." The three summoned beasts locked their gazes, their eyes burning with fierce determination. With a collective roar, they charged into the dense swarm of spiders, reigniting the battle. Killed ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, EXP 1030. Killed ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, EXP 1050. Killed ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, EXP 1070. The experience notifications kept popping up, and a satisfied smile spread across Gu Chen's face. Lin Yuan and the others were overjoyed. So long as the ghost-faced king spider's state could be maintained, they could effortlessly rake an experience. This was a level of exhilaration they had never experienced before. Suddenly, Lin Yuan asked, "By the way, Gu, how many restoration scrolls did you bring?" Gu Chen's tone carried a hint of regret. "Not many, just 3. He explained that he had only intended to test the idea before entering the dungeon and thought 3 basic restoration scrolls would suffice. He hadn't anticipated that this strategy would actually work. Lin Yuan winced as if in pain. "Just 3? That's such a waste." Not only Lin Yuan, but even Lin Qingqing and the others wore pained expressions. Gu Chen was now at level 21, and after clearing this dungeon, he would qualify to enter the more challenging and restrictive second-tier abyss. While Gu Chen was undoubtedly capable of progressing, whether he could take the 3 of them along was uncertain. This might be their last chance to cling to Gu Chen for support, so wanting to maximize their benefits was entirely understandable. After a moment of thought, Gu Chen decided to summon only 3 creatures. Although he could use recovery scrolls to turn the ghost-faced Spider King into an experience farm, killing it still required time. The experience points from killing in the spider's lair weren't high to begin with. It relied on sheer volume for gains. The longer he spent here, the lower the efficiency. The summoned army launched a fierce assault on the ghost-faced demon spiders, rapidly accumulating experience points. The swarm of demon spiders fell back in waves, and the ghost-faced Spider King unleashed its second skill without hesitation. As before, even with the abyssal power enhancing it, the dense spider swarm couldn't withstand the onslaught from the summoned army. With the Spider King's weakened cries, the black vortex it summoned began to falter, and the number of demon spiders it could produce dwindled. Gu Chen stepped forward and activated a scroll, infusing the Spider King with golden light that quickly restored its strength. Revitalized, the Spider King leapt from the web's center, letting out a sharp screech, its cold, piercing eyes fixated on Gu Chen and the others. The summoned army pressed on with their attack, with some bloodline demon spiders even self-destructing near the Spider King. After more than 10 minutes, the Spider King faltered again. Gu Chen used his final recovery scroll to bring it back to full strength. After a brief cooldown, the Spider King resumed its summoning skill, but this time, it produced level 15 ghost-faced spiderlings. Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Why is it summoning spiderlings now? Isn't the experience even lower?" Gu Chen realized that even with enough recovery scrolls, he couldn't continuously extract high amounts of experience from the Spider King. Faced with the low-level spiderlings, the vampire overlord didn't even bother using skills, opting instead to finish them off with basic attacks. The experience points from killing the spiderlings were pitifully low, and Gu Chen quickly grew impatient, commanding his summoned army to unleash a merciless slaughter. After clearing 3 waves of demon spiders, the dungeon yielded only around 600,000 experience points, leaving Gu Chen still 200,000 points short of leveling up. Shaking his head, he decided to end the battle. The vampire overlord issued a command, and all the bloodline demon spiders recklessly charged toward the Spider King at the top of the cavern, detonating themselves in a massive explosion. Amid the deafening blasts, the Spider King's health was completely depleted. The system notification displayed the rewards for defeating the Spider King, including the Spider King's Bow, Spider King's Gauntlets, a teleportation scroll, enhancement stones, and an abyssal emblem. The dungeon clearance rewards included 100,000 experience points and a rare-grade dungeon treasure chest. As the team exited the dungeon, an announcement suddenly appeared on the Spider's Lair Plaza, catching the attention of countless adventurers. The announcement declared that Gu Chen's team had set a new record for clearing the Hell difficulty level, completing it in just 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 15 seconds. The team received additional rewards, including 100,000 experience points, personal achievements, and a rare-grade record-breaking gift box. This astonishing completion time left everyone in shock. A Hell difficulty dungeon typically required at least 7 hours to clear, yet Gu Chen's team had cut that time by more than half. While the achievement seemed unbelievable, no one doubted its validity after all. The one who set the record was none other than Gu Chen. Before Gu Chen and his companions arrived at the dungeon square escorted by Li Feng, the Wanqing City Hall had already prepared the official announcement of Gu Chen's successful dungeon clearance. As soon as the news broke, the square's staff quickly set up congratulatory banners. Major media platforms eagerly speculated about how quickly Gu Chen would set a new record in clearing the Hell-level dungeon. Throughout Wanqing, no one doubted his success after all. This was the same formidable individual who had achieved an abyssal accomplishment in the Hell-level burial dungeon. A mere Hell-level dungeon was surely no challenge for him. In the mayor's office, Liang Yi received the news of Gu Chen's clearance, and a smile crept onto his face. Wasting no time, he grabbed Li Feng and hurried to the teleportation hall. Upon reaching the dungeon square, the person in charge was already waiting for them. Has Gu Chen come out yet? Li Feng asked anxiously. The person in charge beamed. Mayor, Secretary Li, you arrived just in time. Gu Chen has just exited the dungeon. Liang Yi nodded and followed the direction indicated by the person in charge. At the square's entrance, a massive, excited crowd had already gathered, tightly packed and buzzing with energy. Staff members were holding up congratulatory banners, while adventurers in the crowd waved their phones and flowers. Reporters from various media outlets had their cameras and microphones set up, creating such a grand spectacle that anyone unaware might think a high-level abyss had just been conquered. Gu Chen, you're my idol. Gu Chen, I love you. I want to have your babies. My husband. Gu Chen and his team, stepping out of the dungeon, froze at the sight of the scene. They had simply cleared a dungeon. Why did it feel like they had walked into an extravagant victory celebration? Lin Yuan smirked mischievously and nudged Gu Chen. Hey, old Gu, look over there. That guy just called you his husband. Gu Chen was torn between laughter and exasperation, though his heart was touched. The enthusiasm was overwhelming. He was just an ordinary summoner. How had it come to this? Like he was some kind of superstar? It seemed the people of Wanqing were genuinely delighted to welcome him. Liang Yi and Li Feng arrived just in time to rescue Gu Chen, who had been surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd. Lin Yuan and the others were pushed forward to respond to the excitement of the people in Wanqing, while Gu Chen followed Liang Yi and Li Feng to the city lord's office at the Wanqing City Hall. Inside the office, Liang Yi burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, this kind of reception is even more enthusiastic than what I experienced back in the day. Gu Chen, did you feel the warmth of our Wanqing people?" His face lit up with a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. Gu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with slight embarrassment, "It really caught me off guard. Fortunately, you arrived in time, or I might not have been able to get out of there." Li Feng, holding a teacup, walked over to Liang Yi and asked, "Gu Chen, what would you like to drink?" Gu Chen smiled and said, "A Coke, with some ice, please." "Thank you." Li Feng paused for a moment and then said apologetically, "It seems like the fridge in the city lord's office doesn't have any Coke. Please wait a moment." With that, he quickly left the office. Liang Yi, still looking pleased, turned to Gu Chen and said, "Gu Chen, congratulations. The beginner's instance has only been open for 7 days, and while most of the new professionals have just reached the first tier, you've already advanced to the second tier. With your leveling speed, you're not just impressive in Dongzhou. Even across the entire Xinxia Empire, you're one of a kind." Gu Chen politely thanked him, then cut straight to the point. "City Lord, you must have a reason for seeking me out so urgently, beyond just congratulating me, right?" Liang Yi's expression turned approving. "Ah, I like dealing with sharp people, straightforward and efficient." His demeanor became serious. "Then I'll get straight to the point. Gu Chen, have you ever considered joining the town Abyss Corps?" Gu Chen's expression turned a bit odd upon hearing this. "I've already been offered a guaranteed spot at the Shangjing Academy. Are you suggesting I join the military instead?" Realizing his wording might have been unclear, Liang Yi quickly explained, maybe I didn't phrase that well. Whether it's the Shangjing Academy or the Town Abyss Corps, it's not as simple as you might think. There are different factions involved. Seeing the confusion in Gu Chen's eyes, Liang Yi continued to elaborate. For professionals above the second tier, not all abysses can be entered freely. Some high-reward abysses are essentially controlled by various factions. To put it simply, if you don't join a faction, you'll have no access to the abysses they control. So, second-tier and above abysses are more like resources. And to gain access to these resources, you have to choose a faction to align with, be it the academic faction represented by Shangjing Academy, the military faction represented by the Town Abyss Corps, or guilds formed by major families and so on. Liang Yi spoke earnestly. So, before you officially enter the Shangjing Academy, I hope you'll seriously consider whether you'd be willing to join the Town Abyss Corps. Gu Chen didn't respond immediately, falling into deep thought. He realized that his previous understanding of professionals might have been overly simplistic. He had assumed that getting into Shangjing Academy was the pinnacle of success for a professional. But now it seemed that both the Academy and the Town Abyss Corps were merely factions within the Xinxia Empire, each controlling different abyss resources. Seeing that Gu Chen remained silent, Liang Yi added, to put it simply, the Shangjing Academy controls the largest number of instances, while the Town Abyss Corps guards nearly 80 of the abysses in the Xinxia Empire. Comparatively, entering instances comes at a higher cost. Even if you join the academic faction, you'll still need to pay steep fees each time you enter an instance. The advantage, as you know, is that instances are safer and more controlled. Abysses, on the other hand, are far more dangerous, with unpredictable risks. Every year, tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers lose their lives on the Abyss battlefield. Gu Chen frowned slightly, puzzled. If it's that dangerous, why are you asking me to consider it? Liang Yi waved his hand, his tone becoming even more sincere. You don't need to worry about that. My suggestion for you to join the Town Abyss Corps isn't about making you an ordinary soldier. As you might have guessed, my faction is the Imperial military, and I happen to have a recommendation slot that could place you in the most elite unit of the Town Abyss Corps. Gu Chen's interest was piqued. What unit? Liang Yi gave a cryptic smile, took a sip of tea, and looked Gu Chen up and down. That's classified for now. You're not authorized to know yet. He changed the subject and asked, by the way, since you've reached the second tier, have you contracted your 5th summoned beast yet? Gu Chen answered honestly, I just came out of an instance and haven't had the chance. That's good. Liang Yi's response puzzled Gu Chen. Sensing there was more to Liang Yi's words, Gu Chen asked directly, what do you mean by that's good? Are you implying I shouldn't contract a 5th summoned beast? Is there something I should know? Liang Yi's face took on a mysterious expression as he lowered his voice. Let's just say, if you join the most elite unit of the Town Abyss Corps, your 5th summoned beast will be extraordinarily powerful. Gu Chen couldn't help but press further. Oh, how powerful? Unprecedentedly powerful. Liang Yi replied cryptically. Can you be more specific? Gu Chen asked again. Liang Yi lowered his voice even more, as if revealing a monumental secret. Have you heard of the Dragon Clan? This seemingly casual remark caused Gu Chen's pupils to contract sharply, a storm of emotions surging within him. The Dragon Clan, Gu Chen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They are the most fearsome beings at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy, forming a contract with a dragon. His voice trembled slightly with exhilaration. Just the thought of it gets my blood pumping. Leaning forward suddenly, Gu Chen stared intently at Liang Yi. Are you saying that if I managed to join that organization within the Jinyuan army, I could form a contract with a dragon as my summoned beast? Liang Yi set down his teacup, a confident smile playing on his lips. See? Talking to someone smart is always straightforward and efficient. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen tried to steady his racing heart. What are the conditions for joining this organization? And what are the restrictions? Liang Yi nodded approvingly. That's a good question. He leaned back in his chair, explaining leisurely. Although I'm part of the military forces, my role is merely to recommend you and give you an opportunity. You'll have to pass the Jinyuan Army's assessment on your own to qualify for entry. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for restrictions, well, as long as you don't commit treason, the military won't constrain your personal freedom. In fact, if your performance in the Abyss is exceptional, you could earn military merits and privileges, such as priority access to certain high-reward Abyss zones. Privileges like that? Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly as he began calculating the pros and cons in his mind. The Jinyuan army managed nearly 80 of the Abyss zones in the Xinxia Empire. That meant if he joined the military forces, he would gain priority access to those abysses. Not to mention, he could form a contract with a dragon. Opportunities like this were once in a lifetime. As for the assessment from the Jinyuan army, Gu Chen chuckled inwardly. Who were they underestimating? If even he couldn't pass it, then no one in this year's batch of career changers in the Xinxia Empire could. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Chen. He turned back to Liang Yi and asked, by the way, while dragons are rare, if I were to enroll in Shangjing Academy, wouldn't I still have the chance to form a contract with the dragon? Liang Yi didn't hide anything and nodded in acknowledgement. That's correct. With your talent, if you entered Shangjing Academy, you could also contract a dragon. However, he quickly added with a shift in tone, but that would have to wait until next year. Next year? Gu Chen frowned slightly, looking a bit surprised. Noticing his reaction, Liang Yi elaborated, yes, your younger brother Gu Ci has already been admitted to Shangjing Academy. He holds the rare profession of Dragon Knight, which means the Academy's quota for dragon contracts has already been filled. He gave Gu Chen a meaningful look. I trust you understand what I'm saying? As the name suggests, a Dragon Knight is a profession capable of taming dragons and engaging in battles alongside them. Similar to a summoner forming a contract with summoned beasts, a Dragon Knight must establish a pact with a dragon to unleash their full combat potential. However, to Gu Chen's surprise, the Academy's limited dragon contract quota had already been claimed and the person holding that spot was his half-brother, the prodigious Gu Ci. Liang Yi continued explaining, dragons are one of the abyssal races. They regard themselves as possessing the noble bloodline of the dragon god and see humans as insignificant insects. For most dragons, they'd rather die at the hands of humans than sign a contract with one, as they consider it a humiliation. Therefore, for humans, the opportunity to form a contract with a dragon is incredibly rare and precious. And the only way to secure such a chance is by joining the Abyssal Suppression Army. Liang Yi elaborated on the benefits of joining the Abyssal Suppression Army. If you pass the assessment, you'll start as a junior officer with a base salary of 30,000 per month. On top of that, you'll receive comprehensive benefits starting your first month on the job. If you venture into the abyss, you'll get additional allowances, and the military merits you earn from slaying abyssal creatures can be exchanged for equipment, items, and materials. Additionally, being an officer in the Abyssal Suppression Army comes with privileges such as priority access to abyssal zones, wartime command authority, and unconditional cooperation from local departments. Gu Chen quickly weighed the pros and cons, thinking to himself, joining the Abyssal Suppression Army not only offers the chance to contract with a dragon, but also provides social status, privileges, and resources in exchange for military merits. With that in mind, he decisively said, I'm willing to join the Abyssal Suppression Army. Hearing Gu Chen's response, a faint smile appeared on Liang Yi's face. Even with his rigorous military training, he couldn't completely hide his excitement. According to military regulations, if a recruit he recommended passed the Abyssal Suppression Army's assessment, he would receive a reward. Given Gu Chen's demonstrated talent, his success in the assessment was almost guaranteed, and there was even a possibility he could join the mysterious elite division. If that happened, Liang Yi, as the recommender, would gain substantial rewards and resources. Excitement surged in Liang Yi's heart, and he could barely contain his urge to escort Gu Chen straight to the Eastern Continent Military District. However, he granted Gu Chen 2 hours to prepare, as he also needed to submit the application for Gu Chen to join the army. During this time, Gu Chen had a farewell meal with Lin Yuan and the other 3 teammates. Over the past 7 days, under Gu Chen's leadership, they had cleared 1 hell-level abyss, 1 nightmare-level abyss, and 2 hell-level dungeons. Not only had their levels increased, but they had also gained substantial resources. Even without Gu Chen in the future, the team was now capable of handling first-tier abysses below hell-level difficulty on their own. Among them, Su Xia was the most reluctant to see Gu Chen leave. He mentioned to Gu Chen that every time he participated in a dungeon run, his physical attributes improved significantly. While this didn't grant him combat abilities to fight abyssal creatures, it allowed him to operate more advanced battle armor. Gu Chen sensed that Su Xia might have hidden struggles he wasn't sharing. After all, as a core member of the Eternal Life Corporation, Su Xia had no apparent reason to frequent abyssal zones or dungeons. However, Gu Chen chose not to probe further, knowing that Su Xia wouldn't reveal much even if asked. After saying their goodbyes, Liang Yi took Gu Chen to the teleportation hall at the city hall. Silver light radiated from the intricate patterns of the teleportation array, enveloping them in an instant. The scene before Gu Chen shifted abruptly, and he found himself standing in a base located in a remote wilderness. The base was nestled in a valley, shrouded in gray mist at the periphery, though the interior remained unaffected. After registering his information and answering a few questions in the main hall, Gu Chen was led to the entrance of an enclosed elevator. Liang Yi said, "All right, from here on, you'll have to proceed on your own." A complex expression flickered in his eyes, as he realized that from this moment forward, this young man would walk a path entirely different from his own. Before leaving, Liang Yi added, "Oh, one more thing, everyone who comes here to take the assessment is a talented professional from Wancheng and nearby cities. If conflicts arise, resolving them through action is often the best solution." Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the elevator. It descended for what felt like an eternity before coming to a stop. When the doors opened, a young soldier in military uniform guided him through a maze of corridors, eventually arriving at the assessment hall. The hall was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts, with 40 to 50 candidates scattered throughout. Gu Chen scanned the room, noting that most of them were rare-class professionals equipped with cloaking devices that concealed their levels and attributes. In response, Gu Chen activated his own cloaking device, leaving only his profession visible. As soon as he entered the hall, murmurs and whispers filled the air. Some remarked that Wancheng's Zhou Xiaotian was the frontrunner, a level 16 demon hunter equipped with epic-grade weapons and armor. Others mentioned Zhang Shuran from Lincheng, a level 15 spatial mage known for her exceptional survivability and damage output. These names weren't unfamiliar to Gu Chen. Zhang Shuran hailed from Lincheng's second most prominent family, while Zhou Xiaotian was a potential teammate that Li Feng had previously mentioned. Gu Chen's arrival immediately drew attention. Many were puzzled and dismissive of a summoner participating in the Abyssal Suppression Army assessment, speculating that he was merely there to make up the numbers and likely wasn't even level 10. Even Zhou Xiaotian and Zhang Shuran, standing at the center of the hall, glanced his way. The unexpected appearance of another summoner took Zhang Shuran by surprise. She studied Gu Chen's handsome features, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Zhou Xiaotian, however, merely cast a disdainful glance at Gu Chen, clearly not taking this sudden newcomer seriously. Ignore him, Zhou Xiaotian scoffed dismissively. A summoner daring to join the Jinyuan army's assessment? Does he think he's the protagonist of some story? Once the assessment begins, he'll be the first to get eliminated. Zhang Shuran didn't respond but instead asked thoughtfully, "Do you think he looks a bit familiar?" "Familiar?" Zhou Xiaotian sneered. "Spare me. I have no interest in wasting time on some nobody. Guys like him, who don't know their limits, would be the first to die if they entered the abyss." Zhou Xiaotian's unfiltered words were loud enough for Gu Chen to hear clearly. Gu Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Seriously? We're already in the Jinyuan army's assessment venue, and there's still someone this ignorant? How does my participation bother him? He calls me reckless and claims I'd die in the abyss? What nonsense." Gu Chen raised his gaze and locked eyes with Zhou Xiaotian's disdainful glare. Zhou's smug demeanor, brimming with unwarranted superiority, was almost unbearable. Gu Chen was not someone known for his patience. His gaze turned icy as he activated the Chaos Spirit skill, Dimensional Strike, through his cloak. In an instant, a terrifying spatial ripple appeared above Zhou Xiaotian's head. A flash of panic crossed Zhou's face, but before he could react, his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhang Shuran hurried forward to help Zhou Xiaotian, but when she saw his condition, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Zhou Xiaotian was dead. Zhang's face turned pale, her scalp tingling as she stared at the lifeless body in disbelief. He killed someone? How dare he? This is the Jinyuan army's assessment venue. Zhang Shuran's mind reeled in shock. Other candidates had also noticed the scene and were now looking at Gu Chen with a mix of fear and awe. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light radiated from Zhou Xiaotian's body, and he came back to life. However, his face was ashen, his health reduced to 30, leaving him in a weakened state. It turned out he had a resurrection artifact across that saved him from permanent death. Still shaken, Zhou Xiaotian glared at Gu Chen, his face a mix of fury and humiliation. "I just said a few wrong words, an unintentional mistake, and you tried to kill me? Wrong words? Unintentional mistake?" Gu Chen sneered. "Do you even hear yourself? You're old enough to know that words have consequences. Oh, it was just a slip of the tongue? Then you'd better learn your lesson. Next time, you might not have a resurrection artifact to save you." Gu Chen's tone grew even more dismissive. "If you make a mistake, own up to it. If you get hit, stand straight. What now? You don't like it? Want me to kill you again? I'll gladly oblige." Zhang Shuran turned to Gu Chen with a grim expression. "Aren't you going too far?" Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Are you planning to stand up for him? How many resurrection artifacts do you have?" Zhang Shuran's expression shifted, and she immediately fell silent. She may not approve of Gu Chen's actions, but what could she do? Zhou Xiaotian had been killed so quickly she hadn't even seen how it happened. If Gu Chen turned on her, she'd meet the same fate. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the venue. "Fighting between candidates is prohibited. The assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves." Gu Chen paid no further attention to the two of them and casually found a spot to sit down. The other candidates instinctively kept their distance from him, whispering among themselves, "That guy's the real deal. I didn't even see how he attacked, and he took out Zhou Xiaotian with one skill. Just how high is his level? That was terrifying. He's strong, no doubt, but he's way too arrogant. Killing someone over a few words? He doesn't respect anyone here. Sure. Watch your mouth. What if you're next? What am I afraid of? He can't kill all of us before running out of energy." Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaotian's face was ghostly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. The fear in his eyes was evident as he looked at Gu Chen. He had been wearing an epic-grade piece of armor, yet he had been taken down in a single strike. The thought alone filled him with dread. his initial disdain now replaced by overwhelming terror. He was terrified. Gu Qin's icy gaze, like the stare of death itself, extinguished even the faintest spark of vengeance in his heart. Once an unrivaled figure, he had stood at the pinnacle, wielding the rare profession of demon hunter, armed with an epic weapon and clad in legendary armor. He believed himself invincible. Yet, in the presence of Gu Qin, all of it seemed laughably fragile, as insignificant as paper tigers, crumbling at the slightest touch. Though he had narrowly escaped death, he was now trapped in a debilitating state of weakness that could only be alleviated with time. For him, this trial was already a lost cause, a shattered dream. As the moments ticked by, the ceiling of the venue suddenly revealed a massive vertical eye formed of golden stardust. A voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed throughout the hall. It felt both distant and impossibly close, resonating with immense power and authority, compelling all who heard it to bow in submission. "The eye of the mystic realm," gasped the crowd, their heads snapping upward, their faces paled, and their bodies instinctively tensed. It became clear the trial was to take place within the mystic realm. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze, his mind reeling from the unprecedented psychic pressure emanating from the golden eye. The colossal vertical eye exuded an aura of grandeur, its swirling golden stardust moving slowly within, as though it harbored an unfathomable and terrifying power. At its center, the pupil formed of countless shimmering stars was deep and boundless, a single glance enough to leave one dazed and disoriented. The emotionless voice spoke again. "Attention, all examinees. The rules will now be explained. This trial is divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the more points you can earn. Final rankings will be determined by points, which can later be converted into military merits. To ensure the integrity of this trial, no recovery items are allowed. Any examinee found using recovery items will be disqualified immediately. The rules have been announced. All examinees, prepare yourselves. The mystic realm will open shortly." Upon hearing the rules, the examinees stood rooted to the spot, their expressions grim. No recovery items allowed? The Jinyuan army's trial was uncompromisingly brutal, offering no margin for error or reprieve. The eye of the mystic realm hovered above, its oppressive presence weighing heavily on everyone below. Moments later, thousands of golden beams shot out from its pupil, streaking toward the crowd like meteors. Enveloped in the golden light, the examinees vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the hall was left completely empty. The brilliance of the eye of the mystic realm gradually dimmed, leaving it suspended in silence above the venue. It remained motionless, its surface calm, though within, the golden stardust continued its slow, mesmerizing flow, hinting at the harrowing trials that awaited within the mystic realm. In the command room of the Jinyuan military base, several middle-aged men dressed in military uniforms were seated before a massive screen. These individuals were senior officers of the Dongzhou military district, serving as examiners for the current assessment. The screen flickered with various data and images, displaying the real-time progress of the evaluation. Sitting at the center was the chief examiner, Ling Feng, distinguished by the single-star general insignia on his shoulder. His expression was stern and focused as his sharp eyes scanned the images on the screen. A staff officer quickly approached and handed Ling Feng a file. "General Ling, the summoner recommended by Liang Yi has joined this assessment. Here is his information." Ling Feng accepted the file and began reading it carefully. "Gu Chen, son of Gu Qingfeng, level 21, summoner." His eyebrows arched slightly. The job transfer ceremony was only a week ago. Yet this kid has already leveled up from 1 to 21. Gu Qingfeng really raised quite a remarkable son. One of the officers nearby made a suggestion. "General Ling, considering Gu Qin's level far exceeds the average of the other candidates, I propose setting his trial difficulty to hell mode. What do you think?" Ling Feng nodded in agreement. "Do it. Additionally, compile a detailed evaluation report based on the test data. I want to understand how a summoner could achieve such an extraordinary leveling speed." He then returned his attention to the thick stack of documents on the table. The other officers nodded in unison and shifted their observation screens to Gu Qin's trial in the secret realm. Inside the trial's secret realm, golden light shimmered as Gu Qin's figure appeared out of thin air on a barren stretch of sandy ground. Standing before him was a humanoid female demon with blood-red skin, draped in animal hides and bones. She wielded a staff made of beast bones, its tip radiating intense flames. Gu Chen quickly assessed the situation and identified her as a magic-type entity. Without hesitation, he summoned his bloodline overlord, positioning it in front of him to confront the fiery-skinned demon. At that moment, a system notification appeared in Gu Chen's field of vision. Assessment Task I. Eliminate the bloodstained Banshee LV.21. As soon as the task was displayed, the bloodstained Banshee sprang into action. The beast bone staff in her hand flared with blazing elemental energy, gathering visible flames into a rapidly forming fireball. However, Before the fireball could launch, the Bloodline Overlord's weapon discharged a flash of silver lightning. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in rapid succession. In the next instant, the Banshee's body convulsed violently as a bullet struck her head with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to explode in a gruesome burst. She collapsed lifelessly to the ground, her body reduced to a cold corpse without even a chance to scream. It was an instantaneous kill. Gu Chen's expression remained composed. He was already accustomed to such scenes. A level 21 ordinary entity was no match for his level 21 Bloodline Overlord, which consistently delivered one-shot kills. The Bloodline Overlord was Gu Chen's first legendary grade summon. While its skills hadn't undergone significant enhancement, its growth rate with each level up was extraordinary. Throughout his journey, ordinary entities of the same level had consistently fallen to the Overlord's attacks in a single strike. This outcome was entirely within Gu Chen's expectations. Back in the command room, however, the examiners were visibly stunned. A one-shot kill, one officer exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of summoned creature is that? How can it be this powerful? Another officer quickly interjected. That can't be right. Was there an error in the secret realm's difficulty settings? Check it immediately. A staff member soon reported, Sir, we've verified it. The secret realm difficulty for Gu Chen is set to hell mode. There's no error. The Bloodstained Banshee's combat power matches the level 21 specifications as intended. Everyone present understood that candidates were prompted to select a difficulty level upon entering the secret realm. However, given Gu Chen's significantly higher level, he was automatically assigned to hell mode without any choice. The difference between the 4 difficulty levels was substantial. In a normal mode secret realm, entities retained their base attributes without any enhancements. In hard mode, their base attributes were boosted by 25. Nightmare mode increased their base attributes by 50. Hell mode, the highest difficulty, doubled their base attributes entirely. This meant that Gu Chen had just faced a level 21 entity with attributes doubled from its base stats. If he had merely defeated it, that would be understandable, but to kill it instantly? That was beyond extraordinary. The assessment scores are based on a range of performance indicators during combat. Quick reflexes, tactical execution, offensive techniques, and targeting weaknesses are all factors considered by the examiners. While non-human beings of the same level are generally stronger than humans, professionally trained fighters, as long as they perform to standard, can still eliminate them. This process also allows the examiners to identify weaknesses in the fighters and provide constructive feedback. However, Gu Chen's performance defied expectations. He didn't even make a move himself. His summoned creature's single skill instantly obliterated the blood-stained Banshee. The examiners exchanged bewildered glances, finding themselves in an unprecedented dilemma. How should they score this? No such scenario had ever occurred in the history of the assessments. Unanimously, the examiners turned their attention to Ling Feng, seated at the center. As a 5-star general of the Eastern Continent Military District and the chief examiner for this assessment, his decision carried significant weight. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Ling Feng set down the documents he had been reviewing and turned to a young officer nearby. What's the situation? He asked succinctly. The young officer immediately reported, General Ling, Gu Chen was placed in a hell-level secret realm, facing a level 21 blood-stained Banshee with a 100 boost to its base attributes. Yet it was instantly killed by his summoned creature. Instantly killed? Ling Feng rubbed the stubble on his chin thoughtfully as he watched the video replay with great interest. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered briefly before issuing his decision. In that case, adjust the parameters. Raise all non-human entities in the hell-level secret realm to level 30. Level 30? That would be a third-tier non-human, one examiner exclaimed. Isn't that too high? Gu Chen has only just reached the second tier. Ling Feng waved dismissively. No matter. Geniuses like him can't be judged by conventional standards. I have a feeling that even against third-tier non-humans, this kid won't falter. What if he manages to defeat even the third-tier non-humans with ease? Another examiner questioned. The purpose of this assessment is to select exceptional talent for the Jinyuan army, not to demoralize the candidates, Ling Feng replied firmly. If he can succeed against third-tier non-humans and pass the assessment, then he's exactly the kind of talent we're looking for. What about the scoring? Asked the examiner in charge of tallying points, looking troubled. In the hell-level secret realm, killing one non-human is worth 10 points. Ling Feng paused in thought before responding. The emergence of a genius requires flexibility in the rules. As the chief examiner, I have the authority to make adjustments in special cases. I propose that for each third-tier non-human killed in the hell-level secret realm, an additional 5 points be awarded on top of the original score. He then looked around the room, inviting feedback. The examiners all nodded in agreement. Although Ling Feng appeared to be seeking input, they knew well that this was not a genuine consultation. As subordinates, their role was simply to concur. Ling Feng continued, in the normal level secret realm, the maximum score per kill is 1 point, 3 points for the hard level, 6 points for the nightmare level, and 10 points for the hell level. Keep in mind, these are maximum scores. If there are flaws in the combat, even if the non-human is killed, the candidate may not earn the full score. Since there are no objections, Ling Feng said decisively, I hereby declare Gu Qin's previous assessment results null and void. The difficulty of the hell level secret realm will be adjusted, and he will be reassessed starting now. Understood. The examiners responded in unison. Inside the secret realm, after slaying the blood-stained banshee, Gu Chun remained in place, waiting for further instructions. He made no additional moves. Suddenly, the corpse of the non-human vanished, and a new blood-stained banshee materialized in its place, radiating an aura several times stronger than before. The message assessment task I, kill the level 30 blood-stained banshee appeared, and a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chen's eyes. He wondered why it was labeled as task I instead of task 2, but he wasn't particularly shocked by the sudden appearance of a level 30 non-human. After all, this was the genuine army's assessment. It was bound to be challenging. Whatever, let's just get it done, Gu Chen thought as he ordered his Blood Clan Duke to open fire. Despite the blood-stained banshee's upgrade to level 30, it still stood no chance against a legendary tier summoned creature. Bang, bang, bang. Silver gray bullets streaked like lightning, instantly shattering the banshee's head. Another instant kill, as effortless as before. The examiners, witnessing this scene, felt their eyelids twitch violently. Once again, they were left speechless, utterly stunned by what they had just seen. Level 21. You defeated me in seconds. Now I'm at level 30, and you still beat me in seconds. Are you cheating? One of the candidates exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The crowd around him erupted into murmurs, their voices filled with astonishment and doubt. Defeated in seconds again? What kind of summoned beast is that? Another candidate frowned and said, with a creature like that, it's almost on par with a Dragon Knight's dragon. Since when did summoners become this powerful? All the examiners turned their gazes toward Ling Feng, waiting for his decision. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone held their breath. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the air. The assessment continues. Ling Feng took a deep breath and made his decision. Shortly after, the first round of the assessment was officially declared over. A system notification popped up. First round of assessment complete. Total participants, 54. Qualified participants, 43. Each candidate received their individual ranking and score. However, they could only see their own rank and points, while others' information only displayed scores. The rankings were as follows. 1. Gu Chun, 15 points. 2. Zhang Shuran, 5 points. 19. Zhou Xiaotian, 2 points. Gu Chen's name stood prominently at the top, his 15 points striking like a bolt of lightning, making every candidate's heart race. Following him was Zhang Shuran with 5 points, showcasing the formidable power of a spatial mage. A closer look at the score distribution revealed Gu Chen's overwhelming lead. His 15 points far surpassed Zhang Shuran's 5, and the rest of the candidates' scores didn't even come close. The scoring system factored in not just combat skills, but also the time taken in battle. Even if someone successfully defeated the enemy, exceeding the time limit would result in a lower score. What the hell? Is that first place guy some kind of monster? Zhou Xiaotian glared at the leaderboard, his anger boiling over. Even in hell-level trials, the maximum score per kill is 10 points. How did he get 15? Is the trial system bugged? There's no way that score is legit. He glanced at his own rank, sitting at 19th, feeling a mix of frustration and resentment. I wasn't cautious enough earlier. If I had dodged that attack, I could have scored 6 points, Zhou Xiaotian thought bitterly, realizing his dream of taking first place was slipping away. Most candidates, upon seeing Gu Chen's score, immediately assumed there was an error. After all, in the history of the genuine army's assessments, no one had ever scored 15 points in the first round. Gu Chen himself, however, remained unusually calm, exuding an air of effortless composure. Being ranked first didn't surprise him in the slightest. I'm already at Tier 2. How can these Tier 1 rookies even compare to me? He thought to himself. Just then, a new system notification appeared before everyone. Assessment Task 2. Within the specified time, eliminate as many enemies as possible. Note: in this round, enemies will respawn indefinitely within the time limit. If you are unable to continue, you may withdraw from the assessment at any time. The attention of all the candidates immediately shifted to the new task, as they prepared themselves for the challenges ahead. As the prompt for the second round of the exam appeared, the atmosphere in the examination hall instantly grew tense. The expressions on the candidates' faces changed simultaneously as they quickly realized the brutality of this round. An unlimited spawn of alien creatures within a set time frame. What did this mean? Did it imply endless slaughter until complete exhaustion? Gu Chen stood calmly in the examination hall, his expression composed. To him, this was no great challenge. Whether it was one alien creature or 1,000, it was merely a difference in numbers. In the hell-level secret realm, Every alien creature defeated earned 15 points, far surpassing the rewards of others. Zhang Shuren frowned, deep in thought. As a mage, she excelled in high damage, rapid combat rather than prolonged battles of attrition. However, the epic staff in her hands gave her confidence. Its restorative effects would significantly reduce the pressure on her. Before the alien creatures began to spawn, Zhang Shuren instinctively glanced at the top spot on the leaderboard. It was marked only by 2 asterisks, but the striking 15 points next to it were impossible to ignore. She couldn't help but wonder, had someone broken a certain examination record? After a brief preparation period, the second round of the exam officially began. In front of Gu Chun, a spatial vortex appeared out of thin air, and from it emerged a blood-stained bone demon. The creature's entire body was covered in withered bones, and its eerie green eyes burned with bloodthirsty malice. Gu Chun didn't need to act himself. The vampire duke sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of silver bullets that whistled through the air and struck the blood-stained bone demon squarely in the head. Although the creature's strength attribute was close to 600 points, its other attributes were relatively weak. Under the vampire duke's lethal shots and the devastating scarlet feast, the blood-stained bone demon was instantly reduced to a pile of shattered bones. As the corpse vanished, another blood-stained bone demon immediately appeared in its place. The vampire duke wasted no time, launching an attack the moment the new creature materialized. This endless cycle of slaughter seemed to have only just begun. The deadly shot skill was still on cooldown, but it hardly made a dent in the combat prowess of the vampire overlord. Its basic attacks were just as devastating, raining down like a relentless storm. Combined with the pursuit damage from Crimson Feast, the second blood-stained bone demon was quickly struck down, collapsing into a puddle of black liquid. The vampire overlord stood alert, staying close to Gu Chun. Its attacks were swift and decisive, wasting no time or effort. Whenever a blood-stained bone demon appeared, it would be dispatched within mere seconds. Gu Chun watched from the side, observing this almost automated scene, and couldn't help but feel bored. He found an empty spot to sit down, idly scanning his surroundings. The exam seemed to have been designed with a degree of leniency. Each time an alien creature was defeated, the next one wouldn't appear for about 10 seconds. This interval was clearly intended to give participants a moment to catch their breath. However, to Gu Chun, it felt like nothing but a waste of time. He secretly wished the creatures would spawn faster or show up in greater numbers. Bring 10 of them at once and I could still handle it, he thought. Meanwhile, in the command room, several officers were closely monitoring Gu Chun's performance on the screen. A collective look of bewilderment spread across their faces. What kind of summoned beast is this? How is it this powerful? One officer couldn't help but ask. The records say it's a vampire overlord, but I've never seen a summoned beast like this before, and I have no idea about its specific attributes, another officer replied, his tone tinged with confusion. Using the alien creatures we designed as mere target practice, this vampire overlord's strength has to be at least epic tier, 3 stars or higher, right? Such combat power is simply unprecedented. Don't forget, Gu Chun has only summoned 1 creature so far. A level 21 summoner is supposed to have 5 summoned beasts. That statement left the officers in deep thought. After a brief silence, a startling realization began to dawn on them. Could it be that the strength Gu Chun had demonstrated so far was only the tip of the iceberg? The officers exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Finally, a senior officer broke the silence, his tone carrying a hint of awe. This isn't a candidate. He's more than qualified to be one of us, a commanding officer in his own right. Each candidate was transported into a separate secret realm for evaluation. As time passed, alien creatures were continuously slain, and the candidates' conditions began to deteriorate. However, Gu Chun was the exception. He was leisurely lying on a gentle slope, hands behind his head, watching the fierce battle between the vampire overlord and the blood-stained bone demon with great interest. In the control room, several examiners witnessing this scene were stomping their feet in frustration. They angrily discussed. How arrogant. This is the selection test for the Genuine Army, and he's planning to pass it lying down? What blatant disregard for the examination process. One examiner gritted his teeth and said, is this what they call a genius? It's infuriating. Hearing his colleagues' complaints, Ling Feng glanced up at the screen. When he noticed Gu Chun's relaxed posture, a faint, enigmatic smile appeared on his chiseled face. About 15 minutes later, the first candidate announced their withdrawal. This was a swordsman who had entered a nightmare-level secret realm, finishing with a score of 55 points. The reason for withdrawal was exhaustion, marking the end of his attempt. Gu Chun, feeling bored, glanced at his own score, 690 points. This number was more than 10 times that of the swordsman. He muttered to himself, if only these aliens refreshed faster, I would have already broken 1,000 points by now. Soon after, the number of candidates withdrawing from the test surged. Some even miscalculated, and were killed directly by the blood-stained bone demon before they could choose to withdraw. Deaths during the assessment were not uncommon. All participants had signed the necessary agreements beforehand, and Gu Chen was no exception. The assessment had no set time limit, which in itself created anxiety. Coupled with the endlessly respawning aliens, it became a grueling test of every candidate's stamina and mental endurance. Normally, candidates could use items or rest on the spot when their condition deteriorated. But in this unique environment, such strategies were clearly impractical. Candidates could only catch their breath during the intervals between alien respawns. Without sufficient stamina, they had no choice but to endure. For every alien killed, another would immediately take its place in endless cycle. An hour later, half the candidates had been eliminated. Those who remained looked visibly fatigued, their eyes bloodshot, and the despair and pressure etched on their faces seemed to push them to the brink of collapse. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed, "The assessment is over. Calculations will now begin. All candidates, please rest where you are." To the candidates, this announcement was nothing short of heavenly music. That was close. I was about to give up. Finally made it through. No one knows what I've been through. Phew, it's finally over. With the announcement, all the alien creatures vanished instantly. The candidates collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, gasping for breath. Their physical and mental endurance had been pushed to the limit in this brutal environment, and making it this far was no small feat. Zhang Shuren's face was as white as a sheet. Despite wielding an epic-grade staff that minimized her energy consumption, the relentless stream of alien creatures had left her feeling suffocated. It was a torment to both her body and mind. There was a moment when she nearly gave up, but the memory of being intimidated by Gu Chen at the venue earlier spurred her to grit her teeth and persevere. Zhou Xiaotian lay sprawled on the ground, too exhausted to even lift a finger. Damn it, it's finally over. If it lasted any longer, I'd have died here today. His face was ghostly pale, and he felt like his entire body had fallen apart. Initially, he should have entered a nightmare-level secret realm like Zhang Shuren, but after being weakened by Gu Chen earlier, he had no choice but to opt for a difficult-level realm. Thankfully, as a rare-class demon hunter, he had a talent that allowed him to recover slightly after each kill, which barely kept him in the game. If it had been any other class, he would have been eliminated long ago. Even so, Zhou Xiaotian was utterly drained, with almost no combat strength left. If he entered the third round in this state, he would undoubtedly be disqualified. It's over? Hearing the announcement, Gu Chen lazily sat up from the ground, looking completely at ease. He had practically spent the entire second round lying down. The vampire overlord, though continuously slaughtering aliens, consumed so little energy due to its formidable regenerative abilities that it was hardly affected. The system's voice rang out again. This round, 43 candidates participated. Among them, 26 were disqualified due to injuries, death, or voluntary withdrawal. Warning: the next round will increase in difficulty. To prevent excessive casualties, candidates may choose to withdraw voluntarily. Upon hearing this announcement, the remaining candidates' expressions turned grim. People had already died in this round, and with the next round being even tougher, the risk of death would rise significantly. Yet, the thought of giving up left them unwilling to accept defeat. For a moment, their faces were filled with hesitation and struggle. After a brief silence, one candidate finally made up their mind. "I'm withdrawing." As his voice trailed off, his figure appeared on the training ground outside. Sweat soaked through his clothes, his breathing was slightly labored, but his eyes sparkled with a sense of relief. Taking a deep breath, he declared firmly, "Reaching this point is already my limit. Even if I quit the assessment, I'll still be able to enroll in a top-tier university after leaving here. There's no need to risk my life any further. I'm out. This is it. I've done my best." With this candidate's decision, the atmosphere on the training ground grew tense. The other candidates fell into intense contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of continuing versus giving up. Moments later, 6 more candidates decided to withdraw, their faces marked with frustration and helplessness. The remaining candidates, however, stood resolute, their eyes burning with an unyielding determination as they chose to press on with the assessment. The examiners observed everything with impassive expressions, neither praising those who stayed nor showing disdain for those who left. They understood well that everyone has the right to choose their own path in life. With the final candidate making their decision, the number of participants for the second round of the assessment was finalized. 10 candidates qualified and advanced to the next stage. Shortly after, the results of the second round were displayed on a large screen. 1. Gu Chen, points, 1815. 2. Zhang Shuren, points, 358. 10. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 63. The announcement of the results sent shockwaves through the crowd. Gu Chen had claimed the top spot with an overwhelming lead, far ahead of the other candidates. How is this even possible? Zhang Shuren stared at the rankings in disbelief, her brows furrowed and her eyes filled with shock. She quickly did the math. The first place score is 1815. If the top score of this round is the same as the one from the previous round, that means they earned a total of 1,800 points in this round alone. Impossible. The other candidates advancing to the third round voiced their outrage, one after another. This is ridiculous. How could that even happen? Someone began analyzing the data. Even if the first place candidate was in the hell-level secret realm, where killing one alien earns you 10 points, 1,800 points would mean they killed 180 aliens. The assessment lasted exactly 1 hour. With a 10-second interval between kills, the total interval time would be 30 minutes. That means the top scorer only spent 30 minutes in actual combat. 30 minutes to kill 180 aliens. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. That's 6 aliens per minute. 1 every 10 seconds? Are you kidding me? The murmurs of doubt grew louder, eventually culminating in a resounding accusation. This has to be rigged. It's definitely rigged. This isn't just unfair. It's utterly ridiculous, shouted one of the candidates in fury, their voice echoing throughout the secret realm. The surrounding crowd chimed in, their murmurs growing louder and more restless. We're all still rookies who haven't even graduated. At most, we're around level 15. Killing a same-level alien within 10 seconds? Sure, if someone is exceptionally gifted, they might pull it off once or twice, but over 100 times in a row? That's just absurd. Another candidate gestured wildly, his frustration evident. Standing in the center of the crowd, Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned crimson as he yelled hoarsely, if you're so amazing, why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Why even bother taking the genuine army exam? Damn it. What's with the first place score? There's absolutely something fishy going on. His eyes blazed with anger as he continued to roar. No doubt about it, that person is cheating. The genuine army exam dares to pull such shady tricks? Just wait. I'm reporting this to the Imperial Military Council. I demand a retest. A retest? Zhou Xiaoyan's outburst ignited the emotions of the other candidates, who began to echo his sentiments, shouting about the unfairness of the exam. The entire secret realm was soon filled with waves of anger and discontent. Zhou Xiaotian, not wanting to relent, threw his head back and bellowed, his voice reverberating through the realm, retest. Retest. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotian and the other candidates were convinced that the top scorer's points were the result of foul play, or perhaps the privilege of being a high-ranking officer's child. They couldn't comprehend such an exaggerated score. 180 same-level aliens, all killed within 10 seconds each? Even with recovery potions, that's impossible. A candidate analyzed with a frown. What? Do they have unlimited stamina? As the candidates grew increasingly agitated, disrupting the normal flow of the examination and teetering on the edge of chaos, a cold, disembodied voice suddenly echoed through the secret realm, silencing the commotion. To ensure fairness and transparency in this examination, and to maintain proper proceedings, the following statement is hereby made. Candidate Gu Chen, Summoner Class, Level 21, has entered the Hellgrade Secret Realm. The voice paused briefly before continuing. Due to Gu Chen's level being significantly above the norm, the Chief Examiner has decided to temporarily increase the difficulty of the Hellgrade Secret Realm. Within this realm, all aliens have entered a berserk state, with their levels raised to 30. Each alien defeated awards 15 points. The above decision has been reported to the Genuine Army Examination Review Committee and has been approved. If there are any objections, candidates may file an appeal with the committee after the examination. The statement landed like a bombshell, detonating among the candidates. They looked at one another in shock and disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. Level 21 Gu Chen single-handedly defeated 123rd aliens within an hour. One candidate muttered in a daze, their voice tinged with doubt. Despite their skepticism, anyone with common sense knew that once such an announcement was made, it was as good as fact. After all, this was the genuine army exam. Cheating was a guaranteed death sentence, and corruption was impossible unless someone wanted to be exiled to the abyss. Following the announcement, a few candidates still grumbled under their breath. So Gu Chen's level is higher than everyone else's. That's his problem, isn't it? Just increasing the difficulty should have been enough. What's the deal with awarding extra points? Isn't that just widening the gap? They complained quietly, but no one dared to voice their dissatisfaction openly. After all, the decision had been approved by the Genuine Army Examination Review Committee. What weight did the opinions of mere candidates hold? Just then, Zhang Shuran, who was ranked second, suddenly froze. Her eyes widened slightly, and her lips trembled as she murmured, Gu Chen? It's him. No wonder he scored so high. As a native of Linqing, Zhang Shuran was all too familiar with that name. Recently, Gu Chen's name had been the talk of the town in Linqing. However, due to City Lord Su Lai, Gu Chen had defected from Linqing and joined Wanqing's faction instead. What a pity, Zhang Shuran thought to herself with a sigh. If Gu Chen hadn't left Linqing, we could have asked for his help. He could have taught that person who threatened me a lesson. The memory of the humiliation she had endured at the venue earlier burned in her mind, igniting her fury. Never in her life had she been threatened like that. She vowed to herself this grudge would not go unanswered. Suddenly, the face of the person who had threatened her flashed vividly in her mind. The sense of familiarity struck her like lightning, leaving her stunned in place. No, it can't be. Her face turned deathly pale as her body trembled slightly. He's Gu Chen? Recalling the death of Li Renjie and the annihilation of the Li family in lynching. An icy dread surged up Zhang Shuren's spine, piercing straight to her core. An overwhelming fear gripped her, as though she were shrouded in the shadow of death itself. Despair engulfed Li Shuren like a tidal wave, overwhelming her in an instant. At first, she thought the person threatening her was just an insignificant nobody. Her heart was filled with resentment, and she secretly plotted revenge. However, when the truth was revealed, and that person turned out to be Gu Chen, all her hatred evaporated in a flash, replaced by an endless, bone-deep fear. Li Shuren's hands trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat soaked her back. Faced with someone like Gu Chen, she didn't even dare to entertain a single thought of retaliation. All that remained was pure terror. The chasm of power between them was so vast that it made her feel smaller and more helpless than ever before. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaotian, upon learning that the person ranked first on the leaderboard was Gu Chen, was brimming with excitement. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and a confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Gu Chen, I never expected it to be him. Zhou Xiaotian thought to himself with glee. He's from my hometown. As a scion of a prominent family in Wanqing, Zhou Xiaotian immediately recognized the value of this connection. His mind began to calculate how he could make use of this relationship. Once the assessment is over, I'll find an opportunity to talk to Gu Chen and present him with an epic-grade piece of equipment as a gift, Zhou Xiaotian planned silently. Then, I'll ask him to help me settle a score. For someone like him, that should be a trivial matter. However, Zhou Xiaotian also realized that he had never had any prior interaction with Gu Chen. He frowned slightly, thinking, I'll need to find someone to get Gu Chen's contact information first. Recalling the individual who had once tried to kill him, Zhou Xiaoshan's eyes burned with venomous hatred, and his teeth clenched tightly. That scum, whoever they are, must die today. Just then, a dazzling golden light burst across the sky of the secret realm. Streams of golden radiance cascaded down like waterfalls, pouring into the bodies of the remaining candidates. As the golden light faded, all the examinees suddenly felt fully rejuvenated, with their fatigue completely erased and their conditions restored to peak performance. Immediately afterward, the authoritative voice echoed once more throughout the secret realm. Qualified candidates, 10, successfully advancing to the third round of assessments. Assessment Task 3. Eliminate an elite alien creature. The candidate who completes the task in the shortest time will earn the highest points. First place, 100 points. Second place, 60 points. Third place, 30 points. All others, 10 points. Failure to eliminate an elite alien creature within 30 minutes will result in disqualification. Being killed by the elite alien creature during the assessment will also result in disqualification. The statement just released disclosed information about Gu Chen, which was, of course, done with his consent. Once all the candidates had recovered to their peak condition, the third round of the assessment officially began. This time, the examiners announced the presence of an elite aberration. As soon as these words were spoken, a palpable tension filled the examination hall. The candidates were fully aware that the difficulty had increased exponentially. To achieve a perfect score of 100, one had to kill the elite aberration in the shortest time possible. Starting from the fourth-place finisher, any candidate who succeeded in defeating it would only receive 10 points. To make matters even more challenging, this round was a solo assessment. Each candidate had to face the elite aberration alone. Although the remaining candidates all possessed rare professions, their current strength made it nearly impossible to take on an elite aberration single-handedly. The announcement of the task caused many of their faces to pale, cold sweat forming on their backs. This test was not only a measure of extreme damage output, but also a severe test of survival skills. After all, only by staying alive could one deal damage. If they were killed by the elite aberration, not only would they fail the assessment, but their lives would also be at stake. Those who had previously been envious of Gu Chen now wore smug, gloating expressions. They whispered among themselves, "Aren't you supposed to be high-level? Didn't you get extra points in the Hell difficulty secret realm? Fine, let's see how you handle a level 30 elite aberration. That thing has over 800,000 health points. I'd like to see if Gu Chen can pass this time. How pitiful. If he can't kill it within 30 minutes, he fails. That means Gu Chen needs to deal at least 26,000 damage per minute to avoid elimination. That's impossible unless he has unlimited firepower." In the command room, several officers closely monitored Gu Chen's progress in the secret realm through the screen, their faces showing faint traces of schadenfreude. A level 30 elite aberration, and it's in berserk mode. Let's see if this kid can finally be taught a lesson. Yeah, this difficulty level is solid, just what we need. Not necessarily. He might still manage to take it down with ease. That summoned beast of his, there's something off about it. The examiners had differing opinions, debating among themselves. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, engrossed in signing a military document, paid no attention to their disagreement. Liang Yi had already submitted a written report, explaining that Gu Qin's purpose for participating in the assessment was to join the most elite unit of the Jinyuan army. If he couldn't handle this level of difficulty, it would be truly disappointing. Elsewhere, Zhou Xiaotian was feeling quite pleased with himself. Good thing I chose the hard difficulty secret realm. With the golden light inside replenishing my energy, I should be able to push through another round. Although the golden light only restored his energy and didn't dispel his weakened state, he believed that with his rare profession and a cautious approach, he could pass this round of the assessment. Still, Zhou Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Gu Chen. Dealing over 800,000 damage in 30 minutes at least 27,000 per minute, how is that even possible? Even with his level 21 combat power, had run out of stamina before he could manage that. Many other candidates shared similar thoughts. To most of them, it seemed like Gu Qin's chances of turning the tide were slim. It appeared almost certain that he would be eliminated in the third round. But reality was not so simple. These candidates had underestimated the situation. After all, Gu Qin's summon creature was none other than the legendary Bloodlord, a mythical entity. Despite being only level 21, its 4 core attributes had all surpassed 600. In contrast, the level 30 elite aberration had a primary attribute under 600, with secondary attributes averaging around 300 and overall stats barely exceeding 400. To Gu Chen, this challenge was practically a walk in the park. Inside the secret realm, the space ahead began to distort and shift. Soon, a massive tree-like creature with a dark red trunk appeared before Gu Qin's eyes. Aberration, Bloodstained Tran Elite. Level, LV.30. Health points, 831,000. Attributes, Strength 518, Agility 213, Constitution 546, Spirit 375. Skill I, Life Drain. Skill 2, Trant Cage. Gu Chen quickly scanned the Elite Aberration's attributes. Apart from the Elite bonus granting it over 830,000 health points, there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. He immediately grasped the intent behind the third round of the assessment. Although the Bloodstained Treant boasted a strength stat of 518, its agility was only slightly above 200, far below the average for aberrations of its level. This meant that while the elite aberration had high health and strength, it was incredibly slow. As long as one stayed alert during combat, even a standard profession could stand a good chance of dodging its attacks. For professions like assassins or shadow rangers, which prioritize agility and burst damage, it was even possible to take it on directly. 830,000 health, 518 strength, 213 agility, and a 30-minute time limit. Choosing a high damage, high defense yet slow-moving elite aberration to test the candidate's maximum damage output. The Jinyuan army sure put a lot of thought into this. Gu Chen nodded slightly, having already seen through the core of the third round. The next question was straightforward. How to defeat an elite aberration with over 800,000 health points within 30 minutes? A relaxed smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Piece of cake. At that moment, the blood-stained Treant began to sway its massive body as it slowly approached. A dark red glow radiated from its dense canopy. Suddenly, the ground beneath Gu Chen's feet split open, and countless thick vines burst forth, forming an impenetrable cage around him. Skill, Treant Cage. The blood-stained Treant successfully trapped Gu Chen with its skill, letting out a triumphant roar as it lumbered forward at an agonizingly slow pace. The atmosphere in the command room grew tense. It's over. Gu Chen got caught in the Treant Cage. How could he make such a rookie mistake? That cage is incredibly tough. Even a warrior of the same level couldn't break out of it. Once the Treant catches up, he's doomed. Such a shame. He got too cocky after breezing through the earlier rounds and let his guard down. The officers shook their heads in disappointment as they watched the scene unfold. However, trapped within the Treant cage, Gu Chen remained completely calm, his expression devoid of panic. His eyes were steady, betraying not a hint of anxiety. After all, if the goal was to defeat the elite aberration in the shortest possible time, then, as Gu Chen's thoughts stirred, a dense black mist instantly coalesced around him, and the figure of the Chaos Primordial Spirit materialized. After ascending to the legendary level, the Chaos Primordial Spirit's mental attribute had surpassed the 700 threshold, which translated to terrifying attack power for an assassin mage-type summon creature. At this moment, the level 21 Chaos Primordial Spirit could effortlessly take down a level 30 Bloodstained Treant Elite without any buffs. However, aiming for a swift victory, the Chaos Primordial Spirit unleashed 30 Chaos Shadows that wrapped around the massive body of the bloodstained Treant elite like a spider's web. This move directly amplified the damage multiplier by 30 times. Following that, the Chaos Primordial Spirit employed its most basic skill, Dimensional Strike, preparing to unleash unprecedented destructive damage. The blood-stained Treant, still caught up in the exhilaration of capturing its prey, remained oblivious to the silent approach of the Scythe of Death. In the next instant, a pitch-black spatial rift appeared abruptly, like a deep, sharp blade, piercing effortlessly into its thick trunk. Simultaneously, a dense shadow engulfed the entire body of the blood-stained Treant, and an overwhelming, suffocating burst of damage erupted, instantly depleting its health to zero. The massive tree-like figure froze abruptly, as if all life force had been drained in that fleeting moment. It collapsed with a thunderous crash, motionless and lifeless. Inside the command room, several officers stared in stunned silence, almost doubting their own eyes. Even the chief examiner, Ling Feng, rarely showed such a shocked expression. A one-hit kill? That was an elite, otherworldly creature with over 800,000 health. How could it possibly be killed in a single strike? What kind of extraordinary skill could unleash such terrifying damage? For a moment, the command room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The officers exchanged glances, their expressions stiff, and it took a while for them to recover from their shock. Initially, they had assumed that Gu Chen being trapped by the Trent's cage signaled a dire situation. Who could have imagined that he would annihilate a level 30 elite, otherworldly creature with just one skill? The outcome was simply too unbelievable. The officers' faces were a mix of disbelief and reluctant acceptance of reality. They instinctively turned their attention to the other candidates' assessment screens, trying to distract themselves from their astonishment. Zhou Xiaotian, leveraging the speed advantage of his Demon Hunter class, dodged the bloodstained Trent's attacks with agility. He skillfully avoided the whipping vines, constantly maneuvering to its rear to strike at its weak points. With the assistance of his epic-grade weapon, each attack inflicted over 1,000 damage points. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuran, a spatial mage, fully utilized her class's strengths against the sluggish bloodstained Treant elite. Other candidates were also giving their all in fierce battles against the elite, otherworldly creatures. Only Gu Qian maintained an air of effortless composure, as if this assessment was nothing more than child's play to him. In the command room, the officers couldn't hide their frustration. One of them finally spoke up, "General Ling, Gu Qian's performance is far too extraordinary. Should we consider?" Ling Feng interrupted decisively, "There's no need to make a fuss. The purpose of the assessment is to identify talent, not to hinder it. Gu Qian's performance is already exceptional enough. There's no need to increase the difficulty just because he excels." The other officers, seeing Ling Feng's firm stance, refrained from saying more. Soon, the 30-minute timer ran out. Among the 10 candidates, some had fallen, others had voluntarily withdrawn, and 3 were eliminated in this round. This round's assessment: total candidates, 10, qualified candidates, 7, 1. Gu Qian 1915 points. 2. Zhang Shuran 418 points. 8. Zhou Xiaotian 63 points. Zhou Xiaotian was eliminated, not due to death or voluntary withdrawal, but because he failed to defeat the elite, otherworldly creature within the allotted time. For someone in a weakened state, taking down a physique-focused elite creature within 30 minutes was a monumental challenge. At this moment, all eyes turned to the leaderboard. At the top, Gu Qian remained the undisputed leader with an astonishing 1915 points. Everyone was left in utter disbelief. Seriously? This guy's a monster. Even a level 30 elite can't stand a chance against him? Unbelievable. How is he so ridiculously overpowered? I give up. We're all professionals here, but how is he so far ahead of the rest of us? Forget it. There's no competing with someone like that. As long as I can make it into the top 5 in the final round, I'll secure a spot in the Jinyuan army. The murmurs of awe and resignation filled the air as the candidates braced themselves for the final assessment. The warning flashed again, signaling that the difficulty of the 4th round of assessment would continue to escalate. Participants were given the option to withdraw, but not a single person chose to quit. They all understood that before the next round began, their energy would be replenished. As expected, golden light descended from the sky, restoring everyone's strength. The new task was immediately announced. Within 120 minutes, participants were to counterattack against 10 elite alien creatures. The more kills, the higher the score. Eliminating all 10 would double the points. First place would earn 1,000 points, second place 600, third place 300, while all others would receive 100 points. Those who failed to kill or were killed themselves would fail the assessment. Gu Qian quickly analyzed the rules. This round tested both survival under extreme conditions and offensive capability, but the difficulty had been significantly heightened. Under normal circumstances, counterattacking against 10 elite alien creatures was nearly impossible. However, If one encountered slower creatures like the blood-stained tree demon and exploited their weaknesses, there might still be a chance. While other participants found the task daunting, they believed they could grit their teeth and push through. Gu Chen, however, faced an even greater challenge. Each level 30 elite alien creature had over 800,000 health points, totaling more than 8 million for all 10. To deal such damage within 2 hours, he would need to inflict 70,000 damage per minute, an almost unattainable feat. Some secretly rejoiced at having chosen the difficult level, thinking that this time, Gu Chen might finally be eliminated. Zhang Shuran even allowed a hint of delight to show on her face, convinced this round would put an end to Gu Chen's streak of luck and give her a chance to reclaim first place. As everyone made their final preparations for the life-and-death challenge ahead, the atmosphere was thick with tension and anticipation. The fourth round of the assessment, a true test of extreme limits, was about to begin. The fourth round of the assessment began. Gu Chen stood within the mysterious realm as the space before him suddenly began to twist and distort. In the blink of an eye, 10 blood-stained tree demons materialized out of thin air. Towering and robust, with thick, gnarled branches, they advanced toward Gu Chen slowly but relentlessly. The rules for this round were simple. The number of kills was key. If he could eliminate all 10 elite creatures, not only would he earn substantial points, but he would also receive a points multiplier as a reward. Facing this challenge with over 8 million health points, the Chaos Primordial Spirit remained calm and confident. Its newly acquired talent, Shadow Arc Strike, was made for this very moment. Dark, chaotic shadows swiftly darted out, firmly entangling 9 of the blood-stained tree demons. The last tree demon, caught off guard, let out a deafening roar and lumbered forward in a clumsy charge. The Chaos Primordial Spirit wasted no time. A dense flurry of shadows enveloped the charging tree demon, driving the damage multiplier to its peak. Then, the Dimensional Strike skill activated, unleashing a 30-fold damage burst that instantly reduced the tree demon's health to 0. Simultaneously, the effect of Shadow Arc Strike was triggered. The other 9 entangled tree demons let out piercing wails, their massive forms trembling violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground in mere moments. With a thunderous crash, the 10 massive tree demon corpses fell almost simultaneously, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire sequence took only a few breaths, and the 10 elite creatures were utterly annihilated. The scene left the instructors in the command room stunned. They stared in disbelief at what had just unfolded. A second-tier summoner's summoned beast had managed to obliterate 10 elite creatures in an instant? This completely shattered their understanding of summoning abilities. Gu Chen silently observed the fallen corpses, shaking his head inwardly. This type of assessment posed no real challenge for him. He quickly stored the Chaos Primordial Spirit back into the summoning space to recover. After 2 rounds of assessments, the Chaos Primordial Spirit had consumed 69 Chaos Shadows, nearly half of its reserves. While the Chaos Shadows significantly boosted damage, their recovery rate was painfully slowly 1 every 3 hours, with a maximum of 8 per day. Gu Chen reminded himself to use them sparingly. At that moment, a radiant beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Gu Chen. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the mysterious realm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the examination venue, surrounded by other candidates who had also been eliminated. Gu Chen was slightly taken aback. He had just finished defeating the elite creatures and hadn't even had a chance to check his score before being transported out. However, he quickly understood the situation. After all, this was an assessment, and the final results would only be announced once everyone had finished. With that in mind, he let it go. After all, with his performance, his high score of 3,915 points was more than enough to crush the competition. First place was already in the bag. Meanwhile, in one corner of the venue, Zhou Xiaotian noticed Gu Chen's presence and a gleam flashed in his eyes. To him, Gu Chen appearing at the venue so quickly clearly meant he had failed the 4th round and was eliminated. Zhou Xiaotian felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced that he was superior to this so-called prodigy. Previously, Zhou Xiaotian had been intimidated by Gu Chen, especially after being instantly defeated by him in a single move. But now, the situation was different. Learning that Gu Chen was also participating in the assessment and had an overwhelming lead in the rankings gave Zhou Xiaotian a newfound sense of confidence. In his mind, Gu Chen's level 21 combat power could dominate the entire field, making him the perfect candidate to exact revenge on his behalf. Although they had never met, Zhou Xiaotian believed that with the Zhou family's influence in Wanqing, Gu Chen would undoubtedly agree to do him this small favor. Having already obtained Gu Chen's contact information through family connections, Zhou Xiaotian decided that the time was right. With his chest puffed out, he strode confidently toward Gu Chen. Zhou Xiaotian stepped in front of Gu Chen, his voice cold and sharp. "Kid, remember me? You actually tried to kill me before. Well, today, you're in big trouble." Gu Chen glanced up, recognized who it was, and then turned his head away indifferently, as if Zhou Xiaotian was nothing more than thin air. This blatant disregard sent a surge of rage through Zhou Xiaotian, veins bulging on his face. Don't think staying silent will save you, Zhou Xiaotian growled through gritted teeth. If you're smart, hand over a legendary grade item and apologize right now. Otherwise, when my backer gets here, you'll regret it. A glint of icy danger flashed in Gu Qin's eyes as his voice dropped, cold and commanding. Get out of my sight. This is your last chance. Instead of backing down, Zhou Xiaotian became even more arrogant. Do you even know who my backer is, kid? Let me tell you, my backer is. Before he could finish, Gu Chen struck with a sudden, forceful kick. Zhou Xiaotian's body flew through the air like a broken kite, slamming against the wall with a dull thud. He crumpled to the ground, his body folding awkwardly like a collapsed screen. The last time the Nightmare Sovereign evolved from epic to legendary grade, Gu Chen had gained 100 attribute points in return, pushing his average stats to 655, approaching the starting level of a level 40 professional. Facing a level 15 Zhou Xiaotian in a weakened state was no more challenging than swatting a fly. Gu Chen walked over to Zhou Xiaotian with measured steps, then raised his foot and pressed it down hard on Zhou Xiaotian's face. Now, tell Muho's your backer? Zhou Xiaotian's face was crushed under the weight of Gu Qin's solid shoe. The overwhelming humiliation turned his gaze bloodshot as he glared at Gu Chen with venomous hatred. Noticing the look in Zhou Xiaotian's eyes, Gu Chen let out a cold laugh. He increased the pressure, grinding his shoe against Zhou Xiaotian's face. Oh, you dare glare at me? Go on, show me that look again. The searing pain made Zhou Xiaotian feel as though his skull was about to split open. Panicking, he grabbed at Gu Qin's shoe with trembling hands, pleading desperately. Brother, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please spare me. Just as Zhou Xiaotian was desperately begging for mercy, a tall and commanding figure stepped into the hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The faces of the surrounding professionals changed dramatically, their eyes betraying a mix of nervousness and excitement. General Ling is here. Stand straight, someone whispered in a hushed but urgent tone. Ling Feng, a 5-star general of the Dongzhou military district and the chief examiner for this assessment, was no stranger to the candidates present. His steady stride and unwavering gaze carried him directly towards Gu Qin's position. Seeing this, the crowd instinctively turned their eyes to Gu Qin, their expressions filled with undisguised pity. Earlier, it had been explicitly announced that fighting among candidates was strictly prohibited. Yet not only had Gu Qin blatantly ignored the rules, but he had also been caught red-handed by General Ling. The onlookers couldn't help but think to themselves that Gu Qin was about to face serious consequences. Zhou Xiaotian, who was still pinned under Gu Qin's foot, also noticed Ling Feng's arrival. His eyes lit up with hope, as if he had just seen his savior. Ignoring his own dignity, he shouted, General Ling, report. This candidate has openly violated the rules by attacking me in public. Please seek justice for me. Shut up. Gu Qin stomped lightly, shattering a row of Zhou Xiaotian's teeth in an instant. The excruciating pain left Zhou Xiaotian wailing in agony, on the verge of passing out. This act sent a collective gasp through the crowd, leaving many stunned. Someone murmured, is he insane? He's caught in the act by General Ling and still dares to make a move? Does he think a 5-star general of the Jinyuan army is someone to mess with? The other candidates exchanged glances, their faces betraying a mix of schadenfreude and anticipation, as if they were already envisioning Gu Qin's impending downfall. To everyone's astonishment, however, Ling Feng strode straight to Gu Qin, his resolute face softening into an uncharacteristic smile. Ignoring the bloodied Zhou Xiaotian entirely, he addressed Gu Qin warmly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ling Feng, the chief examiner for this assessment. Gu Qin, congratulations, you have successfully passed the Jinyuan army assessment. What? Gu Qin? Zhou Xiaoshan's voice, though muffled by his injuries, rang out like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. All eyes turned to Gu Qin, their faces filled with disbelief. You're Gu Qin? Zhou Xiaotian stammered, his shock and fear evident. Gu Qin didn't respond, merely looking down at him with an icy, oppressive gaze. The sheer intensity of Gu Qin's presence seemed to drain the air around Zhou Xiaotian, leaving him gasping for breath. Under Gu Qin's deathly stare, Zhou Xiaotian felt a darkness closing in, as if his life could be snuffed out at any moment. In a flash of desperation, Zhou Xiaotian flipped over and fell to his knees before Gu Qin. Pressing his forehead to the ground, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, he resembled someone pulled from the depths of a river. He dared not beg for mercy, nor utter a single word, terrified that even the slightest misstep could seal his fate. Ling Feng, paying no attention to the kneeling Zhou Xiaotian, turned to Gu Qin and said, I've already been briefed by Liang Yi about your situation. Come with me, have some news that I think you'll find very interesting. Gu Qin's eyes flickered with intrigue, suspecting the news might involve the Dragon clan. Without sparing another glance at Zhou Xiaotian, he followed Ling Feng out of the hall. Only after Ling Feng and Gu Chun had disappeared from sight did Zhou Xiaotian dare to lift his head. Trembling, he turned to a nearby professional and croaked, "You, come help me up. I can't stand." The professional quickly stepped forward to assist him. "Young Master Zhou, are you all right?" "All right? You try it and see how all right you'd be." Zhou Xiaotian growled through gritted teeth. "Damn it, he scared the crap out of me. Do you think him all right? He's Gu Chun. I must been cursed today. If it weren't for General Ling showing up in time, I don't even want to imagine what would have happened." Muttering to himself, Zhou Xiaotian quickened his pace, as if fleeing for his life, and left the hall. Meanwhile, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into a spacious office. On an enormous screen, a line graph displayed Gu Chen's assessment results, far surpassing those of any other candidate. Ling Feng gestured to the data on the screen. "Your total score for this assessment is 3,915 points. No objections, I assume?" Gu Chen nodded, already aware of his score. Over 3,000 points equated to over 3,000 military merits, a substantial reward. Ling Feng rubbed his stubbled chin, a faint, knowing smile on his face. "Impressive. If Gu Qingfeng knew your results, he'd probably regret it so much." Head turned green. Gu Qingfeng, once a war general of the Xinxia Empire, hailed from the northern territories and had little interaction with the Dongzhou region. Although Ling Feng's rank was below Gu Qingfeng's, as a 5-star general, he carried his own pride. Cowering at the mention of Gu Qingfeng's name would undermine his authority in the Dongzhou military district. Ling Feng's expression grew serious as he continued. "The assessment you just completed was the Jinyuan Army's selection process for new recruits. Passing it means you're now officially part of the Jinyuan Army. However, Liang Yi mentioned to me that your ambitions go beyond merely joining the army." "That's correct," Gu Chen affirmed. "I figured as much. Within the Jinyuan Army, there's an elite secret unit," Ling Feng explained. "To join them, you'll need to pass an even more challenging test. However, based on your performance in the recent assessment, I've submitted a request to the military headquarters to waive the next stage of testing for you." Gu Chen's eyes briefly showed surprise, but before he could speak, Ling Feng added, "No, I'm not finished. While the next stage of the assessment has been waived, you'll now accompany me to Yinlong City." "Yinlong City? What kind of place is that?" Gu Chen asked. "A city that descended into this world from the abyss," Ling Feng explained. "There, you'll find what you're looking for." Gu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. "Are you saying there are dragons there?" "Exactly," Ling Feng confirmed. "If you successfully form a contract with a dragon in Yinlong City, you'll gain provisional entry into the elite unit of the Jinyuan Army. If not, you'll have to start as an ordinary recruit." Gu Chun nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "So, the assessment hasn't been waived, it's just taken on a different form. If I'm not mistaken, contracting with a dragon is an even greater challenge than the original test, isn't it?" Yinlong City, the gateway for the abyss to invade this world. Periodically, fissures resembling ominous wounds randomly tear open across the land, allowing otherworldly beings to descend upon this realm. 5 years ago, a city emerged from one such abyssal rift, crashing down like a massive meteor within the borders of the Xinxia Empire. This city is known as Yinlong City. The city's name stems from its unique status in the abyss. It is situated within the territory of dragons. If the abyss is likened to a sealed dimension of darkness, then Yinlong City is a tangible manifestation of that realm. The city is home to a variety of otherworldly creatures, whose sudden arrival wreaked havoc on the Xinxia Empire, akin to a catastrophic natural disaster. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, the most formidable warriors from various factions joined forces. Over the past 5 years, they have paid a heavy price but ultimately succeeded in eliminating the height-ear creatures within Yinlong City. Now, the city is largely inhabited by low-tier beings, significantly reducing the threat it poses. However, for the younger generation of adventurers, Yinlong City is both a perilous forbidden zone and a treasure trove of endless opportunities. Legendary tales abound of a warrior who, after slaying a dragon, extracted its blood to temper his body and absorbed its essence to transition into the rare dragon blood warrior class. Another story tells of a mage who discovered a trove of draconic tomes in a dragon's lair, studying them to become a rare dragon tongue mage. These stories have spread widely among adventurers, inspiring countless individuals of average talent to dream of a second career advancement at level 25, hoping to rise to greatness. Yet the harsh reality remains that most who venture into Yinlong City meet their end there. After all, it is the abyss itself, not an ordinary city. Only a fortunate few, blessed by the gods of luck, ever manage to seize opportunities and achieve renown. As Gu Chan had anticipated, this journey to Yinlong City promised to be far more challenging than a standard assessment. Nevertheless, he was filled with anticipation, eager to contract a dragon as his summoned beast and to witness the true essence of the abyss. "By the way, how are the points earned during the assessment exchanged?" Gu Chen asked, recalling how Liang Yi had mentioned that points could be converted into military merits. After completing the fourth round of assessments, he had accumulated nearly 4,000 points, but still didn't know how to use them. Based on his performance, he could already be considered a member of the Abyssal Guard. Ling Feng answered directly. Points are exchanged for military merits on a one-time basis. With your current military merits just under 4,000, you can only redeem rare-grade items or below. Do you want to exchange them? Gu Chen waved his hand. Never mind, he said. In his mind, he thought of the numerous rare-grade items he had already looted from several hell-level dungeons and abyssal zones, though epic-grade equipment remained scarce. He decided it was better to save up his merits for higher-tier epic items. Ling Feng then took out a dark green box, opening it to reveal a medal of the same color. This is the Abyssal Guard Officer's Medal. In addition to serving as proof of your identity, it can also conceal your attributes and level. If presented to local authorities, it grants you discretionary powers. Discretionary powers? An officer's medal? Gu Chen was initially excited, but quickly became puzzled. I've only just passed the selection assessment. How am I already an officer? Ling Feng explained. According to the assessment rules, candidates who rank first and earn more than 2,000 points are directly granted the rank of 5-star lieutenant. The officer hierarchy of the Abyssal Guard has 3 tiers: lieutenant, captain, and general, ranked from lowest to highest. While 5-star lieutenant is the entry level, it's just one step away from becoming a captain. Skipping the soldier rank to become an officer right after joining the Abyssal Guard is exceedingly rare. Most other candidates, even if they pass the selection assessment, start as privates and must climb the ranks slowly. You, on the other hand, have achieved something extraordinary. Gu Chen nodded and carefully put away the officer's medal. Gu Chen, head back and prepare for now. They'll meet you in Wan City tomorrow, Ling Feng said. Gu Chen agreed, as he had been planning to do so anyway. After rushing from the dungeon to follow Liang Yi to the base, he hadn't even had time to open the loot chests he had earned. The scene shifts to the city lord's office in Wan City's municipal building. Liang Yi, I order you to bring Gu Chen out immediately, by any means necessary. City Lord Su Lai stood before Liang Yi, glaring furiously. Gu Chen has already registered for the Academy's assessment, which makes him part of the Academy. Who gave you the authority to send him to the Abyssal Guard? Liang Yi remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, City Lord Su, your information network is truly impressive. But don't worry. I'd wager it won't be long before Gu Chen returns on his own. Su Lai snorted coldly, his expression darkening with anger. Ever since Gu Chen achieved the abyssal feat and single-handedly brought immense benefits to the professionals of Wanqing, his reputation in Linqing had taken a dramatic nosedive. On the streets and in the alleys of Linqing, in tea houses and taverns alike, residents could be heard cursing his name. Social media platforms were flooded with a torrent of negative news about him, spreading like an unstoppable flood. Some people even compiled a list of Gu Chen's 10 crimes, which went viral online. This overwhelming wave of public outrage left Su Lai in an utter frenzy, unable to quell the storm. Su Lai realized that if this situation were allowed to spiral further out of control, it might truly spark widespread public anger in Linqing. At that point, his carefully cultivated political career would likely come to an abrupt end. The thought of this filled him with anxiety and urgency. He knew he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and head to Wanqing to find Gu Chen. However, as soon as Su Lai set foot in Wanqing, he was hit with a piece of news that felt like a plunge into an icy abyss. Liang Yi had already sent Gu Chen to the genuine army base. The implications of this were crystal clear. If Gu Chen had merely joined Wanqing, there might still have been a chance of bringing him back to Linqing. But if he joined the genuine army, it would mean Su Lai's plans were completely dashed. Suppressing the raging fury in his heart, Su Lai stormed into Liang Yi's mayoral residence. Staring daggers at Liang Yi, he gritted his teeth and said, Liang Yi, you had no right to send Gu Chen to the genuine army without permission. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the military and the academy? I'm warning you, if you don't let me take Gu Chen away within 10 minutes, don't blame me for tearing down your mayor's residence. Liang Yi, unfazed by Su Lai's threats, responded with a disdainful smirk. Su Lai, save your baseless accusations for someone who cares. Both the military and the academy should respect Gu Chen's own choices. And you, throwing a tantrum here, what exactly do you think you can change? Unwilling to back down, Su Lai retorted sharply, let me make this clear one more time. Gu Chen has already registered to take the academy's entrance exam. He belongs to the academy and must return to Linqing with me. Sending him to the genuine army without authorization is a grave violation. Not even a 5-star general from the military would dare defy me on this. Su Lai glared at Liang Yi with venom, his face dark and stormy. Just as the tension reached its boiling point, a powerful, commanding voice rang out from the doorway. A 5-star general apologizing to you? Huh. Who do you think you are to spout such nonsense? Before the voice had fully faded, a tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man strode into the room. He was dressed in a military officer's uniform, and the insignia on his shoulders was striking 5 golden stars aligned neatly, radiating an aura of authority and power. Su Lai instinctively turned around. The moment he saw who it was, his expression instantly shifted from anger to shock, and his entire demeanor deflated. Stammering, he muttered, "F5-star general?" In an instant, Su Lai's imposing demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. He had only intended to bluff, but before his words even settled, a 5-star general appeared behind him. The sudden arrival of General Ling Feng made Su Lai feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, his body rigid with fear. Liang Yi, on the other hand, brightened up immediately, feeling a surge of relief. He had been fretting over how to deal with Su Lai, as he was indeed in the wrong. But Ling Feng's unexpected arrival was a blessing in disguise. "General Ling, your presence graces us beyond measure. Please come in." Liang Yi hurried forward, bowing and bending over with a smile that transformed him completely from the usual lofty and authoritative city lord. Ling Feng strode into the office with long strides, delivering a swift kick to Su Lai that sent him sprawling against the wall. Without hesitation, he seated himself in the chair symbolizing the city lord's authority. As a 5-star general of the Genuine Army and a core figure in the military, Ling Feng held supreme authority in a small city like Wan City. Even the city lord had to yield to him, especially since Liang Yi was one of Ling Feng's protégés. Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into the office, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the disheveled Su Lai. "Him? What's he doing in Wan City?" Gu Chen wondered silently. Ling Feng seemed to be in a good mood and didn't pursue Su Lai's earlier insolence. Instead, he motioned for Liang Yi to come closer and said with a smile, "Liang Yi, you've recommended a promising talent to me this time. Very impressive." He then turned to Gu Chen. "All right, show your city lord what you've got." Understanding the cue, Gu Chen retrieved a Genuine Army officer's badge from his personal storage and placed it on the desk in front of Liang Yi. Su Lai, who had just managed to get back on his feet, instinctively straightened up, his eyes drawn to the badge. "An officer's badge? This is a 5-star lieutenant?" Liang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Chen had only just participated in the assessment, and now he was already an officer, moreover, a 5-star lieutenant. This meant he had scored at least 2,000 points in the assessment. Liang Yi, having personally experienced the Genuine Army selection process, understood the immense difficulty of achieving such a score. He had never heard of anyone breaking this threshold in all his years. Seeing Liang Yi's astonishment, Ling Feng burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Liang Yi, it's just a 5-star lieutenant badge. Don't you have one yourself? Why act like you've seen a ghost?" Liang Yi took a deep breath, his gaze toward Gu Chen now filled with admiration. Then, turning to Su Lai, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. "City Lord Su, didn't you just say you were determined to take Gu Chen back to Lin City today?" Su Lai's expression stiffened, his face darkening instantly. Gu Chen didn't hold back, addressing Su Lai coldly. "City Lord Su, I'm not going to Lin City with you. You might as well head back to where you came from." Su Lai's face turned extremely grim. As a peak 4th-tier professional, he had initially planned to forcibly take Gu Chen if he refused to cooperate. But now, with Ling Feng, a 5-star general, in Wan City, his own power was utterly insignificant. A 5-star general was at least a 7th-tier powerhouse, ending his life would take no more than a breath. Left with no choice, Su Lai gritted his teeth and left the office in frustration. After putting away the officer's badge, Gu Chen listened as Ling Feng turned to Liang Yi and instructed, "Prepare the necessary documentation for Gu Chen. He'll be taking the special train to Yinlong City tomorrow." "A special train?" Gu Chen asked, slightly surprised. Why not use a teleportation array? He had looked into it before. Yinlong City was located in the wilderness beyond the eastern continent, quite far away. The train journey would take at least 7 to 8 hours. Liang Yi shrugged and explained, "The threat around Yinlong City has only subsided in the past couple of years, and the teleportation array is still in the planning stages. Construction is expected to begin next year. For now, the special train is the best option." "A special train for recruits? All right, can I at least have a private compartment?" Gu Chen requested, thinking the long journey would be a good opportunity to rest. "Don't worry, your accommodations will be far superior to those of the new recruits," Liang Yi assured him. The next morning, Gu Chen arrived at the high-speed rail station and located the train marked with the military insignia. The carriages were filled with fresh recruits of the Genuine Army, all dressed in pristine uniforms. Most were around level 15, with level 16 individuals already considered among the elite. Gu Chen made his way to the first carriage and, after showing his officer's badge, was granted access. The front half of the carriage was open and resembled an ordinary train, while the back half was divided into private compartments. Dressed in casual attire, Gu Chen stood out among the neatly uniformed recruits, drawing a wave of curious glances. "Whoa, who's that? He's not even wearing a uniform but still got on the military train?" "Shut up. If you offend an officer, you're done for." No way he's a genuine army officer, right? He's too young. Then he must be from a military family. All the more reason not to provoke him. The recruits whispered among themselves, stealing glances at Gu Chen. He paid no attention to the chatter and headed straight for his private compartment. Once he was out of sight, the recruits resumed their conversations. With his exceptional mental attributes, Gu Chen easily picked up their discussions. To his surprise, many of them were talking about him. Hey, I'm from Jinqing. Where are you from? Funny enough, I'm from Wan City not far from you. Wan City? Then you must know Gu Chen. Not a chance. I'm just an ordinary rare-class professional. How could I be connected to someone as talented as Gu Chen? True. For us rare-class professionals, clearing a nightmare-level abyss is already a struggle. But Gu Chen cleared a hell-level abyss and even got an SSS rating. I'd bet no one in this year's Eastern Continent batch of transferees is stronger than him. At that, a level 16 mage chimed in. Don't be so sure. I've heard of someone even more impressive than Gu Chen. Did you hear about the candidate at the Wan City assessment yesterday? He was so extraordinary that General Ling personally took notice of him. Inside a military train carriage, a group of new recruits were animatedly discussing the results of the recent examination. Suddenly, one of the mage recruits exclaimed excitedly, I heard that one of the candidates caught the eye of General Ling. He's a 5-star war commander of the Eastern Continent Military District. This is a straight shot to the top. The surrounding recruits immediately perked up and leaned in to listen. The mage recruit continued, apparently, that candidate killed 10 elite alien creatures in the final round. Their total score must have exceeded 2,000 points. Gasps filled the carriage. 4 ordinary recruits. Taking down even 1 elite alien creature was an almost impossible feat, let alone 10. A ranger recruit frowned and said skeptically, 10 elite alien creatures? That sounds exaggerated. All the candidates were job changers. Could anyone achieve something like that? The mage recruit retorted defiantly, believe it or not, my buddy was at the Wan City testing site, and he saw it with his own eyes. Unfortunately, he's tight-lipped and wouldn't reveal the candidate's identity, no matter how many times I asked. This sparked even more discussion. Some recalled hearing rumors about a so-called soldier king at the Wan City site. The mage recruit seized the opportunity to add, think about it, killing 10 elite alien creatures in a row without using any recovery items? That's harder than a hell-level abyss dungeon. Even someone like Gu Chen, a prodigy, probably couldn't match this person's skills. The ranger recruit shot back, not necessarily. A genius like Gu Chen is beyond ordinary comprehension. For all we know, he could easily take down 10 elite alien creatures too. The two went back and forth, their debate growing increasingly heated. The surrounding recruits joined in, some siding with the mysterious candidate, while others insisted Gu Chen was superior. Amid the heated argument, one recruit suddenly remembered an important detail. Wait, do you guys recall the reward for killing 10 elite alien creatures? The points are doubled. The statement hit like a bolt of lightning, instantly enlightening everyone. 10 elite alien creatures were worth 1,000 points, doubling that meant 2,000 points. Someone shrugged dismissively. So what if it's 2,000 points? I passed the test with just 680 points. Another recruit immediately countered, you clearly don't get it. The examination rules state that if a candidate scores over 2,000 points, they can directly be promoted to a 5-star lieutenant. The entire carriage fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this revelation. A 5-star lieutenant was an almost unattainable rank for newly enlisted soldiers. In the genuine army, recruits had to serve for a year before being eligible for promotion to a 1-star private. Privates had 5 ranks, and only a 5-star private could advance to a 1-star soldier. Soldiers also had 5 ranks, and only a 5-star soldier could qualify for promotion to a 1-star officer. This long and arduous path explained why Yang Yi was so shocked when he saw Gu Chen's 5-star lieutenant insignia. The ranger recruit, silent for a long moment, finally asked with a complex expression, is this for real? Someone could become a 5-star lieutenant right after passing the test? The mage recruit replied smugly, of course it's real. Do you think General Ling would take notice of just any talent? Even someone as extraordinary as Gu Chen never got to meet General Ling in person. This statement completely shifted the recruits' attitudes. They were now filled with admiration for the mysterious candidate, with some even declaring this legend as their personal goal. Even the ranger recruit, who had staunchly supported Gu Chen, was left speechless. The mage recruit, basking in his newfound authority, felt a sense of pride, as though he himself had been awarded the 5-star lieutenant insignia. He continued, look, Gu Chen may be incredible, but compared to this legend, he's still far behind. Think about it, most people will never become officers in their lifetime. Yet this person's starting point is already beyond what many could ever dream of reaching. At that moment, a stern voice interrupted the discussion. Quiet down. No talking on a military train. A tall, lean figure in a crisp uniform appeared at the entrance of the carriage. The recruits immediately recognized him as the train conductor. Although the conductor held no formal military rank, his role in operating the military train granted him privileges equivalent to an officer's rank, something ordinary soldiers could only look up to. The recruits instantly fell silent, sitting upright and staring straight ahead, not daring to utter a word. The conductor's sharp gaze swept across the carriage to ensure order had been restored. Satisfied, he turned and walked toward a private compartment. Stopping in front of a door, he knocked 3 times respectfully and spoke in a polite tone. "Mr. Guchon, I apologize for disturbing you. I'm Wu Feng, the conductor of this military train." The conductor's announcement had barely finished when the train carriage erupted into chaos among the new recruits. "Mr. Guchon?" All eyes turned toward the compartment like searchlights. The compartment door slid open slowly, revealing Gu Chen's figure. Conductor Wu Feng quickly stepped forward, his expression serious as he explained. "We've just received news that there's been some unrest among the tribes near the tundra wilds. However, please rest assured, the genuine army nearby has already been deployed. I believe everything will be under control by the time we arrive." Gu Chen nodded calmly. "All right, thank you for your hard work, conductor." Wu Feng responded respectfully. "It's my duty. City Lord Liang Yi specifically instructed me to ensure you're taken care of. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know." With that, he turned to leave, but before stepping out of the carriage, he sternly addressed the recruits. "All of you, settle down and don't disturb Mr. Gu Chen's rest." The carriage instantly fell silent. Moments ago, the recruits had been chatting animatedly, but now they sat stiffly, hardly daring to breathe. Was the man in the compartment really Gu Chen himself? They exchanged uneasy glances, their faces full of embarrassment and fear. Had all their earlier disparaging comments about Gu Chen been overheard? A few of the recruits turned pale on the spot, especially the mage recruit who had openly mocked Gu Chen earlier. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, as if he were standing under a blazing sun. He wished desperately for the floor to split open beneath him, so he could escape this mortifying situation. Seconds dragged into minutes, yet there was no sound or movement from Gu Chen's compartment. The mage recruit's complexion finally regained some color, but the anxiety in his heart lingered. Perhaps out of curiosity or a need to ease the tension, leaned over to the ranger recruit beside him and whispered, "Hey, this is a military train, right? Why would Gu Chen be on board?" The ranger recruit shook his head, equally puzzled. "No idea." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he blurted out, "Do you think the legendary figure from the genuine army's assessment could actually be Gu Chen?" The mage recruit froze for a moment before shaking his head dismissively. "Come on, no way. If that legend really were Gu Chen, wouldn't he at least be wearing a military uniform?" The ranger recruit paused, his expression thoughtful, before nodding slightly. Fair point. Gu Chen wasn't wearing a military uniform, as he was just hitching a ride and wasn't heading to the genuine military base as part of the group of new recruits. After the train conductor left, Gu Chen gently closed the compartment door, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. Whether it was due to the conductor's scolding or the realization that Gu Chen was in the compartment, the recruits outside no longer engaged in the lively discussions they had been having earlier. Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief, savoring the rare moment of peace. Ever since leaving the Spider Cavern, he had rushed to the City Lord's mansion, then hurried to participate in the genuine military trials, without even having the chance to open the dungeon reward chest or the record-breaking gift box. Now, he finally had a moment to catch his breath. Eagerly, he opened the rare-grade dungeon reward chest, and the system notification immediately popped up. "You have opened a rare-grade dungeon reward chest. You obtained Spider Robe LV.20 Rare, Teleportation Scroll X1, Enhancement Stones X15, Energy Recovery Potions X10 inch." Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Spider Robe, not bad. Finally, some gear for magic-based professions? He carefully examined the equipment's attributes. Spider Robe, quality, rare, level, 20, class restriction, magic-based professions, attributes, HP 3000, Spirit 200, effect. While wearing the Spider Robe, gain Spider Sense, dodge rate 30. Nice. Gu Chen praised inwardly. For a mage, dodge rate is definitely a valuable stat, but after a moment's thought, he wasn't entirely satisfied. The robe he currently wore was a level 10 priest set. While its stats weren't as good as the level 20 equipment, the set bonus allowed him to perform a sacrifice, greatly enhancing the attributes of his summoned creatures. This was far more practical than simply boosting stats or dodge rate by 30. After thinking it over, Gu Chen decided to find a renowned blacksmith to see if the priest set could be upgraded to level 20 or higher. Although the priest set was only of rare quality, it came from the hell difficulty of the Temple Ruins dungeon and was impossible to find on the market. If put up for trade on the professional marketplace, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. However, Gu Chen wasn't willing to sell its set bonus was simply too powerful. If he could find a blacksmith to enhance the set's level, that would be ideal. He recalled hearing that some master blacksmiths had incredibly high status and were difficult to approach. Even if one managed to contact them, appointments often had to be made well in advance. Left with no other choice, Gu Chen sent a message to Liang Yi, asking him to help locate a blacksmith capable of upgrading the set. Then, he stored the less useful spider robe in his personal inventory, planning to sell it later. Next, Gu Chen opened the rare-grade record-breaking gift box, and another system notification appeared. You have opened a rare-grade record-breaking gift box. You obtained Skill Book LV.20 Rare. A skill book? Another one? Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This gift box was truly a treasurite had already yielded several skill books. He examined the details of the skill book. Skill book, Force Submission. Level, 20. Rarity, Rare. Effect, allows the user to form a master-servant contract with a non-human creature, turning it into a summoned beast. Note, the lower the creature's HP and resistance, the higher the success rate of the contract. Perfect timing. This skill couldn't have come at a better moment. Gu Chen couldn't hide his excitement, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He had been somewhat unsure about forming a contract with a dragon, given their innate arrogance and disdain for humans, whom they viewed as insignificant beings. Convincing a dragon to submit to a human was a near impossible task. But with the force submission skill, everything suddenly seemed much simpler. Dragons unwilling to submit to humans, even preferring death? Then beat them within an inch of their lives. The skill description made it clear lower HP and resistance meant a higher success rate for the contract. While other professionals might need to demonstrate strength, offer resources, and use a mix of persuasion and coercion to form a contract with a dragon, efforts that might still fail. Gu Chen's approach was straightforward. Fight. Fight until the brink of death. As long as the creature wasn't killed outright, he could forcefully form a contract with it. The simplicity of this approach made Gu Chen marvel at the power of summoner skills. But in truth, it wasn't just the skill, it was Gu Chen's own strength that made the difference. For summoners, force submission was a fundamental skill, one that nearly all summoners possessed. However, no summoner before Gu Chen had dared to challenge a dragon heathen. He would be the first. Though he hadn't yet taken action, he was already on the path to doing so. Afterward, Gu Chen claimed the dungeon's clearance rewards, which included 2 sets of professional experience points 100,000 each, for a total of 200,000 experience points. He checked his current level. Level, 21. Experience, 794, 129,801 500. He was just over 7,000 experience points away from reaching level 22. Gu Chen reflected that leveling up had indeed slowed since reaching the 2nd tier, primarily because the last dungeon he completed was a 1st-tier dungeon. Naturally, the experience from a 1st-tier dungeon couldn't match that required by a 2nd-tier professional, so slower progress was to be expected. However, the upcoming journey to Yinglong City should provide challenges more suited to his current level. After 5 years of ongoing battles, Yinglong City had become overrun with 2nd-tier non-human creatures. While there were rumors of 3rd-tier or even higher-tier creatures, they were exceedingly rare. Essentially, Yinglong City could now be considered a 2nd-tier abyss, albeit with a higher difficulty level, due to the fact that most of the creatures there possessed dragon bloodlines. As Gu Chen immersed himself in anticipation for the forthcoming adventure, the military train slowly began to move, speeding toward Yinglong City. As the train left the city, an omnipresent gray mist completely obscured the view outside. The light inside the carriage dimmed abruptly, and a stifling atmosphere seemed to envelop everyone like a tangible weight. However, the group of young recruits showed little sign of concern. They were well aware that the military train they were riding was powered by advanced source crystals, granting it an astonishing speed capable of deterring even elite level 20 alien beings. Should any reckless alien dare to block its path, the train's unstoppable momentum would reduce them to dust in an instant. The 4-hour journey passed quietly, and the train entered the tundra wilderness. As the terrain shifted, the carriage began to experience slight jolts. A mage recruit gazed out at the seemingly endless gray mist, his brows furrowing unconsciously. He couldn't shake the memory of what the conductor had said to Gu Chen earlier, that alien beings in the tundra wilderness had been unusually restless lately. This information lingered in his mind, stirring a series of unsettling thoughts. Could the train really face an attack from these alien beings? Although these recruits were rare professionals who had passed rigorous evaluations, they lacked real combat experience. Facing the unknown wilderness, it was only natural for ripples of unease to surface in their hearts. Just then, a slightly overweight middle-aged man entered from the adjacent carriage. His arrival seemed to inject a dose of reassurance into the anxious recruits. Don't worry. The man's hearty laughter broke the tense silence in the carriage. We received word 2 hours ago that the alien beings near the railway have already been driven off by the Shenyuan army. His confident gaze swept across everyone seated. Su Hai, the conductor of this military train. Rest assured, our train can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. Even the abyssal aliens wouldn't dare come near us easily. Besides, This train is equipped with weapon systems. Even if aliens do appear, we're more than capable of. Before Su Hai could finish, a powerful jolt of inertia suddenly threw everyone forward. Caught off guard, the conductor and the recruits stumbled uncontrollably. A piercing screech of brakes echoed through the carriage, sharp and grating, as if it could tear through their eardrums. Screech. The train let out an ear-splitting screech as it came to an emergency stop. The rapid deceleration caused the entire carriage to shake violently. Fortunately, the recruits on board were elite individuals who had passed stringent evaluations, possessing physical attributes and combat capabilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Their exceptional reflexes allowed most of them to steady themselves quickly and avoid serious injuries. However, a few slower reacting recruits inevitably sustained minor injuries. In an instant, the previously calm carriage descended into chaos. The recruits, now alarmed, looked around frantically, trying to figure out what had just happened. Cries of pain, loud questions, and urgent preparations to confront potential danger filled the air. The sudden turn of events plunged everyone into a state of tension and confusion. The intense inertia caused Gu Chun to feel a wave of discomfort. Staggering out of the compartment, he was greeted by a scene that made him frown deeply. The train carriage was in utter chaos, with passengers thrown about in panic and confusion. Through the windows, he caught sight of massive shadowy figures looming closer amidst the swirling black mist. Suddenly, a rookie soldier screamed, "Oh my God, that's a tundra giant, a rock-armored rhino beast, a swamp beast. Didn't the genuine army say this area was cleared?" Upon hearing this, the other recruits rushed to the windows, their faces turning ashen with fear. The train conductor, Su Hai, barely managed to steady himself before glancing outside. His expression darkened immediately. Within the gray fog, dozens of shadowy figures crouched, several of which exuded the unmistakable aura of elite alien creatures, clearly level 30 threats. Although the military train was moving at high speed, a coordinated attack from multiple level 30 elites could easily bring it to a halt. Su Hai's heart sank with worry. Aliens typically occupied their own territories and rarely gathered like this. The situation was clearly out of the ordinary. Around him, the rookie soldiers had already begun to wail, "Why are we slowing down? Speed up! Break through!" Just then, the red warning lights on both sides of the carriage flared to life, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout the train. The train captain's voice came over the speakers. "The path ahead has been damaged by swamp beasts. The train cannot proceed. All personnel, prepare for battle immediately." The announcement was repeated twice, hammering home the gravity of the situation. Su Hai's face turned grim as he muttered under his breath, "The road damaged by swamp beasts? This is clearly a coordinated attack by these aliens." He knew all too well that if the rock-armored rhino beasts rammed the military train, the entire convoy could be overturned. At that moment, Gu Chun emerged from his compartment and began walking toward the commotion. Su Hai quickly stepped in front of him. "Mr. Gu Chun, please stay where you are. The soldiers on board are already mobilizing, and the train's defense systems are activating. Everyone must remain calm." His last sentence was directed at the panicked rookie soldiers. Meanwhile, heavily armed soldiers poured out of the train, and the mechanical hum of the attack systems activating could be heard from the roof. Su Hai stayed close to Gu Chun, guarding him closely as though his life depended on it. The train captain had explicitly instructed him earlier Gu Chun was a trusted confidant of the Lord of Wanqing, and nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Gu Chun said nothing, his gaze fixed on the scene outside. In the gray mist, the alien army, led by an elite level 30 tundra giant, was charging forward. The energy cannons mounted on the train roared to life, automatically locking onto the nearest targets and unleashing a barrage of firepower. The genuine army soldiers accompanying the train disembarked and, under the command of several third-tier officers, engaged the aliens in fierce combat. Clad in genuine army standard equipment, these soldiers displayed remarkable combat prowess, successfully repelling the first wave of alien attackers. Su Hai once again cautioned Gu Chun, "Mr. Gu Chun, the train is equipped with both offensive and defensive systems. This is the safest place. Please do not leave the carriage." His warning was prompted by the sight of several hot-headed recruits, including the ranger who had earlier been praising Gu Chun, preparing to jump off the train and join the fight. But just then, the ground began to quake violently. From deep within the gray mist, massive shadowy figures began charging toward the train. The recruits' faces turned deathly pale at the sight. It was the rock-armored rhino beasts, each larger than a heavy truck. Every single one was a second-tier pinnacle creature, and the leader was an elite level 30. Against such a force, the rookies, most of whom were only level 16 at best, stood no chance. Gu Chun shook his head and strode toward the train door. Su Hai rushed to block him. "Mr. Gu Chun, it's too dangerous out there. Stepping outside now is a terrible idea." In Su Hai's eyes, even though Gu Chun was hailed as a prodigy with a stellar reputation, he was still just a newly transitioned professional. At most, He would be second tier, hardly a match for third-tier aliens, let alone elite ones. Gu Chen pointed toward the window. Conductor, if you keep stopping me, those rock-armored rhino beasts will destroy the train. Su Hai turned to look and instantly went pale. The genuine army soldiers were locked in an intense battle with the first wave of tundra giants, leaving them unable to assist. Meanwhile, the train's defenses were wide open, and the rock-armored rhino beasts were already charging with their ramming skills. The train's defense systems might withstand a few hits, but not for long. Disaster was imminent. Stop the rock-armored giant rhino. The furious roar of a third-rank officer pierced through the air. This blood energy warrior, radiating a blinding crimson glow, gripped his long sword tightly and charged at the massive rock-armored giant rhino like a bolt of lightning. However, in the very next moment, a deafening crash echoed all around. The officer, like a human cannonball, was sent flying by the rhino and slammed heavily into the side of the military train. Amid the screeching sound of twisting metal, the train car's surface caved in, forming a massive human-shaped dent. Inside the carriage, the new recruits turned pale as they witnessed the scene unfold, their faces drained of color. Some even let out terrified screams. Gu Chen furrowed his brows tightly, saying nothing. He quickly stepped forward, pushing aside the obstructing conductor without hesitation, and decisively exited the train. If this group of alien beasts destroyed the military train, the consequences would be unimaginable. The officer who had just been flung aside was now struggling to get back on his feet. Spotting Gu Chen stepping out of the train, he immediately barked, "Stop right there." Gu Chen turned toward the voice and saw the officer's damaged combat uniform bearing the insignia of a captain, with 3 blood-stained stars gleaming prominently, a 3-star captain. Yet Gu Chen paid him no mind, his gaze fixed on the herd of charging rock-armored giant rhinos. Leading the pack was a level 30 elite, while the others were second-rank peak-tier alien beasts. If they struck the train, everyone aboard would be stranded in the wilderness. "Get back!" the officer roared again, raising his long sword and charging at the rhino herd with reckless abandon. Such an act was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Even a third-rank blood energy warrior at full strength couldn't possibly stop the charge of the rock-armored giant rhinos. But as a soldier, he was determined to fulfill his duty. Even if it meant dying beneath the hooves of the alien beasts, he would protect the military train and the recruits behind him with his life. Just as the situation seemed utterly dire, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from behind the officer. Before he could even turn around, a terrifying and monstrous figure shot past him like an arrow loosed from a bow. The sheer force of the passing figure blew him aside. It was a shattered impact dark hunt dragon turtle, launching itself like a massive cannonball. With an earth-shaking collision, it slammed directly into the elite rock-armored giant rhino leading the charge. With a thunderous boom, the surrounding gray mist surged like tidal waves. The moment the dark hunter dragon turtle collided with the elite rock-armored rhinoceros, a violent shockwave erupted. The level 30 elite rock-armored rhinoceros let out a piercing wail as its imposing black horn was shattered by the dragon turtle's spiked armor. Its massive body was thrown backward by the terrifying impact, causing the ground to quake beneath it. Though the dark hunter dragon turtle was at a lower level, its constitution stat of 408 at level 21 was astonishing. Coupled with the 500-point attribute boost from its unyielding black armor, its overall constitution skyrocketed to 908. This leap in stats elevated its innate skill, retaliatory spiked armor, to an incredible 95.4 damage reflection rate, essentially near-perfect retaliation. The elite rock-armored rhinoceros suffered devastating damage, effectively falling victim to the backlash from its own charge skill. Seizing the opportunity as the elite rock-armored rhinoceros toppled, the dark hunter dragon turtle swiftly emerged from its spiked shell. It roared skyward, unleashing its taunt ability. The sound waves pierced through the air like blades, provoking the herd of rock-armored rhinoceroses behind it. Instantly, over 20 of the creatures were enraged, their cold gazes transforming into fiery fury. Their tusks flared, and hot white steam billowed from their nostrils. Abandoning their attack on the military convoy, they turned their attention to the dragon turtle, charging at it in a frenzy. Facing the onslaught of these colossal beasts, the dark hunter dragon turtle showed no fear. Its eyes burned with intense battle spirit as its scales bristled, resembling a moving fortress. Its innate abilities and skills activated simultaneously. Each attack it endured increased its damage output by 10 and its attack speed by 1. Combined with its near 100 damage reflection, the dragon turtle's offensive capability completely overwhelmed the horde of alien beasts. Inside the carriage, the recruits watched the breathtaking battle through the windows, their faces etched with shock. "Whose summoned beast is that? It's terrifying," one of them whispered in awe. The answer was obvious. There were no summoners in the genuine army, except for one, Gu Chen. Su Hai stood inside the carriage, listening to the recruit's murmurs, his expression betraying his disbelief. "Impossible, Gu Chen?" He had long known Gu Qian was a prodigy, but he never imagined that a student who had only transitioned into his profession less than 10 days ago could possess such monstrous combat power. These were over 20 Tier 3 alien beast creatures that even genuine army officers struggled to handle. Yet, with just one summoned beast, Gu Qian had single-handedly held them all at bay. It completely shattered Su Hai's understanding of a newcomer's capabilities. The ranger recruit who had been praising Gu Qian earlier was now practically jumping with excitement, boasting to those around him, "See? Gu Qian is the strongest of this cohort. No arguments. Just one summoned beast, and he stopped over 20 Tier 3 aliens." The mage recruit, though visibly unwilling to concede, could only nod silently, inwardly acknowledging Gu Qian's incredible strength. At that moment, the officer standing near the carriage snapped out of his daze, casting a complex gaze at Gu Qian. "Is that your summoned beast?" he asked solemnly. "I must admit, it's extremely powerful. But right now, it's not your turn to risk your life." The officer's tone was firm. "A talent like you shouldn't be throwing yourself into danger. The only way you'll become an even stronger professional is by staying alive. Go back to the convoy, that's where you belong. If you must fight, at least wait until all of us veterans have fallen." The officer's words were filled with resolve to protect the recruits. Their mission was to ensure the safety of every new recruit until they reached the genuine army base. If the aliens wanted to harm the recruits, they would have to step over the officers' corpses first. "Admirable courage," Gu Qian said calmly. "But this situation is far from requiring such sacrifices." As he spoke, he retrieved a medal from his personal storage and pinned it onto his chest in full view of the officer. The officer froze, his expression turning rigid. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he might have seen wrong. The recruits inside the carriage also caught sight of the medal, their faces filled with stunned disbelief. No one was more shocked than the mage recruit who had doubted Gu Qian. All along, his jaw practically hit the floor. Ignoring the astonished stares, Gu Qian maintained his composure and said to the officer, "Leave this to me. Return to your post." A military officer's medal. And not just any medal, it was a 5-star officer insignia, the highest rank among everyone present. The moment Gu Qian donned the medal, he assumed full command of all genuine army personnel on the scene, gaining ultimate authority over the battle. "Yes, sir." The officer snapped out of his brief stupor and saluted Gu Qian with precision. No explanation was needed. A 5-star officer insignia was not just a rank. In the genuine army, it symbolized unmatched combat power. The fact that Gu Qian possessed such a medal was proof enough that his strength far exceeded everyone else's. Turning to the recruits in the carriage, Gu Qian addressed them calmly, "Stay here. I'll handle the aliens." Without hesitation, he stepped into the thinning gray mist, his stride steady and resolute. Inside the carriage, Su Hai stood motionless, as if turned to stone, his face blank with shock. The recruits exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. They realized they might be witnessing the birth of a legend. The new recruits' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The mage recruit, who had previously shone brilliantly during the assessment, appeared utterly dazed, as if his entire worldview had been overturned. They realized that the young officer standing before them, adorned with a prestigious 5-star medal, was none other than Gu Qian, the legendary candidate who single-handedly slew 10 elite alien beings during the genuine army's assessment just the day before. The recruits exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe, confusion, and reluctant amusement. Moments ago, they had been fiercely debating whether Gu Qian or the so-called godlike candidate was stronger, only to discover they were the same person. All of them had undergone 9 years of professional training. So how had Gu Qian achieved such an extraordinary level of skill? This question lingered heavily in each of their minds. Meanwhile, on the mist-shrouded battlefield, dozens of figures clashed with ferocious intensity. The Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle was under siege by a group of rock-armored giant rhinos, fighting back with all its innate abilities and skills. Despite its formidable physique and defense, its health was plummeting rapidly. After all, it was up against a group of level 30 alien elites outnumbered and outmatched in terms of sheer power. Each rock-armored giant rhino could only inflict around 10,000 damage per skill, but with over 20 of them attacking simultaneously, the cumulative damage was staggering. In just a few short breaths, the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle's health dropped below half and continued to decline at an alarming rate. In this critical moment, without needing Gu Qian's command, the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle let out a thunderous roar, awakening the dormant power within its bloodline. The Dragon Blood Frenzy effect was triggered. When health falls below 30, both defense and health regeneration speed increase by 300. The Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle's body suddenly swelled, its form covered in dense, impenetrable dragon scales, while its spiked armor grew even more lethal. Its health began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. A roar, laced with a chilling dragon's cry, reverberated through the battlefield, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. After enduring countless attacks, The Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle's attack speed and damage bonuses had reached a terrifying peak. Fixing its gaze on an elite rock-armored giant rhino, it raised its forelimbs and slashed down fiercely. Its razor-sharp claws, gleaming like the scythe of death, tore through the air toward its target. With a sharp SHR arcade sound, two intersecting claw marks severed the neck of the elite rock-armored giant rhino in an instant. Its horned head tumbled to the ground, followed by the deafening crash of its massive body collapsing. A system notification promptly appeared. You have slain rock-armored giant rhino elite LV.30. Experience 39,200. The moment the elite rock-armored giant rhinoceros fell, the surrounding 20 or so alien creatures showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they launched an even more ferocious assault. The shadow-hunting dragon turtle unleashed the latent dragon blood within its body, exuding an imposing aura as it charged into battle. Its claws, empowered by high damage and attack speed bonuses, slashed through the thick hide of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros with ease, like razor-sharp blades. One alien creature after another fell to the ground, bloodied and mangled. However, the battle was not optimistic everywhere. Gu Chen's gaze pierced through the dense black fog, spotting a squad of genuine soldiers in the distance surrounded by over a dozen tundra giants. Despite the officer's valiant efforts, managing to slay one elite and three ordinary tundra giants, the seemingly endless stream of enemies in their home terrain of the tundra began to overwhelm the soldiers. The genuine army was gradually losing ground. The situation was dire. If this continued, the entire squad would be annihilated, and the military convoy would become the next target. Acting decisively, Gu Chen summoned the Chaos Primordial Spirit. In a flash, a shadowy figure, like a wisp of black mist, darted into the midst of the tundra giants. Without hesitation, the Chaos Primordial Spirit unleashed its area effect skill, returned to the void. From its center, a vortex of dark golden light expanded into a chaotic domain, enveloping both the surrounding tundra giants and the genuine soldiers. Within the domain, countless dark golden tentacle-like projections emerged, dragging alien creatures from outside the range toward the center. The overwhelming chaotic energy inflicted continuous high damage on enemies within the domain, while leaving allies completely unharmed. Entangled in the dark golden chaos energy, the tundra giants were involuntarily drawn toward the vortex's center. The pressure on the genuine soldiers was suddenly alleviated, and they stared in astonishment at the mysterious shadowy figure floating in midair. To prevent friendly fire, Gu Chen briefly displayed information about his summoned beast. Summoned beast. Chaos Primordial Spirit, level LV.21. The officer from earlier quickly snapped out of his daze and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Take them down while you can." Yet, the crisis was far from over. The gray fog surged violently, and a far more powerful elite tundra giant stormed onto the battlefield, causing the officer to furrow his brows deeply. At the same time, after the shadow-hunting dragon turtle repelled the rock-armored giant rhinoceros, a swarm of mire beasts emerged from underground. Though not particularly strong, they were exceedingly troublesome to deal with. Gu Chen's sharp instincts detected something unusual. These alien creatures appear to be under someone's control. There had to be a mastermind hidden nearby. He quickly approached the officer and succinctly shared his plan. "You handle the tundra giants. I'll track down the one pulling the strings. I'll leave two summoned beasts here to assist you. All you need to do is hold the line and protect the convoy." Although the officer was concerned about Gu Chen taking such a risk alone, seeing his unwavering confidence, he refrained from arguing further and returned to the fight. Gu Chen, in turn, summoned the vampire overlord and commanded it to locate the mastermind. The vampire overlord let out a piercing howl into the depths of the gray fog, its sound waves rippling through the mist. Moments later, its crimson eyes locked onto a specific direction. Gu Chen immediately understood and gave the order without hesitation. "Found them? Lead the way. Let's go." The desolate wilderness was shrouded in a gray mist, obscuring the vision of ordinary people. Yet, for the vampire lord, it posed no obstacle. Even with its eyes closed, it could perceive every change in its surroundings with remarkable clarity. This wasn't a learned skill but an innate ability of the bloodline. Gu Chen followed closely behind the vampire lord, moving silently through the dense fog. Inwardly, he pondered. Summoners have a mental feedback skill that allows them to share senses with their summoned creatures. If I can master it, I could use the vampire lord's abilities to navigate this fog. I need to find a way to learn that skill as soon as possible. Suddenly, the vampire lord halted. Gu Chen immediately went on alert and soon noticed a strange figure emerging within the fog. However, just as he became aware of it, the figure seemed to sense their presence and turned to flee without hesitation. "Run?" "Too late," Gu Chen said calmly, his voice steady and unhurried. At the same time, the vampire lord's figure vanished from sight in an instant. The eerie figure ran frantically but came to an abrupt stop after only a few steps. From the thick fog ahead, a cold, shadowy figure materialized out of nowhere. Two crimson eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, radiating a chilling pressure that froze the fleeing figure in terror. Gu Chen approached slowly, peering through the thinning mist to get a clear view of the strange figure, a short, hunched man. His face was covered in bizarre black markings, resembling some sort of mysterious tattoo. His complexion was pale, and his cold eyes first fixed on the vampire lord, scrutinizing it, before shifting toward Gu Chen. You managed to detect me. Such sharp mental acuity, the hunched man sneered, pressing both hands firmly onto the ground. With a loud crack, the ground split open, and four mounds rose sharply. Moments later, four massive mud beasts emerged from the earth. These level 30 creatures resembled crocodiles, but were much larger, their bodies armored with tough scales. Standing upright on their hind legs like humans, they glared menacingly at Gu Chen and the vampire lord, letting out low, guttural growls as they positioned themselves in front of the hunched man. A cruel smile spread across the man's pale face as he locked eyes with Gu Chen. Summoner, I'll remember you. I'll come for you, he said with a sneer. Leaving the four mud beasts as a distraction, he turned and disappeared into the depths of the gray mist. The moment the hunchbacked man finished speaking, a glint of icy coldness flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. He thought to himself, being targeted? And they're planning retaliation? I won't stand for this. With a cold smile, Gu Chen immediately activated the medium effect of his cloak and unleashed the Chaos Spirit skill, Chaos Bind. A pitch-black shadow shot out from Gu Chen's hand, slicing through the gray mist and latching onto the hunchbacked man in an instant. The shadow coiled around him like a rope, pinning him firmly in place. Without wasting a second, Gu Chen charged toward the man. At that moment, four massive swamp beasts roared as they lunged forward, attempting to block Gu Chen's path. The Blood Duke's figure flickered, and two nearly identical mirror images appeared at its side. Although these clones only retained 80 of the original's combat power, as replicas of a legendary summoned beast, they were still formidable. Even with 2 against 4, they held their ground effortlessly. The clones leaped at the swamp beasts without hesitation, engaging them in a fierce battle, while the Blood Duke itself followed closely behind Gu Chen, disappearing into the depths of the gray mist. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked man's face was etched with terror. Immobilized and unable to move, he could clearly sense 2 powerful presences closing in on him from behind. He was utterly baffled. This ambush was supposed to target the Genuine Army's convoy. How had he provoked such a powerful summoner? The wilderness was shrouded in thick gray mist, making visibility poor, but he could see well enough to confirm that the man wasn't wearing a military uniform. A sudden thought struck him. Wait a minute, could it be that he's not with the Genuine Army? Of course. The Genuine Army doesn't even have summoners. Realizing this, the hunchbacked man quickly turned and shouted, "Brother, perhaps there's been some kind of misunderstanding between us." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Chen's figure appeared right in front of him. A whistling sound cut through the air, and he caught a glimpse of a heavy black iron hammer descending toward him with the force of a mountain. Wait, a hammer? Isn't he a summoner? The hunchbacked man's mind went blank. Unable to dodge, he instinctively raised his arms to block. A crystalline white shield materialized in front of him. Boom! The shield shattered under the ferocious blow, and the hammer continued its trajectory, slamming into the hunchbacked man with overwhelming force. He let out a scream as he felt as though he'd been hit by a speeding train. The sheer impact sent him flying, crashing heavily into a massive boulder. His arms were shattered, bloodied and mangled, while his internal organs throbbed with excruciating pain as if they had been hacked and crushed. You've got to be kidding me. Summoners are supposed to be magic-based. What's he doing wielding a melee weapon like a hammer? The hunchbacked man stared in shock, watching his health plummet drastically. Holding the hammer, Gu Chen approached the man with a faint, indifferent smile. What else would I be doing with a hammer? Hitting you, of course. Every magic user has a warrior's heart deep down, Gu Chen said. He explained that while battling otherworldly creatures in the abyss, he had refrained from taking risks, relying on his summoned beasts to fight. But now, this was personal revenge. How could he not take matters into his own hands? The heavy hammer had been a drop from a hell-level abyssal dungeon. Its stats weren't particularly outstanding, so it hadn't been worth selling. Instead, it had remained in his inventory. Even though magic-based classes didn't benefit from melee weapon stat bonuses, Gu Chen's strength stat of 627 allowed him to wield even an ordinary hammer with devastating power. Crouching down, Gu Chen tore off the hunchbacked man's hidden emblem from his clothing, and the man's stats were immediately revealed. Class: Beast Tamer. Level: LV.25. Attributes: Strength 232, Agility 220, Constitution 243, Spirit 384. Skill I: Beast Language Mastery. Skill 2: Command Beasts. Skill 3: Beast Frenzy. A beast tamer, huh? That's a rare class. But running wild in the wilderness at just level 25? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Are you looking to die? Chen sneered. With these stats, you dare to threaten me? Tell me, should I hammer you to death, or hammer you to death? The hunchbacked man's face was filled with dread as he realized this man was completely unhinged. What kind of summoner uses a hammer as a weapon? Was he really going to die at the hands of this lunatic? Suddenly, the surrounding gray mist roiled violently, and a deep, raspy voice echoed from all directions. Young man, where does all this killing intent come from at such a young age? Let this beast tamer go, and consider it a favor to us at the Abyss Temple. What do you say? Abyss Temple? Chen muttered, unfamiliar with the name. He turned to the hunchbacked man, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. So, you're with the Abyss Temple? You should have said so earlier. Seeing this, the hunchbacked man's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Just as he was about to speak, brother, there must be some misunderstand. His words were cut short by the thundering blow of the hammer. His vision went black as his head was smashed into a bloody pulp. Chen flicked the red and white gore off the hammer, his sharp eyes scanning the empty gray mist. A faint, detached smile played on his lips. Oops, I've never heard of the Abyss Temple before. My hand slipped. Guess I've just disrespected you. You'll forgive me, won't you? You insolent brat. You're courting death. The raspy voice was filled with rage. Why don't you come out and kill me then? Chen retorted fearlessly. After waiting a moment, the gray mist remained still. There was no sign of movement, not even the faintest ripple of skill energy. Chen's eyes narrowed in surprise. By all logic, after killing the hunchbacked man, the self-proclaimed Abyss Temple member should have jumped out to avenge him. Yet, even after a minute or two, there was no trace of anyone. Is the Abyss Temple always this cowardly? Chen thought to himself. The voice rang out again. Impressive. You've got guts. They'll give you that. They'll let you live today. But remember, the mountains and rivers will meet again. Until next time. Leaving, are we? Too late. Chen sneered. He had deliberately waited to give the Blood Duke time to locate the person's position. If they had fled immediately, they might have escaped. But now, it was too late. The Blood Duke darted forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it charged into the mist. Its twin guns roared to life, spewing flames as bullets rained down like a storm on a specific area in the mist. The gray fog churned violently, and a muffled groan echoed. A dark figure leapt out of the mist in desperation. Die! Chen roared. The Blood Duke unleashed its skill, firing a barrage of gleaming silver bullets. The projectiles streaked through the air like lightning, striking the dark figure with devastating precision. The earlier hail of bullets had merely been to flush the enemy out. This was the true killing blow. The shadowy figure let out a blood-curdling scream as it was struck by the skill. Moments later, the sound of clashing metal echoed from its body, and the surrounding gray mist dispersed to either side. The figure's true form was revealed, a middle-aged man clad in battered black armor. His face was dark and sinister, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Chen carefully observed the unexpected enemy. Although the man wore equipment that blocked identification, making it impossible to discern his stats directly, the armor clearly designed for a warrior or swordsman gave away a clue about his class. The armor, while managing to absorb a significant portion of the skill's damage, was now riddled with cracks and severely damaged. The man collapsed onto the ground, his face pale as he gasped for air. Seeing Chen steadily approaching, he quickly forced a sycophantic smile, his voice trembling. Brother, please, wait. Whatever grudge you have with that beast master has nothing to do with me. I'm just a hired hand at the Abyssal Shrine. He swallowed hard and continued. How about this? I'll offer you an epic-grade piece of equipment as compensation and even bow my head to apologize. Just think of me as nothing and let me go, all right? At the mention of epic-grade equipment, a glimmer of interest flashed in Chen's eyes, though his tone remained cold. What equipment? Show me. The man's face froze in embarrassment, and he let out an awkward laugh. Oh well, the equipment isn't exactly on me right now. Seeing the icy glare in Chen's eyes, the man shuddered and quickly changed his tune. Wait, let's talk this through. That equipment is being guarded by people from the Abyssal Shrine. It's at a nearby outpost, and I can take you there. What exactly is it? Chen pressed. An epic-grade Itima replica ring. The man hurriedly explained. The ring can replicate a talent from an allied unit and apply it to the wearer. Replicate a talent? Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. How far is it? Realizing Chen was taking the bait, the man's expression brightened slightly. He pointed in a direction shrouded by the gray mist. Not far, about 10 kilometers that way, and you'll find the Abyssal Shrine's outpost. After a pause, he added, that beastmaster you just killed was one of the Abyssal Shrine's followers. This whole plan to ambush the military train with alien creatures? That was his idea. He wanted to create a disaster to lure the nearby Jinyuan troops into a trap. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. And what's your role in the Abyssal Shrine? The man froze, panic flashing in his eyes. He stammered. I am just a nobody, a grunt working for them. I don't know anything about their plans. Gu Chen's eyes flickered with impatience. Without another word, he activated the Cloak of Medium's ability. Dimensional Slash. Before the man could react, his body trembled violently, and the light in his pupils quickly faded. Gu Chen stared coldly at the lifeless corpse and thought to himself, if you're just a small fry, then there's no reason to keep you alive. Rest in peace. Though Gu Chen didn't fully understand the Abyssal Shrine's operations, anyone bold enough to attack a military train was no innocent party. Back in his previous life, such people would have been labeled as outright terrorists, deserving nothing less than execution. Human nature is unpredictable, and Gu Chen had no interest in wasting time interrogating someone who might lie. Better to eliminate the problem at its root. After all, the man had already seen his face and belonged to a dangerous organization. Why leave room for future trouble? Gu Chen retrieved the concealment emblem from the man's body, and the man's information was immediately revealed was a level 30 ghost swordsman. Pathetic, Gu Chen muttered under his breath. Among the scattered equipment on the ground, the highest quality item was merely a rare-grade katana, inferior even to the gear dropped by the level 25 Beastmaster earlier. However, there was at least one consolation, an epic-grade spellbook. While Gu Chen sorted through the spoils, the vampire lord wasn't idle either. It swiftly transformed the two corpses into vampire offspring. Turning the level 30 ghost swordsman into a vampire of the same level consumed 5,000 health points. Though the cost was higher than usual, the resulting self-destruction damage increased to an impressive 10,000 points. Third-tier units really are something else, Gu Chen thought to himself. Not long after, two of Gu Chen's mirror images returned, accompanied by 4 swamp beasts that had been turned into vampire offspring. All 4 were third-tier, and combined with the vampire ghost swordsman, a single self-destruction could now deal 50,000 damage. That was no small number. After all, unlike elite aliens or bosses, ordinary humans didn't have the same health multipliers. For third-tier professionals, only a tank class might have health exceeding 50,000, and even then, it would likely require high-quality gear to bolster their defenses. Gu Chen and the vampire lord moved through the black mist, heading in the direction the ghost swordsman had indicated. Whether the man had spoken the truth or not, it wouldn't hurt to investigate. They trekked through the wilderness for a long time, but found no sign of any outpost resembling the Abyssal Shrine. Gu Chen showed no visible frustration and continued forward. After covering more ground without any results, he finally muttered under his breath, "Looks like that ghost swordsman lied to me." He didn't die unjustly. He was about to turn back when, out of nowhere, a shadow darted through the gray mist behind him. A pitch-black arrow, as dark as ink, shot through the air like a streak of lightning, hurtling straight toward Gu Chen's back. A cold glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Without moving a muscle, he activated a skill. In an instant, through a displacement exchange, his figure was replaced by a blood swamp beast, narrowly avoiding the attack that was mere inches away. The moment the blood swamp beast appeared in his previous position, a black arrow silently pierced through the air, embedding itself effortlessly into the beast's body like a shadowy specter. A harrowing roar echoed across the desolate wasteland. The skill's damage erupted, and the beast's grotesque form disintegrated into a pool of foul blood, splattering across the cracked earth. From the depths of the gray mist, a shadowy ranger cloaked in black gritted his teeth. Damn it, he actually dodged. Just as he was about to retreat, a cold, mocking voice suddenly sounded behind him. Finally found you. You're quite good at hiding, aren't you? Who? The shadowy ranger's entire body tensed, his face filled with shock. Without turning around, he swiftly drew a reserve arrow and thrust it behind him. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, but it hit nothing. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to see a streak of silver light flashing towards him like lightning. Sparks crackled as the light struck him repeatedly. Despite wearing top-tier black leather armor, the shadowy ranger lost 30 of his health in a single breath. Fear gripped his heart. Panicked, he fled without any thought of resistance. His mind reeled in disbelief. This epic-grade leather armor couldn't withstand the attack. Just how terrifying is the true damage of this skill? At that moment, Gu Chen raised his hand, releasing a chaotic shadow that instantly ensnared the shadowy ranger in place. Stepping through the thinning gray mist, Gu Chen approached him without hesitation. He swung the heavy hammer in his hand with ruthless force, aiming directly at the ranger's leg. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone snapping echoed sharply. The shadowy ranger opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but managed only a blood-curdling scream. The excruciating pain contorted his face into a mask of agony. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.